Chapter 1. Awakening Memories, Reborn as a Human. In the Chinwu continent, in Luo City, Chun family, in a secluded and quiet small courtyard, a 17 or 18-year-old young man lay on the ground, as if he had existed here since ancient times. Cold. The biting chill constantly invaded his body. He wanted to open his eyes, but found his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to open. Not only that, fragments of memories seemingly from ancient times flashed and merged in his mind. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Sword energy spanning across the sky. Even scenes of wielding a sword across the 9 regions, battling the world alone. Numerous fragments of memories continuously surged, causing the young man, with his tightly closed eyes, to display a myriad of expressions. Sometimes grimacing, sometimes frowning, sometimes the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Time slowly passed. Not knowing how long had gone by, suddenly, the still figure of the young man twitched a finger. In that moment, the young man's eyes abruptly opened. They were deep eyes as dark as the night, within which a star-like brilliance flickered, as if telling of an extraordinary tale. Finally awake? Is this my 9th life? With a hint of exploration and curiosity in his eyes, the young man slowly stood up. Blood? He noticed at that moment a pool of blood on the ground. It spread over a large area, and there were also bloodstains flowing from his chest. The piercing cold he had felt earlier was mostly due to blood loss. Realizing this, the young man's brows furrowed slightly, and then he slowly closed his eyes again. After a moment, when he opened his eyes again, they were clear. Just now, he had accepted all the memories of this life and understood his current identity. Han Yang, the former #1 war god of the divine realm. Reborn in his 9th life, he had unexpectedly fallen to be a humble son-in-law in the small Tianwu continent. Being a son-in-law was one thing, but what he never expected was that a month ago, he had been ambushed by a mysterious man in black, and even that little insignificant cultivation had been completely destroyed. As for why he was lying on the ground, it was because his fiancée, Chun Xiaoqian, the daughter of the Chun family's head, had been taken away by the elder to discuss marriage. That's right, he hadn't died yet, and his wife was forcibly taken away to discuss marriage. Or to put it more bluntly, it was a forced marriage. Ever since the head of the family mysteriously disappeared a year ago, the sky of the Chun family had changed. The faction led by the elder had constantly set their sights on seizing power. Recently, due to a crisis faced by the Chun family, they thought of marrying off the head's daughter, Han Yang's fiancée, to gain support from other families. As for him, the useless son-in-law with his cultivation destroyed, no one cared at all. Angry, Han Yang went to reason with them, only to be beaten until he vomited blood and fainted by 2 guard dogs. And it was precisely because of this near-death fainting that he awakened his past life memories, allowing him to revive anew. The war god returns. My woman, Han Yang's, is something you can touch? A terrifying killing intent surged in the young man's eyes. If there were enemies from his past life here, they would surely be terrified. Because they knew, when the war god was enraged, corpses would litter the ground. There was no one who could escape the wrath of the war god. It's been a while since I fainted. I wonder how Xiaoqian is. Remembering that name, someone who was willing to share life and death with him, Han Yang frowned fiercely and was about to rush out. However, just as he took a step, a heart-wrenching pain surged from his dantian, making Han Yang instantly realize the reality. At this moment, although he had awakened his past life memories, his physical body had suffered irreparable heavy injuries. If he didn't stop the injuries and prepare properly, not only would he be unable to save his fiancée, but he might also end up dying again. He instinctively sat cross-legged and began to examine his internal condition. Dantian shattered, meridians severed. It could be said that if it were an ordinary person, even with miraculous pills in hand, they would be helpless, reduced to the most useless trash. But Han Yang was not nervous at all. Having gone through 9 lives and practiced for thousands of years, he knew countless wondrous techniques, among which was a technique that didn't require any spiritual medicine, to repair the dantian and enhance his physique. Breathing deeply and concentrating, Han Yang merely paused for a moment before beginning to operate that supreme divine technique engraved deep in his memories. 9-turn star transformation technique. This was an extremely peculiar method that Han Yang had obtained accidentally in his first life, but because this technique was incomplete and quite profound and obscure, he had never practiced it before, but he knew that this technique was extremely domineering once the first step was taken. There would be no turning back. From now on, it would require madly seizing the energy of all things in the world for his own use. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he might not have chosen this method. But now, the situation was pressing. The 9-turn star transformation technique was his only choice. Gritting his teeth, the technique quickly began to operate. A terrifying sucking force suddenly spread from within him, madly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him, but it was still not enough. Han Yang quickly got up and began rummaging through the room that, if he remembered correctly, he still had some pills he hadn't had the chance to use before. Sure enough, moments later, he had more than 10 Kai-boosting pills in his hands. Although they were only first-tier pills and not many in number, they were already enough for Han Yang. Without hesitation, he swallowed all the pills, and the 9-turn star transformation technique operated at high speed. Boom boom. Truly a supreme divine method. The medicinal power was crazily devoured by the technique, beginning to repair the dantian and meridians in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The damaged dantian regained vitality, and the meridians were also repaired. The excess medicinal power was used by Han Yang to temper his body. Martial artists cultivate. The early stages are divided into body tempering, bone forging, spirit gathering, and Yuan Dan stages. The body tempering stage is an essential step for ordinary people to embark on the path of martial arts. Before his dantian was destroyed, he was at the 8th level of body tempering. After recultivating, it was almost as easy as breathing. His cultivation quickly returned to that realm. And it didn't stop there. His aura was still crazily climbing. 8th level, 9th level. Only a slight difference remained before he could step into the perfect 10th level of body tempering. Half an hour later, Han Yang opened his eyes, a hint of regret in his gaze. If he had a few more pills, perhaps he could have directly advanced to the bone forging realm. Never mind. Thinking of Qiao Qian being bullied, Han Yang sprang up and rushed out of the courtyard. With a crackling sound, like beans being stir-fried, the sounds exploded continuously within him. How did this waste come out? If he ruins the elder's good plans, we'll both be implicated. Exactly, get back inside. A cold snort suddenly rang out. The two Chan family warriors guarding outside the courtyard changed their expressions upon seeing Han Yang and simultaneously scolded him. One of them even kicked towards Han Yang's stomach. Clearly, they wanted to kick him back inside. Unaware of death, a cold light flashed in Han Yang's eyes. He completely ignored the movement and directly stepped forward to collide. Bang! A low dull sound. The warrior indeed kicked Han Yang, but his body rebounded. With a bang, he crashed against the wall, collapsing like a broken skeleton, sliding down the wall limply. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and having suffered a great force, he was already dead beyond saving. Before the other could react, Han Yang struck out with lightning speed, killing that person as well. These two dogs were the ones who had beaten him to the point of vomiting blood and fainting earlier, truly deserving of their fate. Chapter 2. Taking action in the usually solemn and dignified conference hall, red double happiness characters were pasted on both sides, with about 20 people standing inside. At the head of the hall, in the center position, the white-bearded elder of the Chun family, expressionless, looked at a tall woman in the hall and said in a deep voice, "This elder announces that Chun Xiaoqian will be married off to Li Li of the Li family as a concubine." With the wedding date to be decided, that a stir went through the crowd, followed by a wave of applause, with many faces showing excitement. Once they allied with the Li family, the Qin family would be like a tiger with wings, allowing them to establish a foothold in the precarious city of Luo. The elder is wise, becoming in-laws with the Li family. Those families eyeing the Chun family will be like chickens and dogs. The elder's move is truly brilliant. He is indeed the backbone of our Qin family. Agreed, wholeheartedly agreed. Everyone was continuously praising, with no one paying attention to the unwilling and desperate expression on the woman in the hall. The elder also showed a satisfied expression, as long as he sent Qin Xiaoqian, the daughter of the family head, into the Li family. Wouldn't the Chun family be in charge? Bullshit. Even if I die, I will never marry Li Li. My husband is Han Yang. Alive, I belong to him. Dead, I will be his ghost. If you continue to force me, I will die to make a point. At that moment, A resolute voice suddenly interrupted the excitement of the crowd, causing many to frown. The woman in the hall had red lips and white teeth, and her tall figure could be considered a stunning beauty. However, her face was pale, and it was evident she suffered from typhoid fever, rendering her unable to cultivate. Moreover, every time she had an outbreak, she needed to consume a large amount of elixirs for treatment. If Chun Xiaoqian weren't the daughter of the family head, she wouldn't have survived to this day. In this world where martial prowess was revered, a person who could not cultivate was no different from trash. Hearing this, the elder's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "That's not up to you. For so many years, as the eldest lady of the Chen family, your living expenses and medical care have consumed countless resources. Now it's time for you to contribute to the family. Today, you will marry, whether you like it or not. If you pressure me again, I will die in front of you." Unexpectedly pulling out a dagger from somewhere, Chun Xiaoqian pressed it against her neck, leaving a trace of blood on her fair skin. This action changed the expressions of everyone present. Miss Chun was the one Li Li specifically requested. If she died, it would be a huge problem. Not only would the two families be unable to unite, but it might also offend the Li family. With this thought, the elder subtly gestured to a person standing at the lower end. That was the elder's son, Chun He. After receiving his father's glance, he stepped forward and said to Chun Xiaoqian, "Miss, don't be ungrateful. If you agree, we can let you have a grand wedding. If you refuse, we have ways to send you to the Li family, but the treatment will be different then. And if you don't obey, I guarantee that the waste you speak of, Han Yang, will not see the sun tomorrow." Chun Xiaoqian's expression changed as she suddenly turned to look at Chun He. At that moment, as she relaxed, Chun He accelerated and rushed in front of her, grabbing her arm. Then he slapped her hard, smack. The sound of the slap was crisp and loud. The dagger in Chun Xiaoqian's hand was gone, replaced by 5 bright red fingerprints on her face. Sluts are just being pretentious. Someone, tie her up and take her away to groom and dress her up. Inform the Li family this afternoon to come for the wedding. Chun He's mocking voice rang out, and the dagger was now in his hand, being toyed with up and down. Immediately, someone stepped forward to take action. However, Chun Xiaoqian did not wait to die. She turned and ran toward the hall's exit. "Catch her back." A slightly stunned Chun He smirked. Understood. 2 guards quickly chased after her. Just as Chun Xiaoqian reached the door of the conference hall, perhaps too anxious, she didn't notice the situation outside and bumped right into someone's embrace, being hugged. Tightly. "I'll let go. Let me go." To scream suddenly rang out, but upon seeing the figure in front of her, she quickly stopped. "Yanggu, run quickly. They want to catch me. Hurry." As she spoke, she tugged at Han Yang's arm. However, she couldn't pull him at that moment. Chun Xiaoqian was truly on the verge of tears. Han Yang, holding her, looked at his fiancée's cheek, and the swollen imprint made him frown, exuding a chilling aura. "Who did this?" "It was Chun He," Chun Xiaoqian instinctively said, but she quickly realized and tried to pull Han Yang to escape. However, it was too late. The 2 guards who caught up blocked their path from the left and right. One of them, without saying a word, reached for Chun Xiaoqian's hair, completely disregarding Han Yang. Seeing this scene, a murderous intent surged in Han Yang's eyes. He tightened his hold on Chun Xiaoqian, slightly tilted, and then kicked out. Bang! That person flew out in response. The other guard was stunned. Didn't expect this waste to show up. "Just right. Today you'll witness your fiancée being taken away as a concubine." "What are you still standing there for? Take them both down." Chun He followed behind, looking at them with a mocking gaze. "Was it him who hit you?" Han Yang's murderous intent intensified, and before the guard beside him could take action, he struck out with a palm. The guard was merely at the 6th level of body refinement and could not withstand Han Yang's palm strength, crashing into Chun He. "You're seeking death." Chun He raised an eyebrow and sidestepped. He looked at Han Yang with some surprise. "You dare to openly commit violence in the conference hall and kill a warrior from the Chen family? You should be executed for this crime. Today Before he could finish speaking, he found that the figure in front of him had vanished. Immediately afterward, he suddenly widened his eyes in terror, seeing that Han Yang had charged right in front of him. Just as he was about to retreat, Han Yang's speed was even faster and fiercer, and a slap was thrown out. There was no time to dodge at all. This slap, fueled by Han Yang's anger, was incredibly powerful, and in the instant it connected, the sound of bones shattering echoed. The crowd gasped in unison. Chun Yi's body crashed against the wall of the conference hall, his head exploding, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Han Yang, who had killed him, seemed to have done nothing, lightly retreating to his original spot, continuing to hold the frightened Chun Xiaoqian. "Ah, my son. You little beast, I want you dead, kill him for me." More than 10 people rushed out from the conference hall, quickly surrounding Han Yang and Chun Xiaoqian. "Yang Ge, your cultivation?" Chun Qiuqian's eyes widened in disbelief. "That I am fine. With me here, no one can bully you again." Han Yang smiled faintly, looking at the people in front of him, recalling the bits and pieces of the past. He had never been favored in the Chun family. Especially after his cultivation was destroyed, no one cared for him. If it weren't for his fiancée, Chun Xiaoqian, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Han Yang coldly scanned the crowd. "I, Han Yang, vow to protect Chun Xiaoqian in this life, in this world. Anyone who bullies my wife will be exterminated." Han Yang's killing intent surged as he ruthlessly killed Chun He. Chapter 3. Run, run, run. Even if your cultivation is restored, what can you do? At most, you've only reached the 8th or 9th level of body refining. The Grand Elder is a powerful master at the 5th level of bone refining. You won't be his match. Run. Chun Xiaoqian said anxiously. Run? You still want to run? Today, I will ensure you die without a burial place. With the Grand Elder's furious roar, the others in the hall all rushed out. A Chun family warrior at the 9th level of body refining, eager to achieve merit, shouted loudly and directly pounced toward Han Yang and the others. "Ah!" Chun Xiaoqian let out a sharp scream. However, the opponent's movements were as fast as sound. Before her voice had even faded, the fierce claws were already close. "It's over." Chun Xiaoqian, her mind blank, could only think this. With a loud bang, the next moment, Chun Xiaoqian, with her eyes closed, felt no abnormality at all. She couldn't help but raise her head and discovered that the fierce captain of the guards, for some reason, was flying back. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, howling in agony. "What is this?" Chun Xiaoqian was somewhat dumbfounded. Not only her, but everyone else also looked shocked. This kid, wasn't his dantian shattered and his cultivation ruined? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Even if he has restored his cultivation, he shouldn't be that strong. What on earth is happening? The discussions rose and fell, creating a deafening sound. The Grand Elder, who was walking behind, was shaken, and 2 lightning-like gazes were fixed on Han Yang. In his eyes, a strong, killing intent surged. Han Yang had actually fully restored his cultivation and was even stronger than before. This was something he hadn't anticipated. But because of this, his killing intent grew even stronger. Before his cultivation was ruined, Han Yang could be considered a person with good talent. Among the younger generation of the Chun family, no one could compete with him. If he were allowed to grow, given time, he would definitely become a hidden danger. With this thought, the Grand Elder could no longer hold back. Waving his hand and shouting, "Go all of you, capture this beast, break his limbs, I want to dig out his heart." Yes. A group of Chun family warriors pounced forward like wolves and tigers. Han Yang's expression became serious, a hint of determination appearing on his face. Although he now possessed the memories of his past life, his current physical cultivation was still too low. After a brief contemplation, he pushed Chun Xiaoqian aside and fiercely threw a punch at the most arrogant figure charging at him. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. The latter let out a heart-wrenching scream, spraying blood as he flew backwards, his right arm already shattered. Han Yang, retreating in a smooth motion, continued to guard Chun Xiaoqian's side, his gaze cold and his aura imposing. Before he could steady himself, a person from the left had already rushed in, a sharp long knife in hand, unabashedly sweeping towards Han Yang and Chun Xiaoqian's waist. This knife aimed to cut them in half. Han Yang's eyes flashed with intense hostility. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to meet it head-on. The person showed a look of joy. He didn't expect this kid to seek death on his own. He immediately exerted force through his right arm, using all his strength to chop down. However, when the blade, accompanied by a gust of wind, approached within 2 feet of Han Yang, he instantly sensed something was wrong. A cold smile appeared on the opponent's face. Realizing the strangeness, he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Han Yang stepped left, reaching out to grab the opponent's wrist holding the knife. In the next moment, The Chun family warrior, feeling pain in his wrist, instinctively loosened his grip, and the long knife fell into Han Yang's hands. With a cold snort, the knife bloomed with a spray of blood. Swoosh! A good head had already flown into the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and several nearby warriors turned pale, instinctively stepping back. However, with a weapon in hand, Han Yang was like a tiger out of its cage. With the long knife in hand, he began a bloody rampage. In just a few breaths, 5 or 6 people had fallen under his blade. You little beast, you're seeking death. Not far away, the Chun family's second elder could no longer hold back, roaring angrily, looking down from above, and struck down with a palm towards the top of Han Yang's head. You think I'm afraid of you? Han Yang's temper also flared up, knowing that the opponent was a powerful master at the 4th level of bone refining. Far superior to him, he did not dodge or evade, forcefully striking back with a palm. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. The second elder was pushed back, while Han Yang was forced to retreat 4 steps before barely stabilizing himself. The second elder, upon landing, was filled with killing intent. He pointed his toes on the ground and rushed back in fiercely. Provoked by the fight, Han Yang also threw out another fierce punch. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and the fierce force exploded, preventing several Chun family warriors from approaching. This time, the second elder retreated 5 steps, while Han Yang retreated 3. Chun Xiao Qian's face brightened. Just as she was about to speak, Han Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. Yanga! Chun Xiao Qian was greatly alarmed. She hadn't expected such a scene to occur. Han Yang secretly sighed. His cultivation still fell short. Being able to exchange 2 punches with the second elder at the 4th level of bone refining was already quite difficult. The Grand Elder, who was at a higher cultivation level, had yet to make a move. If they continued fighting, the 2 of them would really be finished here. Xiao Qian, you go first, I'll hold them off. He moved closer to Chun Xiao Qian and whispered in her ear. Chun Xiao Qian felt a pang in her nose, tears welling up in her eyes. Wait! Just as Han Yang, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, was about to charge again to fight the second elder, she grabbed Han Yang's arm, biting her teeth, and the jade pendant she was tightly clutching suddenly radiated a bright light. At the moment the light appeared, a powerful and strange wave flashed. Centered around Chun Xiao Qian, the space began to visibly distort. Go! With no time for further explanation, Chun Xiao Qian pulled Han Yang's arm and rushed into the distorted area. The next moment, their figures disappeared into thin air. Everything around quickly returned to normal. The second elder, who had struck with all his might, found his palm power empty, causing the ground to crack, and he failed to stop the 2. Damn it! Damn it! The Grand Elder, in a fit of rage, looked at the empty courtyard and roared in fury. That old thing even gave such a precious teleportation jade slip to that little girl. Chase after them. They can't have gone far. Search in all directions. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, bring them back to sacrifice to my son. Yes, the few surviving Chun family warriors, silent as cicadas in winter, quickly rushed out of the courtyard, scattering in all directions. Outside Luo City, more than 10 miles away, there was a dense wild forest. On the originally empty mountain, the air suddenly rippled, and then 2 figures fell to the ground, one after the other. The moment they landed, Han Yang quickly jumped up, carefully surveying the surroundings, and finally let out a sigh of relief on his pale face. We're temporarily safe. I didn't expect you to have a teleportation jade slip. This time, it's fortunate to have you. Otherwise, he gave a bitter smile. My father said that the teleportation jade slip can teleport up to 10 miles, but the exact location is unclear. In the short term, those vicious dogs shouldn't be able to find us. Yang, you should heal your injuries and rest a bit before we leave. Seeing Han Yang's grim expression, Chun Xiao Qian quickly said, Okay. Han Yang sat down beside her. Fighting head-on with the second elder at the 4th level of bone, refining indeed, left him a bit injured. He needed to rest and recover first. Chapter 4. The body of profound ice time passed little by little. Sitting cross-legged, Han Yang quickly activated the 9 turns star technique, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. That trivial injury began to heal rapidly after receiving the energy transformation. About half an hour passed, and his dantian gradually filled, and his body had mostly recovered. At this moment, however, a sudden suppressed groan came from beside him. The sound was accompanied by extreme pain. Han Yang even sensed that the air around him seemed to have grown colder. What's going on? Han Yang opened his eyes with a hint of confusion. However, the next moment his expression changed. He saw Chun Xiaoqian, who had originally been sitting nearby, curled up into a ball, her whole body trembling. Xiaoqian, are you having an episode again? A startled Han Yang hurriedly approached to inquire. Hiss. The moment his palm touched Chun Xiaoqian's body, he couldn't help but retract it. This is bad. Han Yang's brows furrowed deeply. At that moment, he realized that Chun Xiaoqian's typhoid fever had flared up, and she was almost frozen solid. Even her eyelashes were forming ice crystals. Her body was extremely cold. How could I have forgotten this? Damn it. A sense of self-blame surged on Han Yang's face. But now was not the time to dwell on this. He circulated the Yuan force within him, enduring the cold, and placed his palm on Chun Xiaoqian's forehead to begin a careful examination. The typhoid fever was indeed present, but after experiencing 9 lifetimes, Han Yang had never encountered such a severe case of it. If it were truly typhoid, Chun Xiaoqian would have long since been dead. Something strange? Almost instantly, he sensed something was off. His expression also became peculiar. It turned out to be the Xianbing body. Moreover, it was an extremely rare, innate Xianbing body, but had not been activated. In the martial arts world, besides ordinary martial artists, there are all kinds of geniuses. Some legendary figures possess strange and magical physiques, considered favorites of heaven. For example, Han Yang's previous life's heavenly Tao sacred body, and also the Yuan Wu dominant body, pure Yang spiritual body, an innate sword body he had encountered before. Those with these physiques are all favored by heaven. As long as they cultivate properly, they basically face no bottlenecks. It can be said that every martial artist with a special physique has the potential to become an emperor. However, among these favored ones, some require postnatal activation of their unique physique for some reason. If they cannot be activated, they may live a life of mediocrity, becoming useless. In severe cases, they might suffer from chronic illness and die prematurely. Chun Xiaoqian clearly belonged to the latter. Now, her Xianbing physique was on the verge of a complete eruption. Based on the earlier examination, she had at most 1 month left. If she still couldn't be activated, Xiaoqian would surely turn into a permanent ice sculpture, thus perishing. The Xianbing body is one of the ancient 7 spiritual bodies. If it were in his previous life, activating it for her wouldn't have been too difficult, but currently. Han Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation, his mind racing. The easiest thing to do would undoubtedly be to temporarily suppress it using the 3rd-tier spiritual herb, Liang flower. As long as he could find the Liang flower, it could ensure her safety for 3 years. By then, he would find a way to activate her spiritual body once his cultivation improved. There was no other way. Right now, Han Yang's cultivation was too low, and many methods were unavailable to him. The only solution he could think of was this compromise. The Liang flower is a 3rd-tier spiritual plant, and for Han Yang, who was only at the 9th level of body refining, it was also rare. However, the city of Luo was located at the edge of the renowned Monster Beast Mountain range on the Tianwu continent, so there should be a chance to find it within. As long as it exists, there's still hope. The urgent matter was to drive away the cold for Xiaoqian. Otherwise, the girl might not survive the day. Han Yang helped Chun Xiaoqian up from the ground, inputting his Yuan force into her meridians, forcibly beginning to suppress the Xianhan energy erupting within her. Soon, half an hour passed. Han Yang let out a sigh and stopped the circulation of his technique. In his hand, there was a crystal-clear ice bead exuding intense coldness. Chun Xiaoqian curled up in his arms. Although she was no longer trembling like before, her body was still very cold. Her pale face had no blood color. Finally managed to suppress it, but it was hard to say what would happen the next time it erupted. He needed to hurry into the Monster Beast Mountain range to search for the Liang flower. However, the fact that he had refined the Xianhan bead was an unexpected joy, which could help him quickly enter the bone refining realm. Han Yang muttered to himself, putting away the Xianhan bead, and then picked up the unconscious Chun Xiaoqian. just about to leave this place. But at that moment, his expression changed slightly, and his demeanor turned cold. Originally, the two could have escaped in time. However, Han Yang's healing and suppressing the Xianhan energy for Chun Xiaoqian had delayed them for about an hour, leading to the Chun family's martial artists searching in this direction. In Han Yang's perception, there were more than 10 people approaching with malicious intent. Fortunately, all these people were body refining martial artists, and there were no elders from the bone refining realm among them. So there was no need to escape. Haha, the dog couple is actually hiding here? The great elder said that the little brat is seriously injured. After capturing them, there will be a heavy reward. That bitch Chun Xiao Qian ignored us back then. Now that she's in our hands, what should we do? Amidst a series of arrogant and lewd laughter, more than 10 figures with sinister expressions rushed over in groups of 2 or 3, looking for death. The killing intent surged in Han Yang's eyes. He had no intention of letting the Chan family off, especially since these guys dared to spew filthy words continuously. Gently placing Chun Xiao Qian aside, Han Yang faced them directly, his whole body's aura undergoing a dramatic transformation in an instant. That group of martial artists was clearly stunned. The feeling they got was as if they were not facing a body-refining martial artist, but a deity who could kill them with just a glance. Help! Run! Demon! The cries for help rose and fell in the mountains and forests. Soon, it returned to silence. After more than 10 breaths, Han Yang, covered in blood, left the place carrying Chun Xiaoqian. In this forest, only the bodies of over 10 Chun family martial artists remained. Chapter 5. Monster Beast Forest in the eerie and dark Monster Beast Mountain Range. Han Yang sat beside a blazing bonfire, playing with a piece of black iron. It had already been 3 days since they fled Luo City and entered the Monster Beast Mountain Range. During these 3 days, Han Yang had led Chun Xiao Qian northward, searching for the Liang flower in the mountains. However, third-tier spiritual herbs were not so easy to find in the outer regions. They had to enter the inner part of the mountains to have a chance. The two rested here for a while, eating something to replenish their exhausted energy. As for the iron piece Han Yang was examining, he had found it inside the body of a flying cloud leopard he had just butchered for their food. The iron piece was engraved with some simple lines, and roughly looking at it, it seemed to be a map. But what it actually was, he couldn't discern. After studying it for a moment, Han Yang casually put it into his backpack. Seeing the leopard meat roasting on the fire, emitting a delicious aroma, he nodded in satisfaction, tore off a large piece, and handed it to Chun Xiaoqian, who was warming herself by the fire. "Thank you," Chun Xiaoqian said softly as she took it. "You are my Han Yang's woman. What is there to thank for?" Han Yang said with a smile. Chun Xiaoqian's pretty face flushed with a hint of red as she lowered her head to eat the meat. "Yangge, this place is really too dangerous. In just 3 days, we have encountered nearly 10 monster beasts. If we continue deeper, won't we encounter even stronger ones?" While eating the meat, Chun Xiaoqian looked at Han Yang with some worry. As an ordinary person, it was her first time stepping into such a perilous land filled with monster beasts. Following Han Yang, they had already ventured dozens of miles into the Monster Beast Mountain Range over the past 3 days. Moreover, they were still moving further in. Even though she had no cultivation, she could clearly sense that the strength of the monster beasts they encountered along the way was gradually increasing, especially the leopard in her mouth, which had reached the peak of body refining, just 1 step away from entering the 2nd tier, comparable to a bone refining realm martial artist. "Don't worry, with me here, you don't need to be concerned. To cure your illness, we must find a spiritual herb in this mountain range. After eating it, you can rest well, and tomorrow morning we'll continue on our way." Han Yang did not inform Chun Xiaoqian about her shimbing body. With just a gentle smile, she comforted her for a few words. Chun Xiaoqian obediently nodded, lowered her head, and quickened her eating pace. After a hearty meal, Han Yang extinguished the campfire and led Chun Xiaoqian several dozen meters away. There stood an ancient camphor tree that could be embraced by 4 or 5 people. The unique scent of the camphor could drive away venomous snakes and insects, making it the best resting place in the ancient forest. When they reached the tree, Han Yang wrapped his arms around Chun Xiaoqian's slim waist, lightly tapped his toes, and immediately leaped up over 10 meters, finding a suitable spot among the branches to settle Chun Xiaoqian down. You sleep for a while. I will meditate and cultivate tonight. Okay. After giving Han Yang a deep glance, Chun Xiaoqian closed her eyes, feeling very reassured, and began to rest. With Han Yang beside her, she didn't have to worry even if the sky were to fall. When the first ray of sunlight rose, Han Yang slowly opened his mouth, and a puff of white air was expelled from his mouth, causing a leaf to fall with a crisp sound. There was a hint of disappointment in Han Yang's eyes. 3 days had passed, yet he still hadn't managed to break through to the bone-forging stage. His cultivation speed was a bit slow. To think he wanted to break through from the 9th level of body tempering to bone forging in just 3 days? If this were heard by outsiders, they would definitely consider Han Yang a fool. There was simply no such thing under heaven. Just as he was about to wake Chun Xiaoqian, his expression suddenly changed. Han Yang darted to Chun Xiaoqian's side, hiding among the tree canopy, and looked down at the ground. Several dozen meters away, 7 figures dressed in black were talking and walking towards them. From their attire, they didn't seem like warriors from the Chun family. They were likely here to hunt demonic beasts or gather spirit herbs. Han Yang didn't want to confront them, instinctively suppressing his aura and completely hiding his presence. At that moment, Chun Xiaoqian also opened her eyes and woke up. Before she could speak, Han Yang quickly covered her mouth, made a gesture for silence, and signaled her to look down. Boss, do you think it will be dangerous since they hired us to hunt the Iron Flame Beast? A short black-clothed man suddenly spoke below. The tall man in front glared at him and said, "What do you mean by dangerous? In our line of work, we lick blood off the blade. As long as we can make money, we have to take the risk. Yes, under heavy rewards, there will be brave men. They are offering a high price of 100,000 gold coins. It's worth the risk." Another black-clothed man nodded in agreement. The Iron Flame Beast is only a second-tier, late-stage demonic beast. Besides, they made it clear that they can't handle it, which is why they entrusted us. As long as we are careful, killing this beast shouldn't be a problem. The boss is right, just be careful. A second-tier demonic beast offering 100,000 gold coins is still a profit for us. The group chatted as they walked past the tree and continued forward. Soon, their figures gradually disappeared into the jungle, completely unaware that someone was in the tree. Iron Flame Beast? These warriors are here to hunt the Iron Flame Beast? Han Yang's eyes lit up. They had entered the demonic beast mountain range, just hoping for a stroke of luck, to find some locations where they could locate the Sun Fire Flower within a month. But the Iron Flame Beast was a fire attribute demonic beast that loved to eat fire, and it must be in an area rich in fire essence. Generally, places with Iron Flame Beasts had a high probability of producing fire attribute spear herbs like the Sun Fire Flower. If there really was an Iron Flame Beast nearby, it would undoubtedly help narrow down his target significantly. Unexpectedly, he learned such an important piece of information from this group of warriors. Thinking of this, Han Yang's heart raced. Looking back at Chun Xiaoqian, who was watching him, Han Yang nodded and said, "Xiaoqian, stay here and wait for me. This big tree is safe. I'll go take a look. Maybe we can leave this place sooner." But Chun Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "Yangge, why don't we just forget it? Those people just now are not amateurs, and they also said there is a powerful second-tier demonic beast guarding it. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. It's fine. I will act according to the situation." Han Yang took off his backpack and placed it beside Chun Xiaoqian. Inside the bag was a large piece of leopard meat and several bags of clean water. Even if he couldn't return in time, it would be enough for Chun Xiaoqian to last 4 or 5 days. Seeing Chun Xiaoqian's worried gaze, Han Yang took a deep breath and said seriously, "Be obedient. Hide here and don't run around. I will definitely come back to get you within 3 days at the latest." He had to go. For Chun Xiaoqian, he had to take the risk. Looking at Han Yang's resolute face, Chun Xiaoqian nodded, "Just be careful." "Okay." Han Yang squeezed Chun Xiaoqian's icy cold palm, and without hesitation, flew back down to the ground. He circled around, picked some seemingly ordinary plants, smeared the juice around the tree trunk, and ensured that there were no threats to Chun Xiaoqian nearby before cautiously following the tracks left by the black-clothed men. Chapter 6. Iron Flame Beast. Sunfire Flower, the 7 black-clothed men walked and stopped, occasionally squatting down as if checking something. Han Yang carefully followed behind them, hiding himself very well. This group of black-clothed men was clearly well-prepared, with clearly defined roles. Some tracked, some scouted, and some kept watch. Everything was orderly. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. The black-clothed men in front were all exceptionally strong, with the weakest already reaching the 1st level of bone forging. Their leader had even reached the 4th or 5th level of bone forging. With such a lineup, they should have no problem dealing with the Iron Flame Beast. However, the leader's left arm seemed to be injured, as it moved significantly less than his right arm while traveling. Before long, Han Yang noticed that the air around them gradually became dry, and there were faint waves of heat rising. He paused, discovering that this group of black-clothed men had reached the edge of a dark redstone forest. Boss, according to the map, the Iron Flame Beast is right inside. A sharp-nosed, black-clothed man reported seriously to the burly leader. Get ready. That thing is not easy to deal with. Don't lose your life. The burly man's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust as he slowly drew out the steel knife, forged from fine iron behind him, his voice heavy. The others didn't respond, merely tightening their grips on their respective weapons and swiftly heading into the stone forest. Han Yang's eyelids drooped slightly, and he already had a plan in mind. The area where the Iron Flame Beast resided had a high probability of yielding the Sunfire Flower. Perhaps when this group of black-clothed men was fighting the Iron Flame Beast, he could take the opportunity to seize it. Roar! As he approached the stone forest, he heard a powerful beast roar from inside, followed by a wave of scorching hot air rushing out from the stone forest. They're fighting. Han Yang's lips curled slightly upward as he swiftly darted toward a hidden spot within the stone forest. The Iron Flame Beast was a demonic beast that loved fire attribute spirit herbs, and it was powerful. Its flames would be difficult for even a 9th-level body tempering expert to withstand. Han Yang hid behind a half-meter-sized stone, focusing his gaze on the battlefield. Wind slash! The burly man's eyes bulged as he leaped, swinging his steel knife, with the surrounding air swirling tightly around the blade, coming down fiercely on the Iron Flame Beast, accompanied by a whistling sound. Opposite him was a fierce beast standing half a meter tall and 1 meter long, resembling a tiger with horns. Its eyes were as big as an adult's fist, its entire body was red, and its limbs, as thick as barrels, were muscular. Sparks erupted from its nostrils with each breath. At this moment, it was furious to the extreme. How dare a tiny human provoke it? After roaring, the Iron Flame Beast suddenly swung its front left limb, hitting the steel knife blade without any fancy moves. The sharp claws and knife blades scraped against each other, creating a long string of sparks, the sharp sound making the eardrums of the nearby black-clothed men tremble. The burly man let out a muffled grunt, unable to help but step back 2 or 3 paces, squinting at the massive beast roaring at him in front. Boss, look, there's an 8-leaf blazing sunflower over there. On the left side of the burly man, a sharp-eyed figure in black pointed at a rock behind the Iron Flame Beast, exclaiming in delight. Indeed, there is a golden flower with 8 leaves over there, radiating a fiery red glow. Not bad, but everyone, don't get distracted. After we slay this Iron Flame Beast, everything here will be ours. The burly man remained unfazed, focusing his attention on the fierce beast before him, flipping his steel knife and striking at it again. The other black-clad figures exchanged quick glances and surrounded the beast. Is that really an 8-leaf blazing sunflower? And next to the blazing sunflower is a fire element fruit? Han Yang's pupils constricted slightly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Behind the Iron Flame Beast, on a dark red oval stone, a 5-inch tall golden flower, resembling a wild chrysanthemum, swayed in the wind, shining brightly like a cluster of candle flames. The petals of this blazing sunflower had 8 leaves beneath them, indicating it had grown for 80 years. Every 10 years, the blazing sunflower would grow an additional leaf, and its contained fire energy would double. Once it reached 10 leaves, it would become a 3rd-tier spirit medicine, significantly increasing its potency. If the Iron Flame Beast consumed such a blazing sunflower, it would directly advance to a 3rd-tier beast, coupled with a fire element fruit. This iron flame beast would likely reign supreme in the outskirts of the mountains. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed in Han Yang's ears, accompanied by a fierce wave of energy that sent rocks flying like rain in all directions. Third brother, the burly man roared angrily, his voice filled with rage. You beast, I'll kill you. Clearly, in the earlier confrontation, someone on their side had suffered a great loss. Han Yang's eyes narrowed. What a great opportunity. His body sprang forward like a drawn bow, and with a push of his feet, he instantly shot over. His hiding spot was no more than 20 yards from the blazing sunflower, and in a blink of an eye, he flipped over to the spot where the blazing sunflower and fire element fruit were growing. Almost simultaneously as he landed, Han Yang used both hands to grab the blazing sunflower and the fire element fruit, pulling hard. The petals along with most of the flower stem and the fiery red fruit were torn off at once. After stuffing them into his clothes, he dashed forward. Damn! Who is that? Boss, someone is taking advantage of us. The black-clad figures clearly hadn't expected an outsider to emerge at this moment, and in their surprise, they pointed at Han Yang's retreating figure, shouting loudly. However, their figures were blocked by the massive iron flame beast, and to pursue him, they would have to go around this giant beast, which was not easily done. An ordinary blazing sunflower could be worth 10,000 gold coins. Wouldn't this 8-leaf flower fetch an astronomical price? What a kid, taking advantage of the chaos. Sixth brother, seventh brother, go retrieve the spirit flower. We can't let him get away. I'll deal with the iron flame beast and come right after. The burly man's cheeks twitched involuntarily, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Daring to steal meat from right under my nose? Roar. On the other side, sensing something was off, the iron flame beast seized the opportunity during their distraction and lunged toward them. The burly man tensed his muscles, raising his knife to block the beast's attack. Bang! A dull sound rang out. He flew into the air like a kite with a broken string, then crashed back to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The other black-clad figures quickly engaged in battle with the iron flame beast, while two of them swiftly broke away from the fight, chasing after Han Yang, who had darted into the woods. Chapter 7. Resisting the cold poison, where did this dog come from? Stop right there. The curses came from behind as Han Yang, moving swiftly, ignored them and continued forward. He had no intention of getting entangled with these black-clad figures. However, at his current cultivation level, still in the body refining stage, how could his speed compare to that of the black-clad men in the bone refining realm? After about a stick of incense time, Han Yang found himself blocked by sixth brother and seventh brother, one in front and one behind. Kid, you can run pretty well, daring to snatch my things? Sixth brother said with a sneer, his flesh quivering. Hand over the items, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Sixth brother, what are you talking about? Just kill him. Seventh brother's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent as he swung his steel knife, striking at Han Yang with a powerful blow. Han Yang's eyes glinted coldly. He stepped back half a step, the knife blade slicing just past his nose. As he retreated, his right hand's fingers curled slightly, like an eagle's claw, suddenly gripping seventh brother's wrist. Then, with a sudden burst of strength from his right leg, he swept his leg horizontally, hitting seventh brother's chest. From the moment the knife fell to Han Yang's counterattack, it took barely a breath of time. Bang! Seventh brother let out a muffled groan, his body involuntarily stumbling backward. Blood spurted from his mouth as his gaze fixed on Han Yang. A mere body refining cultivator actually injured me? Such disgrace. Next to him, sixth brother's expression changed. Years of experience on the edge of danger told him that Han Yang posed a deadly threat. Cloud-piercing knife. Sixth brother shouted angrily, quickly spinning his body. The air around him swirled with the rotating knife edge, slashing horizontally toward Han Yang's chest. Han Yang's toes pressed down, leaping high like an antelope jumping off a cliff, his body flipping over as his left foot aimed downward, kicking at sixth brother's head. Seventh brother, standing to the side, had a cold expression as he twisted the knife handle, sending the blade flying toward Han Yang like a venomous snake. Han Yang's pupils suddenly constricted. Facing one opponent, he might have had the upper hand, but with two working together, it became challenging. He forced himself to turn in the air, dodging sixth brother's sharp blade. But seventh brother's sneak attack still cut a gash on his left arm. Blood quickly seeped through his clothing. Huff! Once he landed and steadied himself, Han Yang's eyelids drooped slightly as he glanced at his wound. He indeed had not fully adapted to this weak body yet. Seventh brother showed no signs of letting up. Swinging the knife handle, the iron chain rattling as it surged toward Han Yang again. Han Yang slowly raised his head, the coldness in his gaze making sixth brother and seventh brother shiver involuntarily. Cloud's seeking hand. Han Yang's eyes flickered as he sidestepped, avoiding the flying knife while extending his left hand forward. A layer of nearly invisible white light covered his fingers, moving swiftly and accurately as it grasped the iron chain. With a flick of his wrist, seventh brother found himself yanked into the air against his will. The cloud-seeking hand was one of Han Yang's ultimate skills from his past life. Its power was extraordinary. When perfected, it could shatter mountains and rivers, control the universe, and pluck the sun and moon from the sky. However, due to his low cultivation level now, he couldn't unleash even a billionth of its former might. Yet, it was clearly enough to deal with a third or fourth level bone refining martial artist. His right hand, as solid as iron, struck seventh brother's throat in the blink of an eye. Crack! His fingers pierced through seventh brother's throat. Blood gushed from seventh brother's mouth, and his eyes locked on Han Yang's face. Unwillingness, shock, fear, and disbelief filled them. Seventh brother. Sixth brother roared in fury, his gaze towards Han Yang filled with hatred. Kid, I will make you die. As his words fell, he lunged toward Han Yang, his knife tip closing in as he exerted force with both hands, aiming directly at Han Yang's throat. Facing the charging figure, a smirk curled at the corner of Han Yang's mouth, and a cold light flashed in his slender eyes. Celestial Gang Fist. He stepped back half a step, his body slightly sinking, and his right fist shot out directly. Crack! Under the horrified gaze of Lao Lu. The steel knife forged from fine iron in his hand actually shattered inch by inch under the punch of a body refinement warrior. At this moment, a strong sense of fear arose in Lao Lu's heart for the first time. What kind of freak is this kid in front of me? Clearly, his cultivation is only at the body refinement stage. How could he be so powerful? He dares to distract himself while fighting me? A cold voice came, and Han Yang's body shot forward like a released arrow, his fist crashing into Lao Lu's left cheek. The latter's head exploded like a watermelon. After spinning twice in air, he fell to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Han Yang lightly clapped his hands, with no trace of compassion in his eyes, and continued heading toward the hiding place of Chun Xiaoqian. About half an hour later, he returned to the ancient camphor tree. Up in the tree, Chun Xiaoqian was still feeling anxious, but upon seeing Han Yang return, her pretty face showed a hint of joy. Brother Yang, you're back? Han Yang jumped onto the tree in a few leaps, smiling and nodding as he took out the blazing sunflower from his arms. This spiritual flower can suppress the cold energy in your body. He tore off the petals and stem leaves of the blazing sunflower and handed them to Chun Xiaoqian. Eat this, and you'll be fine soon. However, Chun Xiaoqian's gaze fell on Han Yang's injured left arm, and she frowned slightly, tearing off a strip from her skirt and gently bandaging Han Yang's wound with concern. Brother Yang, you're hurt. It's just a minor injury, no need to worry. You should eat quickly, Han Yang replied, though he felt warmth in his heart. Didn't he know how long it had been since he felt this way? 100 years? Maybe even 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. After waiting for Chun Xiaoqian to finish bandaging the wound, she took the blazing sunflower and put it in her mouth. The spiritual flower melted upon entering her mouth. The pure medicinal power flowed down her throat and quickly gathered at her dantian. I'm so hot. At this moment, Chun Xiaoqian felt as if a flame was burning inside her, making her body feel extremely hot. Han Yang gently brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. It's okay, it'll be fine soon. Just as his words fell, some ice blue crystals suddenly appeared on Chun Xiaoqian's exposed red skin. Not long after, these crystals gradually turned into ice water and finally evaporated into mist, slowly disappearing. Han Yang saw this scene and finally showed a look of relief on his face. Xiaoqian's life was temporarily saved. Unfortunately, the effect of the blazing sunflower could only be used once. It could only temporarily suppress the cold invasion. It wouldn't be so easy to fully activate Qiao Qian's spiritual body. As for the fire essence fruit, although it was also a fire attribute spiritual medicine, Qiao Qian's current physique couldn't handle it all. The mild-acting blazing sunflower could be directly consumed by ordinary people, but the fire essence fruit was different. Its potency was overwhelming, and ordinary people would definitely not withstand its strong medicinal power. Mild injuries could lead to fainting, while severe cases could result in death. Brother Yang, I feel much better now. It's warm inside me. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Chun Xiao Qian opened her eyes, her beautiful pupils curving into crescent moons, with love shining through without any concealment. Thank you, Yang. Before she could finish, Han Yang suddenly reached out and covered her soft mouth with his palm, because Han Yang sensed that several warriors were approaching this way. Chapter 8. In a panic, damn it, I've been looking for so long without seeing anyone. That little brat Han Yang must have taken that bitch Chun Xiao Qian and run away. A Chun family warrior with a fat head and big ears, sporting a large belly, came over and leaned against the ancient camphor tree. The noise he made caused the whole tree to shake a couple of times. Han Yang steadied Chun Xiao Qian and moved closer to a hidden spot. He wasn't afraid of these two. He just didn't want to attract too much attention. If he caught the notice of other Chun family members, there might be some trouble. Right now, his cultivation was not on the right track, so he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. However, Han Yang didn't notice that due to the impact from the Chun family warrior, the water bag that Chun Xiao Qian had placed aside was slowly sliding down. Let us just hang around here. Once it gets dark, we'll head back. Another short Chun family warrior yawned and said, bang! Just as he sat down, the water bag unfortunately fell and hit him on the head. What the hell? The short warrior Chun Wen cursed as he looked up, only to be stunned upon seeing Han Yang and Chun Xiao Qian hiding in the tree. Han Yang's expression darkened, and he quickly leaped down from the tree, simultaneously punching at Chun Wen's head. The latter reacted quickly, rolling to the side, letting Han Yang's punch land on the ground. Boom! The powerful force caused a small dent in the ground. The nearby fat Chun Wu's eyes widened, and as he glanced up, he saw Chun Xiao Qian, who was pale up in the tree. When hold this kid down, I'll go catch that little girl. Chun Wu licked his lips, his eyes shining with greed. Chun Wen leaped up from the side, brushing off the dust on his body, and sneered, I didn't expect we'd actually run into such a good thing. Han Yang, you've already been heavily injured by the elder. Why don't you just surrender? A cold light flashed in Han Yang's eyes as he turned and swept toward the Chun Wu, who was preparing to climb the tree. The powerful force made the latter's expression change slightly, and he quickly crossed his arms in front of him, trying to block the fierce kick. Bang! Chun Wu felt as if he had been hit by a flying steel plate, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps. The pain in his arms felt like they were on fire. What's going on? His expression darkened. He was a bone refinement warrior. Although he was only at the first level, he was definitely an elite of the Chun family. How could he be pushed back by a body refinement brat? Moreover, wasn't he heavily injured by the second elder? Something was off. Seeing Chun Wu being pushed back, Chun Wen squinted his eyes, stomped his right foot on the ground, drew the long sword on his back, and thrust it straight at Chun Wu's back. A flash of sword light was just a few feet away from Han Yang in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Chun Xiao Qian's pretty face turned pale. Brother Yang, be careful behind you. Han Yang had already sensed the chilling aura approaching. He lunged forward, dodging Chun Wen's sneak attack, then stretched his right hand forward. Cloud-searching hand. Crack! Under the incredulous gazes of Chun Wen and Chun Wu, the long sword inexplicably fell into Han Yang's hand and then broke into 2 pieces. Han Yang seized the opportunity, his fingers clawing backward toward Chun Wen's crown. Watch out! Chun Wu, with his fat body, rolled over and kicked Chun Wen, who was still in shock, away. Han Yang raised an eyebrow. Looks like you two do have some coordination. Clumsily getting up from the ground, Chun Wen glared with resentment. Kid, don't be too happy too soon. Today, you want to escape even if you sprout wings. As he spoke, he shot a signal arrow from his hand, soaring into the sky. Han Yang had no time to stop it. The sound of the arrow cut through the air sharply and exploded high up, forming a large character chin. Chun Wu's facial flesh trembled as he sneered. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Just surrender obediently. If you give up resisting now, you can spare yourself some pain. Han Yang's eyes sharpened. He didn't waste words. Clenching his right fist, he gathered all his strength into one point and suddenly lunged at Chen Wu. Want to delay time? Your little tricks are truly childish. Chen Wen and Chen Wu exchanged quick glances. For them, Chun Xiaoqian the tree posed no threat. They just needed to entangle Han Yang. Huh! Unified fist. Both shouted in unison, unleashing the Chun family's martial arts. Heavenly Gang fist. Han Yang moved at lightning speed, landing a straightforward punch on the fists of Chen Wen and Chen Wu. Bang! The dull sound exploded, and Chen Wen and Chen Wu both screamed as they flew backward, the heart-wrenching pain in their arms nearly causing them to faint. Han Yang's expression was indifferent as a surge of energy shattered the two broken swords on the ground. Swish! Swish! The sharp sword edges accurately struck the throats of the two men. Blood splattered, directly taking their lives. If these two had chosen to avoid fighting, Han Yang, carrying Chun Xiaoqian, might not have easily escaped from them. However, they chose to confront him head-on, then he couldn't be blamed. Chun Xiaoqian, who was up in a tree, also looked surprised. This was not a place to linger. Before Chun Xiaoqian could react, Han Yang directly picked her up. Just then, about 20 to 30 feet away on their left, three ragged, blood-stained men in black were quickly running towards them. The cloud-piercing arrow shot by Chun Wen had not yet summoned the Chun family's warriors, but had attracted those men in black who were not far away. Go! Han Yang frowned and leaped towards another large tree, heading straight into the depths of the mountain range. Big brother, it's that kid, one of the black-clad men shouted, pointing at Han Yang's back. The burly leader, Zhang Taixian, had a grim expression as he coldly said, "Chase him. Even if it leads us to the deepest part of the beast forest, I will break this kid's bones." Wow. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother, if that kid runs inside, it's definitely a dead end. We brothers are either wounded or dead now. Why not let him go for the time being? Another man in black beside him said hesitantly. All of them were injured, especially Zhang Taixian, who had a 5-foot-long wound across his chest. The bandage was already soaked with blood, flesh and blood mingled, and one could vaguely see the white bones. This is left by the iron flame beast. We live on the edge of a knife. A mere small injury is nothing. Zhang Taixian glared at the man who spoke and shouted, "Chase him." With his cultivation at the 4th level of bone forging, even if injured, it wasn't too difficult to catch up with Han Yang, who was carrying Chun Xiaoqian. Panicking and not knowing which way to go, Han Yang flew along the ridge. And at the end of the woods ahead, there was unexpectedly a huge, dark cave. He couldn't help but groan. The pursuers were close behind, and at this point, it was obviously too late to change direction. He could only grit his teeth and dive into the cave with Chun Xiaoqian. He hoped that there wouldn't be any overly powerful beasts. As soon as they entered the cave, a foul, damp smell rushed towards them. The ground was littered with piles of white bones and rotten flesh, and there were even quite a few green-headed flies buzzing around. This was undoubtedly the lair of a beast. Chapter 9. Blood Battle in the Beast Cave Yangge. Did we run to the wrong place? Chun Xiaoqian's heart felt uneasy upon seeing the scene before her. Han Yang squeezed her slightly cold hand and reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." She nodded obediently, feeling more at ease in her heart. Indeed, even if they couldn't survive, being able to die with the person she liked was still a blessing. So what was there to panic about? The two of them continued to walk deeper into the cave, one in front and the other behind. The cave seemed bottomless. They walked for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and still hadn't reached the end. Moreover, apart from the corpses, they had not seen any sign of beasts. This made Han Yang feel a bit more at ease, and he took the opportunity to examine his surroundings in the faint light emitted by the fire stick in his hand. Is that a 3-eyed spirit flower? His nostrils twitched, catching a whiff of a peculiar scent. Han Yang looked to the left in surprise. 3 to 4 feet away on the damp rock wall, there was a small blue flower. If it weren't for his cultivation of the 9-turn star technique, which enhanced his senses, he would have never noticed it. Is it very precious? Chun Xiaoqian asked curiously. It's not particularly valuable, but it has significant effect for me right now. Han Yang gently leaped and picked the blue flower. This item could allow him to open meridians when he entered the bone forging realm. Chun Xiao Qian nodded, seeming to understand, and was about to ask more when suddenly a cold laugh rang out behind Han Yang and her. Kid, you really can run. Zhang Taixian, who was staggering on his feet and holding a steel knife upside down, sneered at Han Yang and Chun Xiaoqian. Behind him, two other black-clad men separated to the left and right, completely blocking the cave entrance. Yang Ge, hide behind me. Chun Xiaoqian's face turned pale, instinctively retreating behind Han Yang. Han Yang's expression turned slightly cold as he clenched his fists, the bones creaking under the pressure. One at the 4th level of bone forging and 2 at the 3rd level. Although the 3 before him had all been severely injured by the Iron Flame Beast, the difference in cultivation was still too great, and Han Yang did not dare to be careless. Second brother, 4th brother, go. Zhang Taixian waved his left hand, and the two black-clad men charged at Han Yang with their knives raised. Han Yang sidestepped between the two, his eyes flashing with cold light as both hands suddenly reached out, grabbing the second brother's wrist. With a pull, he stepped forward, using their own momentum to throw the second brother out. However, the other party stepped on the cave wall, performed a backflip, and although his steps were a bit unsteady, he managed to land back on the ground. Zhang Taixian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the 6th and 7th were killed by you at such a young age. You actually possessed decent combat skills. But just as he was speaking, a trace of crimson appeared in his pupils. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball. The sharp blade aimed at Han Yang. You will definitely die today. A hint of red flashed across Han Yang's face. In the next moment, his hands moved like lightning, quickly striking out. It was still the cloud-grasping technique. How dare you take my boss's knife? You're simply asking for death. Seeing this, the 4th brother beside Zhang Taixian stepped back, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They seemed to already envision Han Yang being sliced in half by a single blow, blood spraying everywhere. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the two men instantly stiffened. Clang, clang. 2 crisp sounds rang out as Han Yang's left and right hand struck the blade continuously, actually forcing the long knife off course, causing the strike to miss entirely. How is that possible? Zhang Taixian's pupils contracted, his voice filled with intense shock. A body-tempering warrior actually blocked a strike? He was a 4th-level bone forging cultivator. Han Yang's body trembled uncontrollably, but he raised his head, a cold and proud smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you force me to expend my blood essence, you all can die. He could have dodged this swift strike, but he could not retreat. If he did, Chun Xiaoqian behind him would fall within the range of their attack. And by then, it would be too late to regret. Listening to his words, Zhang Taixian's anger boiled, veins bulging on his forehead. You don't know how to live or die. Once I kill you, I'll enjoy your little girl behind you and sell her to pay off debts. The steel knife in his hand emitted a bluish aura, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind as he slashed down towards Han Yang. The blade came closer and closer. A fierce glint flashed in Han Yang's eyes. Taking a step to the left, he actually chose to meet the opponent's blade with his left arm. Swish! The steel knife mercilessly struck Han Yang's arm. However, what shocked Zhang Taixian was that this strike, which could cut through a mountain rock, actually slid off upon contact with Han Yang's arm, losing most of its momentum. Even so, the blade still cut into the flesh, bright red blood soaking Han Yang's clothes at a visible speed. But Han Yang seemed to have anticipated this result. He didn't even furrow his brow. Seizing the moment of the opponent's hesitation, he rushed forward and delivered a heavy punch. Sky Gang explosion. His right fist struck Zhang Taixian's chest like thunder. Zhang Taixian released the knife handle, blasted back by the immense force, and a large amount of blood seeped from his chest wound. The last desperate strike from the Iron Flame Beast nearly ripped out his internal organs. Now, after suffering another heavy blow, aside from the wound, blood gushed from all 7 orifices of Zhang Taixian's face, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Boss, are you okay? The 2nd and 4th brothers were startled, completely unaware of what had happened. In the underworld, let us go together. Heaven's ruined blade. With a sorrowful expression, Han Yang drew the steel knife, still hanging from his left arm, and, like lightning, slashed at the two. A streak of crimson bloodlight mixed with the blade made this strike as powerful as thunder, capable of slaying thousands. The two instinctively raised their swords to defend. However, despite being merely a body-refining realm warrior, the might of this strike was like a mountain pressing down on them. Clang, clang. The steel knife broke first, and then, as the blade light flashed, the two were cut into 4 pieces, utterly unstoppable. Even in death, they couldn't comprehend why this kid suddenly erupted with such power in a single strike. Thud! The blood color on Han Yang's body vanished in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. That last punch and knife strike had completely drained the power gained from burning his essence blood. Yangge, Chun Xiaoqian, unable to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, ran to Han Yang's side and gently wiped the blood from his body. I'm fine. Han Yang forced a smile, about to comfort her with a few words. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly turned grim as he struggled to raise his head, looking towards the cave entrance with an expression of utmost seriousness. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from the cave entrance. Who is it? A demon beast? Or a warrior hunting me down? Chapter 10. Opening the pulse points. Yangge. Why has it suddenly turned cold? Chun Xiaoqian's lips trembled, her body shivering, her face pale. Haha, I didn't expect that in my lifetime I could actually find the legendary Xianbing spirit body. An old voice echoed in Han Yang's and Chun Xiaoqian's ears. Almost simultaneously, they saw an old woman in gray linen clothes, holding a cane, slowly walking out. The old woman had silver hair, a face full of wrinkles, and in her hand, she held a bloody demon beast head, appearing sinister and eerie. She completely ignored the collapsed Han Yang and suddenly appeared in front of Chun Xiaoqian, saying firmly, "Little girl, you will come with me." Chun Xiaoqian was so frightened that her face turned even paler. She instinctively shook her head and tightly held on a Han Yang. But Han Yang's pupils contracted. Spatial movement? Does this strange old woman possess strength above the martial emperor realm? Warriors undergo body refining, bone tempering, spirit gathering, and essence core formation, and then need to condense the 3 souls and comprehend life and death. The 3 souls are kings, and life and death become emperors. The martial emperor, while still insignificant to Han Yang, the number 1 battle god of the divine realm, belonged to a top-tier existence in the Tianwu continent. How could such a person appear in this remote demon beast forest? The old woman followed Chun Xiaoqian's gaze and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile, saying, "Are you reluctant to part with this body-refining realm waste? That's easy. I'll kill him with 1 palm and let you give up that thought." What? Chun Xiaoqian raised her head in disbelief and saw the old woman raise her palm, immediately leaping onto Han Yang's back. "Who are you? Why do you want to take me away? To take you away is your fortune. As for who I am, I don't mind telling you. I am one of the 3 supreme elders of Xian Dao Palace, Ji Fei Hua." She looked at Chun Xiaoqian, her gaze filled with coldness. "If it weren't for the rarity of the Xianbing spirit body, just based on your defiance against me, I could kill you even if you had 10 lives. Chun Xiaoqian bit her red lips, her delicate body trembling. Are you going or not? Crack, crack, crack. Ji Fei Hua lightly pointed downwards, and a strong frost energy exploded, instantly covering the ground around them with a layer of frost. Not going? Then he can die. As her voice fell, the white frost spread towards Han Yang like a cold dragon. I'll go with you." Chun Xiaoqian panicked and cried out loudly. Ji Fei Hua let out a strange laugh and withdrew her power. Han Yang looked down, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Right now, his strength was still too low. He forced himself to turn his head and said to Chun Xiaoqian, "Xiaoqian, go with her. Cultivate in peace. Within 3 years, I will definitely come find you." Nonsense. Ji Fei Hua looked at him with disdain. "Kid, I advise you to give up on this thought. You are nothing but an ant on the ground, while she will be a phoenix soaring in the skies. Little girl, joining my Dao Palace means you will belong to 2 different worlds." Han Yang shook his head, his eyes filled with an indescribable determination. He sneered. The Xian Dao Palace may indeed rank among the top 10 sacred places in the Tianwu continent, but in my eyes, it is just a trivial matter. Right now, my strength is too low to activate Xiao Qian's spirit body, so I will temporarily leave her to you. But remember, if she loses even a single hair, Han Yang, will annihilate your entire sect. Han Yang's gaze fixed on Ji Fei Hua, unafraid to stare at her. Presumptuous. A glint of menace flashed in Ji Fei Hua's eyes, a body-refining realm waste like you. If I were to personally destroy you, it would actually be a privilege for you. If you have the guts to come to the Dao Palace, I will make sure my underlings chop off your hands and feet and feed you to the dogs. She impatiently grabbed Chun Xiao Qian and shouted, "Don't overestimate my patience. If you don't leave now, I will crush your little lover into powder with a single finger." Chun Xiao Qian worried that the old woman was indeed ruthless and did not struggle, looking at Han Yang with tears in her eyes. "Yang, I'm going. Take care of yourself. My father is still alive. It must be that the Grand Elder has done something." A year ago, the Grand Elder started to associate closely with the Leaf family, and that's when my father disappeared. Chit-chat. Is there an end? Before Chun Xiao Qian could finish her words, Ji Fei Hua had already swept her away towards the cave exit, not giving her a chance to speak. A piercing voice echoed in the cave, lingering endlessly. Though Han Yang was reluctant, he had no choice. Ji Fei Hua, just wait. At most in 3 years, I will definitely come to the Xian Yi Dao Palace. If Xiao Qian is unharmed, then it's fine. But if she suffers any bullying in the sect, don't blame me for being ruthless. After recovering for a while, Han Yang finally regained some essence power and sat cross-legged. His gaze fell on the spot where the old woman had stood earlier. There lay a bloody demon beast head, the head of a third-tier demon beast, the fierce king lion. This beast might have been the original owner of this cave. It must have returned from hunting and unfortunately ran into the old woman Ji Fei Hua. Despite its third-tier strength, it was utterly no match for Ji Fei Hua, the life and death martial emperor realm, and was easily slain by her. Han Yang knew that the inner core of the fierce king lion was inside its head. A mere third-tier demon beast inner core was nothing to Ji Fei Hua. But to Han Yang at this moment, it was a rare good thing. The 9-turn starry arts could devour all essence power and demon power for his own use. If he had a third-tier demon beast essence core to assist him, stepping into the bone-tempering realm would be effortless. Picking up the steel knife left by the black-clothed man, he extracted the demon beast essence core and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Operating his technique, in an instant, a pure demon power transformed into a mysterious energy, continuously surging through his entire body. Han Yang knew that this energy was the star power evolved from the 9-turn starry arts. As the star power began to take effect, the injury on his left arm surprisingly started to heal at a visibly rapid speed. It's time. With one vigorous effort, Han Yang swallowed both the Xianhan Pearl and the fire element fruit, took a deep breath, and once again activated the 9-turn starry arts. Buzz! The Xianhan Pearl and fire element fruit transformed into 2 opposing energies of ice and fire, beginning to impact every inch of his body. The 9 transformations of the Starry Heaven technique allows one to open the 9 meridians to attain the Tao and ascend to godhood. Above each meridian, there are 9 acupoints, and each time one opens an acupoint, their realm can be elevated by 1 level. Although opening the acupoints is difficult, how could it possibly stop me? Han Yang took out the 3-eyed spirit flower he had obtained earlier and stuffed it back into his mouth. The pure medicinal power flowed smoothly, absorbing the energy from the Xianhan Pearl and the fire element fruit. In the end, he condensed a more substantial strand of starlight power than before and directed it toward the first acupoint of the Ren Meridian, the Huyin acupoint located in the lower abdomen. Bang bang! Truly deserving of being an ancient supreme divine technique. With the assistance of numerous spiritual herbs, Han Yang surprisingly attempted it twice in succession, both ending in failure. The intense pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. However, Han Yang did not give up. Instead, he focused his energy in his dantian, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Open for me." A light cracking sound echoed within him. The blood vessels connected, and the energy flowed. Finally, during the 3rd attempt, he completely broke through the solidly sealed acupoint. The bone forging realm had been achieved. Han Yang opened his eyes, a hint of joy appearing in his pupils. After carefully sensing the abundant power within his body, he nodded in satisfaction. He stood up, gathering his strength, and threw a punch. The stone wall ahead shattered, leaving a clear fist imprint about an inch deep. Impressive. Is this the power of the starlight? A glimmer flashed in Han Yang's eyes. With this punch, the power was solid and undispersed. Even a martial artist at the 5th level of bone forging would find it hard to resist. It seems there's no need to resort to the blood-burning secret technique that damages the foundation. I can return to the Chun family and settle old scores with the elders. Chapter 11. If I kill, no one can save you a day later, in Luocheng at the Yankai Tower. Have you found out? That girl Qin Xiaoqian has really gone missing? A young man with a feather fan and a refined demeanor squinted at the kneeling guard reporting to him. This man was handsome, with bright eyes and an extremely charming appearance, but the lewd gaze in his eyes completely ruined his gentlemanly aura. The guard did not dare to look up and hurriedly replied, "The Chun family has sealed off the news, and the specific situation cannot be known. However, it is true that the eldest elder, Chun Chi's son, Chun He, was killed. This cannot be faked. It should be that Chun Xiaoqian used her father's trump card to kill and then escape. Is that so? What a pity," sighed Lin Yuheng, the young master of the Lin family in Luocheng, snapping his fan with a regretful expression. "Chun Xiaoqian is the most beautiful woman in Luocheng. I was still hoping to be the hero to save her from suffering and then enjoy her beauty, but unexpectedly, she managed to escape. What a shame, what a shame." The guard's mouth twitched, but did not dare to say another word. Offending a woman like Chun Xiaoqian, who had angered the Li family in Taichung, was indeed unwise. Chun Xiaoqian's escape was, in fact, a good thing. "Young master." At that moment, a young servant dressed as a lackey came over with a smirk, pointing out the window and saying, "Look, isn't that the waste Han Yang?" Lin Yuheng was taken aback at first, then suddenly stood up, snapping his fan shut and looking out the window. "Oh, it really is Han Yang. The Chun family is looking for him, and he still dares to show up? He truly does not know how to die." Lin Yuheng's eyes turned, and with a group of sycophants and guards, he hurried downstairs to intercept Han Yang. On the street in front of the Yankai Tower, Han Yang was clad in white. After finishing his training in the monster beast forest, the first thing he wanted to do was return to Luocheng and settle scores with the Chun family. If it weren't for those shameless elders forcing Xiaoqian to remarry, the two Wen Ti have had to flee, and Xiaoqian would not have been taken away by Ji Feihua from the Xianidao Palace. This grudge must be avenged. Stop. Han Yang, you dared to abduct the young lady of the Chun family and still return to Luocheng? Where is Chun Xiaoqian? A figure blocked Han Yang's path. Han Yang recognized this person as Lin Yuheng, the legitimate young master of the Lin family. In terms of strength, the Lin family was above the Chun family. If it weren't for Chun Xiaoqian's father, the head of the Chun family, being powerful and intimidating, the Chun family might have already been swallowed by the Lin family. Get out of the way. At this moment, Han Yang's killing intent boiled, disdainful of entangling with a wastrel like Lin Yuheng. But as he tried to leave, Lin Yuheng refused to let him go. "Kid, if it weren't for Chun Xiaoqian protecting you, do you think this waste could have lived until today? Now you both have become like stray dogs. And I wonder who can protect you." Lin Yuheng pointed his chin at Han Yang, his eyes filled with malice. Such a useless person had taken the most beautiful flower of Luocheng. He had long been displeased with Han Yang. "Go, break his hands and feet. After we interrogate him for Chun Xiaoqian's whereabouts, send him to the Chun family." Lin Yuheng waved his hand, and immediately 4 lackeys resembling sycophants surrounded him, cracking their knuckles in anticipation. "You, Han, have offended our young master. Consider yourself unfortunate. If you obediently crawl over, perhaps our young master will spare you." "Ha ha." The lackeys laughed recklessly. With the head of the Chun family missing, the Chun family status in Luocheng had plummeted, let alone Han Yang, an unwelcome son-in-law. They did not regard him at all. Boom! Just then, they suddenly heard a loud thunder. In the next moment, a lightning-fast figure flashed past them. "You, Lin Yuheng," who was watching the lackeys deal with Han Yang with great satisfaction, found Han Yang charging toward him and couldn't help but frown. "Kid, are you seeking death? I will personally send you on your way." Filled with malice, Lin Yuheng slammed his feather fan forward, his face twisted with rage. With the second level of bone forging, it won't take a single move to kill a waste. Lin Yuheng hadn't even planned to deal with Han Yang personally. But then, crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The iron-winged eagle feather fan in Lin Yuheng's hand, along with his fist and upper arm, were all shattered by Han Yang's powerful punch. The events unfolded too quickly. At this moment, the foreguard beside Lin Yuheng still hadn't reacted. Lin Yuheng's eyes bulged with rage, his face contorted in pain, nearly suffocating. Young master. Protect the young master. The four guards, hearing Lin Yuheng's cries of agony, finally snapped back to their senses, drawing their weapons to attack Han Yang. A bunch of useless chickens and dogs. Han Yang's gaze was cold, and his figure moved like a ghost, swiftly weaving through the group of opponents. Crack! Buffed! Clang! In an instant, the four second-level bone forging guards had their necks snapped by Han Yang, their weapons clattering to the ground. A deathly silence. The lackeys around Lin Yuheng were so terrified they trembled, their faces pale. They had thought Han Yang was a waste with a ruined Dantian. They never expected that Han Yang, now, had become so powerful. One move, incapacitated two. Two moves, killed four. The Lin family's bone-forging warriors seemed like mere chickens and dogs in Han Yang's hands. Han Yang, you dare to break my hand. You're dead. My Lin family will never let you go. Lin Yuheng covered his broken arm, threatening with venomous resentment. Oh! Han Yang's figure flashed. No one saw his movement. He was already in front of Lin Yuheng. What do you want to do? Lin Yuheng staggered back, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't believe that Han Yang, this waste, dared to act against him, the legitimate young master of the Lin family, after breaking his hand. Did Han Yang not fear being hunted down by the Lin family? Since the Lin family will definitely not let me go, why should I be polite? If I don't cripple you, how can I vent my anger? In the cycle of 9 lives, a mere bone-forging realm is nothing but an ant in my eyes. Easily crushed. To his surprise, he could see such excitement so early in the morning. Hangul, you have become much stronger now. At that moment, a woman whose voice could make any man sway appeared not far away. Dressed in a captivating red gown, she looked like a blooming rose, alluring and enchanting. Thin red lips, like flames, make men yearn. Nanling Xue, hurry and save me. This waste has gone mad. He wants to kill me. Quickly let your guards kill him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yuheng felt as if he had found a backbone and began to scream heart-wrenchingly. Nanling Xue is the daughter of the city lord of Luocheng. Nan Jun and the 2 guards beside her are both at the 4th level of bone forging. Nanling Xue disdainfully glanced at Lin Yuheng and smiled at Han Yang, saying, Brother Han, although I find this guy very annoying too, he is after all the legitimate son of the Lin family. So, can you let him go for my sake? Nanling Xue and Chun Xiaoqian are close friends who have met a few times, and their relationship is fairly good. However, Han Yang is no longer the useless Han Yang of the past. The might of the war god cannot be offended, especially since this guy is involved with Chun Xiaoqian in an unclean manner. Han Yang's voice was cold, and his gaze was sharp as a knife. Whoever I want to kill, no one can save. Chapter 12. Attacking the Chun family. Nanling Xue's charming face was filled with surprise. She never expected Han Yang would say such domineering words. Han Yang, the son-in-law of the Chun family and husband of Chun Xiaoqian, was someone she thought she knew well. He treated Chun Xiaoqian very well, making her completely devoted to him. And even Nanling Xue had some envy and jealousy, teasingly calling Han Yang Brother Han. But Han Yang's temperament was calm and indifferent, unaffected by external matters. When did he become so domineering? Brother Han, the Lin family, bang. Before Nanling Xue could finish persuading him, she heard a muffled sound, and Lin Yuheng, who was being held by Han Yang, was directly sent flying. He wasn't dead, but his entire aura had been completely shattered. The legitimate son of the Lin family, Lin Yuheng, was ruined. Lin Yuheng's face twisted as he curled up and rolled on the ground a couple of times before fainting. The sycophantic lackeys around him all gaped in shock, their eyes filled with horror. This waste actually ruined their young master. I'll give you face and not kill him, Han Yang said flatly as he slowly walked forward. Nanling Xue's red lips parted, and then she stomped her delicate foot angrily. Han Yang, Stop right there. This is called saving face. Ruining him is not as good as killing him. Isn't this just waiting for the Lin family to retaliate? Han Yang stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked expressionlessly at Nan Lingxue. She had a lot to say, but that gaze made her swallow all her words back. Her ample chest heaved a few times before she said irritably, Xiao Qin has already run away. What are you coming back for? The Qin family won't let you go. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The Qin family forced Xiao Qin to leave. It's time to settle the debt. After saying that, Han Yang ignored Nan Lingxue and stepped towards the Qin family. Han Yang, are you crazy? You dare to go to the Qin family? Nan Lingxue was nearly driven to madness by this blockhead. The second elder and the third elder of the Qin family are both at the 4th level of bone forging. And the elder Qin Shi is even a powerful figure at the 5th level of bone forging. Not to mention Han Yang. Even the 2 guards she had with her wouldn't fare well. Unfortunately, she couldn't stop Han Yang at all. With his greatly improved power, Han Yang walked as if stepping on clouds. His movements seemed slow, yet he advanced step by step. In just a few leaps, he disappeared from Nan Lingxue's sight. What are you two still standing there for? Hurry and stop him. Nan Lingxue anxiously shouted at the 2 guards beside her. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them leaped away swiftly. At the main entrance of the Chan family, 2 Chan family warriors stood guard, their expressions serious, not allowing anyone to approach. The fact that the waste Han Yang had attacked the Chun family and taken away Chun Xiaoqian was a great humiliation for the entire Qin family. In the past 7 days, the Chun family had been on high alert, mobilizing all their connections to search for the 2, even replacing the guards with the family's elite. But Han Yang and Chun Xiaoqian seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving the atmosphere in the Qin family extremely tense. Elder Qin Shi was so furious that he had executed several guards for their mistakes. Such a heavy atmosphere made the entire Chun family harbor deep resentment towards Han Yang. The ungrateful waste son-in-law. Is that person Han Yang? One of the direct descendants of the Chun family looked at the figure in white walking from the alley, rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Chen Hui followed Chen Yuan's pointing direction and suddenly widened his eyes. It really is Han Yang. How daring. He actually dares to come back. He didn't expect Han Yang to be so reckless. And a surge of killing intent boiled up in his heart as he rushed out in a few steps, clawing at Han Yang's neck. Chen Yuan also angrily scolded. The sick tiger, young Master Li Ying, has set his sights on your wife. That's your fortune, yet you don't know what's good for you. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Han Yang casually stepping forward, his left hand flicking forward. Bang! Chen Hui, at the 3rd level of bone forging, was sent flying as if he were a puppet, and Han Yang had already taken a step towards the entrance of the Qin family. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's face turned livid, and he gripped the hilt of his knife, preparing to draw his long knife from his waist. Han Yang did not stop. With a flick of his right index finger, he sent the long knife that had been drawn 3 inches back. At the same time, he slammed his shoulder hard into Chen Yuan's chest. Boom! Chen Yuan crashed into the red-painted door behind him, causing the thick door to splinter. Only when he fell on his back, staring at the sky, did disbelief appear in Chen Yuan's eyes. How could Han Yang, who had already been severely injured by the second elder, still be so strong? At this moment, Han Yang had stepped into the Qin family, defeating Shen Yui, killing Chen Yuan. In just 4 steps, Han Yang did not stop at all. 2 mere 3rd-level bone forging warriors could not block his path. Chun Qi, come out and die. Han Yang's clear voice echoed in the front yard of the Chun family mansion. The dead silence of the Chun family yard seemed to shake. In the next moment, the sound of rushing footsteps and clashing weapons erupted as more than a dozen Chun family warriors surged out, surrounding Han Yang. Han Yang, you actually dare to come back. Where is that lowly maid, Chun Xiaoqian? Kneel down, bow your head, and apologize to the elder. Blades and spears pointed directly at Han Yang. Han Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the main hall. In his eyes, there was only the elder of the Chun family, Chun Qi. This man was the culprit who had married a woman with a husband, indirectly causing Chun Xiaoqian to be taken away by Ji Feihua. Han Yang, who gave you the courage? The main hall door swung open. Elder Chun Qi, with an imposing demeanor, stepped forward, his gaze towards Han Yang filled with hatred. Han Yang took away Chun Xiaoqian, disrupted the marriage between the Chun and Li families, and even killed his own son. He was simply unforgivable. Chun Qi, today is your day to die. Han Yang's eyes burned with killing intent, a surging momentum rising like an angry dragon. Oh, Elder Chun Qi glanced at Han Yang with a sneer. So you've broken through to the bone-forging realm. I was wondering how you dare to come back. But ultimately, a waste is still a waste. Do you really think that reaching the bone-forging realm will allow you to act recklessly in the Qin family? Second, third, with Elder Chun Qi's words, two figures entered through the Chun family's main door behind Han Yang. It turned out that these two were there to block Han Yang in case he tried to escape. Seeing this scene, Han Yang smiled disdainfully. The Chun family really underestimated him. Han Yang, the war god of the divine realm, reincarnated for the 9th time. Had he ever retreated? Take him down. The elder's face darkened as he waved his hand, with Han Yang so boldly attacking the Chun family. The news of Chun Xiaoqian's disappearance could no longer be hidden. Not only was the Chun family embarrassed, but they also had no explanation for the Li family. The only way to resolve the crisis was to capture Han Yang and find Chun Xiaoqian. The second elder, dressed in a flowing green robe, rose up, the air around him cracking with explosive sounds. On that day, he had been pushed back twice by Han Yang. Today, he would avenge his humiliation. The third elder did not let the second elder fight alone. With a single step, he crushed the blue bricks beneath his feet and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. His fist was like a dragon, heading straight for Han Yang's face. Just a junior in bone forging, one punch would take him out. Han Yang suddenly jolted backward, his fists roaring out like the blazing sun. The name of the punch was Heavenly Gang. It was fierce and unparalleled. With his punch, he would surely kill. The anger from Chun Xiaoqian being taken away was vented through these two punches. Chapter 13. Those who insult my wife shall die, the Heavenly Gang fist. Powered by the strength of the stars, was violent and powerful, arriving before the third elder could react. The third elder's stance was violently broken, and he did not know how many ribs were shattered. One move, and he was defeated. The second elder's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly retreated. But Han Yang's footing was as light as stepping on a rainbow, effortlessly closing the distance in an instant. One force breaks all methods. No matter how many techniques the second elder used to dodge or counterattack, Han Yang only used the Heavenly Gang fist. Big brother, save me. The second elder soon let out a desperate scream as all fighting spirit vanished from his heart. Boom! When a master engages in battle, to be so distracted means he would meet Han Yang's crushing fist. Hand broken, bones fractured, heart shattered. The second elder remained frozen in a punching posture, rigid in place. 7 days ago, he had repelled Han Yang twice and had even defeated him. Now, 7 days later, he was killed by Han Yang with a single move. What on earth happened to Han Yang in those 7 days? With endless confusion, the second elder perished. The 9-turn star technique truly lived up to its name. Han Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. The mundane martial skill of the Heavenly Gang fist, under the activation of the star power from the 9-turn star technique, allowed him to kill a 4th-layer master of bone forging despite only being at the 1st layer. This was still with only the 1st meridian and 1 acupoint opened. In his past life, perhaps everyone, including himself, had underestimated the power of this divine martial art. Silence reigned. The large Chun family courtyard was in a state of dead silence. The dozens of Chun family warriors around felt as if death itself had gripped their throats, unable to make a sound. Han Yang, how dare you kill an elder in my Chun family? The first elder, Chun Qi, finally reacted, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes filled with boiling, killing intent. 7 days. Just 7 days. This waste of a son-in-law actually managed to counterattack a 4th-layer bone forging master with just the 1st layer. If this waste were given more time to grow, what would happen? He was beginning to understand why the family head insisted on making Han Yang his son-in-law against everyone's objections. The other party was clearly not a waste, but a potential dragon ready to soar into the sky. If he had known this earlier, he would have killed Han Yang himself long ago, never allowing him to grow to this point. With the family head missing, if he wanted to control the Chun family, this child must die. Those who insult my wife can all be killed. After consecutively killing 2 people, the anger in Han Yang's chest continued to burn fiercely. Not enough. Far from enough. Only by killing the instigator, Chen Qi, could the fire in his heart be extinguished. Huh. How bold of you to think you can kill those 2 wastes and act without restraint. Today, I will let you know what the 5th layer is. The first elder, Chen Qi, felt his bones crack and grow, his height increasing by half a foot. A frail, white-haired old man instantly transformed into a robust giant. After his body surged, the first elder reached out with his large hand, like a giant spirit, and grabbed toward Han Yang. At that moment, Han Yang threw a punch. Above the Chun family courtyard, it was as if a great sun suddenly rose. The intent of the heavenly gang fist. The surrounding Chun family warriors froze. The punch intent was something that could only be possessed when the fist technique reached its peak. How could Han Yang, at such a young age, possess fist intent? What a terrifying talent. Almost all Chun family warriors felt a surge of regret. If they had known Han Yang had such talent, why bother with a marriage alliance with the Li family? If they simply cultivated Han Yang, the Chun family would soar to new heights. Unfortunately, it was too late now. The hatred of seizing a wife is irreconcilable, and the enmity of humiliation is hard to repay for generations. A heavenly prodigy had been forced into becoming their enemy. For the first time, the Chun family warriors felt that the decisions of the elders were wrong. Compared to everyone else, the first elder Chen Qi was equally horrified. As a 5th layer bone forging master, even without comprehending fist intent, he understood its terror. The more terrifying it was, the more Han Yang must die. This child could not live, or he would never find peace. The surging power of the 5th layer of bone forging burst forth like a great river, overwhelming and crashing down toward Han Yang. One hand was going to smash Han Yang to death. Han Yang did not dodge or evade. Carrying the humiliation of losing his wife and the hatred of his life, he threw out a punch. Boom! The terrifying force created a massive shockwave in the courtyard. All the Chun family warriors instinctively closed their eyes. The first elder's shrill scream, however, drowned out the sound of the explosion reaching their ears. 2 Chun family warriors felt a gust of wind rush past them, followed by a loud crashing sound from the stone mountain behind them. When they opened their eyes again, their own first elder, a strong 5th layer bone forging master, was already pasted against the stone mountain like a puddle of mud. Han Yang, you. The Chun family warriors were dumbfounded, unable to fathom how their once invincible first elder could be defeated so miserably. Slap! Han Yang stepped forward, moving toward the first elder, who was struggling to rise from the rockery. As expected of a 5th layer bone forging master, your bones are half broken, yet you aren't dead. We're all family. Han Yang, let us spare each other. A warrior claimed to have spoken with Han Yang twice before, wanting to step forward to persuade him. He believed that if Han Yang could return to the Chun family, the family would surely soar. Family? Han Yang looked coldly at that person, saying, when you forced my fiancée, Yi Qiao, Qian to marry someone else, did anyone remember we were family? The surrounding warriors lowered their heads. At that time, everyone thought marrying Chun Xiao, Qian to the Li family, was the best for the Qin family. When your lackeys injured me and nearly killed me, did anyone remember we were family? When you sent warriors to chase me and Xiao Qian, forcing us into the beast forest, did anyone remember we were family? Han Yang's questions pierced through the hearts of all the Chun family warriors like sharp blades. Yes, at that time, not a single person stood on Han Yang and Chun Xiao Qian's side and said a word. All they thought about was their own interests. Han Yang's indifferent gaze swept across everyone, and he smiled lightly. Family? This time, no one had the face to stop Han Yang's steps. Han Yang, don't kill me. I can support you as the head of the Chun family. I can. The first elder Chen Qi was terrified. This murderous Han Yang was no longer the waste of a son-in-law who couldn't even hit a fly with 3 slaps. He was clearly a demonic god that devoured people. His pleas for mercy could not stop Han Yang from approaching step by step. Han Yang. Just as Han Yang was about to kill the first elder Chen Qi, a figure appeared. It was the guard beside Nanling Xue. Han Yang's might had greatly exceeded his expectations. The 4th and 5th layers of bone forging were already renowned masters. Yet, in Han Yang's hands, they were like clay chickens or ceramic dogs. This youth had astonishing talent. He looked at the chaotic Chun family courtyard with a complicated expression and earnestly advised, Han Yang, don't be impulsive. If you kill Qin the Li family won't let you go. Huh. The response was Han Yang's emotionless chuckle. I said, those who insult my wife shall die. With a palm strike, he came down. Chapter 14. The truth of the disappearance. For decades, the Chun family had been domineering. Yet even the head of the Chun family could only barely suppress the elder Qin Shi, who was now dead. The entire Chun family courtyard was silent enough to hear a needle drop. Only the sound of blood dripping from the mountain rocks echoed, tick-tocking in the stillness. All the martial artists of the Chun family seemed to have shrunk by half. Something within them was crushed along with Han Yang's punch. The guards of the city lord's mansion glanced at the red and white-streaked mountain rocks and shook their heads. Han Yang's talent was indeed extraordinary, but his disposition, whether it was the direct descendant of the Lin family or the elder of the Chun family, these high-ranking, esteemed individuals seemed to Han Yang as mere fodder. Easily killable, this kind of disposition either leads to becoming a dragon or turning into a demon. In any case, this small city of Luo could hardly contain this potential dragon. Young Master Han, our young lady requests your presence. The guard of the city lord's mansion noticed that his tone had become much more polite than before, no longer daring to directly address Han Yang by name. Han Yang nodded, leaping down from the rockery and stepping toward the door. He felt no attachment to the Chun family, which he had lived in for a few years. Young Master Han, you can't leave. The martial artists of the Chun family suddenly seemed to awaken, kneeling down in droves. If you leave, the Chun family is finished. Young Master Han, please stay and take charge of the Chun family. We are willing to serve you as our master. Please, young Master Han, take charge of the Chun family on behalf of the young lady. All the martial artists of the Chun family spoke in unison, hoping that Han Yang would stay. With the elder of the Chun family at the 5th level of bone forging killed, the backbone of the Chun family had already been broken. Without Han Yang, the Chun family would undoubtedly be swallowed by other families in Luo City that were eyeing them covetously. But unfortunately, their pleas could not keep Han Yang. The small Chun family was simply not worth Han Yang's time. Without Qin Xiaoqian, the Chun family meant nothing to him. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the city lord's guard. If they had known it would come to this, they wouldn't have acted so ruthlessly back then. When they chased Han Yang and Chun Xiaoqian, no one was willing to show any mercy. Now, they wanted the future, limitless Han Yang to stay in this small place of the Chun family? How could that be possible? Outside the Chun family gate. Brother Han? Is that really you? You haven't been possessed by some old monster, have you? The late arriving Nan Lingxue, lifting her red skirt, approached Han Yang, her beautiful eyes continuously sizing him up. If it weren't for Han Yang pointing at her, she might have been tempted to stick out her tongue and taste him. No wonder she was so surprised. As the person who understood Han Yang the most in all of Luo City, besides Chun Xiaoqian, she was extremely curious. Not long ago, Han Yang was a cripple who had lost his cultivation. In such a short time, he had actually taken down the elder of the Chun family, who was at the 5th level of bone forging. It was simply astonishing. That girl Qin Xiaoqian was so lucky. Such a good man turned out to be a son-in-law living off her. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving Luo City. After glancing at her only good sister, Han Yang's eyes softened a bit. Leaving Luo City? Where to? To find Xiaoqian? Right, where did Xiaoqian go? You didn't take her away, did you? Are you two planning to leave me behind for a world of your own? The charming and alluring young lady of the city lord's mansion suddenly puffed up like a little cat whose fur had been ruffled, meowing incessantly. Han Yang hadn't intended to say much, but seeing this, he could only helplessly say, Xiaoqian has gone to a very far place and won't be back for a short while. As for me, I need to find her father. Upon hearing Han Yang mention Chun Xiaoqian's father, Nan Lingxue's expression grew serious, and she stopped her playful antics. A year ago, Chun Xiaoqian's father had gone missing, which set off a chain of events. Han Yang was crippled, and Chun Xiaoqian was forced into marriage. All these things happened after her father's disappearance. Without the suppression of the head of the Chun family, unfortunate events began to occur continuously in the lives of these two young people. I've actually found some information about Uncle Chun. Do you want to know? Nan Lingxue blinked, looking like a little cat seeking a reward from its master. This woman was truly a natural beauty. When she was charming, she captivated souls, and when she acted spoiled, she evoked pity. Han Yang moved, spinning around Nan Lingxue a couple of times, leaving 7 or 8 afterimages. Did you see clearly? This is my gift to you on behalf of Qiao Qian. Han Yang taught her the illusion cloud step. To him, mundane techniques were not particularly special, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it was a top-tier secret skill. Even though Nan Lingxue was the daughter of the city lord, she was deeply attracted by this dreamlike step. 2 guards from the city lord's mansion, both at the 4th level of bone forging, immediately turn away. Such an astonishing secret skill was not something they were qualified to witness. A doubt arose in their hearts simultaneously. Who exactly was this Han Yang, who could so easily impart a skill that could serve as a clan's secret technique? But Nan Lingxue seemed to care little about this. After playing around and learning a few moves, she surprisingly looked quite adept. The flowing red long skirt danced, resembling a celestial maiden soaring through the sky. You do have a conscience, Nan Lingxue nodded in satisfaction, recounting the information she had in her hands to Han Yang. After finishing, without waiting for Han Yang's reaction, she happily went back to practicing the illusion cloud step, clearly showing her love for this dreamlike technique. It turns out he went missing in Flame Moon Valley. Han Yang's brows slightly furrowed. According to the information Nan Lingxue had gathered a year ago, Chun Xiaoqian's father, Chun Yu, was ambushed in Flame Moon Valley and subsequently went missing. But Flame Moon Valley was now under the jurisdiction of the Yuanshan sect, one of the 9 cities. Outsiders had no qualifications to enter, let alone investigate. The Yuanshan sect governed 9 cities and had an immense power structure, with numerous experts passed down through generations. With Han Yang's current strength, it was almost impossible to invade by force. If you want to go to Flame Moon Valley, it's not impossible. Nan Lingxue had somehow come closer again, placing a token in Han Yang's hand. The Yuanshan sect is currently recruiting disciples. If you can become a disciple, entering Flame Moon Valley will not pose any trouble. Moreover, with the identity of a Yuanshan sect disciple, investigating Uncle Chin's matters will be much easier. The identity of a core disciple of the Yuanshan sect was even more esteemed than that of a young city lord. Even if it was just an inner sect disciple, few would dare to obstruct any investigations, making it much more efficient. Nan Lingxue was indeed not wrong about that. Han Yang smiled as he reached out to rub Nan Lingxue's head. It turned out this girl had prepared everything, so his care for her was not in vain. You dare touch my head? Nan Lingxue's face flushed, like a rabbit struck by an arrow, as she lifted her skirt and ran away. Han Yang, just you wait. I will make you pay for this. Only a red, cloud-like silhouette was left, concealing her shyness. If it had been the old Han Yang, he would never have dared to act so intimately with the daughter of the city lord. But to the current Han Yang, the enchanting Nan Lingxue was nothing but a budding flower bud, a little lowly. The Yuanshan sect, the Leaf family. Han Yang had decided on his direction for the near future. He would go to the Yuanshan sect to investigate the truth behind Chun Yu's disappearance. He would go to the Leaf family to make it clear to them that his woman, Han Yang's woman, was not something the Leaf family could even dare to look at, let alone marry. Chapter 15. Revenge isn't delayed. Luo City is not far from Taichung, but it still takes 7 to 8 days to travel. Han Yang wasn't planning to sleep outdoors, so after leaving the Chun family, he immediately headed to a merchant association in the southern part of the city. This Yingshan Merchant Association primarily engaged in escort and transport work and was quite famous in Luo City. Because both Luo City and Taichung are located at the edge of the beast forest, travelers often faced attacks from beasts. The powerful bodyguards of the Yingshan Merchant Association undeniably provided a lot of help for trade between the cities. Of course, Han Yang chose the Yingshan Merchant Association because he had some grudges to settle with them. About to leave Los Angeles, Han Yang thought, if he didn't cause a commotion, how could he live up to his former title of war god? The path of revenge would begin with the Yingshan Chamber of Commerce. When Han Yang arrived at the entrance of the chamber, he found it as bustling as ever, with a long line of people. He wasn't in a hurry. He stood at the very end of the line, slowly following the queue. Han Yang, I must be seeing things. You actually dare to come to our chamber. Not long after, a loud voice rang out behind Han Yang. He turned around to see a group of bodyguards, one of whom, a burly man with his shirt open, pointed at Han Yang and mockingly said to his companions, "Do you guys not recognize him? This is the son-in-law of the Chun family." But the Chun family is about to marry into the Li family of Taichung, and the bride is none other than his wife. Ha ha. This bodyguard seemed to find his own joke amusing, laughing heartily. The others joined in, looking at Han Yang as if he were a joke. Donggu, that beautiful young lady from the Chun family, is the flower of Los Angeles. Who would have thought she ended up with someone else? One of the bodyguards chimed in, his small eyes lewdly glistening, clearly thinking of something vulgar. Watch out! At that moment, a shout rang out near the bodyguard's ear. Before he could react, a large hand like an iron claw had tightly gripped his neck. Let go of him! How dare you! The sound of a knife being drawn echoed as the other 4 bodyguards drew their weapons, surrounding Han Yang. Han Yang, if you dare to touch me, the Hengshan chamber 1T spare you. The bodyguard being choked shouted fiercely at Han Yang. Crack! Han Yang's expression remained unchanged as he tightened his grip, directly snapping the man's neck. The sound of the breaking bone was like thunder, sending chills down the spines of the remaining 4 bodyguards. Did he just kill him? A mere son-in-law of the Chun family dared to kill someone from the Hengshan chamber. The burly bodyguard, Donggu, raised his knife, ready to say something fierce, when he saw Han Yang transform into a shadow, charging towards him. Boom! Donggu's massive form was sent flying into the air. Before he hit the ground, blood sprayed out in a long arc. Just then, a figure in dark clothes leaped out from the chamber and caught Donggu in midair. Feeling the immense force in his arm, the figure frowned slightly. Stop! He shouted. The remaining 3 bodyguards, who were about to pounce on Han Yang, halted in their tracks. Young master, this guy is disrespectful and has no regard for our Hengshan chamber. He actually killed Tianzhan. The bodyguards seemed to have found their backbone, turning to complain to the figure in dark clothes. This dark-clad figure was Tian Jingyun, the young master of the Hengshan chamber. Known in Los Angeles as a young talent on par with Nanling Xue and Lin Yuing, Tian Jingyun ignored the clamoring of his subordinates, narrowing his eyes at Han Yang with a cold expression. In light of the Chun family, I will spare your life this time. Leave this place immediately, or don't blame me for being merciless. His tone was domineering, clearly looking down on Han Yang. What? You're opening the door to do business, and you want to refuse customers at the entrance? Han Yang looked at Tian Jingyun with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Back when Chun Xiaoqian hadn't fallen ill, she was the most beautiful woman in Los Angeles, and Tian Jingyun was one of her admirers. After Han Yang married into the Chun family, Tian Jingyun had secretly tried to trip him up. If it weren't for Chun Xiaoqian's father's protection, Han Yang might have already fallen to Tian Jingyun. This guy is just a smiling tiger. Han Yang chose to come to the Hengshan chamber, naturally with the intention of taking revenge. He never let grudges go overnight. Before leaving Los Angeles, he wanted to settle past grievances. Customer? Tian Jingyun sneered at Han Yang, saying, only those who pay are customers. Can you, Han Yang, take out a single tael of silver? As soon as these words left his mouth, the people around burst into laughter. Han Yang's identity as the son-in-law of the Chun family was well known in Los Angeles. The most famous joke was that after the head of the Chun family went missing, all of Han Yang's allowance was completely seized by the elder Qin Shi. He even had to pawn Chun Xiaoqian's jewelry for money. In their eyes, Han Yang was synonymous with incompetence and uselessness in Los Angeles. I do have money, but I wonder if you can handle it. Amidst the laughter, Han Yang suddenly flicked his hand. A silver ingot shot toward Tian Jingyun. It was a whole ingot of silver. How dare a mere body cultivator show off in front of me? Tian Jingyun sneered, nonchalantly reaching out to catch the silver ingot. Bang! The silver ingot slammed into his palm. Tian Jingyun felt an unbeatable force transmit from the ingot. He staggered back 3 steps, barely managing to steady himself, while the blue bricks beneath his feet cracked with each step. You've reached bone forging? Tian Jingyun shook his nearly numb hand, looking at Han Yang in disbelief, shock filling his eyes. In Los Angeles, reaching bone forging before the age of 30 was considered a mark of youth and talent. He never expected that Han Yang, The useless son-in-law of the Chun family had actually reached bone forging. My silver isn't that easy to take. Han Yang smiled at Tian Jingyun. Tian Jingyun's anger turned to mockery. It's just bone forging, this young master. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a scream, his face stiffening, his body trembling, feeling as if the silver in his right hand was burning hot. It turned out that Han Yang infused the fierce power of his Tiangang fist into the silver ingot, which then erupted, sending the force into Tian Jingyun's body. Rip! Half of Tian Jingyun's clothes exploded, and his entire right arm turned black, nearly incapacitated. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Han Yang looked at Tian Jingyun, who was cradling his arm in confusion, and slowly said, "This is to repay you for instigating others to plot against me, almost causing me to lose an arm." 3 months ago, Tian Jingyun had instigated a bone-forging expert to attack Han Yang. Fortunately, at that time, Han Yang still had his cultivation and barely escaped with his life. Otherwise, he would have lost his arm before awakening his past memories. This grudge cannot go unpunished. Damn it, this kid has come to cause trouble. Everyone attack, and make sure to cripple him. Hearing this, Tian Jingyun was completely furious. Chapter 16. What a beautiful day. The bodyguards beside him had conflicted expressions, constantly cursing Tian Jingyun in their hearts. Since Han Yang was already a bone-forging warrior, what difference would it make for them, mere body cultivators, to rush forward? But since the young master had given the order, not going up would be open defiance. While the bodyguards hesitated, suddenly a furious shout rang out, like thunder exploding in everyone's ears, making the surrounding martial artists' ears buzz. Dare to harm the young master of the Hongshan chamber? Kneel and die. The next moment, a blade of light sliced through the air, slashing towards Han Yang. Duan Kong Dao Li Xian, one of the 3 bone-forging masters of the Hongshan chamber, his strength had already reached the 3rd level of bone forging. This time, Han Yang would undoubtedly die. Who can be blamed? This kid, relying on his entry into bone forging, looks down on others and dares to cause trouble at the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce? Someone recognized the identity of the person and gasped in shock. Han Yang squinted his eyes, a surge of killing intent rising in his heart. It was this guy who was instructed by Tian Jingyun to injure him. If it weren't for this person's carelessness, the outcome that day would have been very uncertain. Now it's time to take revenge. Stop! Just as the two were about to engage, 2 figures rushed in from the side. One protected Han Yang, while the other swung a knife to block the fierce strike from the broken sky blade Li Xian. "Master, are you all right? Don't worry, with us here. No one can hurt you." It was 2 old men, both looking loyal and devoted, not giving anyone else the chance to approach Han Yang. "Elder Chen Feng, Chun Tuo, you 2 old fools are going to protect this waste?" Upon recognizing the newcomers, Tian Jingyun's anger surged. These 2 were actually the 4th and 5th elders of the Chun family. He never expected they would protect this son-in-law Han Yang so fiercely, even willing to confront the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce head-on. Presumptuous. The 4th elder Chun Feng shouted angrily, "Are you calling him a waste? If you dare to disrespect the master of the Chun family again, our Chun family will not rest until we have your life." Everyone was once again stunned. Han Yang, the master of the Chun family? Tian Jingyun finally confirmed that he hadn't heard wrong. These 2 elders of the Chun family referred to Han Yang as the master. He looked at Han Yang with an uncertain expression, only to see Han Yang frowning slightly, disdain in his eyes as he reprimanded, "Step aside. I have severed ties with the Chun family. My matters are no longer related to them." These 2 elders had been guarding the Chun family's mine for years, and Han Yang had only seen them once or twice. He never expected they would return from the mine. The 4th elder Chan Feng's expression became serious as he said, "Internal disputes we will discuss later. Master, rest assured, I will not let them harm you." Han Yang's mouth twitched. In the past, this old man was always serious. He never expected he could act so well. He didn't believe for a second that they didn't know the 1st elder Qin Shi had been killed by him. Now, putting on an act of loyalty and protection, wasn't it too late? "The 4th elder of the Chun family, you almost crippled my hand. You must give me and the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce an explanation." Tian Jingyun's tone had clearly softened a lot. With the strength of the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce, there was still not enough to compete with the Qin family. Even without the master of the Chun family, Chun Yu, The Chun family remained one of the 7 great families of Luo City. An explanation? You, Hungshan Chamber of Commerce, are worthy of asking my Chun family for an explanation? The 4th elder, Chun Feng, spoke with great arrogance. He knew very well that the former son-in-law Han Yang standing beside him was a formidable genius who could even defeat those at the 5th level of bone forging. The Hungshan Chamber of Commerce was merely a bunch of chickens and dogs. He was just borrowing Han Yang's power. Tian Jingyun's face had turned extremely ugly. Young master, what should we do? Should we endure it? The broken sky blade Li Xian had also lost confidence and quietly asked beside him. Just as Tian Jingyun was unwilling and preparing to retreat, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. The Chen family really knows how to put on a show. Without Chinyu, who gave you the courage? Everyone looked towards the voice and saw a group of people in green clothing rushing over from a distance. The lapels of these people were embroidered with a plum blossom seal character. Lin. Uncle Lin. Tian Jingyun changed his previously arrogant demeanor towards Han Yang, holding his injured arm and leading the way to bow. The newcomer was Lin Duan, one of the 4 5th-level bone forging warriors of the Lin family, known as the Descending Mountain Tiger. This person had once received praise from the former number 1 in Luo City, Chen Yu, for his flying tiger fist, indicating he was quite extraordinary. Lin Duan nodded, then coldly looked at Han Yang and said, "You dare to cripple my Lin family's direct descendant? Who gave you the courage?" Others were silent, but the 4th elder Chen Feng and the 5th elder Chen Ta felt a chill run down their spines. This guy Han Yang really knew how to stir up trouble. The Lin family was not the Chen family. Apart from Chen Yu, the others were useless. The Lin family had as many as 4 5th-level bone forging experts. The Lin family's first elder, Lin Kaishan, was even a 7th-level expert. In terms of bone forging, every level up brought significant changes. Given the current situation of the Chun family, they could not withstand the Lin family. "Brother Lin, is there a misunderstanding here?" "Shut up." Just as Chen Feng began to speak, he was rudely interrupted by Lin Duan. "What are you? Do you even deserve to talk to this elder?" Chen Feng opened his mouth, but didn't dare to utter a single word. He was only at the 3rd level of bone forging and did not dare to face Lin Duan, who was at the 5th level. Lin Duan pointed at Han Yang and coldly said, "Today, this elder will take him back to the Lin family. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed on the spot." With no 6th-level experts present, the 5th-level bone forging was the pinnacle of power in Luo City. And Lin Duan had the confidence to say this. "Master, just bow your head and admit your mistake to the Lin family." The 4th elder Chen Feng, helpless, could only suggest that Han Yang back down. This was the Chun family, a group of cowardly people, utterly spineless. If it weren't for Qiao Qian, Han Yang raised his head and calmly said, "I, Han Yang, can have my head cut off and my blood flow, but I will not bend my waist." "You." The 4th elder Chen Feng was so angry he was blowing his top. He never expected this kid to be so rebellious. "Master?" At this moment, Lin Duan seemed to have heard a joke, his face full of mockery. "The Chen family has lost Chen Yu, and indeed, the sun has set. You actually let a 1st-level bone forging son-in-law become master? What a huge joke." The Lin family members beside Lin Duan also laughed heartily. Even Tian Jingyun and Li Xian exchanged strange glances. Indeed, letting a 1st-level bone forging warrior, who was an utterly rootless son-in-law, become the master of the Chun family showed that they had truly fallen. The 4th elder and the 5th elder turned red with embarrassment, instinctively distancing themselves from Han Yang. Originally, Han Yang had killed the 5th-level bone forging elder, giving them a glimmer of hope for the family's rise. But now, they suddenly realized that making a son-in-law the master might only bring them shame. They retreated. The two covered their faces and withdrew, no longer caring about Han Yang's life or death. This scene caused everyone around to burst into laughter. In their eyes, the Chen family without Chen Yu was nothing but a joke. Han Yang felt quite emotional. The Chen family truly was a one-man family of his father-in-law Chen Yu. 5 years ago, father-in-law Chen Yu rose rapidly, shaking Luo City. In just 2 years, he became the number 1 in Luo City. The Chun family also rose with the tide, becoming one of the 7 great families of Luo City. Now that Chen Yu was missing, the Chun family was immediately brought back to reality. "Kid, now even your Chun family has abandoned you. How pathetic." Lin Duan looked coldly at Han Yang, saying, "Don't say this elder didn't give you a chance. Now, if you kneel on the ground and loudly curse yourself as a garbage waste 3 times, I will only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. How about it?" Han Yang did not respond to Lin Duan's words, but raised his head and looked at the crimson sunset in the sky. "You." Lin Duan was about to angrily make a move when he heard Han Yang say something that sent chills down everyone's spine. What a great day for killing. Chapter 17. Avenge 3 years of shame. What did you say? Lin Duan looked at Han Yang in confusion. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Han Yang charged forward. The target was actually Lin Duan, the 5th-level bone forging elder of the Lin family. Everyone was instantly frozen in place. The waste Han Yang actually dared to throw a punch at the 5th-level bone forging elder of the Lin family? He must be crazy. Seeking death. Lin Duan sneered, waving his arm like a giant python pouncing on its prey, piercing through the air and rushing straight at Han Yang. At that moment, Han Yang's right fist was already in motion. Cloud-searching hand. His arm bones radiated a brilliant light, and his punch shot out like a dragon. The air exploded, like a dragon soaring through the clouds. He shattered the air. Han Yang's attack was actually comparable to that of the 5th level of bone forging. Lin Duan was taken aback as the 16 bones in his body slowly wriggled, producing a sound like the cracking of bones. In the blink of an eye, he pushed his strength of the 5th level of bone forging to the limit. But it was too late. The hand of exploration passed through the space between the 2 bodies at an incredible angle. Boom! A 5th-level expert of bone forging, with 18 bones, was sent flying like a ragdoll. Blood sprayed like a rainbow, and figures fell heavily to the ground. Instant kill? He actually killed a 5th-level bone forger with 1 punch? The Lin family members and the martial artists of the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce all staggered back in shock, unable to face Han Yang's sharpness. He actually defeated a 5th-level bone forger. Tian Jingyun's face turned as pale as death, looking at Han Yang as if he were a ferocious beast from ancient times. Defeating a 5th-level bone forger with a punch at the 1st level of bone forging, could it be that he is a reincarnation of an ancient god or demon? No one could provide him with an answer. Han Yang's expression was calm as his gaze slowly fell on Tian Jingyun. Tian Jingyun stumbled back in fear and hid behind Li Xian. He shouted anxiously, "I am the young master of the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to harm me, our chamber will never let you go. Is that so?" Han Yang ignored the threat and stepped forward slowly toward Tian Jingyun. The 2 words he uttered were like muffled thunder, striking at the opponent's soul. At this moment, Li Xian was also feeling weak. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his back was cold, but he had to stand firm to protect the young master. "Young Master Han, the chamber has no deep grudges with you. As long as you are willing to stop, the chamber will. No deep grudges?" Han Yang chuckled. "It seems you have forgotten the grudge from 3 months ago when you almost broke my hands and feet." His tone was indifferent, and the icy glare in his eyes sent chills down Li Xian's spine. He actually knew? How'd he know? Before Li Xian could react, Han Yang struck again. This time, he didn't even use any martial techniques. It was just a simple straight punch. Bang! A terrifying sonic boom, comparable to thunder, exploded in everyone's ears. Li Xian was utterly powerless to withstand this horrifying move. The 3rd level of bone forging was merely the tempering of 4 bones. A master of the 5th level who had tempered 16 bones was killed by Han Yang with a single move. How could he possibly survive? Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, a fist imprint suddenly appeared on Li Xian's back. His face twisted in agony. Then, he flew out like a kite with a broken string, losing his breath mid-air. The renowned Duankong blade didn't he even have the chance to strike before being killed by a single punch. Watching Li Xian, whom he regarded as a support, being killed by Han Yang right in front of him, Tian Jingyun collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. He was completely terrified. Tian Jingyun had never imagined that Han Yang would be so reckless, killing their escort right at the door of the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, he was also trying to kill him, the young master of the chamber. If he had known this, he would never have provoked this madman. No matter how beautiful Chun Xiaoqian was, after her illness, she had become a heartbroken beauty, destined to never become the main wife. What was he suffering for? Han Yang, have you ever thought about the consequences of killing me? At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a young master. He was like a stray dog, letting out his final wails. Consequences? Han Yang laughed loudly. For 3 years in Luocheng, I have suffered your humiliation. Today, I will avenge my past disgrace. Whatever the consequences, I will bear them all. Before his words fell, his fist surged forward, aimed directly at Tian Jingyun's face. Stop! At that moment, a furious shout came from inside the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, a cold light shot out. Like seeing a savior, Tian Jingyun exclaimed in delight. Head escort, quickly save this young master. The person arriving was one of the 3 head escorts of the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce, Nin Xiaofeng. Also a 5th-level bone forging expert, a pillar of the chamber. With him stepping in, Tian Jingyun thought he had a glimmer of hope and wouldn't die at Han Yang's hands. Unfortunately, he was mistaken, just as Nin Xiaofeng was leaping over. Han Yang's toes flicked, and the long knife left by Li Xian flew out like a bolt of lightning, piercing into Tian Jingyun's chest. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. You! Tian Jingyun's eyes bulged wide, his head tilted, and he fell silent. The young master of the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce was nailed to the stone steps at his own door. The expressions of everyone around changed dramatically. The elders of the Chun family, who were peeking from a distance, wished they could dig a hole and escape. This guy had clearly lost his mind, indiscriminately slaughtering people. How much trouble was he going to bring to the Chun family? You little scum! How dare you? Nan Xiaofeng's face turned ashen, completely enraged. The young master of the chamber was actually killed right in front of him. Now, even he could not escape responsibility. Han Yang glanced at Tian Jingyun, who was dead with eyes wide open, and drove the flying knife he had caught into the ground in front of Nan Xiaofeng. If you want to die, feel free to make a move. Nan Xiaofeng's expression was grim, but he did not draw his sword and step forward. This kid in front of him not only caught his famous flying knife, but also killed a 5th-level bone forger who was nearly his equal with a single punch. This made Nan Xiaofeng hesitant to act recklessly. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage with 4 horses came to a stop in front of the chamber, accompanied by the sound of hooves. The 4 pure white steeds showcased an extraordinary identity. On the carriage sat a middle-aged man clad in green armor, with a long knife resting between his knees, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing the newcomer, the surrounding people changed color again, many not daring to look directly at him and bowing their heads in respect. General Shimin. Nan Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward to bow respectfully. This middle-aged man was the deputy commander guarding Luocheng, Shimin Sheng, at the peak of 5th-level bone forging, known for having killed 6th-level bone forgers, and was one of the experts from the Yuan men. His strength was formidable. Even the president of their chamber would show him respect upon meeting. Shimin Sheng ignored the bowing in Xiaofeng and looked indifferently at Han Yang, who stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in white like snow. Who are you? Killing on the street. Do you still regard the law? A flicker of glee flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes. With the deputy commander stepping in, this little brat would not only die, but would also face severe consequences. Blood feuds among warriors must be repaid with blood. These few have enmity with me, and I can kill them as I wish. Does the guarding army still want to meddle in the affairs of the martial world? Han Yang's gaze remained calm. This Shimin Sheng was not a good person either. After his father-in-law Chun Yu went missing, Shimin Sheng had once sneaked into the Qin residence, seemingly searching for some secret left by Chun Yu. Ironically, in the vast Qin family, no one noticed. It was only Han Yang, with his innate Dao body, who accidentally detected some anomalies. However, due to his cultivation level, he had not acted rashly before. Now, with the ill-intentioned deputy commander feigning ignorance and trying to interfere, he naturally would not give him a good face. After all, he was destined to tear apart the sky over Luocheng in Han Yang's eyes. How could he care about an additional opponent at the 5th level of bone forging? Yet, to Han Yang's surprise, instead of erupting in anger upon hearing his response, Shimin Sheng merely smiled faintly. Ha ha. Talents emerge in every generation. I never expected that after Brother Qin's departure, the Qin family would give rise to someone like you. His narrowed eyes revealed an unmistakable greed. The Qin family's foundation was indeed profound. Shimensheng's gaze fell on Han Yang like a knife, as if he wanted to pry open Han Yang to uncover the secret of his sudden rise. Han Yang smiled faintly, and the only tempered bone in his arm shone with dazzling starlight. No matter how you scheme, in the end, it's just a fight. Why all the nonsense? Chapter 18. You dare to use a knife? Shimensheng smiled slightly, not taking Han Yang seriously, and said to himself, however, talent is not an excuse for your reckless behavior. Today, you killed the merchants of Luo City and ignored the rules of Luo City. Even if Qin Yu were here, he couldn't protect you. His tone was calm, clearly dismissing Han Yang. As for the claim that Qin Yu couldn't protect Han Yang, it was simply a joke. When Qin Yu rose to power, he single-handedly suppressed the entire Luo City. At that time, he never mentioned the rules of Luo City. He was just a petty person who took advantage of the situation and feared the strong. With a punch, Han Yang couldn't be bothered to waste words with such a person. He raised a finger of his right hand, his left arm resting behind him, his expression calm. Shimensheng was taken aback, a hint of shadow passing through his eyes. You dare to interrupt my words? In all of Luo City, apart from the city lord, anyone who dared to interrupt him would face dire consequences, ranging from losing limbs to dying on the spot. Therefore, the onlookers thought Han Yang would surely face calamity today. Moreover, they were all clear about Shimensheng's motives. It wasn't about maintaining the rules of Luo City. It was clearly an excuse to suppress Han Yang and vent the resentment from being suppressed by Qin Yu back then. Nanshafing's eyes flashed with delight, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Han Yang, unaware of his impending doom, dared to provoke General Shimen. Today, the former would surely be annihilated. With a punch. At this moment, Han Yang leisurely continued, to kill a worthless dog like you, I only need one punch. This statement plunged the scene into a deathly silence. Everyone, including Nanshafing, looked at Han Yang with strange expressions. One punch to kill Shimensheng? It should be noted that Shimensheng was a genius from the Yuan men, who had once defeated the 6th level of bone tempering. If it weren't for the once-in-a-century prodigy Qin Yu, it would not be an exaggeration to call Shimensheng the #1 genius martial artist in Luo City. Many believe that Shimensheng was merely gilding himself in Luo City and would be reassigned to the capital for greater use after a year or two. But now, Han Yang actually claimed he could kill Shimensheng with one punch? Who gave him such courage? Shimensheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had intended to capture Han Yang and throw him into the dungeon. But now it seemed that he would have to teach him a lesson on behalf of Qin Yu. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind erupted on the long street. Han Yang didn't give Shimensheng the chance to finish and boldly made his move. Han Yang's figure soared like a cloud, instantly reaching Shimensheng and delivering a punch to his face. To the onlookers, it seemed like just a simple punch. But to Shimensheng, it felt as if a great sun rose behind Han Yang, dazzling and illuminating everything. Even the air behind Han Yang seemed to be scorched and rising. The intent of the punch. Shimensheng certainly recognized this phenomenon that only he could see. This was the punch intent that could only be reached at the pinnacle of martial arts. He knew this because he himself possessed sword intent. After 4 years of learning at Yuan Men and 3 years of battlefield slaughter, he had struggled on the brink of death for 7 years to grasp a trace of sword intent. It was precisely because of this trace of sword intent that Shimensheng could fight above his level and defeat the 6th level of bone tempering. But now, a mere son-in-law of the Chun family had a punch intent even more powerful than his. This boiling punch intent nearly extinguished his sword intent, leaving him unable to draw his sword. Slash! Shimensheng bit his tongue, his arm trembling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Clang! The sword was drawn. The sword intent cultivated on the battlefield traced a chilling arc, shattering the surrounding air and producing a thunderous sound. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that only this slash remained. Nanshafing, who was also at the 5th level of bone tempering, finally realized how great the gap was between himself and Shimensheng. With just one slash, life and death were at stake. He couldn't withstand it. He didn't believe that anyone below the 6th level of bone tempering could withstand it. In Nanshafing's hopeful gaze, the punch and the sword collided. There was no brilliant light, no shocking explosion. It was as if withered trees were pulled up by the roots. Shimensheng was defeated. Shimensheng, who could defeat the 6th level of bone tempering, was like a scarecrow sent flying from a cart. The treasured sword that had made his name was directly shattered into 2 pieces. The green armor, representing the authority of the deputy commander of Luo City, was also smashed by a punch. Boom! When Shimin Sheng crashed onto the distant street. His chest collapsed, dead beyond recovery. One punch, and it was done. Nan Shafing, who was just immersed in Shimin Sheng's unparalleled sword strike, felt as if his throat was being choked, unable to utter a word. The number 1 talent in Luo City after Chenyu, Shimin Sheng, was defeated like this? Killed by 1st-level bone tempering with a single punch? Everyone felt as though they had received a heavy blow to the chest, some struggling to breathe. With one punch killing Shimin Sheng, Han Yang seemed to casually brush off the dust from his clothes, saying lightly, "You dare to use a knife?" Indeed, Han Yang looked down on Shimin Sheng's swordsmanship. Clearly, it should have been an unstoppable sword intent, but it was suppressed by his Tiangang fist, resulting in a momentary stagnation. Otherwise, perhaps he wouldn't have died. In Han Yang's view, those who would doubt their own sword intent were simply unworthy of using a sword. As for Shimin Sheng's grand title, it was merely a child's game. Nan Shafing's throat felt dry, and it took him a long time to utter a word. Han Yang, with his hands behind his back and his long robe fluttering, looked like an immortal as he said indifferently, "Today, for revenge, I will kill Tian Jingyan. Do you at the Hengshan Merchant Association have anything to say?" Nan Shafing felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. What could he say? What dared he say? One wrong word, and Shimin Sheng was his lesson. If even the deputy commander could be killed, let alone a mere bodyguard. This Han Yang was even more arrogant than his father-in-law Chenyu when he rose to power. At least, Chenyu didn't kill anyone from the court. Young one, you have quite the bravado, but you don't know how many more times you can use this transcendent martial arts. A figure suddenly emerged from the Hengshan Merchant Association, revealing another of the 3 great bodyguards. Just as this bodyguard's figure appeared at the door, Han Yang moved. Still, it was a straightforward punch. The punch intent, like the great sun, roared. This bodyguard, moving faster than he had come, was directly sent flying by a punch, crashing into the shadow wall of the Hengshan Merchant Association and creating a human-shaped hole. This scene left Nan Shafing stiff all over, cold sweat pouring down. This bodyguard, who was on par with him in cultivation, hadn't even finished half his sentence before being sent flying. This Han Yang was clearly a tyrant that suppressed all disobedience. Why did their young master provoke such a calamity? The Hengshan Merchant Association, which had just begun to improve, suffered greatly from this battle, losing both strength and face. And it would take more than a decade to recover. The efforts of 2 generations were destroyed in one day. Chenyu had truly sharp eyes to find such a fine son-in-law for Qin Xiaoqian. After today, the name Han Yang would be known to all in Luo City. Young Master Han, it was all a misunderstanding. After Tian Jingyun's death, can we settle the grievances between you and the Hengshan Merchant Association? Nan Shafing said with a pained expression, cupping his hands in apology. If you want to settle the grievances, I'm afraid some people won't be willing. Han Yang's voice was indifferent as he looked ahead. There, 2 figures flickered, clearly at the 6th level of bone tempering. Chapter 19. Punching the 6th level of bone tempering. Nan Shafing felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly, his face extremely ugly. The matter could have ended, but now 2 troublemakers had appeared. You want to go against Han Yang? Can't you go fight somewhere else and at least take care of the young master's corpse? But seeing the 2 people with at least 30 glowing bones, Nan Xiaofeng endured it. 6 levels of bone forging, not something to provoke. He didn't even care whether Han Yang would be killed anymore, just hoping that this calamity would leave soon. As for revenge, even the president wouldn't have the guts to seek revenge on an 18-year-old genius with martial intent for the death of his son. The 2 bone forging 6th-level warriors, one dressed in white armor, was none other than Yi Bufan, the commander guarding Luocheng, who was the superior of Shimin Sheng. The other, an old man in green clothes with plum blossom embroidery on his collar, was Lin Wuyang, the supreme elder of the Lin family. These 2 were top-tier powerhouses in Luocheng, giants in their own right. Lin Wuyang didn't even look at Lin Duan's corpse, only glancing at Han Yang a few times and praising. This kitchen really is good eyesight. It was clear that he also recognized Han Yang's strength. to defeat Shimin Sheng, who possessed sword intent. It was impossible not to recognize it. Han Yang calmly said, "I've long heard of the Lin family's supreme name. I wonder if you can take one of my punches." Lin Wuyang's face twitched, and he said, "Lin Yuheng is blind, and Lin Duan bullied others with power. He deserved to die. I have no intention of seeking revenge." Young Master Han is overthinking it. This sixth-level bone, forging elder of the Lin family, actually backed down. Then Xiaofeng's eyes nearly bulged out. Han Yang merely glanced at the cowardly Lin Wuyang before turning his gaze to Yi Bufan beside him. His grievances with the Lin family were all on Lin Yuheng. With Lin Yuheng dead, the grievances could be settled. However, his grievances with the Commander S. Mansion wouldn't end with Shimin Sheng's death, because Yi Bufan was very likely related to Chun Yu's mysterious disappearance. When Chun Yu went missing, Yi Bufan also mysteriously disappeared for half a month. Shortly after he returned from serious injuries to the commander's mansion, the news of Chun Yu's disappearance came. Then came the incident of Shimin Sheng sneaking into the Chun family. If one said this person had nothing to do with Chun Yu's disappearance, then the coincidences were too many. Today, Han Yang killing in public, shaking Luo Cheng, was to draw this old fox out of seclusion. "You want to kill this general?" Yi Bufan, as the guarding general, narrowed his eyes. He was extremely sensitive to murderous intent and sensed Han Yang's killing intent. Han Yang smiled lightly, as expected of Luo Cheng's smiling tiger, an old fox with vast experience. "Indeed, today I am here to take your head." This statement startled Lin Wuyang beside him. Killing a deputy general might be brushed off as a grudge, but the guarding general was a legitimate 7th-rank martial officer appointed by the court. If Han Yang truly killed Yi Bufan, even if he was a once-in-a-century genius who comprehended martial intent at 18, he could not escape the court's accountability. "With just you, can you kill this general?" As expected of a general guarding a territory, Yi Bufan even showed a hint of a smile in the face of Han Yang's killing intent. Han Yang laughed. "You think I can't kill you? You're merely relying on this skin of yours, but unfortunately, this skin will soon be peeled off." Han Yang's words made Yi Bufan frown. Originally, he planned to team up with Lin Wuyang to take down Han Yang and uncover his secrets. Unexpectedly, the dignified 6th-level bone forging Lin Wuyang actually backed down. Now, Han Yang's calm demeanor further made him feel an unsettling sense of losing control of the situation. Before he could think of a response, a group of people rushed in from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Yi Bufan, the guarding general of Luo Cheng, colluded with monsters and framed our Luo Cheng noble family leader Chen Yu. "You are ordered to surrender immediately and will be taken to the state government for questioning on a later date." The guard from the city lord's mansion shouted loudly while waving their arms. Han Yang's smile grew even more pronounced. As expected, with the wisdom of Nan Lingshue's father, the city lord, he would never miss such an opportunity to eliminate dissent. Yi Bufan was indeed an old fox. But once he intervened in the affairs of Luo Cheng's noble families, he crossed the line. As the city lord, he would never show leniency. It was just that he hadn't had the confidence to act against Yi Bufan before. Now, with Han Yang's sword right in front of him, if the city lord still didn't know how to seize the opportunity to exert his power, then what was the point of having him as the city lord? Yi Bufan's face changed dramatically. "You actually colluded with that old bastard." Han Yang smiled brightly. No wonder Yi Bufan had a genius like Shimin Sheng from the Yuan men under him, yet he couldn't even compete with the city lord. It turned out to be all show with nothing behind it. At this time, what need was there for collusion? It was merely taking advantage of the situation. "Yi Bufan, do you still remember what you said when you sent someone to my door after my father-in-law went missing?" Han Yang's gaze was sharp as a knife. Staring at Yi Bufan, the latter couldn't help but change his expression. He certainly remembered. Han Yang chuckled. "You demanded the Chun family hand over my father-in-law's secret within 3 days. What great power you wield. If it weren't for the city lord's intervention, the Chun family might have already fallen apart back then. Today, I will return this 3-day deadline to you." Yi Bufan felt an unease creeping in, drawing his sword and coldly saying, "Han Yang, you killed Shimin Sheng. Do you really think you can contend with a 6th-level bone forging? Don't seek death. The human body has 206 bones. Forging 1 bone counts as 1st level of bone forging. 2 bones, 2nd level. 4 bones, 3rd level. Following this pattern, the 5th level requires 16 bones, and the 6th level requires 32. The difference between the 6th and 5th levels is just 1 realm. But the forge bones differ by more than double. Therefore, Yi Bufan was not really worried about losing to Han Yang. He was more afraid that the city lord would take the opportunity to strike. The first punch, I will return your 3-day oppression, making the Chun family anxious. Almost as soon as Yi Bufan's words fell, Han Yang made his move. It was still the great sun rising, celestial gang fist. Arrogant, Yi Bufan slashed out with his sword. The piercing sound of the air splitting could even rupture eardrums. On his body, 32 bones connected together, radiating light. The terrifying pressure made the war horses left by Shiman Sheng all crawl on the ground, whinnying mournfully. Clang! The fist collided with the sword, making a sound of metal clashing. Han Yang was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, his face flushed, but Yi Bufan was also pushed back 3 steps. Feeling the surging energy within, Yi Bufan's face changed drastically. You can actually sense this general's injured pulse. Yi Bufan's eyes widened in shock. A year ago, he was seriously injured because of Chunyu, and his injuries had yet to heal. Now, he was completely ignited by Han Yang's 2 punches. The second punch, I will return your collusion with the Li family of Taiching, forcing elders like Chun Chi and others, prompting Qiao Qian to marry out. Han Yang's second punch was still as swift as lightning, unavoidable. Yi Bufan had no choice but to meet this second punch with his sword. This time, Han Yang took 6 steps, Yi Bufan 5. You can actually detect this general's serious injury. Yi Bufan's eyes were bloodshot, filled with horror. A year ago, he was seriously injured because of Chunyu, and his injuries had yet to heal. Now he was completely triggered by Han Yang's 2 punches. The third punch, I will return your sending Shiman Sheng to sneak into the Chun family, disturbing my good dreams. The response to Yi Bufan was Han Yang's relentless third punch. Chapter 20. Who dares to fight? Crack! Yi Bufan could even clearly hear the sound of his own bones breaking inside his body. The 32 bones instantly dimmed. One punch from Han Yang completely detonated his internal injuries. Puffed! Yi Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath dissipating as he collapsed weakly to the ground. A 6th-level bone forging guarding general was actually unable to withstand even 3 punches from Han Yang. Lin Weiyang beside him suddenly contracted his pupils, secretly thinking it was fortunate. Originally, he also planned to team up with Yi Bufan to kill Han Yang. The small Chen family had first produced a once-in-a-century genius, Chun Yu, and now another Han Yang had emerged. If one said the Chen family had no secrets, probably no one would believe it. Lin Weiyang naturally wanted to dig out this secret from Han Yang. Due to his wariness of the smiling tiger Yi Bufan, he did not rush to take action, but instead wanted to watch Yi Bufan and Han Yang clash. The conflict did occur, but the process left him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Han Yang's strength was almost excessive. With the first level of bone forging, he actually incapacitated a 6th-level bone forging expert with just 3 punches. Even if the 6th-level bone forging expert was injured, it could still be considered an astonishing achievement. Are the young people of today all this fierce? Today, with 3 punches defeating Yi Bufan, the pent-up frustration of 3 years was vented in one move. Han Yang let out a long roar to the sky. Today I, Han Yang, challenge Luo Cheng. Who dares to fight? His passionate voice echoed in all directions. Half of Luo Cheng could hear Han Yang's voice. But at this moment, Luo Cheng was like a deserted city, with no one daring to respond. The 6th-level bone forging was already the strongest combat power in Luo Cheng. Once Han Yang defeated the defending General Yi Bufan, he had already trampled the entire Luo Cheng beneath his feet. Nan Xiaofeng was shocked beyond measure. Who would have thought that the boy who was brought back to Luo Cheng by Chun Yu 3 years ago and became a son-in-law of the Chun family would? After Chun Yu's disappearance, transformed from a hidden dragon into a soaring dragon? After today, who would dare to look down on him just because he was a son-in-law? At 18, with the will of fist. These 2 phrases combined represent the genius of geniuses, a synonym for limitless potential. Not to mention, this genius killed a 5th-level bone forging expert with 1 punch and defeated a 6th-level bone forging expert with 3 punches. Such achievements are comparable to the top geniuses of the Yuan man. Today, Han Yang's name resounded in Luocheng. Young Master Han, excellent boxing skills. Lin Weiyang said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, bowing in greeting. It was difficult for a man in his 50s or 60s to flatter a young man. Nan Xiaofeng opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He was horrified to find that he didn't even have the courage to face Han Yang. This young man had shattered his pride and arrogance as a fifth-level bone forging expert with just 3 punches. Faced with such a young man, he could only humbly lower his head. Han Yang ignored the two and simply waved at the guards of the city lord's mansion, then lifted one of Yi Bufan's feet and walked towards the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce. Seeing this scene, Nin Xiaofeng's heart nearly exploded. What does this mean? Is he not going to spare the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce? What are you standing there for? I want to hire a carriage. Doesn't your Chamber of Commerce do business? Han Yang turned around and glared at Nan Xiaofeng. Nan Xiaofeng, the great bodyguard of the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce, felt a sweetness in his throat and nearly spat out blood. Killing the chamber's young master and still wanting to hire a chamber carriage. This Han Yang is simply a devil. Once Han Yang and Nan Xiaofeng's figures disappeared into the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce's main entrance, several figures appeared beside Lin Weiyang. Judging by their skills, they were all capable experts at the 4th level of bone forging. Taishang, are we just going to let him go? A Lin family expert said with reluctance. Lin Weiyang coldly replied, want revenge? Look at the blood in front of the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce. Then think about whether you have a life to seek revenge. A few Lin family experts instinctively looked over. They then realized that from under their feet to the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce, there was a trail of blood dragged all the way to the chamber's entrance. That was General Ye's blood. A chill ran down the spines of the Lin family experts. That blood was clearly left by Yi Bufan. Han Yang truly showed no mercy to Yi Bufan, the defending general, dragging him like a dead dog to the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce. In this child's eyes, there was simply no regard for secular power or the pressure of strong. Such a person with no fear in his heart is best not to offend. Lin Weiyang turned around and left without a hint of hesitation. Chen Yu, with extraordinary talent, once rose to prominence and shook Luocheng. However, the deterrence brought by Chen Yu was nowhere near that of Han Yang. Han Yang's strength did not stem from talent, but from his mindset. The power of dynasties and the rules of society seemed to mean nothing in Han Yang's eyes. Lin Weiyang, having traversed half his life, had never seen such an existence. When faced with such a person, the further you stay away, the better. If you don't stay away, you will become the next Shimin Sheng or the next Yi Bufan. A stepping stone for Han Yang's rise. At the entrance of the Hengshan Chamber of Commerce, more than 20 porters were quickly cleaning the bloodstains on the ground. The corpses of the people killed in the chamber were also being taken away for burial. If it weren't for the bloody smell lingering in the air, everything would seem unreal, like a dream. Who would have thought that not long ago, a battle that affected the distribution of power in Luocheng had taken place here? 1 6th-level bone forging expert and 2 5th-level bone forging experts would forever remain here. Even if the city lord's mansion issued a gag order, the news still inevitably spread. The entire Luocheng was discussing Han Yang and the Chen family. The Chen family's son-in-law, once silent, suddenly became astonishing. In just 7 days since Chen Xiaoqin's disappearance, Han Yang had risen strongly, shaking Luocheng. This sudden change was hard for many families in Luocheng to adapt to. As one of the parties involved, the Chen family found themselves once again at the center of the storm. However, the words used to describe the Chen family members were mostly derogatory, such as having no vision, looking down on others, and returning empty-handed from a treasure mountain. Having a true dragon like Han Yang, but failing to seize it was a failure among failures. The 4th elder and the 5th elder were even more scolded until they were drenched in blood. They had clearly bowed to Han Yang and prepared to welcome him back as the acting family head, but they gave up out of fear of the Lin family. The contrast with the Lin family's Taishang, the 6th-level bone forging expert Lin Weiyang, who was so obsequious in front of Han Yang, was striking. Even the younger generation of the Chen family looked at the 2 elders with resentment. Originally, Han Yang could have become a banner for the Chen family, allowing the Chen family members to hold their heads high in front of all the family forces in Luocheng. But now, It turned out that the Chun family had failed to recognize a gem and had sent the true dragon out of the family. The Qin family had become the biggest joke in Luocheng. Who was this young Master Han? Why did it feel like the people of the chamber were serving an ancestor? Among the merchant convoy heading to Taichung, some uninformed merchants curiously looked toward the center of the convoy, where the most luxurious carriage was. Not to mention, just the 4 pure white steeds without a single stray hair made it hard for them to look away. If they weren't mistaken, those 4 jade lion steeds were the mounts of the Deputy General Shimin Sheng, right? How did they end up in this person's hands? Silence. Such a big figure is not something we can discuss. In fact, having such a big figure around was not bad. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by beasts along the way. Han Yang, heading to Taichung, became the most special guest in the merchant convoy. Chapter 21, Midnight Ambush. The sound of war horses whinnying. The merchant convoy hadn't gone far when it was blocked by a group of people. The porters in the convoy were about to step forward to question when they were stopped by a bodyguard beside them. Are you looking to die? That's Miss Nan. The Nan family was a prominent family in Luocheng. The city lord, one of the 3 great bodyguards of the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce, also bore the surname Nan. But in Luocheng, the only one who could be called Miss Nan was the city lord's daughter, Nan Lingxue. Dressed in white armor, Nan Lingxue lost some of her charm, but gained a bit of heroism. Brother Han, you're leaving Luocheng without even saying a word to your sister? Nan Lingxue shouted as she rode her warhorse. The most luxurious carriage's curtain lifted, revealing Han Yang's slightly helpless face. Nan Lingxue smiled mischievously. My father said you helped him a lot this time, and since you're going to the Yuan Min as the city lord, he can't just let it go without showing some appreciation. Before her voice fell, she flicked her hand, and a letter shot toward the carriage like a blade. Bang! The cowhide paper letter embedded itself in the wooden door of the carriage. Han Yang's eyelids twitched. This delicate young lady had a better grasp of strength than a typical 4th-level bone forging expert. Brother Han, my father said that when I turn 18 next year, I will also go to the Yuan Min to learn martial arts, and by then, you will be the eldest senior brother, so you must take care of me. Nan Lingxue blushed and left a sentence before galloping away. Obviously, that last sentence could not have been said by the dignified city lord, but rather by the girl pretending to convey a decree. Watching Nan Lingxue's figure, Han Yang smiled and casually took down the letter from the door of the carriage. To the 3rd elder of the Yuan Min transmission hall, the envelope bore 10 flamboyant characters. Clearly, this was a helper the city lord had found for Han Yang within the Yuan Min. The city lord was indeed grateful. It was not in vain that Han Yang had eliminated the guarding General Yi Bufan before leaving. Daddy, since you are here, why not meet Brother Han? Nan Lingxue rode to a hillside. City Lord Nan Jiang smiled and said, Little girl, what do you understand? He eliminated Yi Bufan for me, so I naturally have to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for either of us. Nan Lingxue didn't understand these things, so she just responded with an "oh" and continued excitedly. Brother Han is so amazing. He even killed Yi Bufan, who is at the 6th level of bone tempering. He will definitely make a name for himself in the Yuan Min and shake the 9 cities. Nan Jiang rarely corrected his daughter's naive thoughts. Instead, he nodded and said, making a name for himself might still be early, but shaking the 9 cities might just be a matter of 2 or 3 years. At 18, with a 1st level of bone tempering, this cultivation level was considered talented in Luo City, but in the 9 cities under Yuan Min, it was just barely average. However, Han Yang, with a 1st level of bone tempering, had defeated someone at the 6th level and had even mastered the intent of boxing ahead of time. This talent was among the best in the entire Yuan Min. Perhaps in less than 2 or 3 years, Han Yang would rise to fame in the Yuan Min and achieve great success. It was indeed unusual for such a small Luo city to have produced 2 extraordinary talents, Chen Yu and Han Yang. Sigh, I wonder where Qian Qian has gone. Now that Brother Han has left, Luo City has become so boring. The thoughts of a young girl come quickly with joy and just as quickly with gloom. In just a moment, Nan Lingxue had already started to feel melancholy. Even Nan Jiang, who was usually deep in thought, couldn't help but burst into laughter at his daughter's spoiled words. Good girl. You should also go to Yuan Min next year. Let those guys see that our Luo city has not only Han Yang, but also Nan Ling Xue. Of course, I am a genius. The father and daughter leaned against each other, watching Han Yang's convoy grow increasingly distant. After the incident of the city lord's daughter delivering the letter, the merchant convoy became noticeably quieter. Those small merchants who were unaware of the truth no longer dared to discuss Han Yang privately. To have the city lord's daughter see them off was a matter involving a person of great stature, and they certainly could not afford to offend. Han Yang was also happy to enjoy the long-lost tranquility. The sunset dyed the evening clouds red, and the sky gradually darkened. The merchant convoy had already left Luo City for nearly 100 miles. Young Master Han, the convoy is prepared to set up camp and rest here. What do you think? Nan Xiaofeng, one of the 3 great bodyguards of the Hongshan Merchant Association, asked respectfully, as if he were a servant. After the battle in Luo City, Han Yang had shattered the Hongshan Merchant Association's confidence. Even though Han Yang had killed the young master of the Hongshan Merchant Association, the bodyguards and porters did not dare to be slack. They even had to ask Han Yang where the convoy would rest. Just arrange it. Han Yang waved his hand casually. Nan Xiaofeng bowed respectfully and then directed the members of the convoy to begin unloading and setting up camp. Soon, the chefs in the convoy prepared a sumptuous feast for Han Yang. This was the kind of treatment even the president of the Merchant Association would receive upon arriving at the convoy. The dishes were average, but the wine was quite good. Having experienced 9 lifetimes, Han Yang had tasted countless delicacies, and the food prepared by the so-called chefs of the merchant convoy could only be barely edible. An hour passed, and the Merchant Association gradually quieted down. The people who had traveled all day were already sound asleep. However, Han Yang, in the carriage, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Something was wrong. The night in the monster beast forest was too quiet. Normally, there should be various wild beasts howling at night, but now it was eerily silent. Han Yang got up and quietly left the carriage, slipping into the night. On the hillside, several hundred feet away from the temporary camp of the convoy, a woman in dark clothes, with a cold gaze, looked down at the convoy. An old man beside her bowed respectfully and said, "The informant we placed in the Hongshan Merchant Association has reported that the person is indeed in the convoy." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed across the woman's face. To disrupt the messenger's plan and still dare to enter the monster beast forest, truly seeking death. According to the plan, tonight, I will annihilate the Hongshan Merchant Association. As you command. The old man left with a grim expression. Zhang Taixian and those useless people were actually defeated by a first-level bone-tempering kid. What a waste of the messenger's plans. It turned out that this woman was the one who had hired Zhang Taixian's team to hunt the Iron Flame Beast. The night in the monster beast forest seemed to grow even quieter after the old man left. After an unknown amount of time, a rustling sound came from deep within the monster beast forest. Not good, it's a beast hide, standing atop the treetops. Han Yang noticed countless beast eyes in the darkness and finally realized what was wrong. Only before a beast tide occurs would the forest be this quiet. Now, the beast tide was about to erupt. Once these monster beasts charged over, not only would the merchant convoy suffer, but even the entire Luo city might be invaded. Every time a beast tide erupted, it was a calamity for the common people of the 9 cities. Chapter 22, One Man, One Sword. Blocking the beast tide, just as Han Yang was preparing to retreat from the tree, a voice sounded not far away. "Young Master Han, is this a beast tide?" It was Nan Xiaofeng's voice. However, at this moment, the 5th-level bone-tempering bodyguard's voice was clearly trembling. Even with 5th-level bone-tempering, facing thousands or even tens of thousands of first-level monster beasts, there was only one way to die. "You are quite alert." Han Yang glanced at Nan Xiaofeng. No wonder he was a great bodyguard traveling between the 9 cities. He was able to detect the commotion brought by the beast tide. But Nan Xiaofeng had no proud expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Han, let us retreat. With our strength, we can definitely break out of the monster beast encirclement and escape." This great bodyguard of the Hongshan Merchant Association was actually planning to abandon the convoy and escape alone in the face of a beast tide that could engulf the entire convoy. A whoop! The stealthy beast pack suddenly let out a roar. Nan Xiaofeng's face changed drastically. Not good. The convoy has already been discovered. "Young Master Han, If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Han Yang glanced at the golden inlaid jade scabbard at Nan Xiaofeng's waist and said, "Your sword is not bad. It belongs to me now. You want to take action to save the convoy?" Nan Xiaofeng immediately realized what Han Yang was planning to do and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you crazy? Below are thousands of monster beasts. Even if most of them are only first level, rushing down there is no different from seeking death. Even if Han Yang is a genius capable of defeating 6th-level bone tempering, falling into a beast tide would still mean certain death. Save the convoy. I'm not particularly interested." Han Yang's face remained indifferent, and his words made Nan Xiaofeng feel ashamed. But after the convoy, there was Luo City. Once the beast tide reached Luo City, even if the city defenses were solid and experts gathered, the common people outside the city would still suffer greatly. After all, it was the city where he had lived for 3 years, filled with many memories. More importantly, Han Yang didn't want to miss out on the old woman's soybean milk at the alley entrance or the sugar cakes from the Zhang family outside the city when Chun Xiaoqin returned. "You are insane. You are really insane." Nan Xiaofeng turned to leave. He didn't want to follow Han Yang into this madness. Just as he was about to move, a white light suddenly shone from Han Yang's palm. Cloud-grasping hand. Nan Xiaofeng's treasured sword instantly fell into Han Yang's hand. Clang! The blade was drawn, casting a cold gleam in the night. What a good sword. At least a profound-grade treasure. Han Yang didn't expect that a bodyguard like Nan Xiaofeng would possess such a treasure. "Oh my heavens!" Nan Xiaofeng screamed, as if someone had stolen his wife. This was his savings accumulated over 30 years as a bodyguard, a treasure he had invested heavily to purchase. Half of his fortune was tied up in this sword. In that moment, he even had the impulse to fight Han Yang to the death. "Ha, today, I shall borrow your Tianke sword to slay the demon beasts and protect Luocheng." Han Yang let out a long howl, leaping down from the tree and charging into the horde of demon beasts. The First Order demon wolf, howling to the sky, only caught a glimpse of the chilling sword light before its head soared high into the air. A dense swarm of demon beasts, seemingly endless, was instantly enraged by Han Yang, roaring as they rushed forward. Hundreds of demon beasts charged, causing the ground to tremble violently. Soon, the entire camp was awakened, thrown into chaos. So many demon beasts are just right for inscribing the 4-symbol spell seal. Han Yang leaped up like a shooting star, crashing into the beast horde. The sword light ignited, and wherever it passed, there were only the wails of demon beasts. The 4 symbols spell seal sword, as one of the pinnacle martial arts mastered by Han Yang in his 9 lives, was naturally not as simple as ordinary sword techniques. With every kill, bloodlines began to appear on the Tianke treasure sword, all from the blood of demon beasts. Han Yang was using the essence blood of the demon beasts to draw a mysterious pattern, indeed, a white tiger. The white tiger, the god of war, the god of slaughter. It resonated perfectly with Han Yang's current state of mind. The strongest protection is slaughter. As he continued to kill, the white tiger pattern on the Tianke sword gradually took shape, radiating an increasingly bright white glow. Just then, 4 First Order demon beasts roared and pounced. Their sharp claws were even more terrifying than blades. First Order demon beasts were equivalent to warriors at the 1st or 2nd level of bone forging. Their strength was quite formidable. As the 4 demon beasts attacked, even a 5th-level bone forging expert like Nan Xiaofeng had to respond cautiously. But Han Yang merely turned the blade. A line of blood appeared between the necks of the 4 demon beasts. Beasts comparable to bone forging warriors were instantly slain. The unadorned sword technique left Nan Xiaofeng watching from afar dazzled. He had wielded a sword for half his life, and today he realized that a sword could be used this way. Han Yang was truly terrifying. His fist techniques had reached the mastery of fist intent, and his sword techniques were equally fierce. But how long could he withstand the tide of beasts that was just beginning? It seemed to confirm Nan Xiaofeng's thoughts. After the 4 demon beasts were killed, more demon beasts were spurred into a frenzy by the smell of blood. A large group roared and charged forward. As Han Yang was about to be surrounded by the demon beasts and unable to escape, his figure suddenly changed, moving like flowing clouds and rushing water, weaving past the demon beasts. Poof! Blood splattered. 5 demon beasts were slain in a single stroke. Drenched in blood, Han Yang resembled a demon god, rampaging through the horde of demon beasts. 10, 50, 100. Soon, the ground beneath Han Yang was littered with the corpses of demon beasts. Alone and isolated, Han Yang stood like an iron chain across the river, unyielding to the onslaught of the beast horde. There were no flashy sword techniques, only the simplest cleaves. But every move took the lives of several first-order demon beasts. This was a miracle. Nan Xiaofeng had traveled through 9 cities for 30 years and had never seen a first-level bone-forging warrior achieve such a feat. No, not to mention a first-level bone-forging warrior. Even a 5th, 6th, or 7th-level bone-forging warrior would never be able to match Han Yang's prowess. If it were him, he would have long been exhausted by now. Yet Han Yang seemed as if he would never tire, continuously slaughtering. Inside the merchant camp, the bodyguards and porters of the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce gripped their weapons nervously, their throats dry. Han Yang's demonic performance shocked everyone. "Should we go help young Master Han?" A small merchant whispered, but it drew no response. Han Yang was strong, but the endless tide of beasts was even more daunting. No one dared to rush out to help Han Yang at this moment. While Han Yang held back the beast horde, organized the personnel, and retreat immediately, Nan Xiaofeng returned to the merchant team at some point, issuing loud orders. "Nan, the head bodyguard, young Master Han, is still fighting the enemy. You can't be so shameless. Yes, as a 5th-level bone-forging warrior. Why don't you help young Master Han slay the demon beasts?" The small merchants in the team lacked the courage to fight the demon beasts, yet they dared to scold Nan Xiaofeng. Nan Xiaofeng coldly glanced at these people, saying, "If you wish to help Han Yang kill the demon beasts, no one will stop you. This is my business, and it doesn't concern you. Go." After saying that, he turned and left with the people from the Hongshan Chamber of Commerce. Without the Tianke sword, he needed these bodyguards and porters to distract the demon beasts. On a hillside several hundred meters away, the woman in the dark robe said coldly, "What an interesting little fellow. His strength truly cannot be measured by realm. Chu Ba, you go down and kill him." Chapter 23. Young lady, wine sword immortal at your command. A figure behind the woman in dark clothes vanished like a ghost into the night. After a few leaps, he blended into the beast horde. The demon beasts strangely did not attack him, as if they couldn't see him at all. 100 meters, 10 meters. The shadow was getting closer to Han Yang. Just as Han Yang dodged the attacks of 5 demon beasts with the illusionary cloud step, the shadow hid behind a demon beast and launched a sneak attack. The sword in his hand was completely black, not reflecting any light. It was clearly a sword designed specifically for assassination. The black sword thrust out, even lacking the whooshing sound typical of other bone-forging experts. It was like the flick of a snake's tongue, and by the time it was noticed, it was already too late. At the moment the shadow struck, the white tiger spell seal drawn with the essence blood of demon beasts on Han Yang's blade finally completed the last stroke. The finishing touch, with the blood eyes. The white tiger seemed alive, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. For symbol spell seal sword, white tiger kill. Boundless blood, energy, and murderous aura surged from the Tianke sword, roaring towards the dozens of demon beasts around. Whoosh! Countless sword lights burst forth in the night. The dozens of demon beasts pouncing toward Han Yang instantly froze, as if trapped in amber. The next moment, their bodies shattered into pieces, turning into chunks of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. At the moment the 4 symbols spell seal sword lit up. The assassin named Chu Ba sensed something was wrong and tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The murderous aura of the white tiger kill crashed into his consciousness like a tidal wave, leaving him in a state of chaos. When he awoke from the pain in his body, he could only helplessly watch as his own body, like those dozens of demon beasts, was sliced into pieces. "You!" Chu Ba could only utter a single word before 2 lines of blood appeared on his face, and his head split into 3 parts. A 5th-level bone-forging warrior, unable to even unleash his killing move, was slain in a single stroke. Han Yang's sword technique didn't even require him to actively target him. Instead, it obliterated him along with the dozens of demon beasts. What? How is this possible? The woman in dark clothes stepped forward in surprise, her delicate face filled with astonishment. Chu Ba was one of the top assassins of the Four Seasons Tower, with the ultimate assassination techniques of the Four Seasons Tower as support. His sneak attack could easily overpower ordinary 6th or 7th level bone forging experts. Now, he had been killed by that junior with a single sword strike. Could it be that this junior's killing of Zhang Tai-Xian was not a coincidence? Is he a hidden pawn of the Yuan men? The woman in the dark robe no longer bothered to hide her tracks. She pulled out a green jade bamboo flute and placed it to her lips. The flute vibrated but did not produce a sound, appearing extremely eerie. At the moment the flute music began, all the beast eyes among the tide of beasts turned blood red, going completely mad and attacking all humans in their path. The four symbols spell Seal Blade was actually beyond the limits of power that Han Yang could control at this moment. After a single strike, his face turned pale, and the only bone that had been tempered on his right arm dimmed in brightness. However, his back remained straight, and there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. A true man has things to do and things not to do. Behind him was Luo City, with millions of lives and 3 years of memories with Xiao Qian. He could not retreat, nor would he kill. Han Yang raised his sword and charged into the boiling beast horde caused by the flute music. It turned out that there were such fools in this world. Just then, a figure in white appeared atop the distant treetops. It was a woman, her garments fluttering as if she were an immortal, her face veiled, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Yet she exuded an unparalleled charm. Under the moonlight, a faint white light surrounded her body. This was a characteristic of having perfected bone tempering, with all her bones having been refined. The woman had a pair of phoenix eyes and willow leaf brows, her gaze captivating and commanding without any anger. Li Xianyu, the South Xiaofeng, who was preparing to escape with his people, stood frozen upon seeing the woman in white. Dressed in white and veiled, with a red wine gourd hanging at her waist, this attire could only belong to one person in the 9 cities. The number 1 prodigy of the Yuan sect, the First Lady of the 9 cities, the wine sword immortal Li Xianyu. At just 19 years old, she had already perfected her bone tempering and could break through to qi gathering at any moment, completing the metamorphosis from mortal to immortal. This woman was the greatest legend of the 9 cities. South Xiaofeng never expected that this lady would appear in this place. The thousands of first-tier demon beasts, whose eyes were previously blood red, seemed to be intimidated by a natural enemy, letting out mournful cries and prostrating on the ground. One person dominated the scene. In fact, without even lifting a finger, she made the beast tide dissipate into nothingness. Han Yang looked up at the figure of the wine sword immortal atop the treetops with a hint of surprise. He had only heard of her name and had never seen her in person, thinking the rumors were exaggerated. Seeing her today, he realized how ignorant the world was, failing to understand the talent of such a prodigy. This Li Xianyu was not merely at the perfected bone tempering stage. She was clearly already at qi gathering. Moreover, she was only a step away from the realm of returning to simplicity. Your gaze is quite interesting. Li Xianyu curiously examined Han Yang, who stood holding a sword and was covered in blood. It had been a long time since anyone dared to look at her with such unrestrained eyes. This little man was quite intriguing. Before Han Yang could respond, she burped, adding a hint of wine smell to her celestial aura. A few little bugs from the Four Seasons Tower dared to raise a beast tide in the 9 cities. They truly were tired of living. With a flick of her finger, several drops of wine flew from her hand, making a sharp sound as they shot off. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted, and wherever the drops of wine passed, all the trees were shattered. Spare me, wine sword immortal, the dark-robed woman, who had previously been so spirited and toyed with the entire merchant caravan, even commanding beasts to invade Luo City, let out a cry of despair. Her figure shifted in multiple directions, and over 50 bones shone brightly, yet she could not evade a single drop of wine aimed at her. Puffed. The dark-robed woman's body was pierced by the wine, her wound appearing as if struck by a sharp sword, penetrating from front to back. With her cultivation at the 7th level of bone tempering, she could not recover. You've ruined my cultivation. Feeling the light on her bones gradually dissipating, the dark-robed woman turned pale. This little bug from the Four Seasons Tower could be handed over to the city lord of Tai City for the bounty. Li Xianyu completely ignored the mournful cries of the dark-robed woman and said to Han Yang, seeing the direction of your caravan, "You must be going to participate in the Yuan sect martial selection, right? I have high hopes for you. When the time comes, you can mention my name." Before her words fell, her figure disappeared without a trace. And the thousands of demon beasts, they had escaped or died, leaving not a single one behind. Han Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. This wine-sword immortal was indeed as unruly as the legend said. She claimed to have high hopes for him, yet never gave him a chance to speak. Just as Han Yang was sheathing his sword and preparing to walk towards the caravan, Li Xianyu's voice rang out again. "Oh, I almost forgot something. A dignified, fifth-level bone tempering, facing a beast tide, yet fleeing without a fight. That crime deserves punishment. A drop of wine, knowing not whence it came, puffed. It directly pierced through South Xiaofeng's head. South Xiaofeng's face still held the joy of surviving a calamity. Chapter 24, Tai City, Li Family, I'm here. The people of the Hongshan Merchants Association were silent as the grave. Recently, they had suffered numerous calamities. First, the young master was killed by Han Yang at the entrance of the association, ruining decades of prestige in an instant. Now, one of the three great bodyguards of the association had also been killed by the wine-sword immortal Li Xianyu. For the Hongshan Merchants Association, this was truly adding insult to injury. Unfortunately, they could not afford to offend either of these two individuals and could only eat their grievances in silence. Bah, you despicable thing, try to abandon us and run away. Truly inhuman. It seems the Hongshan Merchants Association is not worthy of trust. Han Gongzi is truly impressive, single-handedly blocking the demon beasts and protecting all of us. After the beast tide incident, the reputation of the Hongshan Merchants Association was thoroughly ruined, despised by all the merchants in the caravan. It is easy to imagine that once this matter spreads, the situation of the Hongshan Merchants Association will surely worsen. Han Gongzi, please this way. An elderly man dressed as a merchant respectfully approached Han Yang, instructing his attendants and servants to serve him. The other merchants also expressed their gratitude to Han Yang profusely. Han Yang loosened his overly strained muscles, sheathed the Tianke blade, and, under the service of the attendants, went to the luxurious carriage. After killing so many demon beasts, he was quite exhausted. His realm was still too low. Feeling the only tempered bone beginning to show fine cracks, Han Yang couldn't help but sigh, seeing that Han Yang accepted the service of his team as attendants. The elderly man nodded in relief and looked around at the others, asking, "What are you still dazed for? Hurry up and dig out the demon beast's inner cores to present to Han Gongzi." Understood. What Boss Fong said makes sense. Only then did those merchants who had survived the ordeal awaken from their daze and begin collecting the inner cores of the demon beasts. Although they were all first-tier demon beasts, their numbers reached thousands, amounting to a considerable fortune. Bah, it must be that wretched woman who attracted the demon beasts. Otherwise, the wine-sword immortal wouldn't have specifically taken her down. Someone, tie her up and send her to Han Gongzi's carriage. It could be said that a tiger has fallen to the plains and is bullied by dogs. A dignified assassin from the Four Seasons Tower, at the 6th or 7th level of bone tempering, was pushed and shoved by a few merchants' bodyguards at the body refining stage and sent to Han Yang's carriage. Give you a chance. Tell me why you attracted the beast tide to kill me. Han Yang narrowed his eyes, examining the woman in the dark robe. The dark-robed woman laughed scornfully. Huh, don't think of me as a 3-year-old. Do you think I would believe you would let me go? Han Yang lazily waved his hand. You misunderstood. What I mean is, as long as you tell me your purpose for attracting the beast tide to kill me, I can give you a quick death. The expression on the dark-robed woman's face instantly froze. She did not expect that the young man from Luo City would be so decisive in killing. Give myself a quick death. Perhaps this statement seemed unbelievable to others. But the dark-robed woman knew very well that if she fell into the hands of the city lord of Tai City, her fate would be worse than dying right now. After a moment of silence, the woman in the dark robe said, Zhang Taixian is executing a secret mission for my Four Seasons Tower. You killed him and took away what belongs to us, which has disrupted our subsequent actions. Han Yang took the fragrant tea offered by the maid, but his movements paused. He initially thought that these assassins from Four Seasons Tower were trouble caused by his eccentric father-in-law, but unexpectedly, it was because of Zhang Taixian. To be honest, If the woman in the dark robe hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten that he had ever killed that person. Suddenly, the woman in the dark robe looked at Han Yang with a strange expression and said, "Actually, this secret mission is to find a map." Puffed. With a slight sound, the woman's voice abruptly stopped, her delicate face still showing a look of disbelief. Han Yang slowly withdrew his fingers, which had just crushed a part of the woman's head, and said lightly, "Of course, I will fulfill my promise to you. As for the so-called secret, you can take it with you. I'm not interested." A small stream of blood flowed from a finger-sized wound on the woman's forehead, and her body slowly collapsed. The two maids in the carriage trembled in fear at this scene, looking at Han Yang with terrified eyes. This young Master Han is too ruthless. Han Yang naturally wouldn't explain to them. As a killer from Four Seasons Tower, the woman's confession was too straightforward. There must be a conspiracy, and he didn't need to listen to her nonsense any longer. Four Seasons Tower, he had already memorized this notorious assassin organization in the 13 counties of the southern region. 6 days later, in Tai City. Among the 9 cities of the Yuan Gate, Luo City is considered a small city. Tai City, located near the Yuan Gate, is extremely prosperous, a large city with a population of over 1 million. The majestic ancient city walls showcase the grandeur of a big city. Young Master Han, there are still 3 days until the martial arts election at Yuan Gate. If you don't mind, you can stay at my humble merchant association for a couple of days. Along the way, Boss Fong and others were very respectful to Han Yang. Han Yang smiled and acknowledged the goodwill, but said, "However, I have other purposes for coming to Tai City, so it's better for you, Boss Fong, not to get too close to me." Han Yang didn't come to Tai City for leisure. He was here for revenge. A bloody storm was inevitable, and there was no need to involve innocent people like Boss Fong. Boss Fong was puzzled and didn't understand what Han Yang meant. "Stop. Who was in the carriage? Get out for inspection." As the convoy reached the city gate, they were stopped by the city guards. Boss Fong was astonished and asked, "Captain Yin, what is going on? Why is the inspection so strict?" The merchants in the caravan had traveled to various cities many times, but had never seen such a serious situation. Captain Yin snorted coldly. "This is not something you merchant travelers can inquire about. Hurry up. Let everyone get out for inspection." Boss Fong had no choice but to approach the luxurious carriage. Han Yang and the others inside had already heard the sound from outside. After consulting with Han Yang, the two maids respectfully lifted the curtain, prepared the footstool and horse sit for Han Yang, serving him very attentively. They had clearly treated Han Yang as the most distinguished nobleman. However, when Captain Yin saw Han Yang, his expression changed instantly. Clang! Captain Yin directly drew his sword, pointing it at Han Yang, and shouted, "You are Han Yang." Han Yang looked at the city guard in surprise. Could it be that his reputation had already spread here? "What a bold move. You dare to come to Tai City. Quickly, inform the Li family, saying that Han Yang has fled to Tai City." Captain Yin ordered a subordinate to return to the city to report, while the others surrounded Han Yang's carriage. Han Yang looked speechlessly at the armed city guards. Fleeing to Tai City? What nonsense, when have I ever fled? He had come to Tai City to resolve the grudges with the Li family once and for all. The Li family had specifically requested Chun Xiao Qian to be a concubine for Li Ying, using their power to bully others. As Xiao Qian's fiancé, how could he act as if nothing had happened? The Chun family's elder forcing a marriage was indeed despicable, but the Li family was the real culprit. "Captain Yin, it's a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding." Boss Fong, not knowing what had happened, thought Captain Yin was deliberately making things difficult, and hurriedly pulled out a stack of silver notes to hand to him. "Get lost." Captain Yin waved his hand and struck with his sword towards Boss Fong's neck. In the eyes of these martial artists, a merchant's life was worth nothing. Chapter 25. The young tiger of the Li family. At the moment Captain Yin raised his military knife, Han Yang moved lightly on his feet, as if stepping on clouds. Boom! A punch landed on Captain Yan's open chest. A body was instantly sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the city wall behind. His eyes rolled back, blood staining his chest. He was already unconscious. The sudden battle left the scene in dead silence. The city guards had not expected that someone would dare to attack their 10-man team leader at the city gate of Tai City. "Han Yang, you are indeed a madman. No wonder the Li family has a bounty on you." Several city guards trembled as they raised their weapons, but no one dared to attack Han Yang. Captain Yin was at the second level of bone refinement, yet he was killed by Han Yang with a single blow. For them, those at the body refinement level going up would just be seeking death. Boss Fong, who had narrowly escaped death, was horrified and shouted, "Young Master Han, you must leave this place quickly. Don't worry about us." The caravan had dealings in 9 cities, and he was very familiar with the major forces in Tai City. The Li family was one of the 3 major forces in Tai City, with formidable strength and even late-stage bone refinement experts in the family. No matter how strong Han Yang was, facing the Li family would be perilous. Han Yang brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and said lightly, "I came to Tai City to find the Li family. Why would I leave? Boss Fong, I appreciate your goodwill, but some matters are indeed not for you to interfere in, so let us part ways here." Before his voice fell, he had already stepped toward the city gate. The city guards, holding their weapons, dared not move, being forced to step back by Han Yang. The aura erupting from Han Yang was like a tiger descending the mountain, already intimidating them. Suddenly, the sound of war horses roaring echoed. A team of cavalry rushed in from the city. "Han Yang, you dare to come to Tai City?" With an angry shout, a cavalryman led the charge, his spear piercing through the air like a black python, aiming directly at Han Yang's chest. Riding the horse's momentum, he exerted the impact of a third-level bone refinement expert, despite only being at the second level. At the moment the war horse charged, Han Yang stepped on the ground with his left foot and leaped into the air. To everyone's astonishment, he actually stepped on the thrusting spear with his right foot. After taking 2 steps on the spear, Han Yang leaped again. At the same time, his left hand reached out, directly grabbing the cavalryman's throat. Boom! With a shake of his arm, the cavalryman was thrown out like a sandbag, directly smashing into the second cavalryman on the ground. Meanwhile, Han Yang was already above the third cavalryman, stomping down. The second-level bone refinement cavalryman felt a crack in his neck as it was brutally crushed into his chest cavity. The war horses neighed wildly, and all the cavalrymen behind instinctively pulled on the reins, not daring to advance. 3 black-armored cavalrymen from the Li family were instantly taken down. The remaining 3 were also filled with dread. "Han Yang, you are killing people in Tai City. Are you tired of living?" The leader among the remaining 3 cavalrymen, a young man with a fierce expression, shouted, "Are you from the Li family?" Standing on the saddle, Han Yang, clad in white, looked like a celestial being. Tai City was the Li family's home ground, but at this moment, Han Yang had forced the Li family members to bow their heads at the city gate. The city guards at the city gate were already dumbfounded. The 3 cavalrymen, 2 at the second level of bone refinement and 1 at the first level, were all formidable fighters. But under Han Yang's control, they were like clay chickens and tile dogs, unable to withstand even 1 round. The city guards finally realized that the feud between the Li family and Han Yang was not something merchants should interfere with, nor was it something they could get involved in. The leading youth from the Li family seemed to draw courage from the mention of the Li family by Han Yang, pointing at him and shouting, "You little beast, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Surrender now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, if you kidnap a concubine of the Li family, you will surely die." Hearing the youth refer to Chun Xiao Qian as a concubine of the Li family, a flash of killing intent appeared in Han Yang's eyes. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished. The Li family youth fell off his horse in a panic, as if he had seen a ghost. Han Yang's figure reappeared, now standing on the youth's horse. Looking down from above, Han Yang's eyes were filled with coldness, ready to strike at any moment. "Stop!" At that moment, a middle-aged figure suddenly appeared, pulling the Li family youth from beneath the horse. The one in green armor was the vice commander, while the one in white armor was the commander. This person in green armor was imposing, clearly the vice commander stationed at Tai City. The middle-aged vice commander looked at Han Yang with indifference. "Your Excellency is slaughtering at the gate of Tai City. Are you not taking my Tai City general's mansion seriously?" "General Yin, this kid killed Captain Yin at the city gate, daring to kill city guards, clearly challenging the authority of the general's mansion. General Yin, you just need to come. Hurry and capture him." The remaining 3 members of the Li family all spoke in unison, framing Han Yang. They did not mention the fact that the Li family had misused public resources to have the city guards help them capture Han Yang. Upon hearing this, The middle-aged vice commander, General Yin, suddenly turned cold. Daring to kill my nephew, you have some guts. A smile flashed across the Li family youth's face upon hearing the vice commander's words. Although they both shared the surname Yin, General Yin and Captain Yin were actually not related. Clearly, he was using an excuse to attack Han Yang. Hearing General Yan's words, Han Yang remained indifferent, as if he had not heard. Killing one person is killing. Killing two is also killing. Since someone is seeking death, I am willing to oblige. There is no need for the general to intervene. The enemies of the Li family should be dealt with by the Li family. Just as the fight seemed imminent, a voice came from a nearby tavern. In the eyes of the crowd, a figure leaped down from the tavern, light as a feather. The young tiger of the Li family, Li Dian. General Yin frowned slightly. Li Dian was a martial arts genius of the young generation in the Li family. At 17 last year, he had already reached the second level of bone forging. Now, a year later, at 18, no one knew what level he had attained. Moreover, after hearing of his talent, Yuan Min had sent an elder in person to deliver a martial selection token to him, which was a great honor. However, General Yin did not want Li Dian to engage with Han Yang. A son of 1,000 golds should not sit in the hall. With Li Dian's talent and status, there was no need to risk his life against a reckless outlaw like Han Yang. The Li family youth standing beside General Yin clenched his fists tightly. As a member of the young generation of the Li family, Li Dian's appearance overshadowed all his brilliance. This kid is truly detestable. Why can't he just die quietly and give Li Dian the chance to shine? I heard you killed many elders of the Chun family and forcibly took away my Li family's concubine? I don't believe it. Li Dian's gaze was arrogant, clearly not taking Han Yang seriously. Upon hearing the words Li family concubine again, Han Yang's eyes turned icy. For that statement alone, you deserve to die. Stunned, Li Dian then burst into laughter. You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. Come and take my head if you have the ability. Before his words fell, Li Dian pounced down like a fierce tiger, his clothes fluttering, and his bones crackled, producing a faint tiger's roar. Chapter 26. Letting you live a few more days, tiger? At the moment Li Dian unleashed his tiger fist, Han Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He mastered the four symbols seal blade in this small world. Who would understand the tiger fist better than him? Li Dian was merely showing off in front of a master. Heaven Lu Gong. As Li Dian lunged towards him, Han Yang did not dodge, but threw a punch forward, executing the heavenly gang fist as if the sun were rising. Boom! The two fists collided directly. The tiger's roar echoed through the forest, and all beasts submitted. The great sun heavenly gang was unmatched. Facing off against the fierce tiger, Han Yang remained unmoved. While Li Dian was directly sent flying 7 or 8 zhang away, his figure in disarray. This scene stunned everyone present. General Yan's eyes were filled with shock. Because of Chun Yu's reputation across the 9 cities, he had heard of this son-in-law of the Chun family. It was said that he was a waste who had been crippled. Unexpectedly, not only had he recovered, but his strength was also so formidable. With a single move, he had driven back the young tiger of the Li family. You deserve to die. Li Dian's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth cracked open, and his voice was chilling. Like a furious tiger, he had never been defeated by his peers. Now being sent flying by a son-in-law of the Chun family, how could he not be enraged? In an instant, the young genius's mind was clouded by murderous intent and humiliation, and his Yuan power surged toward Han Yang. Unbeknownst to him, Han Yang was also quite surprised. He hadn't killed the opponent with one punch. This young tiger of the Li family seemed to have trained some body forging technique. Despite being only at the 3rd level of bone forging, he was even tougher than the 5th level elder of the Chun family, Chun Shi. However, it didn't matter. If one punch didn't work, then 2 punches would do. There was no need for young Master Li Dian to intervene. This junior could be dealt with by me. Just as Han Yang was preparing to kill Li Dian, General Yin suddenly made a move, roaring as he punched toward Han Yang's temple. 38 bones radiated light. This vice commander of Tai City was also a strong man at the 6th level of bone forging. This showed that the overall strength of Tai City was much stronger than that of Luo City. The general guarding Luo City, Yibu Fan, was only at the 6th level of bone forging, while his vice commander was only at the 5th level. Boom, boom, boom. The opponent's punch directly shattered the air, and the sound of the explosive force was like rolling thunder. The ordinary martial artists around felt their ears ringing, nearly deafened. If you want to stand up for the Li family, then go die. Han Yang's battle intent surged in his heart, preparing to activate the blood-burning secret technique to kill this oblivious vice commander on the spot. What a farce! At that moment, a figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere, casually waving a hand to dissipate General Yan's thunderous punch. Even a furious Li Jian was held down by this person. All right, we are all talented individuals participating in the Yuan Men martial selection. Why must there be fighting and killing? Calmly restraining a 6th-level bone forging person. The figure was an old man in a flowing green robe, his face thin and sharp, exuding an air of an expert. Edel Montak, are you going to intervene in the feud between the Li family and this person? Seeing the newcomer, General Yan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This elder was a Yuan Min elder responsible for recruitment in Tai City, holding a high position. If he intervened, even as a vice commander, it would be difficult for him to act against Han Yang. Elder Mo, let me go. I must kill this person. Lidian Ruarad Madli. Elder Mo smiled and looked at the two, saying, I told you before the martial selection, you are not allowed to fight. Although he wore a smile, the coldness in his words sent a shiver down the spine of General Yan, a 6th-level bone forging strongman. The madness in Li Dian's eyes also faded somewhat, but he still shouted defiantly, he is just a son-in-law at the 1st level of bone forging. What qualifications does he have to participate in the Yuan Min martial selection? Elder Mo, you must be mistaken. Elder Mo shook his head helplessly. You really think I'm confused, unable to tell who is participating in the martial selection? Young man, take out your token and show these two. The latter half of the sentence is naturally directed at Han Yang. Han Yang sighed. Although this old man meant well, he was hindering his ability to kill. Perhaps in Elder Mo's eyes, a 1st-level bone-tempering practitioner could never defeat a 6th-level one, and he was merely protecting himself. Fine, let these two live a few more days. Han Yang casually revealed the token in his hand. Upon seeing the token, Li Dian's expression turned extremely ugly. Very well. Since it is like this, I will give Elder Mo some face and let you live a few more days. Li Dian glared at Han Yang with resentment before sweeping his sleeves and leaving. General Yin also expressionlessly cupped his hands towards Elder Mo and walked away with the city guard. Elder Mo retracted the smile from his face and said in an angry yet disappointed tone, Han Yang, is it? You may have some talent, but you are still too impulsive. Coming to Tai City so recklessly is no different from seeking death. Nanjiang has gone to great lengths to help you obtain a martial selection token. You must not let him down. This tone of disappointment left Han Yang momentarily stunned. Could it be that this Elder Mo is the 3rd elder of the Law Transmission Hall? Before he could ask, the other party's figure swayed and vanished before his eyes. The 8th level of bone tempering seems a bit weaker than expected. Elder Mo's cultivation was slightly beyond Han Yang's anticipation. Not too strong, but rather too weak. He had thought that a sect capable of nurturing the Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu, would be extremely powerful. However, it seemed that was not the case from Elder Mo's demeanor. The Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu, might just be an anomaly. Young Master Han, you're still new to Tai City and likely have no place to stay. Why not? Just then, Boss Fong, who had been hiding somewhere before, approached. Han Yang smiled and said, knowing that I have offended the Li family, you still dare to get close to me? Boss Fong replied helplessly, now the Li family may have already considered me part of your faction. It's too late to distance myself. So I might as well ask you to take care of me a bit. Boss Fong's words were straightforward, but his underlying intention was to seize the opportunity to get close to Han Yang. Han Yang's earlier display of talent in the previous battle had thrilled him. Even the renowned Li family's young tiger had been knocked away with a single move. Such a talented individual, if he could build a relationship before taking off, the Fong family business would surely soar in the future. As a businessman, your unexpected sincerity is quite impressive, with foresight too, haha. Han Yang patted Boss Fong on the shoulder, and they headed to the Fong family business's residence in Tai City together. Half an hour later, Han Yang sat cross-legged in a secret chamber, beginning to operate the 9-turn star technique, absorbing the several thousand 1st-level demon beast inner cores. The demonic energy within the first-level demon cores, transformed by the 9-turn star technique, turned into strands of star power, beginning to nourish his meridians and body. The energy contained in the inner cores of first-level demon beasts is vastly different from that of third-level demon beasts. The inner core of the third-level Bally King Lion had only allowed him to recover from some injuries, not enough to impact the acupoints of the 9-turn star technique. The several thousand first-level demon beast inner cores were even less effective. After 4 hours, all the demon beast inner cores were consumed, and Han Yang only gained a few faint strands of star power in his body. He was still far from breaking through to the second acupoint, Yutong, truly worthy of being an ancient supreme divine technique. Breaking through is exceedingly difficult. If he were cultivating another technique, several thousand first-level demon beast inner cores would be enough for him to break through from the first level of bone tempering to the third. However, now, while practicing the 9-turn star technique, Han Yang had only barely cultivated a few strands of star power. But Han Yang understood that this was not due to the weakness of the 9-turn star technique, but because it was too strong. Young Master Han, the Zhang family in Tai City has sent an invitation, inviting you to a banquet at the Inviting Moon Pavilion tonight. Just as Han Yang finished his training and exited his meditation, Boss Fong excitedly approached him with an invitation. Chapter 27. Strong in power. Not lacking in schemes, the Zhang family in Tai City. I'm not going, Han Yang directly refused. He had naturally heard of the Zhang family, one of the 3 great families of Tai City, on par with the Li family. However, he had no connection with the Zhang family and was not interested in attending. Boss Fong was taken aback and hurriedly said, Young Master Han, this is the Zhang family of Tai City. You have already offended the Li family. If you refuse the Zhang family again, I fear. He thought Han Yang was unaware of the Zhang family, but seeing his expression, it seemed otherwise. He could only earnestly persuade him. The Fong family business was now tied to Han Yang, and he naturally hoped Han Yang could connect with the Zhang family. Han Yang smiled and said, If Boss Fong invites me for a drink, then I won't refuse. As for the so-called Zhang family, let's forget it. Boss Fong's latter words were caught in his throat, and he didn't know how to persuade him further. Just then, a burst of laughter came from outside the room. As expected of the renowned young Master Han of Tai City, your proud spirit is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. With a flowery sentence, a middle-aged man wielding a folding fan walked in and cupped his hands, saying, Zhang family's guest elder, Xiao Yuanshan, has come to see young Master Han. Han Yang frowned. I don't particularly like cultured people who play at being refined. This was an experience accumulated from his 8 lifetimes of rebirth. Such cultured individuals who feign elegance are either empty-headed fools or treacherous characters with ulterior motives. Xiao Yuanshan's expression froze for a moment before he forced a smile and said, You have made me lose face, young Master Han. Before he finished speaking, he snapped the folding fan shut, and a fierce aura belonging to a martial artist surged forth. In an instant, he transformed from a weak scholar into a fiercely intimidating warrior. The transformation in aura left Boss Fong dumbfounded. Han Yang was speechless. This Xiao Yuanshan was indeed interesting. There are not many who can change their demeanor so freely. Young Master Han, my master requests your presence regarding the matter of the missing you. You may not be disappointed. This person was indeed intriguing. First, he approached Han Yang in the guise of a scholar, flattering him. When he saw Han Yang didn't like that, he immediately switched to a warrior's demeanor, straightforwardly addressing the matter at hand. Han Yang began to understand why this guy had become a guest elder of the Zhang family. Just this ability to read people and adapt his approach is a skill in alliances and verbal persuasion. I hope, as you say, I do not take disappointment well. This time, Han Yang nodded without refusal. If the matter of his father-in-law's disappearance was not clarified, how would he face Xiao Qian in the future? After leaving the Fong family business and boarding the Zhang family's carriage, they arrived at the Inviting Moon Pavilion after 2 incense sticks of time. Upon seeing this restaurant, Han Yang understood the origin of the name Inviting Moon Pavilion. The Inviting Moon Pavilion had a full 18 floors, making it the tallest building in Tai City. Standing on the rooftop, one could almost reach out to the moon in the sky. Xiao Yuanshan had been observing Han Yang, thinking that Han Yang, coming from a small place in Luo City, would show a shocked expression upon seeing the Inviting Moon Pavilion. However, He only saw Han Yang glance at it indifferently before losing interest, which left him secretly astonished. Little did he know, Han Yang had lived 9 lifetimes and seen countless celestial palaces. An 18-story building was nothing in his eyes. When their figures appeared in the inviting moon pavilion, the bustling restaurant instantly fell silent. All eyes were focused on Han Yang. The news of Han Yang from Luo City defeating the Li family's young tiger with a single punch had spread like wildfire. Now, the name Han Yang was well known in Tai City, perhaps a bit exaggerated to say it was a household name, but at least among martial artists. He was certainly known to all. Young Master Han, Qiao Yuanshan smiled and said, "There are rules for ascending the inviting moon pavilion. There are both the literary floor and the martial floor. May I ask which one you prefer?" According to Qiao Yuanshan's expectation, Han Yang's next words should be to inquire about the meanings of the literary floor and the martial floor, and then choose one to obediently ascend. However, Han Yang stepped into the hall, casually sat down at one of the tables, and said, "I am here waiting for your young master. If he doesn't show up within half a tea time, I won't accompany you any longer." The smile on Qiao Yuanshan's face instantly froze. He had followed Zhang family's 3rd young master and had seen many eccentric so-called talented individuals. But someone as domineering as Han Yang, who firmly held the initiative, was a first for him. He had miscalculated. Qiao Yuanshan suddenly realized a problem. If Han Yang had such a domineering personality, he should have directly sent Zhang family's 3rd young master to meet him at the Fong family's business meeting, instead of coming to the Invitation Moon Pavilion. This was clearly Han Yang's intention to appear together with him, drawing the attention of the Li family. Now, no matter how Zhang family responded, the Li family would likely suspect that Zhang family had allied with Han Yang. Qiao Yuanshan did not expect that an 18-year-old youth could have such a shrewd scheme. He simply came to the appointment and managed to outmaneuver Zhang family. The 3rd young master would likely end up losing more than he gained this time. Then, "Young Master Han, please wait a moment. I will go report this." With a bitter smile, Qiao Yuanshan cupped his hands and turned to go upstairs. The patrons on the 1st floor were puzzled, feeling that Han Yang was overly arrogant. He had come to the Invitation Moon Pavilion, but did not go upstairs. Were people in Luocheng so oblivious to the situation? Just as everyone was whispering and preparing to watch the excitement, a discordant voice came from the 2nd floor. A middle-aged man in a blue robe stood at the stairway, looking down at Han Yang with evident provocation on his face. Someone in the hall whispered, "Isn't that Iron Sword Wu Du? I heard he has close ties with the Li family. Is he here to stand up for them? I think he wants to stir up trouble and prevent Han Yang from interacting with the Zhang family." Many people looked at Han Yang with great interest, wanting to see how this renowned young genius would respond. However, to their disappointment, Han Yang simply continued drinking, as if he had not heard Wu Du's provocation at all. Wu Du's expression darkened as he prepared to walk down the stairs. At that moment, a figure floated down from above the main hall, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, very graceful. It was Zhang family's 3rd young master, Zhang Wuyo. After a series of gasps, the guests in the hall fell silent, as if they had collectively been silenced, not daring to look more than a few glances at Zhang Wuyo. "Ha ha! As expected of someone valued by Mr. Chen, Brother Han is truly surprising." The dissipating figure of Zhang Wuyo flicked his sleeves and walked directly into the hall, sitting right next to Han Yang, as if they had known each other for years and there was no unpleasantness at all. Han Yang nodded slightly. "Speak. What is your purpose?" Zhang Wuyo smiled and said, "Brother Han speaks quickly, so I 1T beat around the bush. I want you to kill Li Dian during the Yuan Min martial selection." Zhang Wuyo's words were shocking, filled with an undeniable bloodthirstiness, and he spoke loudly, without lowering his voice. Right in front of many people, Han Yang replied indifferently, "If I encounter someone from the Li family, I will naturally kill them. However, if you want me to be your assassin, you must first do something for me to show sincerity." "Oh, Brother Han, just give the order." With a smile on his face, Zhang Wuyo seemed to have no intention of refusing. Han Yang pointed at Wu Du, who had just provoked him, and said, "Kill him for me." Chapter 28, Testing Han Yang's Strength. What seemed like a light breeze and drizzle contained more murderous intent than Zhang Wuyo's desire to kill Li Dian. Even Zhang Wuyo was momentarily taken aback. After carefully scrutinizing Han Yang and seeing that he wasn't joking, Zhang Wuyo nodded and said, "Okay." Snap. Zhang Wuyo snapped his fingers and pointed at Wu Du, standing in the second-floor box, looked confusedly at Han Yang and Zhang Wuyo, not understanding why both were pointing at him. In the next moment, a sword whistle sounded in his ears. Not good. Wu Du was alarmed, and as he tried to draw his sword, it was already too late. A pitch-black, gleaming sword pierced through his neck. Until his death, he could only see a petite figure like a ghost standing in his shadow. Gurgling sounds came from his throat as Wu Du helplessly collapsed to the ground. Until the end, he never expected that just because of a single sentence, Han Yang would harbor murderous intent against him. The other guests in the hall lowered their heads even further. 4 or 5 attendants from the Invitation Moon Pavilion began to efficiently handle the scene. Some moved the body, some wiped the blood, and some sprayed flower powder to eliminate the bloody smell. The process was extremely practiced, clearly not the first time doing such a thing. Han Yang picked up his wine cup, revealing a satisfied smile. Now, we can talk about my unreliable father-in-law. Hearing Han Yang's evaluation of the number 1 person in Jiuqing, Zhang Wuyo's mouth twitched. He didn't believe Han Yang couldn't see that he had ordered his subordinates to publicly kill the somewhat famous Iron Sword Wu Du at the Invitation Moon Pavilion as a show of force. Yet, Han Yang seemed to remain oblivious to the implications, still remaining calm and collected. This Chen family son-in-law was more terrifying than he had imagined. A thought rose in Zhang Wuyo's heart, and his smile became even more sincere. After a stick of incense, Han Yang finally left, satisfied and full. Zhang Wuyo stood at the door of the Invitation Moon Pavilion, hands behind his back, watching Han Yang's departing figure with a detached gaze. "Young master, did he agree to work for you?" Qiao Yuanshan appeared beside Zhang Wuyo, asking in a low voice. Zhang Wuyo did not answer Qiao Yuanshan's question, but said flatly, "Find someone to inform the Li family that Han Yang has left the Invitation Moon Pavilion and is returning to the Fong family business meeting." Qiao Yuanshan was taken aback. Was he the third young master planning to use Han Yang's hand to kill Li family's young tiger, Li Dian? Why inform the Li family? If the Li family learned this news, Han Yang would likely not survive to return to the Fong family business meeting. Just as he was about to ask for more details, he looked up and saw Zhang Wuyo's cold and emotionless face, causing him to swallow half of his words. Qiao Yuanshan respectfully bowed and withdrew. "Let me, Zhang Wuyo, be made a fool of in front of the public. I want to see if you have what it takes to be my blade. I hope that you, this blade, don't get broken before you even kill someone." Zhang Wuyo's eyes reflected the streetlights, like a bottomless spring. At the hour of high, on the road from the Invitation Moon Pavilion to the Fong family business meeting, pedestrians gradually became scarce. Under the moonlight, the streets appeared especially tranquil. Especially after the moon was covered by a dark cloud, a bone-chilling coldness surged. Teams of men in black moved through the night. Several surrounding streets were tightly sealed off, not allowing any idle people to pass. The silent dark Tai city was like a ghostly realm. "Brother Liu, I didn't expect the Li family to invite you as well." A burly man, resembling an iron tower, carried a giant hammer and had a silly smile on his face. In front of him stood a weak middle-aged man, who seemed as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. The two formed a stark contrast. The middle-aged man spoke with a sharp voice. "The Li family is really making a big splash. Black Mountain Stone daring, adding me, the poison demon Lu Yundu. Isn't enough. They actually invited the Four Seasons Tower assassins." As soon as Lu Yundu finished speaking, Shigandang instinctively glanced at the nearby wall, but saw no one. "The guys from Four Seasons Tower are just lecherous," Shigandang scoffed, his voice deep and resonant. "Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss just to kill a little brat at the first level of bone refining?" Lu Yin coughed softly, his expression serious as he said, "We've just received news from Luo Chen. That kid has killed the town's general, Yi Bufan. Although Yi Bufan is an incompetent waste, he is still at the 6th level of bone forging. We cannot be careless." "What? He killed Yi Bufan?" Shi Gantong's eyes widened, feeling a chill rise behind him. "It's here." At that moment, a voice like a night owl's low murmur echoed in their ears, causing both of them to stiffen. In the night, Han Yang strolled along the long street. After the unreliable disappearance, Yinyu Valley surprisingly turned into ruins, which was truly unexpected. Zhang Huio's sources of information were clearly much more detailed than those from Nanjiang and Nanling Xue. A year ago, Qin Yu went missing in Yinyu Valley. On that day, the valley was filled with dazzling light and thunderous roars, as if it were the end of the world. After that day, ruins began to appear in Yinyu Valley, prompting the Yuan men to seal off the area immediately. The so-called ruins are tombs or sites left by ancient strongmen, often representing great opportunities. Initially, it was thought that the Chun family had colluded with external enemies to harm Chun Yu, but it turned out to be related to an ancient ruin. It seems that the matter of Chun Yu's disappearance is more complicated than he had imagined. Moreover, with the appearance of ruins in Yinyu Valley, it will be difficult to enter with just an inner sect disciple status. The martial selection of Yuan men needed to be changed. Perhaps one needed to be more dazzling. Just as he was thinking this, Han Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks, a smile creeping onto his lips. Interesting, that third young master of the Zhang family is not a good person either. One of his hands slowly gripped the handle of the Tianke blade. In that moment, Han Yang's spirit achieved an unprecedented level of focus. In the night, the killing intent descended, but Han Yang's heart was more peaceful than ever, so calm that he seemed to hear the wind stirring in the night. The sound of withered leaves rustling across the ground was also clear in his ears. Crack, crack. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. In the night, it seemed as if there was only this one person. He appeared like a high wall, blocking all the surrounding light. As the tall figure stepped into the light, the first thing that came into view was his beast-like crimson eyes. A woo! Shi Gantang let out a roar that didn't sound human, his war hammer swinging up violently as he leaped into the air like a giant ape. His massive body, which should have been clumsy, displayed an astonishing leaping ability. The glow emitted by 30 bones shone like a crescent moon in Han Yang's eyes. In the path of martial arts, one first has to have momentum, then intention. Shi Gantang had not yet comprehended the realm of martial arts, but his understanding of momentum far exceeded that of ordinary people. With one hammer strike, it was as if Mount Tai had fallen, making it impossible to evade. 10 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang. At the moment the war hammer broke through the air, clang. The blade light flashed. Chapter 29. One blade breaks the killing game, Shi Gantang. A 5th-level bone forging expert was a bandit from a place called Heishan, hundreds of miles away from Taiching. This person possessed innate strength. Although he had only refined 30 bones, he had once killed a 6th-level expert with 32 bones in just 3 strikes. Heishan Shi Gantang was synonymous with violence in the 9 cities. The war hammer he wielded was something even a 6th-level bone forging expert would not dare to take head-on. Therefore, Shi Gantang was always confident in his attacks, believing that Han Yang would surely be unable to withstand the impact of his battle momentum. But just as his warhammer was about to strike down, the figure of Han Yang before him vanished like a ghost. Huh? Shi Gantang turned back in shock, and a cold voice rang in his ears. A brute is just a brute. The next moment, his vision was stained red with blood. Han Yang's movement was fast, and his blade technique even faster. If it weren't for Shi Gantang's mastery of battle momentum, allowing him to sense the impending crisis in advance, that blade would have certainly struck his throat with lethal precision. Even so, Shi Gantang had half of his neck severed by the unavoidable blade light. All of his strength was drained through the wound on his neck, pouring out with the blood. How could it be so fast? This was the only thought in Shi Gantang's mind. Boom! The heavy war hammer fell heavily to the ground. The stone-paved street was smashed into a deep pit about a zhang in diameter, with countless fragments flying all around. Shi Gantang's body also fell into the pit of power, as if he had dug a pit for himself, unable to climb out for a long time. No wonder he could kill a 6th-level bone forging expert. He actually dealt with Heishan Shi Gantang in one move. The thin figure of the poison master Lu Yun appeared vaguely atop a nearby house. He crouched on the eaves like a comical big monkey. At the moment Han Yang severed Shi Gantang's neck with a single blow, he stepped on the ground with one foot, his body shooting towards Lu Yun on the eaves. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from below. With a wound that would have been fatal for an ordinary person, Shi Gantang surprisingly had not yet drawn his last breath. His eyes widened in fury. swinging his war hammer like a dying grizzly bear towards Han Yang. At the moment he launched a desperate attack, a nearly inaudible sound of breaking air, mixed with the whistling of his hammer, shot towards Han Yang's brow with an eerie speed. If it weren't for Han Yang's senses being enhanced by the 9-turn star transformation technique, he might have overlooked this well-hidden sound. White Tiger kill. Without hesitation, Han Yang instantly activated the 4-symbol Seal Blade's ultimate kill. The White Tiger roared to life, shaking the night. Countless blade lights formed a fierce white tiger shape, overwhelming and enveloping the area below. Shi Gantong's massive body, barely standing, was instantly pounced upon and swallowed by the White Tiger. Along with him, the assassin from the Four Seasons building, who had been hiding in the darkness and launched a sneak attack, was also engulfed. Lu Yun, who was secretly releasing poison smoke, gasped in shock, his mouth agape. This is the perception of a first-level bone forging. This is a killing move that a first-level bone forging can unleash. Even at the peak of bone forging, under the careful layout of the three of them, one would be flustered and confused in a hurry. This kid is actually that terrifying. The blade light, like a tiger, instantly tore apart the peak 5th-level bone forging Shi Gantong, turning him into several segments of corpse. With a clang, the assassin from the Four Seasons building who shot poison needles from the shadows left behind an arm before vanishing without a trace. In the darkness, it was unknown where that poison needle had shot off to. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, in unimaginable horror, saw the figure stepping on the smoke, leaping up and directly kicking him in the face. Crack! His skull was shattered by the kick, his mind plunged into chaos. He died with his eyes wide open, looking at Han Yang. How did this kid not get poisoned? Standing with the blade, Han Yang landed back on the ground, suddenly taking a deep breath, as if a giant whale had taken in water, inhaling all the poison smoke into his stomach. What a good thing, comparable to several second-tier demon beast intercores. The 9-turn star transformation technique can transform all things. This bit of poison smoke was quickly converted into star power. What monster? Lu Yun's body fell from the eaves, and until his death, he could not believe that someone could actually consume his 7 absolute poison smoke, which could poison even the 8th or 9th level bone forging experts. Han Yang bent down and searched Lu Yun's body. Useless. He only had a portion of poison smoke. Disappointed, Han Yang tossed aside Lu Yun's corpse. If he had 3 or 4 more portions of this poison smoke, he might even be able to break through to the second acupoint. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. In an instant, he killed 2 and injured 1. Han Yang's gaze turned towards the Yaoyue Pavilion. Zhang family's 3rd young master, on the day of the martial selection, I will surely repay you for today as favor. Hee. Leaving behind a chilling laugh, his figure flickered and disappeared into the night. The street grew increasingly silent. In the inner city, Li family, Shigandang and Li Yun have both been killed. Li Yao, who had previously clashed with Han Yang at the city gate alongside the Li family cavalry, looked in surprise at the Seasons building assassin who was left with only 1 arm. What happened? Also, are the people from Seasons building so useless that they can't even kill a mere first-level bone refining junior? The assassin wearing the white fox mask said coldly, I killed Shigandang in an instant, unafraid of the 7 absolute poison smoke. For someone at the first level of bone refining, skill is lacking, and as a day-level assassin like me, I indeed cannot kill him. The deposit will be refunded to you. After saying this, the assassin turned and left without hesitation. Wait. Liao's face twisted in anger as he snarled, I must kill this person. What price do I need to pay to do so? This made the Seasons building assassin turn back, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, according to the price for late-stage bone refining, 100 bone refining pills. Impossible. Li Yao retorted angrily. You charge me the late-stage bone refining price for a first-level bone refining? Is this how Seasons Building does business? The assassin from Seasons Building said indifferently, you could try hiring someone at the 5th or 6th level of bone refining to assassinate Han Yang and see if they succeed. Oh, by the way, today, our Seasons Building's monthly Rose assassin diverted Old Mo from the Yuan Gate. 10 bone refining pills. Remember to pay. After saying this, he left the room without looking back. Crash! Li Yao was so enraged that he directly smashed the teacup on the table to the ground. Useless. All of you are damned useless. Garbage seasons building, unable to kill someone, and you dare to ask me for money? But he could only curse under his breath. He had to pay this money, or else seasons building would kill him too. These lunatics, there's no one they dare not kill. It is even rumored that seasons building once chased down a powerful figure because of a bounty. These people are typical of those who value money over their own lives. Little beast, I'll let you live a few more days. When the martial selection begins, you will undoubtedly die. Liao reluctantly withdrew his hand, feeling regretful that he might have missed the chance to please his clan, Uncle Liang. If he could kill Han Yang, Liang would definitely reward him generously. For now, he could only watch Li Jian claim the rewards that rightfully belonged to him. Oh, young Master Han, you're finally back. How did your negotiations with the third young master of the Zhang family go? Did you? Before Boss Fong could finish his sentence, it abruptly stopped, because he saw the bloodstains on Han Yang's white robe. My ancestors. He didn't kill the third young master of the Zhang family, did he? Boss Fong's soul almost flew out of his body. Don't worry, it's settled. In a while, the Zhang family will send over a few spirit herbs. Please accept them for me and send them to the secret room. Han Yang chuckled as he patted Boss Fong's shoulder, finding the old man's anxious expression amusing. Boss Fong finally came back to his senses, wanting to ask about the bloodstains on Han Yang, but found that Han Yang had already returned to the secret room to practice. Truly a genius-level figure, so talented and diligent in cultivation. He could only sigh in resignation. Within half an hour, the Zhang family indeed sent over 3 spirit herbs. Looking at their quality, they were not much inferior to the Xianhan Pearl and Fire Element Fruit. This is the foundation of a big family. Han Yang began to enter closed-door cultivation, converting the medicinal power of the 3 spirit herbs, waiting for the martial selection of the Yuan Gate 2 days later. Chapter 30. The martial selection of the Yuan Gate begins. The 3 spirit herbs sent by the Zhang family were the 8-angled purple vine grass, fragrant snow apricot, and 100-year-cold ginseng, all of decent age. Unfortunately, they lacked the combination with miraculous herbs like the 3-eyed living flower, which slightly reduced their effectiveness. I hope these 3 spirit herbs can help me break through to the second acupoint. Han Yang closed his eyes and stuffed the 8-angled purple vine grass into his mouth. The pure medicinal power was transformed by the 9-turn star transformation technique into a strong strand of star power, beginning to impact the second acupoint, Yutong, on the rim meridian. Boom! The surging star power, upon crashing into the barrier of the acupoint, was like a flood encountering a dam, returning without success. Still short. Han Yang shook his head slightly and then swallowed the fragrant snow apricot and 100-year-cold ginseng together. Previously, after devouring thousands of first-level demon beast core, the star power had already reached a limit. This time, with the combination of the 3 spirit herbs, it should have completed the acupoint breakthrough. However, to Han Yang's surprise, the 2 attempts to break through still ended in failure. He had underestimated this ancient and powerful technique. The star power required to impact the second acupoint was definitely several times that of the first acupoint. Han Yang was a decisive person and naturally would not allow himself to give up halfway. If he abandoned now, the next attempt would surely be twice the effort for half the result. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the star power from the only bone he had refined in his right arm. As his strand of power left the bone, the shining bone instantly dimmed, even developing a crack. But the star power in his dantian became even denser. One more time, Han Yang clenched his jaw, taking on a desperate stance, and initiated the third impact. Crack! A sound of breaking echoed from within his body, and on the rim meridian, a major acupoint suddenly lit up, shining like the sun, radiating in all directions. The 9-turn star transformation technique, the second acupoint of the rim meridian, opened. Yutong acupoint, located right in the center of the chest. After opening this acupoint, Han Yang could clearly feel that his internal organs seemed to have undergone a certain refinement. The martial artist's body refinement had reached a limit in the refinement realm. Yet the 9-turn star transformation technique, surprisingly, further refined his body beyond that limit. Furthermore, the radius bone in his right arm began to glow with star power as Han Yang's will directed it. Second level of bone refining achieved. Han Yang's right hand tightened. Bang! A loud explosion echoed through the secret room, like a violent wind sweeping through the space. If he encountered Yi Bufan at this moment, even without attacking his old injuries, he could defeat him head-on. Han Yang deeply understood the power of the 9-turn star transformation technique. This is a completely different cultivation system from body refinement and bone refining. Yet it could use the residual energy after successfully opening an acupoint to complete body refinement and bone refining. It was incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, if I had practiced this technique in my past life, perhaps I would not have fallen for 8 generations in succession. Inside the secret room, the Yuan and Yutong major acupoints on Han Yang's Ren meridian flickered with light, shining together. The 2 bones in his right arm that had been refined shone with a bright and dim light, displaying their extraordinary nature. Time flowed like water. After experiencing an assassination attempt, life became calm again. Apart from the city lord's mansion, sending people to take away the corpse of the season's building assassin killed by the wine and sword immortal Li Xuanyu, nothing else happened. On the 3rd day, the day of the martial selection of the Yuan Gate arrived. Han Yang rode in the luxurious carriage arranged by Boss Fong, leaving the Fong family business. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, he encountered Elder Imo, who was standing with his hands behind his back. Gazing into the distance, Han Yang smiled. He initially thought this old man would come to visit after the assassination, but unexpectedly, he was quite patient. Elder Imo turned to look at Han Yang, noticing his pale complexion, and couldn't help but frown. "Are you injured?" His tone betrayed his anger. Han Yang chuckled lightly. How surprising, being besieged by 3 at the 5th level of bone refining, one of whom is a poison master. It's a miracle I'm not dead. Is it strange that I'm injured? He was not injured during the assassination, but rather from extracting the star power from the first bone to impact the acupoint. And he had not fully recovered yet. Hearing this, Elder Mo's expression darkened even more. He had clearly stated Han Yang's identity in front of the Li family and the general guarding the town, yet the other party dared to assassinate him? Wasn't he that a slap in the face to the Yuan Gate elder? Now that Han Yang was injured, it could potentially affect the martial selection, which was undoubtedly something Elder Mo did not want to see. Taking out a jade vial from his pocket, he tossed it to Han Yang and said coldly, "Rest assured, I will seek justice for you." After saying this, his figure flickered and disappeared. He had never mentioned being lured away by the people from Season's building. It was too embarrassing to bring up. Han Yang opened the jade vial and sniffed it, his smile growing even wider. As expected from the Yuan sect, this bottle of healing elixir is much more effective than the so-called grand gift from the Zhang family. After swallowing the elixir in one gulp, Han Yang sat cross-legged and converted it into stellar power. His pale face gradually turned rosy under the nourishment of the medicinal power. On the official road, horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians were bustling. The Yuan sect's martial selection was a major event that shook the 9 cities. All families and forces with eligible young martial artists would send their younger generation to participate in the martial selection. Just in the city of Tai, there were over 10,000 eligible martial artists aged 16 to 18. The martial selection site was located 50 miles outside of Tai City in the Tianxian Valley. This Tianxian Valley was situated on the edge of the Beast Forest, stretching 200 miles from east to west. According to legend, it was created during an ancient battle between a powerful being and the Beast Clan's emperor, where a single sword strike cleaved the mountain and formed this canyon. Many stories have been passed down to this day. Young Master Han, this humble one can only send you here. I hope you succeed in the martial selection and become the top contender. Outside the Tianxian Valley, Boss Fong bowed slightly, looking somewhat relieved. The young master he was serving, Han Yang, was truly extraordinary. First, he defeated the Li family's young tiger. Then he disregarded the Zhang family's 3rd son. As a businessman, Boss Fong felt a chill down his spine when he thought of Han Yang's actions. Patting Boss Fong on the shoulder, Han Yang smiled and said, "I appreciate your good words. However, if I fail to get selected and can't enter the Yuan sect, I may still need to trouble you." This statement instantly froze the expression on Boss Fong's face. He gritted his teeth and clasped his hands, saying, "Well, since Fong has already tied my life to young Master Han, I will follow your orders without question." "Good, huh?" Han Yang laughed heartily and stepped away. The Yuan sect's 9 cities were divided into 9 different examination points. When Han Yang appeared at the examination point belonging to Luo City, it immediately caused a stir. The younger generation of Luo City instinctively stepped back, clearing a path and keeping a distance of 3 zhong from Han Yang. The young martial artists from other cities were still unaware of Han Yang's terrifying reputation, but in Luo City, his name was known to all. He had killed the Chun family's elder at the 5th level of bone forging, crushed the Yuan sect's genius Shimen Sheng, who wielded sword intent with a single punch, and defeated the general Yi Bufan, who was at the 6th level of bone forging, in 3 punches. These achievements had turned him from a former son-in-law of the Chun family into a legend in Luo City. At this moment, the young martial artists at the 1st level of bone forging, some even still in the body tempering stage, naturally feared Han Yang like a tiger. Is that the Luo City team? So pathetic, they were scared away by one person. The 3 Yuan sect elders at the Luo City examination point saw this scene, and their impression of the Luo City martial artists instantly worsened. Chapter 31. Strolling in the sword intent. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Such useless people are sent to participate in the Yuan sect's martial selection. What do they think the Yuan sect is? The elder at the forefront, with his beard bristling, almost wanted to leave in anger. The young martial artists in the 9 cities are indeed getting worse with each generation. However, the elder lady on the left smiled and glanced at Han Yang, saying, "Perhaps that little guy is different. Who knows?" The other 2 elders then looked at Han Yang a bit more closely. 2nd level of bone forging. At 18 years of age, that's just average, barely qualifies as a 3rd-grade genius. Upon seeing Han Yang's cultivation, the 2 elders' impression of the younger generation in Luo City worsened further. If they were suppressed by a 1st-grade genius or even a super genius, that would be one thing. But to be scared into this state by a 3rd-grade genius is truly a group of useless people. The elder lady smiled and said no more but stepped forward. Boom. The next moment, an aura belonging to the peak of bone forging swept across the venue. The elder lady's body seemed to be covered with a layer of halo, dazzlingly bright. Even her appearance became much younger with the explosion of her aura. The thousands of young martial artists from Luo City instantly fell silent, each one turning red in the face as they resisted the terrifying pressure emanating from above. The bone forging martial artists were fine, but those in the body tempering realm had already turned pale, trembling in fear. I believe you all understand the rules of the Yuan sect's martial selection, so I won't waste more words. The elder lady's voice spread throughout the Luo City examination point, as if ringing in everyone's ears. Han Yang looked at the Yuan sect elder with a hint of surprise. Although she was also at the peak of bone forging, her level was clearly not on par with the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu. There was evidently a huge gap between the 2. The first round of the martial selection. The sword selection. The elder lady pointed, and a long sword suddenly unsheathed, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberating in all directions. This crystal clear, thin as a cicada's wing long sword actually moved without wind, suspended in the air. Those who can reach 100 steps from the 1,000 Leaves divine sword may enter the Yuan sect as outer disciples. Those who can reach 50 steps from the 1,000 Leaves divine sword may enter the Yuan sect as inner disciples. Now, the sword selection begins with the elder lady's command. 2 enormous circular marks appeared around the 1,000 Leaves divine sword, indicating the distances of 150 steps. The 1,000 Leaves divine sword could transform into 9, mysterious and unfathomable, and was one of the sect's treasured artifacts. Each time, it would test the martial artists from the 9 cities in 9 parts. The young martial artists from Luo City, no longer caring about their fear of Han Yang, all stepped forward together, rushing towards the 1,000 Leaves divine sword. This was the moment to change their fate. If they could not enter the Yuan sect, most martial artists would remain stuck at the 4th level of bone forging for their entire lives. Only by entering the Yuan sect and obtaining resources and cultivation techniques could they hope to break through to the mid to late stages of bone forging. Thump, thump, thump. As these young martial artists approached the 1,000 Leaves divine sword, blood grooves appeared on each of them. A wisp of sword intent burst forth from the sword's body, slicing through each martial artist's body like sword energy. Get lost. A bone forging martial artist roared as a glow flickered from his bones. For martial artists at this level, reaching 100 steps was not too difficult. However, the number of bone forging martial artists among the thousands present was only a tiny fraction barely 20 or 30. Each of these 20 or 30 were the direct descendants of the prominent families in Luo City. If Lin Yuheng had not been incapacitated, he would also have been one of them. Unfortunately, this third-grade genius had yet to shine with his own brilliance before falling at Han Yang's hands. Ha! That kid finally dares to start. The elder lady among the three examiners smiled as she looked at Han Yang. She was curious about how far this young man, who had shaken the younger generation of Luo City, could go. Just then, a voice that sounded like morning bells and evening drums echoed through the Tianqian Valley. Jiang Ziyu from Gray City, 17 years old, third level of bone forging, entered 10 steps from the Thousand Leaves Divine Sword. Congratulations. The word congratulations clearly reached everyone's ears. The young martial artists in the body-tempering realm turned pale instantly, even stumbling in their steps. 10 steps? Is that even human? They were struggling at a distance of 140 to 50 steps from the Thousand Leaves Divine Sword, and that person actually entered within 10 steps. Even the bone-forging geniuses felt disheartened upon hearing this result. 17 years old, third level of bone forging. Simply a monster. They, coming from the prominent families of Luo City, had consumed countless treasures since childhood just to reach the level of bone forging by 18. Yet this Jiang Ziyu had achieved the third level of bone forging at 17. His talent was not just a little bit stronger. To forge into the first level of bone forging, one needs to temper one bone, 2 bones for the second level. However, to advance to the third level of bone forging, one needs to temper 4 bones. This was a realm unattainable for the children of those prominent families in Luo City. Just think about Shimin Sheng, who had spent 4 years training in the Yuan sect and 3 years on the battlefield before reaching the 5th level of bone forging. And you could understand how terrifying it was for Jiang Ziyu to have achieved the 3rd level of bone forging even before entering the sect. Interesting. The martial selection of Yuan Gate actually uses such means. Han Yang's face instead showed a hint of a smile at this news. The so-called sword selection actually tests the will of martial arts. It assesses whether a martial artist can step forward under the suppression of sword intent, which is not much related to one's cultivation level. It merely influences those body-refining martial artists to feel inferior to bone-refining martial artists. As for promoting the achievements of geniuses in such a way, it also serves to suppress the mentality of those participating in the martial selection. If they are affected by this news, they naturally cannot achieve good results. The martial selection is not only about the sword selection. Everything that happens during the sword selection falls within the scope of assessment. Lu Cheng Shirlei, 18 years old, bone refining level 3. Entered 10 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. When the name was called for the second time, the expressions of the bone-refining martial artists in Luo City had already turned extremely grim. A young man in a black robe roared like a beast and took large strides forward, instantly charging within 50 steps. This young man was actually a bone-refining level 2 martial artist. Meanwhile, the other bone-refining martial artist struggled to move, almost stopping at 50 steps. For a bone-refining level 1, advancing 50 steps should not pose any difficulty. However, the 2 calls from Yuan Gate had caused these weak-willed individuals to doubt themselves. Apart from that young man in black, the others were all useless. The 2 male elders wore expressions of disdain, their impression of the martial artist from Luo City falling to rock bottom. However, the old woman showed a hint of a playful smile, saying, "Don't be so quick to draw conclusions. Look at that little guy who shakes Luo City." What shakes Luo City was naturally a joke, but the other 2 elders also knew who the old woman was referring to and instinctively turned to look. Something's wrong. The 2 were astonished to find Han Yang, dressed in white, casually walking towards the Qinya Divine Sword as if he were unaffected by the sword intent. Damn it! How is this possible? The old man frowned. The old woman scoffed. Have you ever seen any technique that can resist the sword intent of the Qinya Divine Sword? The old man was speechless. If any random technique could resist the sword intent of the Divine Sword, then the Qinya Divine Sword would be undeserving of its name. This kid's talent might be even stronger than it appears. The 3rd examiner, a middle-aged man in black, looked at Han Yang with a hint of surprise in his eyes. There were not many martial artists whose cultivation level could not keep up with their talent. because anyone with talent would be heavily nurtured by their family, even if it meant stacking spirit medicines to cultivate a bone-refining level 3 or 4. Someone, go check this young man's identity. The middle-aged man in black waved his hand, and immediately a disciple in green respectfully took his leave. From his current state, at 50 steps, entering 20 steps should not be too difficult. The old woman already had a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. The martial artists from Luo City in this election were all useless. If they could produce a second-tier genius, that would be an unexpected joy. But Han Yang, having been reborn 9 times, had an incredibly firm will. This mere sword intent could not affect his mindset at all. Facing the chilling sword edge, Han Yang strode forward. A prodigy? Indeed, a prodigy. The martial artists who were surpassed by Han Yang looked at his back, and their sense of helplessness became increasingly evident. They compared themselves to the leisurely figure of Han Yang and their own struggles and couldn't help but exclaim, different fates for the same kind. Soon, Han Yang surpassed nearly all the bone-refining level 1 martial artists. Ahead of him were only 3 bone-refining level 2 and 1 bone-refining level 1 still ranked in front. Hearing the light footsteps behind them, the 4 instinctively turned back. Then they saw Han Yang approaching them as if on a leisurely outing, causing them to stumble in their steps. Their originally steady pace became unsteady, almost pierced by the sword intent. Is he still human? The 4, feeling greatly impacted, lowered their heads and no longer dared to look in Han Yang's direction. Bang! Han Yang surged forward, surpassing Luo City's first person, that young man in black. The young man in black's face twitched, and the corner of his eye even cracked, oozing blood. His martial heart was shattered by Han Yang. 30 steps, 25 steps, 21 steps. Boom! Han Yang's foot trembled, leaving only 20 steps to the Qinya Divine Sword. A second-tier genius was indeed hindered by his cultivation level. The old woman's eyes had already shown a hint of joy. Gaining a second-tier genius would not be in vain. As for the other martial artists from Luo City, she had completely ignored them. With Han Yang's brilliance, even that young man in black could not catch her attention. The middle-aged man in black nodded with a smile. Although this young man in white might stop 10 steps away, with such talent and the resources of Yuan Gate, he would soon catch up in cultivation level. Just then, the sound of the morning bell and evening drum rang out again. Two City Yen Shan, 18 years old, bone refining level 3, entered 10 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, the old woman couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. What a pity. This young man in white is from a small place like Luo City. If he were from a big city like Tai City or Hui City, he would surely have the same fame as the previous 3 in Tianshan Valley. The other 2 chief examiners also sighed, believing that Han Yang had indeed been held back by Luo City. Just as the 3 chief examiners finished speaking, the sound of the morning bell and evening drum rang out for the 4th time. Hua City's Yen Pianxian, 17 years old, bone refining level 3, entered 7 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. 7 steps? The 3 chief examiners all changed their expressions. At 17 years old, bone refining level 3 had already reached the threshold of a first-tier genius. Moreover, entering 7 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword was even above first tier, just 2 steps away from super tier. Martial artists at this cultivation level, after entering within 10 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword, each step represents a vast difference. 7 steps could definitely be considered a genius that Yuan Gate encounters once every decade. Hua City is also a small city like Luo City. How could it nurture a bone-refining level 3 first-tier genius? What's going on? The old woman's expression became somewhat awkward. She had just made an excuse for Han Yang, only to be slapped in the face by this Yen Pianxian. Anyone who can enter 7 steps of the Divine Sword cannot be measured by common sense. Shue Shimmy, you need not mind. The old man comforted the old woman, but it did little to ease her. Just as the old woman was about to say something, the sound of the morning bell and evening drum rang out for the 5th time. Luo City's Han Yang, 18 years old, bone refining level 2, entered 10 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. Crack. The old woman's neck turned too quickly, making a cracking sound. She looked at Han Yang in shock, only to find that he had entered the range of 10 steps of the Divine Sword without her noticing. This was a bone-refining level 2 entering 10 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. If the old man remembered correctly, the last person to create this miracle was Master Chulan, right? The old man opened his mouth, somewhat uncertain. Chulan, 20 years ago, entered Yuan Gate as the first in the martial selection at bone-refining level 2 and became a direct disciple. 18 years ago, he reached bone-refining level 7. 14 years ago, he achieved perfection at bone-refining level 9. 10 years ago, he had entered the Qi condensation stage. Could this Han Yang become the second Chulan? Thinking of this possibility, the three examiners' bodies trembled. To have such a genius born under their support would greatly benefit their future. Quick, hurry up and urge. Immediately present Han Yang's information to me. We need to know everything about him. The middle-aged man in black began to urge anxiously. Before the Qinya Divine Sword, the thousands of candidates from Luo City had already become dazed. The previous 4 sounds of the morning bell and evening drum made them feel oppressed, even shaking their martial hearts. But they felt that such geniuses had nothing to do with them. It was too far from them. Just now, the 5th sound of the morning bell and evening drum rang out, and it was for the warriors of Luocheng. At this moment, all the warriors of Luocheng felt a mix of emotions. Outside Tianqian Valley, Han Yang of Luocheng, 18 years old, 2nd level of bone forging, entered the 10th step of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. When this voice reached the ears of all the farewell groups outside the valley, many people instantly erupted with excitement. The elder was wise. The face of the Lin family's elder turned pale, filled with regret. This time, the Lin family also had warriors participating in the Yuan men martial selection, but their talent was naturally inferior to Lin Yuheng, causing the Lin family to lose face. Previously, many elders of the Lin family had expressed dissatisfaction with Han Yang. Some even thought that elder Lin Wuyang was too timid and should not have let Han Yang go so easily. If Lin Wuyang had teamed up with Yi Bufan on that day, they might have been able to kill Han Yang and avenge the Lin family's genius disciple Lin Yuing. But now, hearing Han Yang being named twice in a row, the elders of the Lin family's previous grievances had vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a sense of relief. They all knew that a genius who could be named in the morning bell and evening drum and enter the 10th step had a promising future ahead. Even if he could not gather energy, he would certainly reach the peak of bone forging, or even perfection. Han Yang, the son-in-law of the Chen family, was on an unstoppable rise. Elder Lin's decision to lower his head and resolve the feud with Han Yang was indeed a wise move. Hey, do you think that if those old guys from the Chen family knew this news, would they regret it to the point of spitting blood? An elder from a prominent family in Luocheng chuckled maliciously. Immediately, this area erupted with a chorus of gloating laughter. The Chen family losing Han Yang was like the emperor losing the 9 tripods. It was an irreparable loss. The Chen family, blind to the truth, was simply laughable. Chapter 33, Li Jian. My only opponent is Zhang Wuyo Tianqian Valley, Wuming Peak. Originally a desolate place, but at some point, a wooden house was built with expensive golden silk enamel. Although the place was not spacious, it was extremely luxurious. Various spirit materials were used to make the tea sets, and carpets sewn from the fur of demonic beasts exuded a rich atmosphere. Only the 3 prominent families of Taichung could create such a paradise in the desolate Tianqian Valley. However, at this moment, the owner of this place, Elder Li Shushan of the Li family, looked somewhat displeased. Elder Mo, although you are a distinguished disciple of the Yuan men, my Li family's young tiger is also a member of the Yuan men. It's a bit unreasonable for you to be so biased. Li Shushan had already picked up his teacup, preparing to send the guest away, which showed his inner anger. Elder Mo, with a calm expression, said, "It's not that I am biased, but your Li family colluded with the Four Seasons building to send assassins to kill the Yuan men candidate disciples. This matter must be accounted for." Upon hearing this, Elder Mo changed his tone coldly. "Perhaps you hope that I will directly approach the Yuan men to find a mastermind behind this, Li Yao?" Hearing Elder Mo even mention the name, Li Shushan couldn't help but secretly curse Li Yao for being useless. How could the assassination be so poorly executed that it allowed the Yuan men to catch a hint? Ultimately, he didn't dare to directly send the guest away in front of the Yuan men elder. With a darkened face, Li Shushan said, Elder Mo. My Li family's young tiger will definitely be named in the morning bell and evening drum. Are you really going to offend my Li family over a mere unknown son-in-law of the Chun family? Elder Mo's mouth twitched. Indeed, if the Li family's young tiger could be named in the morning bell and evening drum, then the core disciple quota would be his, and his status would be above that of this outer sect elder. Offending him recklessly would indeed bring endless troubles. But the Li family had previously arranged for the Four Seasons building to divert him and then assassinate Han Yang, clearly not putting him, the Yuan men elder, in their eyes. This was intolerable. Your Li family. Just as the two were about to fall out completely, a voice rang out from the sky, clearly reaching the ears of both. Han Yang of Luocheng, 18 years old, second level of bone forging, entered the 10th step of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. Elderly Shushan's expression instantly froze. Elder Mo also paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Ha, Li Shushan. What do you have to say now? The Li family's young tiger Li Dian, who was highly regarded, had not yet been named, while Han Yang had already been announced. Not to mention, Han Yang had entered the 10th step of the Qinya Divine Sword at the second level of bone forging, which was even more remarkable. This indicated that at least after entering the Yuan men, Han Yang's status would be slightly higher than his, and they would be on par at most. Li Shushan gritted his teeth for a moment, finally saying with some resignation, 10 three-tier spirit herbs, no more. 20. Elder Mo sneered. Li Shushan suddenly stood up, angrily saying, You just said that 10 three-tier spirit herbs would suffice as compensation. Are you mocking me? Elder Mo replied leisurely. What was said before was before, and what is said now is now. Elderly, will you agree or not? Looking at Elder Mo's teasing expression, Li Shushan was filled with hatred, but had no way to counter. Han Yang, named in the morning bell and evening drum, had an unlimited future. If compensation wasn't made now, once he entered the Yuan men, it would be a matter that could not be resolved with just 10 or 23-tier spirit herbs. Fine, you are ruthless. I hope that kid can continue to sail smoothly. Full of anger, Li Shushan waved his sleeve and left, forgetting that this was his Li family's territory. Elder Mo, standing up, looked toward the trial location, stroked his beard, and laughed. Young Han, quite impressive. Entering the second-tier genius in just one day, congratulations. An old man, did not misjudge you. Taichung examination point. Compared to the Luocheng examination point, the candidates here are much stronger. There are even nearly 100 bone forging realm warriors. At this moment, standing 20 steps away from the Qinya Divine Sword, there were at least 10 people. The Li family's young tiger Li Dian was one of them. His face was full of veins, and his expression was extremely grim. With his martial will, he should have already entered the 10th step of the Qinya Divine Sword. Unfortunately, during the battle at the city gate, he was pushed back by Han Yang with one move, damaging his will, and now he was stuck at 13 steps away from the Qinya Divine Sword, finding it difficult to move forward. The other talents from Taichung looked at Li Dian's figure, secretly surprised. Could it be that the Li family's young tiger was merely a name, with little actual ability? Just then, the sound of a folding fan opening echoed, and a figure stepped forward from among the 10 or more people. Everyone, this young master will go ahead first. This figure, bearing the pressure of the Qinya Divine Sword, stepped forward, not stopping even with blood all over his body. It was Zhang Wuyo, the third young master of the Zhang family, the three prominent families of Taichung. The Feng family's youth had not emerged this year. However, the Li and Zhang families had two candidates, Li Jian, the Li family's young tiger, and Zhang Wuyo, the third young master of the Zhang family. Now, with Li Jian's martial will damaged, Zhang Wuyo had gained the initiative. Boom! Zhang Wuyo stepped into the 10th step of the Qinya Divine Sword. At this moment, the sound of the morning bell and evening drum rang out. Han Yang of Luocheng, 18 years old, second level of bone forging, entered the 10th step of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. Zhang Wuyo was momentarily stunned, then smiled lightly. As expected of someone I have my eye on, he does have some skill. Before his words fell, his other foot also stepped into the 10th step. Zhang Wuyo of Taichung, 18 years old, third level of bone forging, entered the 10th step of the Qinya Divine Sword. Congratulations. Almost immediately after Han Yang, the announcement of Zhang Wuyo's name followed. Li Jian, upon hearing Han Yang's name being called, felt as if struck by lightning, nearly taking a step back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Hearing Zhang Wuyo's name follow closely, he was even more agitated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. No, he roared with a twisted face. I'm the young tiger of the Li family, the #1 genius of Taiching. I will never lose to a mere son-in-law. Nor will I lose to you, Zhang Wuyo, you hypocrite. A boiling fighting spirit erupted from Li Jian, soaring to the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Li Jian took 3 steps in a row, entering the 10-step range of the 1,000 Leaves Divine Sword with an unstoppable momentum. Li Jian from Tai City, 18 years old, 3rd level of bone forging, entered the 10 steps of the 1,000 Leaves Divine Sword. Congratulations. The sound of morning bells and evening drums rang out once more. In less than 3 breaths, the sound of names being called echoed 3 times. At a critical moment, Li Jian awakened his fighting spirit. His future is limitless. The 3 main examiners at the Tai City examination point were very satisfied with Li Dian's performance. Especially the fact that Li Jian awakened his fighting spirit made them look at him with newfound respect. Zhang Wuyo's mouth twitched fiercely, as expected of a young tiger. Li Jian actually grew braver in the face of adversity, which was truly unexpected. But that's fine. The second round of the assessment will be even more interesting. Zhang Wuyo, after entering the Yuan Gate, you and I must have a battle. Li Jian stood tall, releasing all his pent-up frustration, his gaze burning as he looked at Zhang Wuyo, the 3rd son of the Zhang family. As for Han Yang, he was just a temporary upstart, without family resources to support him. Even if he entered the Yuan Gate, he would definitely lag behind the advancement speed of these family heirs. His only opponent from the beginning to the end was Zhang Wuyo. However, at this moment, the sound of morning bells and evening drums rang out once again. Han Yang from Luo City, 18 years old, 2nd level of bone forging, entered 7 steps of the 1,000 Leaves Divine Sword. Congratulations. The 9 major examination points of the Tianqian Valley fell into silence, with all martial candidates and elder examiners stunned. Chapter 34. This person should only exist in heaven's 7 steps. 7 steps? How is this possible? Such thoughts arose in everyone's hearts. In the sword selection process, when a name is called, it means that the person has reached their limit and cannot continue forward. The occurrence of a second name being called in the Yuan Gate sword selection is extremely rare. Moreover, during the second call, Han Yang actually moved from 10 steps to 7 steps. Within 10 steps, each step represents a world. Each step signifies a vast difference in talent. 2nd level of bone forging within 10 steps is a 2nd-grade genius. 2nd level of bone forging within 7 steps is a 1st-grade genius. Even if he is not as good as Yin Pianxian, who is 17 years old and at the 3rd level of bone forging, he is still a 1st-grade genius. The appearance of 2 1st-grade geniuses in a single martial selection is an unprecedented event in the Yuan Gate in 100 years. All the examiners' gazes turned towards the Luo City examination point. Even those geniuses who had exited the sword selection after their names were called looked in surprise at the Luo City examination point. But at this moment, the 3 examiners at the Luo City examination point were equally bewildered. What is happening? The first name call meant that Han Yang had exhausted his strength and could not continue forward. Yet they watched in disbelief as Han Yang seemed to suddenly recall something and continued to advance 3 steps. These 3 steps elevated a 2nd-grade genius to 1st-grade status. 1st-grade genius. Did Han Yang suddenly awaken some martial arts insight? After a long silence, the old woman hesitantly provided an answer. It seemed to be the only explanation for Han Yang's second name call. The other 2 main examiners remained silent. The phenomenon of awakening martial arts insights is astonishing. Yet Han Yang appeared utterly calm, without a hint of turbulence. It was inscrutable. The 2 peak bone forging elders realized that they could not see through this junior candidate. Han Yang, 7 steps should be enough, right? Han Yang thought to himself. In fact, the reason he stepped out 3 more steps after entering the 10 steps was that he suddenly remembered something. The Yinyu Valley, with the appearance of ruins, would surely become a significant place for the Yuan Gate inaccessible to outsiders. If he only entered the Yuan Gate as a second-grade genius, he might not have the opportunity to enter the Yin Valley ruins in the short term. It would be safer to advance another level and become a first-grade genius. He believed that with the attention given to a first-grade genius, the higher-ups of the Yuan Gate would have to take his request seriously. The three elders overseeing the assessment would never have thought that the reason for Han Yang's second name call was so simple. As for Han Yang's true strength, after 9 lives, the martial will he has cultivated is incredibly firm. If he wanted to, Han Yang could directly walk to the position of the divine sword, grasp the sword, or even draw it. All assessments regarding martial will would be nothing but a rootless floating cloud before him. At the highest peak of Tianqian Valley, an old and a young martial artist in white robes were playing chess on a stone platform. They seemed to be oblivious to the sounds of morning bells and evening drums from the assessment site. They had observed the Yuan Gate martial selection many times and had seen countless geniuses, not to mention second-grade geniuses. Even first-grade geniuses were numerous. When Yin Pianxian was called, the two merely nodded slightly. Junior brother Su, it seems that in this match, I will win, the old man, despite being in his advanced years with sparse hair, referred to the young martial artist across from him as junior brother, indicating that the youth was quite extraordinary in martial arts cultivation. This young man is named Su Ziren, who entered the Yuan Gate martial selection 10 years ago. Now he has reached the 9th level of bone forging, just one step away from gathering qi, making him another peerless genius after Chu Lan from 20 years ago. Brother Feng's chess skills are profound. I am not a match for you, Su Ziren said nonchalantly, directly conceding. The old man, surnamed Feng, smiled and raised an eyebrow, asking, the talent of the Yin family's young girl is quite good. Aren't you tempted to take her as a disciple before you gather qi? Su Ziren chuckled. If she were a first-grade genius, I would certainly take her as a disciple. Over the past 10 years, I would have had to take in 10 or 8. His unfinished sentence clearly indicated that he looked down on Yin Pianxian, a 17-year-old first-grade genius at the 3rd level of bone forging. The old man, surnamed Feng, stroked his beard and smiled, no longer persuading him. For a talent like Su Ziren, if he did not wish to take disciples, the sect would not insist. It's just a pity that the young girl from the Yin family lacks this opportunity. Just then, another sound of morning bells and evening drums rang out. Han Yang from Luo City, 18 years old, 2nd level of bone forging, entered 7 steps of the 1,000 Leaves divine sword. Congratulations. The actions of the two in collecting the chess pieces froze simultaneously. 2nd level of bone forging, entering 7 steps of the divine sword. A second name call? This was an unprecedented event in the Yuan Gate for hundreds of years. A peerless talent, the number 1 in martial arts talent in a century. In an instant, this thought arose simultaneously in both their minds. Brother Feng, I suddenly remembered that the young girl from the Yin family is quite good. I should go down the mountain to take a look, Su Ziren said. Junior brother Su, I feel restless and also plan to head to the martial selection site to join the excitement, the old man replied in unison, both finding themselves a reason that was not quite an excuse. Silence. They exchanged glances. In the next moment, a flash of light flickered from both of them, and the full strength of peak bone forging erupted. Boom! The giant stone chessboard at the peak shattered, and the two figures vanished without a trace. Such peerless geniuses must be seized. 2nd level of bone forging, entering the so-called 7 steps of the divine sword. This achievement should carry some weight, right? Han Yang's figure flickered as he left the range of the divine sword's intent. His movements were not slow at all. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, the 3 examiners in front couldn't help but twitch their faces. They felt that Han Yang seemed to have more strength left untapped. However, as soon as that thought arose, they extinguished it themselves. Impossible. Entering 7 steps with a 2nd level of bone forging is already a first-grade genius. Moving 2 steps closer would make him a super genius. This Han Yang, at 18 years old, is only at the 2nd level of bone forging. Under no circumstances should he be a super genius. As the 3 main examiners were making psychological explanations for themselves, they suddenly looked up at the sky simultaneously. The sound of fabric tearing through the air reached their ears. Whoosh! Then, 2 figures arrived one after another, perfectly in sync. Brother Feng, Junior Brother Su? The three main examiners were surprised to see the two who had appeared and stepped forward to bow. Although the overall situation is the same, the statuses of the three men and the two, Feng and Su, are completely different. Both of these two were once direct disciples, while the others were merely core disciples when they entered the sect. The old man with the surname Feng and Su Xiren exchange a glance, each sneering coldly, and then asked in unison, "Which one is Luo City as Han Yang?" The old woman chuckled silently, confirming they had indeed come for Han Yang. It was also not surprising, given the talent Han Yang had displayed, that it would attract the attention of two direct disciples. Before the old woman could respond, the gazes of the old man with the surname Feng and Su Xiren had already turned toward Han Yang. Compared to the other hapless candidates, Han Yang stood out like a crane among chickens, truly unique. It was hard not to notice him. This person should only exist in the heavens. Why has he fallen to the mortal realm? At the moment they saw Han Yang, such thoughts involuntarily arose in their minds. Su Xiren himself was a top-tier talent, but couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for Han Yang's demeanor. Ordinary martial artists might not see the distinct aura that Han Yang possessed. However, as someone of the same caliber, Su Xiren could sense a lofty demeanor from Han Yang, even though he was only at the second level of bone tempering at that moment. Both of you have only passed one of the three selections in the martial examination. Even if you want to take on a disciple, you must follow the rules. Let's wait until the martial examination is over. The old woman, seeing the looks in their eyes that seemed ready to snatch Han Yang away, felt quite helpless. It seemed that it wouldn't be her turn after all. Chapter 35. The more talented, the more deserving of death, the martial examination's three selections. The old man with the surname Feng and Su Xiren fell silent. If they were to choose a disciple now, they might still have a chance, but if they waited until the martial examination was over, they feared even the elders at the Qi gathering level would be alarmed. Such talents would probably not be within their reach. With such an outstanding talent before them, both felt a pang of regret in their hearts. Soon, Han Yang's name was called a second time, like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, and the news spread throughout the entire Tianqian Valley. From today onwards, Han Yang would become famous in the 9 cities. Second level of bone tempering. Entering the 7 steps of the divine sword and being called out a second time caused a huge stir in the Yuanmin martial examination. The first round of sword selection ended hastily. Many martial artists, discouraged by Han Yang's extraordinary achievements, even lost the courage to resist the sword intent. In previous years, there were at least 5,000 outer disciples and 1,000 inner disciples. This year, however, there are only 3,000 outer disciples and 500 inner disciples, and many martial artists were directly eliminated due to this impact. Yet these eliminated individuals did not dare to harbor any resentment toward Han Yang. The gap in status between a top-tier talent and them was like a chasm. From now on, the paths of immortals and mortals would diverge. If they dared to harbor resentment, they wouldn't even need Han Yang to take action. Someone would surely come to support him. We're gonna get rich. We're gonna get rich. Outside Tianqian Valley, Boss Fong was dancing around like a madman. At this moment, no one mocked him. Instead, they looked at him with envy and jealousy. Before the martial examination, the Fong family business had received cold stares from various forces in Taichung for being close to Han Yang. The Fong family business was considered foolish for getting close to Han Yang after he offended the Li family. But who would have thought that in the first round of the Yuanmin martial examination, Han Yang would make a stunning debut and achieve the title of a top-tier talent? As long as Han Yang did not die, he would eventually enter the Qi gathering realm. The Fong family business's decision to wholeheartedly support Han Yang at his low point would surely pay off, allowing them to rise to prominence in the future. Especially the other merchants in the caravan that came to Taichung with Han Yang and the Fong family, who regretted bitterly, wishing they could turn back time. They had the same opportunity presented to them, yet they failed to seize it. They had even secretly mocked the boss of the Fong family. But now, they found themselves unqualified to get close to Han Yang again. The many families in Luo City felt similarly complex emotions. When Han Yang was first called, they could still discuss it a bit. Now, however, they didn't even dare to mention Han Yang's name. The first top-tier talent to emerge from Luo City was a son-in-law of the Chun family, someone despised and looked down upon by all the people of Luo City. This was a heavy blow for many martial arts families in Luo City. Among them, the Lin family felt an impulse to worship the supreme elder Lin Wuyong. If Lin Wuyong had not resolved the grievances, the Lin family would have been in danger, and the Chun family, which had missed the true dragon, would naturally be brought up again. Missing out on a top-tier talent was truly a monumental joke. It was likely that within 100 years, the Qin family's reputation for being blind to talent would never be washed away. At the Li family's residence in Taichin, the supreme elderly Shushan held his teacup for a long time without putting it down, even failing to notice that tea had spilled onto his clothes. Second level of bone tempering, within 7 steps, top-tier talent. These 3 terms echoed repeatedly in Li Shushan's mind. "Kulme," Li Shushan commanded, and a steward-like person bowed in response. "Immediately arrange for 30 stalks of spiritual herbs to be sent to Elder Mo. Do it now," Li Shushan instructed with a serious expression. After the steward left in a state of shock, his face turned cold in an instant. "Shadow kill." In the empty wooden house, Li Shushan slowly spoke. The next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared at the window, as if it had always been there. Bloodshot eyes filled Li Shushan's gaze as he spoke in a chilling tone. "In the second round of the martial examination, eliminate Han Yang. At any cost. This boy must be killed." If that steward were still in the wooden house, he would be utterly astonished that 2 completely contradictory orders had come from the same supreme elderly Shushan. The shadow nodded silently and disappeared into the night. "Huh!" Li Shushan fiercely downed the half cup of tea in his hand. First, there was the formidable Chunyu, and now there was the astonishing Han Yang. What secrets was the Chun family hiding? At the Taiching examination site, Zhang Wuyo's previously calm expression froze when he heard the second call of Han Yang's name. A top-tier talent. "It seems I've found an extraordinary ally." Zhang Wuyo smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Suoluing a Halingbi, Li Dian, who was recovering his strength, stood there in a daze, unable to come to his senses for a long time. "Third young master, you need not worry. That Han Yang is merely a flash in the pan. Once he enters the Yuan Min, he will surely be unable to keep up with your advancement. Indeed, with our Li family's resources, we can easily outpace that little son-in-law." Several Li family martial artists chimed in, fearing that their genius would be discouraged by Han Yang and become dispirited. Little did they know that their words were like needles piercing Li Dian's heart. The young tiger of the Li family was so proud. To him, their words were not encouragement, but humiliation. If the Li family truly had complete confidence in him, why would they need to persuade him? "Han Yang." Li Jian silently repeated this name, his teeth grinding together. An hour later, the first round of the Yuan Min martial examination officially concluded. All disciples gathered in Tianqian Valley under the lead of the chief examiner. "Is that Han Yang? He really is elegant and extraordinary. 18 years old, only at the second level of bone tempering, and yet he is so impressive. The small Luo city could produce such a top-tier talent like Han Yang." The gazes of over 3,500 people were mostly focused on Han Yang. There were praises and admiration, but more were feelings of discontent. The second level of bone tempering was not particularly outstanding among so many talents. They just couldn't understand how this kid could make such an impressive debut and enter within 7 steps of the Thousand Leaves Divine Sword, which made many feel indignant, believing that Han Yang must have used some unscrupulous means. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded. A figure suddenly appeared before the cliff at the Tianqian Valley's narrowest point. Yet another peak bone tempering expert. All the candidates fell silent, feeling a hint of excitement and agitation in their hearts. The second round of the martial selection begins. The second round, monster selection. The chief examiner at the peak of bone forging, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. Within the narrow passage, there are several monsters set up in advance by the Yuan Men. First-order monsters are worth 1 point. Second-order monsters are worth 10 points. And third-order monsters are worth 100 points. This round has a time limit of 3 days. Those who score below 50 points will be eliminated, while those who score above 50 points can participate in the third round. Outer disciples who score above 100 points can advance to the inner sect, while inner disciples who score above 1,000 points can become core disciples. In the monster selection, All means are allowed, and life and death are irrelevant. I hereby announce that the second round of the martial selection officially begins. Chapter 36. The Arena of Talents. The first round of the Yuan Min martial selection assessed martial will. The second round assesses practical combat ability. However, the assessment tasks arranged by Yuan Min are nearly impossible to complete. Most outer disciples are at the body refining stage. Even killing a first-order monster may pose some difficulty. As for the disciples who advance from the first round, being in the first or second layer of bone forging, attempting to battle third-order monsters or score above 1,000 points could even be life-threatening. Most likely to advance in this round are those who performed slightly worse in the first round and fell into the outer sect, as well as those talented individuals who entered within 10 to 20 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. In other words, this second round is a battlefield for geniuses. They are each other's competitors, especially those who did not make it onto the list of the 7 selected in the first round, are now resentfully watching the 7 who were named. Among these 7, the most attention naturally falls on Yin Pianxian, Han Yang, and Jiang Ziyu. Yin Pianxian, 17 years old, third layer of bone forging, entered 7 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. Han Yang, 18 years old, second layer of bone forging, entered 7 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. Jiang Ziyu, 17 years old, third layer of bone forging, entered 10 steps of the Qinya Divine Sword. Each of them can be considered a child of destiny and are the most likely to score above 1,000 points and advance to become core disciples. As Han Yang stepped forward, a beast-like gaze shot towards him. It was none other than Li Jian, one of the 7 geniuses. At this moment, Li Jian wished he could swallow Han Yang alive. In his view, if it weren't for being momentarily careless at the city gate and being pushed back by Han Yang, he wouldn't have suffered a blow to his martial heart and become the last among the 7 geniuses. Without Han Yang, he, Li Jian, would surely be on par with Yin Pianxian and Jiang Ziyu. Your name is Han Yang? What makes you worthy of entering the 7 steps of the Divine Sword? Han Yang ignored Li Dian's predatory gaze, closed his eyes to rest, and began to quietly await the start of the second round of the martial selection. Just at that moment, a voice with a changing pitch reached his ears. Turning around, he saw his Jiang Ziyu, with a charming demeanor and the appearance of a handsome young man. Unfortunately, his voice was somewhat unpleasant, ruining his overall presence. There was nothing in that statement that seemed to imply doubt. Instead, it was somewhat laughable. Seeing Han Yang's gradually rising smile, Jiang Ziyu immediately became angry and coldly snorted. You wait. In the second round, I will definitely crush you. Han Yang looked at him with interest, not expecting this 17-year-old genius to be such a proud youth. Are you sure you're 17? Han Yang asked with a smile. Jiang Ziyu was clearly taken aback, somewhat confused by Han Yang's words. Just then, the narrow passage opened, and the martial selection candidates began to enter the valley. Han Yang offered no further explanation and stepped forward. Once Han Yang's figure disappeared, Jiang Ziyu finally understood. Feeling mocked for being too immature, and he immediately shouted in frustration, Han, you wait. I won't let you off. But Han Yang had already entered the narrow passage and did not know whether he heard Jiang Ziyu's threats. Jiang Ziyu became even more frustrated and angrily rushed into the narrow passage, clearly following Han Yang. Young master. A few martial artists from the Li family who passed the first round gathered around Li Jian and whispered, Jiang Ziyu seems unwilling to accept Han Yang. We might be able to use this. Li Jian nodded non-committally, his expression darkening. Follow him. Act according to the situation. Everyone familiar with Li Jian felt the unmasked, cold, killing intent emanating from him. This assessment was bound to be anything but peaceful. After entering the narrow passage for several hundred feet, the terrain widened, resembling a gourd-shaped valley. Those candidates who entered earlier had long since disappeared into the dense forest. Yuan Min arranged for ordinary candidates to enter first, hoping to give them some advantage, to avoid losing too badly in front of the geniuses. Although there are no eliminations in the second round, having only a few points would still lead to embarrassment in front of over 3,000 people. Roar. Not long after stepping into the narrow passage, Han Yang heard the roars and sounds of battle from monsters. Clearly, some martial artists were fighting monsters. With so many candidates around, it was evident that he needed to go deeper into the valley. He did not linger near the entrance, but instead quickened his pace. The monster that had just roared was clearly only a first-order monster. The hierarchy of monsters is strict. Higher-order monsters will never allow lower-order monsters to roam in their territory. It was evident that with the presence of first-order monsters, there could not be any other higher-order monsters. The allure for Han Yang was thus quite average. Half an hour later, Han Yang finally slowed his steps. Ahead, he sensed a suffocating pressure that made him feel a hint of danger. A third-order monster. Only a third-order monster could possess such a terrifying aura. In the Yuan Min martial selection, as long as points are earned, there was no mention of inner cores. Perhaps I can hunt monsters and devour their inner cores, allowing me to progress in martial selection and cultivation simultaneously. With this thought in mind, Han Yang did not hesitate at all and flew towards that terrifying aura. Squeak! Just as he took 2 steps, a sharp cry rang out, carrying a chilling intent that pierced towards his neck. So fast, Han Yang frowned, stepping forward with his left foot, twisting his body at an unbelievable angle to narrowly evade the deadly strike. A dark shadow flashed past and disappeared into the trees. A monkey? Han Yang realized that the one attacking him was actually a monkey, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. Beasts like lions, tigers, wolves, and leopards becoming third-order monsters is normal because they inherently possess hunting instincts and are formidable beast killers. A monkey, which has little attacking power, also becoming a third-order monster is quite terrifying. It must be a third-order monster even more fearsome than the barbaric lion. Han Yang's heart stirred slightly, and he became more cautious, continuing to step forward. Meanwhile, his right hand had already quietly grasped the hilt of the Tianke blade. Squeak! Another shrill howl rang out. The monkey, unable to contain itself after its territory was invaded, launched another attack. In the instant that shadow reappeared, the blade gleamed. Han Yang's arm swung, and the Tianke blade unsheathed with a clang, like a thunderclap echoing through the woods. Puff! Just as the sharp blade was about to strike the monkey, it suddenly flashed away, appearing right in front of Han Yang, its sharp claws aimed directly at his neck. Is it the phantom demon monkey? This is a type of monkey-like monster known for its speed and ability to create illusions, with a rather strange style of attack. Any careless martial artist at the 6th layer of bone forging could easily fall for it. However, Han Yang, having been reborn 9 times and being a war god in his previous life, had extensive combat experience. At the moment the phantom demon monkey's figure flashed, his left hand had already shot out like a whip. A starry power flickered with brilliance on the whip-like shadow. Cloud's seeking hand. Bang! The neck of the phantom dark monkey was unexpectedly grasped by Han Yang. With a clang, the blade flashed, and a monkey's head flew high into the air, blood spraying wildly. A third-tier monster dead. Back then, Zhang Taixian's team had been almost decimated by a late-stage second-tier monster, forcing Han Yang to expend his own blood. Now, in less than 10 days, Han Yang had single-handedly used the Tianke blade to easily slay a third-tier monster. His rapid increase in strength was remarkable and shocking. Outside the Tianking Valley, on a giant stone tablet, Han Yang's name slowly appeared. Han Yang, who had hunted a third-tier monster, took 3/4 of an hour, currently ranked 5th. Chapter 37. Han Yang is in danger good. Seeing this name, Boss Fong couldn't hide his excitement and applauded. Earlier, the names of several other talents had appeared on the stone tablet, but Han Yang's name had been delayed. This made Boss Fong somewhat worried. Now that Han Yang's name had appeared, and he had hunted a third-tier monster, ranking 5th immediately relieved Boss Fong. Han Yang could actually hunt a third-tier monster? Wasn't he only at the 2nd level of bone tempering? How could he have such combat power? The onlookers outside Tianking Valley also expressed their astonishment. The first round of martial selection had proven Han Yang's extraordinary talent, but talent is just talent. It does not represent strength. For those at the 2nd level of bone tempering, dealing with second-tier monsters might be achievable for many talents, but killing a third-tier monster was quite difficult. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Han Yang completed the feat of hunting a third-tier monster in less than an hour, which was indeed astonishing. TCH, what's so surprising? Don't forget, Han Yang had already achieved the feat of killing a 6th-level bone-tempering warrior with just 3 punches when he was at the 1st level. A young member of the Lin family spoke disdainfully, unable to hide the pride in his expression. After all, Han Yang was from Luocheng. With Han Yang, perhaps after this martial selection, the resources allocated to Luocheng by the Yuan men would be significantly increased, and they could benefit from it. All martial artists from Luocheng, without any grudges, were naturally happy to promote Han Yang's name. 3 punches to kill a 6th-level bone tempering warrior when he was still at the 1st level. Those strong warriors in the Yuan men who had mastered martial intent couldn't even achieve such records, right? Truly worthy of being a top-tier genius. The other martial artists from the 8 cities were indeed shocked by the impressive record they heard. From the 1st level of bone tempering to defeating a 6th-level one. And now, at the 2nd level killing a 3rd-tier monster, it seemed reasonable. However, many martial artists still felt a pang of bitterness. Han Yang's talent was indeed extraordinary, and his combat ability was also surprisingly impressive, making it hard for others to feel anything but envy. At the back of the crowd, Li Shushan from the Li family changed his expression slightly. He didn't expect this kid to possess such fierce combat power, but it didn't matter. With Shadow Kill's intervention, it would surely be foolproof. The more outstanding Han Yang performed, the more determined Li Shushan became to kill him. The enmity from the Li family over the stolen wife could not be resolved. This kid must not be allowed to grow. In the one-line sky canyon, Li Jian looked at the swarming sparrows in the sky and whistled. In the next moment, a sparrow swooped down and landed on Li Dian's arm. He took a note from the sparrow's foot. Han Yang killed a 6th-level bone tempering warrior when he was at the 1st level. Li Dian's fingers tightened around the note. Veins bulging. How is this possible? This was something he had never even considered. At the 1st level of bone tempering, he had only tempered a single bone. Even the weakest 6th-level bone tempering had tempered 32 bones. The gap of more than 30 bones could not be compensated by talent, techniques, or martial intent. How could this brat Han Yang be so abnormally strong? Don't worry, young master. Han Yang will definitely die this time. A man wearing a conical hat and wrapped in a black robe beside Li Jian said hoarsely. Upon hearing the voice, Li Jian instinctively frowned and then silently nodded. Shadow Kill, the most unique existence in the Li family, possessing the cultivation of the 4th level of bone tempering at a young age, and had even achieved a fierce record of assassinating a 7th-level bone tempering warrior. In terms of early-stage talent, he was completely not inferior to Li Jian. Of course, the technique Shadow Kill practice came at the cost of sacrificing his future. He would only reach the late stage of bone tempering in this lifetime. Otherwise, the name Shadow Kill would have long been famous throughout the 9 cities of Yuan men, just as the Li family group sneaked into the depths of the forest and disappeared. Another figure slowly appeared on a big tree more than 10 feet away. Shadow Kill actually impersonated and entered the one-line sky. This news must be reported to the 3rd young master as soon as possible. As the voice fell, the figure vanished in a flash, as if it had never appeared. Damn it, where the hell has that kid Han gone? Jiang Ziyu, furious, smashed a big tree, his chest heaving violently. The accompanying Jiang family warriors exchanged looks, feeling quite helpless. Their young master was so focused on tracking Han Yang instead of participating in the martial selection, and now he hadn't even hunted a single monster, which left the other candidates speechless. Enough, you all don't need to follow me anymore, lest it delays the martial selection. If I can't find him in the outer stage, could it be that this kid has gone deeper? Jiang Ziyu muttered to himself before suddenly speeding up and rushing into the depths of the dense forest. The Jiang family warriors wanted to chase him, but they clearly couldn't keep up. With their strength, they couldn't catch up to Jiang Ziyu's furious sprint. Han, don't let this young master find you. Jiang Ziyu sped through the woods, the wind whistling in his ears. Even when encountering monsters, he did not stop, focused solely on dragging Han Yang out. Suddenly, his figure came to a halt. What was going on ahead? Sensing that at least several warriors had gathered together, Jiang Ziyu quietly followed. For warriors, all at the bone-tempering realm, and all at the 2nd or even 3rd level. This surprised Jiang Ziyu greatly. What were these guys planning? The leader seemed to be a young tiger from the Li family of Taichung. Leaping onto a tall, ancient tree, Jiang Ziyu stood among the branches and, through the gaps, finally saw the scene before him. Those Taichung warriors were trying to ambush someone. Han Yang. At this moment, Han Yang was engaged in a fierce battle with a 3rd-tier demon wolf. With Jiang Ziyu's keen eyesight, he He could tell that Han Yang's strength was very formidable, and he was making the third-tier monster howl in pain. Huh, let's see how you die for doubting my age. Jiang Ziyu decided not to intervene for the moment. When Han Yang was defeated and about to be killed, he would appear as the savior and rescue him with one move. At that time, he would see if that kid would still dare to mock him. Just as Jiang Ziyu's thoughts arose, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! Two piercing sounds cut through the air, heading straight for Han Yang. At the same time, 3 second-level bone-tempering warriors also charged towards Han Yang's vital points with weapons in hand. An assassination? How ruthless! Seeing that the Li family members actually used crossbows, Jiang Ziyu couldn't help but want to take action. But at that moment, the treasured sword hanging at Han Yang's waist, which had not been used, suddenly unsheathed. Clang! The sound of the blade echoed through the sky. The sharp blade light cut through the air. The crossbow bolts, the second-level bone-tempering warriors, and the third-tier demon beast were all sliced in half by this stunning strike. What knife technique! Jiang Ziyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This strike was nearly at the peak of knife skills, just a step away from the manifestation of knife intent. Truly powerful and unmatched. He never expected that Han Yang, with only the second level of bone tempering, could have such combat power. At the moment Jiang Ziyu exclaimed in surprise, a figure, ghostly in appearance, flashed out from the shadow of the demon beast, with a slender short sword in hand. It stabbed directly at Han Yang's heart. The timing and angle were simply perfect. It was precisely at the critical moment when Han Yang had just struck with his knife. With new strength yet to be born, and old strength about to be exhausted. A 4th-level bone forging, and their sword intent. How could such a warrior appear? Jiang Ziyu covered his lips with his right hand, almost calling out in shock. A 4th-level bone forging warrior actually appeared in the martial selection of the Yuan Gate. This was absolutely beyond his expectations. Moreover, the swordsmanship of that 4th-level bone forging warrior was nearly comparable to that of a 6th level. The opponent was an assassin who walked in the shadows, born for slaughter. Han Yang was in danger. Chapter 38. Monster Han Yang finally made a move. Han Yang, who had sensed everything long ago, couldn't help but snicker coldly in his heart. The Li family really thought of themselves as fools. Clearly, 2 days ago at the city gate, he had already been able to repel the Li family's young tiger with a single punch. Now, did they expect him to believe that the Li family had only sent a few fools of the 1st and 2nd levels of bone forging to assassinate him? The real killing move must be hidden in the dark. At the moment when the assassin struck from the shadow of the demon beast, Han Yang had already reacted a step ahead. The star power condensed from the 9-turn star technique instantly flowed through his body, and his right arm shot back at an incredible angle. The 4-symbol seal knife, white tiger kill. Boom boom. The roar of a ferocious tiger echoed through the woods, and countless blood-colored knife lights blossomed in an instant before the assassin. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The chilling blade light of the white tiger kill erupted, and the approaching body of the assassin was sliced into pieces as if it had thrown itself into a net. An illusion? The sensation from the blade made Han Yang realize that his white tiger kill had missed. This assassin indeed had some skills. Just then, a barely audible sword whistle sounded again. This sword, still aimed at Han Yang's neck at an extremely sinister angle, was intent on not stopping until it had killed him. 4-symbol seal knife, Xuanwu suppression. Han Yang snorted coldly, and the star power within him erupted completely. The Tian K knife pressed down with an incredible oppressive force, like Mount Tai, crushing towards the assassin. The assassin's eerie figure froze for a moment and then retreated rapidly. Han Yang also sensed a chill at his neck. Without needing to touch it, he knew blood was flowing down. The skin on his neck had actually been sliced open by the sword energy, just a hair's breadth away from being sealed at the throat. This person was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Han Yang had encountered since his 9th rebirth. Clearly human, yet possessing some abilities akin to a phantom ghost monkey. Interesting. The injuries he sustained did not instill fear in Han Yang, but instead ignited his inner battle intent. The war god of his previous life grew stronger with each battle. Why fear a mere minor injury? In the next moment, Han Yang's eyes shot out a bright light. The retreating assassin, with a pale face hidden in the shadows, held a slender broken sword that had no gleam, evidently designed for assassination. He gazed at Han Yang with indifference, but a hint of caution flickered in his eyes. Since he had debuted, no enemy had ever forced him to draw a third sword. Even that previous 7th-level bone forging expert had died under his second sword. Yet Han Yang, a mere 2nd-level bone forging, not only evaded the second sword but also sealed his third sword, leaving him with no opportunity to use his guaranteed kill. You are a member of the Li family. Where is that waste, Li Jian? Han Yang shook off the blood droplets on the blade, and a flicker of light seemed to shine in his eyes. Han Yang, you do have some skills to avoid the assassin's sword, but that's all. Dozens of feet away, Li Jian emerged from behind an ancient giant tree. As a young tiger and genius of the Li family, his pride prevented him from continuing to hide in the shadows. Li Dian's appearance made the assassin frown, but he remained silent, gradually blending into the shade of the trees. Han Yang smiled and shook his head. Actually, I've already spared your life, but unfortunately, you do not understand how to cherish your hard-won life. Facing death, Li Jian scoffed, thinking Han Yang was merely babbling nonsense. He had no idea that if it weren't for Elder Mo's appearance a few days ago at the city gate, he would have already become a ghost under Han Yang's blade. Drawing a long spear from behind, Li Jian coldly said, as the price for your nonsense, I will smash your mouth. In Li Dian's eyes, his strength was on par with Han Yang's. With an assassin who had previously killed a 7th-level bone forging warrior lurking nearby, the pressure on Han Yang was increased, ensuring that he would die in this battle. Oof. Han Yang scoffed disdainfully, moving forward, still taking the initiative to strike despite the pressure from the two powerful opponents. Arrogant, Li Jian was furious, slashing his spear towards Han Yang with a howling sound that possessed the might of a 4th or 5th-level bone forging. Li Jian, known as the young tiger of the Li family, had a martial style that was bold and powerful. This single strike had combat power not weaker than Yu Bufon's. Furthermore, Li Dian's battle intent was boiling, and his martial comprehension was stronger than Shimin Sheng's. This was the gap between a genius and an ordinary warrior. Shimin Sheng had fought for 7 years, reaching a life-and-death conclusion, which was merely the starting point for Li Dian. Come on, let us see if you can dodge my white tiger kill. Han Yang stepped forward, his blade like frost. For symbol seal knife, white tiger kill. This strike was relentless, completely ignoring the lurking assassin. Just as Han Yang unleashed his blade, the assassin's slender sword, like a scorpion's tail, lunged towards Han Yang's neck. Against the assassin's deadly sword technique, Han Yang did not dodge or evade, continuing to swing his blade fiercely, filled with an unstoppable momentum. How is that possible? Only when Li Jian truly faced the white tiger kill did he realize how terrifying this strike was. The white tiger roared, a bloody wind surged. His boiling battle intent was suppressed by the ferocious white tiger, unable to withstand it, nor could he evade it. Li Jian realized that despite being a realm higher than Han Yang, he was just a joke before him. He simply could not withstand this strike. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Li Jian was clearly thinking of using his spear to defend, but it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the blade approached. The assassin's dim eyes flickered with light, intent on delivering a decisive blow. But he had to change direction to block Han Yang's blade before it fell, protecting Li Jian. He had never considered that Han Yang would resort to a mutual destruction tactic, wanting to exchange lives with Li Jian. While he could indeed stab Han Yang with a sword, Li Jian would undoubtedly die as well. No, if this genius disciple of the Li family died before him, how would he explain it to Li Shushan? Bang! His sword's shadow blocked the blade light of the white tiger kill, but in the next moment, the assassin suddenly sensed the figure of his opponent disappearing. When he reappeared, he felt a sudden tightening around his neck, as if caught by a giant iron claw. Cloud searching hand, you've been tricked. A cold voice echoed in the assassin's ear. In the next moment, the blade light flashed, and the assassin's head soared into the air. This top assassin, possessing the ability of Phantom Ghost Monkey, met a death that was strikingly similar to that of a Phantom Ghost Monkey. It was only in a moment before death that the assassin realized he had been deceived. Han Yang's target had never been Li Jian. He had been plotting against him from the very beginning. An assassin could only kill. How could he save someone? If he had any attachments, he would no longer be seen as terrifying. Releasing his grip, Han Yang allowed the assassin's body to fall. You and I, the astonished Li Dian, were completely stunned by the scene unfolding before us. When he did not intervene, Shadow Killer could suppress Han Yang, injuring Han Yang's neck and nearly cutting his throat. But with me, a helper with the strength of the 5th or 6th level of bone refinement, the outcome was that Shadow Killer was killed by Han Yang. Instead, I became a flaw that Han Yang exploited, leading to Shadow Killer's death. Didn't I say earlier, if you don't know how to cherish, then your life is mine? Han Yang said lightly as he swung his knife straight at Li Dian. Do you dare to kill me? Li Dian's eyes were filled with rage, and he roared, smashing his long spear towards Han Yang amidst a chorus of tiger roars. Clang! Starlight flickered. The long spear, forged from fine iron, was severed by Han Yang's knife, infused with the power of the stars. Li Dian's body also broke apart. His upper body swayed, disbelief filling his eyes. It seemed he couldn't believe that Han Yang actually dared to kill him, the genius of the Li family. If there's someone to hate, it should be Zhang Wuyo. Without the assistance of the Zhang family's spiritual medicine, I might not have advanced to the 2nd level of bone refinement so quickly. Otherwise, I might have been killed by your family's assassin, regardless of whether he heard it or not. Han Yang slowly sheathed his knife and looked towards a large tree dozens of meters away. Misunderstand me, I was just passing by. I had no ill intentions, Jiang Ziyu, hidden in the tree crown, awkwardly said, then jumped down. This Han Yang is truly a monster. He can even kill a demon warrior. Chapter 39, Han Yang, I will kill you. Looking at the headless corpse of Li Dian, Jiang Ziyu's face twitched. Don't be fooled by talent. He is a 1st-tier genius, while Li Dian is a 2nd-tier genius. But Li Dian is 1 year older and currently has stronger combat power. Yet now, the so-called young tiger of the Li family, Li Dian, was killed by Han Yang, who only had the 2nd level of bone refinement, as easily as slaughtering a chicken or dog. This fierce combat power left Jiang Ziyu in awe. Han Yang raised a knife in his hand and smiled, asking, "Are you interested in hunting demon beasts with me?" Jiang Ziyu was stunned. This Han Yang was not following the usual script. He had just witnessed him kill the young tiger of the Li family, and he was supposed to silence him, not invite him to hunt demon beasts. How could a 1st-tier genius lack the courage to hunt demon beasts? Han Yang glanced at Jiang Ziyu with a half-smile. Jiang Ziyu's face flushed. Did he really think he was afraid of him? The young master looked down on teaming up with others. Han Yang was unconcerned and stepped deeper into the woods, saying, "This is the den of the greedy moon demon wolf. If we can strike effectively, the 2nd round of the assessment can basically end early. Wolves are social animals, even at the 3rd tier of demon beasts." Jiang Ziyu guessed there must be a wolf den nearby after seeing the demon wolf killed by Han Yang. But what kind of mindset does Han Yang have? He killed a genius from the Li family and remained so carefree, as if it were nothing. Doesn't he fear retaliation from the Li family? Jiang Ziyu felt he couldn't see through this guy's way of handling things at all. Han Yang certainly did not take the deaths of Li Dian and the others to heart. Since Li Yingqiang married Chen Xiaoqian, his grievances with the Li family could only be washed away with blood. The two disappeared one after the other into the dense forest. Half a stick of incense later, a figure appeared in the shadows beneath the bushes. It's terrifying that Han Yang has such combat power. The candidate from the Zhang family reported the news to Zhang Wuyo and then followed Han Yang. He didn't expect to witness such a terrifying scene firsthand. The infamous dark guard of the Li family, Shadow Killer, and the young tiger Li Dian were both killed by Han Yang. This is not just a 2nd-tier bone refinement. Even a 6th tier would find it hard to kill these two as effortlessly as Han Yang did. A monster is truly a monster. The father-in-law is extraordinarily talented, and the son-in-law is also so gifted. Han Yang will surely stand out in this martial arts examination. The Zhang family candidate turned around, no longer daring to follow Han Yang. He was scared, terrified to death. If he continued to follow and Han Yang discovered him, he might not even have the chance to explain before being killed. Han Yang's knife was too fast. Before leaving, he glanced at Li Dian's headless corpse, sighing in his heart. The young tiger of the Li family, destined for greatness in the future, was reduced to such a fate. It can only be said that being in the same era as Han Yang is his misfortune. Outside Tianqian Valley, Han Yang's name flickered on the stone tablet again. Han Yang hunted a third-tier demon beast, took 3 hours and 15 minutes. Total score, 350 points. Ranking 10th. This change did not cause any waves. Many candidates performed even better than Han Yang. Besides the 7 great geniuses, there were many who did not make a name for themselves in the first round but scored high in this round. It's a pity that if young Master Han had family support, he would undoubtedly have scored 1,000 points and advanced to a core disciple. Now, he might only stop here. Boss Fong saw Han Yang's results and sighed repeatedly. The second round of the martial arts examination had many unfair aspects. For example, Li Dian's Li family, Zhang Wuyo's Zhang family, Jiang Ziyu's Jiang family. These top families each had multiple candidates pass the first round of assessments. As a result, these people would team up to hunt demon beasts, helping the geniuses and their families achieve even more impressive results. This is also why, despite Han Yang's combat power, he only ranked 10th. He was one person competing against those families. Moreover, the number of third-tier demon beasts in the narrow sky is limited, and the competition will only get more intense. Han Yang, fighting alone, would find it even harder to hunt third-tier demon beasts. His score might ultimately stop between 600 and 700 points. This is the sorrow of a loose cultivator. Boss Fong was indignant, feeling that the assessment projects set by the Yuan men had huge loopholes and were very unfair. Unfortunately, he was just a small figure and did not dare to go against Yuan men's will, let alone question them. Ha ha ha, our Snow City Yi family, Yi Nantian, 678 points, ranking 5th, surpassing 3 named geniuses. Some were worried, while others rejoiced. This Yi Nantian was quite lucky, ranking just after Yin Pianxian, Shirley, Yin Shan, and Zhang Wuyo with impressive results. Without a doubt, he might complete the assessment early within 5 hours and advance to a core disciple. A group of people around congratulated him, making it quite lively. In contrast, the Li family members led by Li Shushan had somewhat unsightly expressions. At this time, Li Jian only had 58 points, at the bottom among the tiered geniuses, bringing shame to the Li family. Li Shushan remained calm and unconcerned. He knew very well that Li Dian should be teaming up with Shadow Killer to hunt Han Yang. A temporary setback was nothing. However, just as he thought of this, he saw Li Dian's name on the stone tablet suddenly turn blood red and then fade. Li Dian, total score of 58 points, fallen. The 11 scarlet words pierced the hearts of all the Li family members like a sharp arrow. Impossible! How could Xiao Dian die? Li Shushan's expression changed drastically, and he crushed the decorative walnut in his hand with a bang, veins bulging on his forehead. Second master, not only young Master Jian, but others as well. The Li family martial artist's voice trembled, almost unable to speak. It was then that Li Shushan noticed that on the stone tablet, not only had Li Dian fallen and turned red, but many of his own family members were also marked in red, including Li Hao. Upon seeing one of the names, Li Shushan staggered back, his face pale, feeling even more disbelief than when he saw Li Dian fall, because only he knew that Li Hao was the alias of Shadow Killer. The 4th level of bone forging has achieved the remarkable feat of assassinating someone at the 7th level of bone forging. Yet he has fallen? Impossible. How could this be? Han Yang. In an instant, Li Shushan let out a roar like a wild beast, a terrifying aura that even knocked down all the Li family warriors around him. I will kill you. Without a doubt, this was the doing of Han Yang, the young tiger of the Li family, the trusted hidden guard. Both fell at Han Yang's hands, making Li Shushan wish he could consume Han Yang's flesh and blood. His anger was beyond words. Li Dian is dead? The young tiger of the Li family actually fell during the martial selection? This shocked the major families of Taichung. Li Dian was the only second-grade genius of the younger generation in Taichung who was comparable to Zhang Wuyo, and now he had actually died in the second round of the martial selection, completely unexpected by everyone. Interestingly, Li Dian had a conflict with Han Yang before the martial selection. Could it be that haha? I also heard that someone from the Li family wanted to forcibly marry his fiancée, Yi, and now he must be facing retribution. In the fierce competition, the Li family has really stepped on a landmine this time. Let's just watch the fun. After the shock, the various families in Taichung began to gloat. Chapter 40. Astonishing achievement in past martial selections. There were certainly candidates who had fallen. But someone like Li Dian, a second-grade genius, falling during the demon selection was unprecedented. Thus, all the major families outside the Tianqian Valley were greatly shaken, and even the elder examiners from the Yuan men were stirred. What happened? Li Jian actually fell? Shouldn't that be impossible? Are those guys in the law enforcement hall all fools? How could they just watch a second-grade genius fall? A second-grade genius is a strong reserve force for a sect. The examiners were puzzled. At this time, 3 examiners from Luocheng were reviewing Han Yang's information. The middle-aged man urged several times, and finally, the intel about Han Yang reached their hands. Chen family son-in-law, that bastard Chen Yu's son-in-law, left with his fiancée for 7 days, then returned to the Chen family and killed 3 elders? Just a month ago, he was only a body-refining warrior? The more the 3 examiners looked at Han Yang's information, the more incredible it seemed. In 1 month, from body refining to the second level of bone forging. This is no mere first-grade genius. He is clearly a genius of the earth level, and one could even say he is a genius of the heavenly level. Within the Yuan men, the most talented, the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, is not even comparable. This Han Yang is actually not inferior to Li Xuanyu at all? Do you think Li Jian might have fallen at Han Yang's hands? The elder's eyebrows raised slightly, his voice hoarse. Shui Shimi, are you still concerned about these trivial matters? This Han Yang is suspected of being a heavenly level genius. The old man took several deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. He could already imagine the uproar that would occur once Han Yang's information was known to the sect. In 1 month's time, advancing to the second level of bone forging. Such talent is among the top 10 in the Yuanmen's 1,000-year history. Brother Du, I advise you not to be so excited. Don't forget the lessons learned from Li Xuanyu. It's better to be cautious. The middle-aged man seemed calmer, but his fingers holding the information trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing the name Li Xuanyu, the old man and the old woman fell silent. The wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, the first genius of the sect, once a heavenly level genius. He was given great expectations by the Yuan men. Unfortunately, Li Xuanyu ultimately failed to break through the peak of bone forging. Many sighed in regret. If Han Yang were to meet the same fate, it would truly be the greatest misfortune for the Yuan men. Notify the sect master. This is something we cannot decide. Han Yang, actually advancing to the second level of bone forging in 1 month? Su Ziren looked at the information in his hand, his face full of shock. He initially thought that Han Yang was delayed due to his background in Luocheng, which was why he was only at the second level of bone forging now. But he didn't expect there were so many hidden details. The old man with the surname Feng chuckled and said, "This is interesting. Chen Yu's son-in-law has entered our Yuan men. Huh. I'm looking forward to seeing the expressions of those in the sect." Su Ziren smiled wryly and shook his head, feeling regret for Han Yang. If it were anyone else, given Han Yang's suspected heavenly level qualifications, he would surely be snatched up by the old monsters in the sect and become a direct disciple. Unfortunately, Han Yang is Chen Yu's son-in-law. When Chen Yu became famous, he challenged and toppled many old monsters in the sect. The hearts of these people cannot be described as generous. After entering the sect as Chen Yu's son-in-law, Han Yang would undoubtedly face all sorts of setbacks. Upon learning his true identity, Su Ziren also abandoned the idea of taking Han Yang as a disciple. Chen Yu has offended too many people in the Yuan men. With his peak bone forging strength, he cannot protect him. Little guy, you better pray for yourself. Han Yang, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Ziyu, was completely unaware that he was about to fall into another pit left by his father-in-law. 7 greedy moon demon wolves. I'll take 4 and you take 3, is that okay? Looking at the demon beasts lurking in the distance, Han Yang's eyes were filled with boiling battle intent. Opportunities to encounter third-grade demon beasts do not come often. If he were to search for them in the demon beast forest, it might take 10 days or half a month before he even encountered a single third-grade demon beast. Those who do not seize the heavens will suffer for it. He would gladly accept those 4 third-grade demon cores. Jiang Ziyu shot a fierce glare at Han Yang, saying, "What are you joking about? I take 2, you take 5. He was at the 3rd level of bone forging, not the 7th level. He was already pushing it to deal with a third-grade demon beast alone. How could he kill 3 at once? Did this guy think everyone was as abnormal as he was? To barely deal with two, he might have to activate secret methods. Jiang Ziyu felt it was a mistake to team up with this monster Han Yang. Fine then, let us go. Han Yang nodded nonchalantly, brandishing his knife and charging forward. Aye. Jiang Ziyu wanted to cry, but had no tears. That damned bastard. Can't we at least discuss the ambush plan together? How? The roar of the greedy moon demon wolf rang out, and Jiang Ziyu could only brace himself and charge out as well. Outside Tianqian Valley, Han Yang, hunting third-grade demon beasts, took 4 hours, total points 450, ranking 10th. Han Yang, hunting third-grade demon beasts, took 4 hours, total points 550, ranking 9th. Han Yang, hunting third-grade demon beasts, took 4 hours, total points 850, ranking 3rd. Almost in the span of a few breaths, Han Yang's name appeared 5 times in a row. He jumped directly from 10th to 3rd. All the major families were shaken. What happened? How could Han Yang possibly kill so many demon beasts? 5? He killed 5 third-grade demon beasts at once. Truly, he did not make a sound until he astonished everyone. Everyone was stunned by Han Yang's impressive achievements. But some sneered, claiming Han Yang could not possibly have such combat power alone. He must have teamed up with someone else. But that didn't matter. The people from major families knew well that how many geniuses ranked in the top 10 in points did so alone. Jiang Ziyu. The name of Jiang Ziyu from Huicheng also appeared twice. Did they team up? The situation became increasingly murky. Han Yang and Jiang Ziyu. These two people who seemed unrelated actually joined forces during the martial selection. Not to mention the people from other families couldn't he understand. Even the clan elders of the Jiang family were bewildered. If memory serves, at the start of the demon selection, Jiang Ziyu was still furious and ready to settle accounts with Han Yang. Now, they actually teamed up. However, the noisy crowd soon became even more agitated, because a line of eye-catching golden characters appeared on the stone tablet. Huaqing Yin Poxian, total points 1,098, ranking 1st, completing the assessment ahead of time. Time taken, 4 hours. Silence fell. Outside the Tianqian Valley, tens of thousands of people from various families were silent. In the second round of the assessment, within just 4 hours, someone had already completed the test. Yin Pianxian, indeed a first-class genius who entered the Qinya Divine Sword at the age of 17. Zhang Wuyo from Taichung, with a total score of 1,030, ranked 2nd, completing the test ahead of time. It took him 4 hours. Following Yin Pianxian was another name that surprised everyone. Chapter 41, Assessment 3rd Round. Is Zhang Wuyo a genius? Naturally, but he only ranked 6th among the 7 great geniuses, just ahead of Li Jian, which is not an exaggeration to say he remains low-key. However, this 6th-ranked genius surprisingly completed the 2nd round of the martial arts selection as the 2nd person, just behind the first-class genius Yin Pianxian. In an instant, the entire Tianqian Valley trembled again, creating a commotion that even surpassed Yin Pianxian. An underdog comeback is always something many people enjoy witnessing. Taichung's Zhang Wuyo, hidden talent indeed. It is said that Li Jian was once on par with Zhang Wuyo. One has fallen, while the other has risen, completely incomparable. It seems that the so-called young tiger of the Li family is merely a name, far inferior to the young master of the Zhang family. Due to Zhang Wuyo's sudden rise, the already fallen Li Jian was dragged out and ridiculed again. The Li family had no face left to continue staying in Tianqian Valley. The furiously Xu Shan directly waved his sleeves and left. The assessment continued in an orderly manner. Han Yang was the 3rd to complete the assessment. Jiang Ziyu was the 4th. Yinantian was 6th. Shirlei was 7th. Yinshan was 8th. By the end of the first day, the true genius disciples had all completed the assessment ahead of time. Among them, the fall of Li Jian and the rise of Zhang Wuyo and Yinantian were undoubtedly the most shocking events of the day. Once these true genius disciples completed the assessment, the subsequent days of the demon selection became rather dull. Ultimately, after the 3rd day of the demon selection ended, out of the 3,000 outer disciples, more than 400 advanced to become inner disciples. As for the original 500 inner disciples, only about 20 were promoted to core disciples. Brother Han, Next time something like this happens, you mustn't involve me. Even after 2 days of recovery, Jiang Ziyu's complexion was still somewhat pale. Following Han Yang, he often faced 2 or even 3 demon beasts at once, getting injured several times. If it weren't for his strong foundation and the use of healing holy medicine at any cost, he might have been heavily injured and unable to participate in the 3rd round of the assessment by now. Han Yang patted Jiang Ziyu's shoulder and smiled. In a lifetime, 2 brothers, since you helped me hide such a big secret, of course, I'll remember you when there's a benefit. Jiang Ziyu felt no surprise or delight at all. He just wanted to stay far away from this madman. The 3rd round of the martial arts assessment had little to do with ordinary disciples. Only the top 20 who advanced to core disciples were eligible to participate. If one could perform outstandingly in the 3rd round of the assessment, they would likely be promoted to become a direct disciple, accepted by a powerful figure in the Gathering Qi realm. The reason why young masters from prominent families like Yin Pianxian and Zhang Wuyo were willing to enter the Yuan sect was largely due to such precious opportunities. Body refining and bone tempering are both stages of body refinement, known as mortal martial artists. In contrast, the Gathering Qi realm cultivates Qi, allowing one to expel clouds and mist and transcend to become an immortal. This stage represents the difference between the mortal and the immortal. The 3rd round of the martial arts assessment will take place within the Yuan sect. If you 20 can reach the Yuan sect's location within an hour, you will qualify to participate in the 3rd round of the assessment. The chief examiner for the 3rd round of the assessment was an elder surnamed Feng. His words immediately caused quite a stir among the 20 geniuses, because this assessment was different from the past. In previous years, the 3rd round of assessments involved elders of the Yuan sect granting all candidates a technique to test their comprehension. The assessments were also completed within the Tianxin Valley. However, this time, they actually had to enter the Yuan sect to conduct the 3rd round of assessment, which was clearly an exception. After the initial surprise, the geniuses became excited. An exception also meant special treatment. If they could achieve good results in the 3rd round, the benefits would undoubtedly be greater than in previous years. Could it be that the sect master and several vice sect masters were also preparing to accept disciples? Someone murmured, instantly tightening the hearts of the geniuses. The sect master of the Yuan sect is the strongest in the 9 cities, a super powerful figure in the late Gathering Qi realm. If one could become a direct disciple of the sect master, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens. Even the carefree and childlike Jiang Ziyu found it hard to remain serious. Elder Feng continued, "Your task is to follow Senior Brother Su and reach the Yuan sect within an hour. Senior Brother Su, please lead the way." As Elder Feng spoke, Su Xiren stepped forward. The aura of a peak bone tempering practitioner instantly made all the genius disciples feel awed, no matter the talent. Reaching the peak of bone tempering is enough to inspire respect. Moreover, many recognized Su Xiren's identity. He entered the sect 10 years ago and is now a peak bone tempering genius, unparalleled since Chulan in the Yuan sect. If it weren't for the sudden rise of the wine, sword immortal Li Xuanyu, Su Xiren would undoubtedly be regarded as the #1 person in the Yuan sect in the past decade. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I hope you can all keep up. Su Xiren had no airs about him, smiling as he stepped forward, seeming to stroll leisurely. However, after this step, his figure was already 10 zhang away. In just 2 breaths, he could only be seen from behind. All the geniuses did not move because they were waiting for one person. Yin Pianxian. She did not move, and the other geniuses could not move either. This was a sign of respect for the first place in the 2 rounds. Although only 17 years old, Yin Pianxian was graceful and tall, dressed in a bright red gown that resembled blazing fire. Her bare feet, white as jade, stepped on the ground yet remained spotless. Her slightly youthful face, combined with a charming allure, created a striking contrast, giving her an almost enchanting beauty. Under the gaze of the crowd, she slightly nodded, her steps light and graceful. Her long red robe, blooming like a lotus or like a red cloud, keeping pace with Su Xiren in a leisurely manner. Zhang Wuyo, Han Yang, Jiang Ziyu. Following the order of the 2nd round of assessment, the 20 individuals rushed out one after another. Initially, No one realized that this journey to the Yuan sect would pose any difficulty. But once they set off, they discovered that obtaining the qualification for the third round of assessment was not so simple. Suziren's speed was continuously increasing. At first, even those at the first level of bone tempering could easily keep up with his pace. But after just a single incense stick's time, even those at the second level of bone tempering began to struggle. After 2 incense sticks, all the geniuses, including the highest-ranked and most solid Zhang Wuyo, Yin Shan, and Shirlei, began to breathe heavily. Han Yang, even while using the power of the stars, could barely maintain a certain distance. If this state continued, then after 2 cups of tea, he would also exhaust his energy. The assessment of the Yuan sect shouldn't be this difficult, right? Han Yang faintly felt something was off. Gritting his teeth, he quickly stepped forward to reach Suziren's side. Suziren merely glanced at him without saying much, still appearing to stroll leisurely. This breathing technique. As Han Yang got closer to Suziren, he finally noticed a clue. Each of Suziren's breaths seemed to carry a wonderful rhythm, drawing on the spiritual energy surrounding him, allowing his breaths to flow continuously. Chapter 42, Yuan Sect's Ascension Ranking. Han Yang, having lived 8 lifetimes, had seen countless divine skills and methods. As the #1 war god of the divine realm, his vision was so broad that it could not be compared to mere martial artists of a small realm. Suziren's breathing method, though rough, has its merits, especially for martial artists at the bone refinement stage, which can be described as brilliant. Unexpectedly, there exists such a level of breathing technique within the Yuan sect. By inhaling and exhaling into nature, allowing nature to move the spiritual energy, gathering spiritual energy within the body, refining the body and the bones, and using bones to assist in strength. Suziren could suppress a group of talented newcomers behind him with equivalent cultivation through this marvelous method. Interesting. A playful smile appeared on Han Yang's face as he also learned Suziren's breathing technique and began to adjust his body. What the hell? Jiang Ziyu, who had been paying close attention to Han Yang, was the first to notice something was off. Originally, the 20 geniuses were exhausted and panting from Suziren's pace, almost unable to keep up. But suddenly, Han Yang's footsteps became light. At this moment, the ease on Han Yang's face was not much different from Suziren's. Even the most monstrous genius Shun Ti reached this level, right? Jiang Ziyu thought to himself and quickly moved to Suziren and Han Yang's side. Although he did not possess Han Yang's abnormal perception, he quickly comprehended Suziren's special method. Positioned between the two, he felt the same, and his breathing frequency could also align with theirs. This breathing method, Jiang Ziyu, being a genius, immediately realized the wonder of this technique. No wonder it is from the Yuan sect. His breathing gradually stabilized, and his steps became composed. The third to notice the anomaly was Zhang Wuyo. Han Yang had unexpectedly killed the young tiger of the Li family, Li Jian, in the second round of the martial selection, which greatly surprised him. Therefore, he paid close attention to Han Yang. Soon, Yin Pianxian, Yin Shan, Shirlei, and Yi Nantian, the first tier of geniuses, almost all sensed Suziren's breathing method and quickly began to adjust. However, realizing and applying it was not an instant process. Only the first-tier geniuses could quickly complete the adjustment, while the others were not so fortunate. Even if they noticed something unusual about the breathing method, they could not complete the adjustment immediately. Eventually, once the distance between the two sides widened, they would be powerless. After about half an hour, Suziren gradually stopped, and only the 7 from the first tier were still with him. You all did well. Suziren rarely praised them, then stood with hands behind his back, saying no more. Jiang Ziyu, Shirlei, and the others curiously looked at the ancient buildings hidden in the majestic mountains ahead. That was the mountain gate of the Yuan sect. However, Han Yang's gaze was fixed on a plaque beside the mountain path. The 2 big characters inscribed in iron and silver strokes read, Yuan sect. The moment his gaze focused on these 2 characters, he felt a surge of overwhelming sword intent rushing towards him. This sword intent was not the embryonic form of martial intent like that of Shimin Sheng or Ying Sha, but rather the power of an intent, at least at the great completion level. Clang! A gentle sound of a sword rang in Han Yang's ears. It was as if a sword was crossing the sky, ready to split heaven and earth. This sword seemed effortless, carrying a sense of freedom and exhilaration, with a feeling of delighting in the world. The one who left this sword intent must be a master with a carefree disposition, transcending worldly concerns. With a wine sword immortal before and the one who inscribed the Yuan sect plaque behind, Han Yang felt a certain expectation for the Yuan sect. Perhaps it could dominate the 9 cities, possessing its own extraordinary legacy. An hour later, ultimately only the 7 of them stood before this plaque. This meant that in the 3rd round of the martial arts assessment, only 7 were qualified to participate. Su Xiren, who had been silent, spoke again at this moment. The 3rd round of the assessment is quite simple. Before the mountain gate, there are 99 steps. As long as you can step over the 99 steps and reach the Jiebing platform, you can be promoted to a direct disciple. There will definitely be a great master of gathering energy to accept you as disciples. Except for Han Yang, the other 6 all showed astonished expressions. Clearly, they had heard of these 99 steps. However, they did not expect that the content of the 3rd round of the martial arts selection would be such an assessment. Su Xiren smiled and said, I suppose you have heard of the difficulty of climbing the heavenly steps of the Yuan sect, so I want to say more. This is both a test for you and a rare opportunity. I hope you can cherish it. Then he pointed to the side. Do you see the names on the plaque? Everyone followed the direction of his finger and saw that on the mountain gate plaque, there were exactly 100 names inscribed. These 100 were the strongest individuals who had stepped over the heavenly steps and ascended the Jiebing platform. I hope you can also have your names on it. Whether it was a coincidence or not, there was a hint of playfulness in Su Xiren's smile. However, everyone, including Han Yang, was already captivated by the list on the plaque. These 100 people must be the top geniuses chosen by the Yuan sect in 1,000 years. Any one of them could be a figure of great renown. Han Yang quickly discovered a familiar name on it, the wine sword immortal, Li Xuanyu. Ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. 5th. This surprised Han Yang greatly. Others might think it normal for Li Xuanyu, who was stuck at the peak of bone refinement and unable to break through, to be ranked 5th. But Han Yang, having witnessed Li Xuanyu in action, knew she was intentionally concealing her cultivation. Her true realm was only a step away from the late stage of gathering qi, the state of returning to simplicity. At 19 years old, being in the mid-stage of gathering qi, yet only ranked 5th. What kind of geniuses were the top 4? My goodness. Elder Su was actually only ranked 53rd. Jiang Ziyu discovered Su Xiren's name, gasped in shock, and then quickly covered his mouth. Zhang Wuyo and the others had sharp eyes, searching for their family's past geniuses to see if any were on the list. But everyone returned disappointed. The 5 great geniuses, surprisingly, could not find a single name from their clan on the list. This left the 5 of them both astonished and puzzled. They knew that they came from prominent families, where talents were gathered, and had produced many first-class geniuses. However, none of these geniuses made it onto the list. Now they finally understood why Su Xiren had smiled so mockingly when he mentioned the words having your name on the list. The heavenly ranking. To make it onto the list was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Look at the mad tiger, Li Ying, just as several of them sighed. Zhang Wuyo's voice suddenly rang in Han Yang's ear. 85th on the heavenly ranking. Impressive. Under the whispers of the few, Han Yang also saw Li Ying's name. This guy who wanted to forcibly take Chun Xiaoqian as a concubine was actually on the heavenly ranking. Although he was ranked lower than Su Xiren, he still overshadowed all the previous geniuses from the great families present. Song Vu looked at Han Yang, wanting to see what expression Han Yang would have upon discovering that the person trying to take his fiancée, he was so talented. Fear, unease, shaking all over. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The Han Yang beside him showed no signs of unusual behavior. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. This makes it interesting. If it were just some random person, it would be too boring to crush them easily. Only stepping on someone named on the heavenly ranking would give him a bit more excitement. Han Yang's calm smile sent a chill down Zhang Wuyo's spine. This guy is really a madman. No wonder he ruthlessly killed the Li family's genius, the young tiger Li Dian. Chapter 43. Refining Bones on the Heavenly Steps. Yin Pianxian. Su Xiren was the first to call out Yin Pianxian's name. Being first in both rounds is an honor and a responsibility. At such a time, Yin Pianxian naturally had to be the first to step onto the stone steps. Yin Pianxian did not hesitate, smiling sweetly, and stepped forward gracefully. Han Yang, to everyone's surprise. The second name called by Su Xiren was not Zhang Wuyo, who performed excellently in the second round, but Han Yang. This proved that in Su Xiren's mind, Han Yang was second among all. Huh. Zhang Wuyo snapped open his folding fan and gently waved it, though he let out a soft hum. There was no expression on his face. Jiang Ziyu appeared to be in agreement with this outcome. On the contrary, Shirlei, Yin Shan, and Yinan Tian had a hint of dissatisfaction. In their view, at 18 years old, Han Yang, only at the second level of bone forging, was not qualified to be ranked second. Han Yang ignored their gazes and calmly walked up the steps. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, he immediately sensed a surge of overwhelming pressure, as if it came from the heavens and the earth, firmly immobilizing his body and making it difficult for him to move. A layer of mist had also enveloped the stairs that led directly into the mountain gate. Even Yin Pianxian, who had stepped onto the stone steps just before him, seemed to vanish, as if she had entered another world. This was definitely not the work of the Yuan man. Even a gathering Qi realm martial artist would find it hard to construct such a mystical formation. Han Yang quickly made a judgment. The stone step formation he had entered should at least be constructed by a master of formation at the Yuan Dan level or above. The Yuan men seemed to be more complex than it appeared. Interesting. Let us see what mysteries this formation holds. Collecting his thoughts, Han Yang took a second step. As he ascended to the second level of steps, the mist grew denser. A flow of heat surged from the steps into his limbs, then rushed towards his arms, where it flowed towards the two bones he had tempered. Han Yang could feel that this flow of heat seemed to continuously refine those two bones that had already completed the bone forging process. Even the power of the stars could not further refine these bones, yet they became even more condensed and solid. This was not the work of a formation master. It was clearly something only a formation grandmaster could achieve. Han Yang did not expect that a small force with only 9 cities would set up such a marvelous formation at the mountain gate. A second round of bone forging. The purpose of the ascending stone steps was actually for a second round of bone forging. This was something Han Yang had never encountered in his 8 previous lives. He stood still for a while, waiting until the two bones in his arms could no longer be further refined before stepping forward onto the third level of steps. At this moment, in front of the mountain gate, there was more than just Su Xiren. 10 young men and women, either handsome or charming, stood beside Su Xiren, curiously gazing at the 7 people on the steps. How many of you think can step onto the Jiebing platform? Junior brother Huang, why must you belittle yourself like this? If they truly had the ability to step onto the Jiebing platform, wouldn't it make us seniors seem quite incompetent? Sister Lu, don't underestimate them. I heard there are 2 first-grade geniuses this time. Uncle Su, do you think they have a chance to step onto the Jiebing platform? Su Xiren looked helplessly at these 10 kids. These 10 were the top 10 direct disciples of the Yuan men, true prodigies. In the past, they either secluded themselves to refine their bones or practice martial arts, making it difficult to find even one of them. Unexpectedly, today, due to the martial selection, they all gathered together. Within the Yuan men, the mid-stage and late stage of bone forging marked a dividing line. Mid-stage of bone forging, like the top 10 direct disciples, still belonged to the disciple level. By the time they reached the late stage of bone forging, like Su Xiren, they were already at the level of elder uncles. In the Yuan men, seniority is determined solely by realm, not by age. If one's aptitude is insufficient, even at 70 or 80 years old, they may have to address a teenager as elder uncle. At this moment, above the stone archway, on the left side of the ascending list, a series of words appeared. First place, Yin Pianxian, ordinary bone forging, 8th level. Second place, Zhang Wuyo, ordinary bone forging, 7th level. Third place, Yinan Tian, ordinary bone forging, 7th level. Fourth place, Jiang Ziyu, ordinary bone forging, 6th level. Fifth place, Yin Shan, ordinary bone forging, 5th level. Sixth place, Shirlei, ordinary bone forging, 5th level. Seventh place, Han Yang, ordinary bone forging, 3rd level. Yin Pianxian, Is one of the two first-grade geniuses this time? Indeed impressive, in just a short incense stick of time. She stepped onto the 8th level. Who is this Zhang Weo? ISNT, it said that the other first-grade genius is surnamed Han? Han Young? Why has he only stepped onto the 3rd level? What is going on? The top 10 direct disciples looked suspiciously at the information appearing on the stone archway, with confusion written on their faces. Su Xiren's brows also furrowed slightly. It shouldn't be like this. Logically speaking, Han Yang should have a better aptitude than Yin Pianxian, as he managed to rise from the body refinement realm to the 2nd level of bone forging in just a month, seemingly a genius of the heavenly tier. Yet now, after a cup of tea, he was actually in last place, having only stepped onto the 3rd level. Could it be that he had misjudged the person? More and more people gathered in front of the mountain gate. Initially, it was just the top 10 direct disciples, but later on core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and even many elders were stirred. Stepping onto the ascending steps before entering the mountain gate was an unprecedented occurrence. In the past, the content of the 3rd round of assessments was not like this. This time, with Han Yang, who was suspected to be a heavenly tier genius. The sect adjusted the assessment content, aiming to see if Han Yang truly possessed such talent. This was the 2nd suspected super talent after the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, and the entire sect was stirred. If Han Yang's talent was indeed as speculated, then the Yuan men might rise because of him. As time passed, the first place Yin Pianxian gradually slowed down. The ascending steps had a limit of 11 levels. At this moment, Yin Pianxian was standing on the 11th level. One more step forward, and she would reach a new realm. A first-grade genius certainly did not disappoint. After staying for half an incense stick of time, Yin Pianxian stepped onto the 12th level. It was at this moment that the words on the stone archway changed. First place, Yin Pianxian, Jade Bone, 12th level. Ordinary martial artists at the bone forging stage are merely ordinary bone forging. No matter how many spirit medicines they consume, they cannot continue to improve. Only by utilizing special formations like the ascending steps can they further elevate their bone forging level. Above ordinary bone forging lies the jade bone. In the jade bone realm, the bones are exquisite and transparent, resembling beautiful jade. Pure white jade bones exhibit a semi-transparent mystical quality. In the jade bone realm, both the absorption speed of spiritual energy and combat power are twice as powerful as ordinary bone forging. This means that even without any martial skills or special energy, a single jade bone can contend with 2 ordinary bone forgers. However, don't underestimate this change. The differences are not apparent between the 1st and 2nd levels of bone forging. By the time they reach the 7th level of bone forging with 64 bones, the gap becomes vast. This is what Su Xiren referred to as an opportunity. Ascending the steps to forge jade bones will bring about a tremendous change in everyone's foundation. If one can continue to climb and reach the golden bones above the jade bones, it would be a complete transformation, a true step into the sky. Chapter 44. Borrowing power to enter the 3rd level, the major families of the 9 cities only vaguely knew of the existence of the ascending steps, but had no understanding of their secrets. This is one of the greatest secrets of the Yuan men. Any leaker would face severe punishment according to sect rules. Even the members of the major families within the Yuan men would not dare to disclose such secrets. Therefore, even Yin Pianxian and others only realized the function of the ascending steps after stepping onto them. But they still overlooked the essence, seeking immediate speed. In their view, reaching the ascending steps as quickly as possible and entering the Jiebing platform was the ultimate goal. Only Han Yang, still in last place, maximized the function of each step. Soon, the other 6 people all reached the 12th step, completing the transformation from ordinary bone to jade bone. He remained stuck at the 7th step, because he suddenly realized a problem. The ascending heaven steps is the top-level formation for tempering bones. Yet I have only tempered 2 bones. If this continues, it will be quite disadvantageous. This formation provides energy and opportunities for bone tempering, and there aren't many. It's very likely that after stepping onto the weapon resolution platform this time, there will be no more chances to step onto the ascending heaven steps in the future. Having only transformed 2 bones is undoubtedly a significant loss. Heaven does not take, but rather brings calamity. Since the Yuan Gate is so generous, I will not be polite. Han Yang took out a third-tier demon beast inner core and swallowed it in one bite. At other times, without the aid of spiritual herbs, directly using these third-tier demon beast inner cores would not be enough to complete the impact on the acupoints. But at this moment, the ascending heaven steps beneath his feet continuously provided energy, perfectly compensating for the lack of spiritual herbs. Combined with the third-tier demon beast inner core, it would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Boom! The moment the demon beast inner core was swallowed, Han Yang transformed it into star power using the 9 revolutions star technique. The first acupoint of the Ren Meridian, the Huin acupoint, has the effect of awakening the mind and opening the orifices. Thus, it is regarded as the first acupoint of the 9 revolution star technique. The second acupoint of the Ren Meridian, the Yutong acupoint, is the main acupoint for breathing, and opening this acupoint can enhance the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Han Yang was able to quickly master Su Xiren's breathing method, thanks to the opening of the Yutong acupoint. The third acupoint of the Ren Meridian, the Zhigung acupoint, allows the energy from the Yutong to ascend and reach the Zhigung. 1, 2, 3. Han Yang continuously swallowed third-tier demon beast inner cores. As he expected, every time a new acupoint was opened, the difficulty increased almost tenfold. When he opened the Huin acupoint initially, he only needed 1 third-tier demon beast inner core and 3 spiritual herbs to succeed. This time, for the Zhigang acupoint, he swallowed 4 demon beast inner cores in succession. Yet despite the natural energies of the ascending heaven steps, he still could not open it. If the 7th step doesn't work, then let's try the 8th step. Han Yang stepped forward and ascended to the 8th step. The natural energies of heaven and earth indeed increased several times again. The energy that should have been used for tempering bones was instead used by Han Yang to open acupoints. The natural energy above the ascending heaven steps was being absorbed by Han Yang as if it were being swallowed by a whale. Even the mist around Han Yang's body seemed to thin out a bit. As time passed, all attention at the mountain gate shifted to Yin Pianxian and the others. Neglecting Han Yang, 21 steps, 1 more step forward, and it would be the 22nd step with golden bones in sight. This girl might have the chance to make a name for herself, soaring to great heights. Yin Nantian was feeling somewhat lacking in momentum. No wonder during the first round, Yin Nantian stopped at the 13th step of the Qinya Divine Sword. His talent was indeed not on par with Yin Pianxian and the others. Yet this Zhang Wuyo, who had kept a low profile, had actually stepped onto the 20th step. The other 6 people, aside from Han Yang, had all completed the transformation to Jade Bones, and Yin Pianxian was just 1 step away from Golden Bones. In front of everyone, Su Xiren frowned, looking quite puzzled. Strange, what is going on with Han Yang? Could he not even complete the tempering of Jade Bones? His previous lack of faith in Han Yang's future was due to the many enemies Han Yang's father-in-law Qinyu had made. But he placed great importance on Han Yang's talent. Yet now, not only did he fall short compared to the current 6 prodigies, but he also lagged far behind the core disciples who had previously stepped onto the ascending heaven steps. Up until now, Han Yang had not yet tempered Jade Bones, which was indeed somewhat disappointing. Above the 20th step, each step is a great leap. After 2 full hours, the setting sun painted the evening clouds red, and Yin Pianxian still stood at the 22nd step, unable to complete the transformation from Jade Bone to Golden Bone. Only then did the onlookers finally have the leisure to notice Han Yang, who was in last place. The 11th step, 1 more step, and he could complete the transformation to Jade Bones. But this speed was far inferior to many core disciples. It was completely inconsistent with his rumored status as a super prodigy. Go back and inform young master who, just say that Han Yang is not that impressive. Among the crowd, someone quietly left to relay Han Yang's information to Li Ying, who was known as the Mad Tiger. Yet Han Yang did not care about others' gazes, still enjoying the vibrations of the star power impacting the acupoints. He had already swallowed 9 third-tier demon beast inner cores in succession, attempting to impact the acupoints 3 times, failing each time. But he would never be discouraged. With only 1 last demon beast inner core remaining, he refused to believe that he, Han Yang, would fail to impact this 3rd acupoint. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the last third-tier demon beast inner core. Boom! The inner core transformed into star power, intertwined with the natural energies of heaven and earth from the ascending heaven steps, beginning the fourth impact on the acupoint. On the membrane of the Zhigung acupoint, there was a layer of faint purple halo, continuously resisting the impact of the star power. Han Yang, with a strong will, kept pushing through. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Finally, with a loud roar, the membrane broke open, and the acupoint opened, with silver star power enveloped in a light purple hue. Following that, with the acupoint opening power of the 9 revolution star technique, it nourished the bones. The third bone in his right hand, the humerus, was successfully tempered. The first bone in his left hand, the radius, was also successfully tempered. Thus, Han Yang opened 3 acupoints tempered for bones, and stepped into the third level of bone tempering. Before even entering the sect, he received such a gift. It seems coming to Yuan Gate was not a mistake. Having reached the third level of bone tempering, Han Yang felt a surge of joy. He lingered for a while on the 11th step, refining the newly tempered humerus and radius to the limit before no longer hesitating, stepping directly onto the 12th step, completing the transformation from ordinary bone to jade bone. The jade-colored radiance flickered, and the jade bone was refined. Without the obstruction of opening acupoints, Han Yang's speed immediately increased several times. 13th step, 15th step, 18th step. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he stepped onto the 20th step, before the mountain gate. The spectators watching the 7 prodigies ascend the ascending heaven steps were stunned by the constantly flickering names. The other 6 prodigies, such as Shirlei, Yin Shan, and Yinan Tian, had long since stopped at the 20th step, unable to move even a single step for over 2 hours. But Han Yang kept climbing. Soon, he caught up to Shirlei, Yin Shan, and Yinan Tian. His abnormal speed caused a huge uproar. What is going on with Han Yang? He was just crawling at a snail's pace, and now he is making rapid progress? His speed is much faster than Yin Pianxian's. The restrictions on the ascending heaven steps are extremely powerful. Can he really climb so quickly? Is it going to be a problem? This is somewhat worthy of his rumored title as a super prodigy of the 2nd level of heaven and earth. But if that's all there is to it, it's still not enough. Indeed, it's not enough. Because just as Han Yang stepped onto the 21st step, Yin Pianxian also took a crucial step forward. First place, Yin Pianxian. Golden Bones, 23rd step. After a bright flash of the list hanging at the mountain gate, the last position displayed the 3 characters Yin Pianxian, replacing the original name. She made the list. The Ascending Heaven list, 99th place. Chapter 45. Which one is Han Yang? Golden Bones. On the Ascending Heaven steps, it is not uncommon for first-class prodigies to obtain golden bones. Every few years, 1 or 2 always appear. But being on the Ascending Heaven list, making a name for themselves is quite rare. In the 1,000 years since the establishment of Yuan Gate, the Ascending Heaven list has only taken 100 people. Those who can make it onto the Ascending Heaven list are all remarkable talents. Yin Pianxian directly squeezed out the last 2 positions, ranking 99th, meaning that at least in the tempering of bones on the Ascending Heaven steps, her talent is among the top 100 in 1,000 years. This caused quite a stir in front of the mountain gate. It seems that we will have another little junior sister, ranking 99th on the Ascending Heaven list, TSK. In less than 2 years, we might all have to call her senior uncle, with Yin Pianxian's talents soaring like a swan on the forged bones, at least before gathering qi. There would be no obstacles. Truly a first-class genius among the top 10 direct disciples. They looked at Yin Pianxian's name with great emotion. Although they had long anticipated her to become a golden bone, her name on the list still exceeded their expectations. In the first trial of the Ascending to Heaven, she ranked 99, and if she performed poorly in the other 2 trials, it wasn't impossible for her to drop from the rankings. Some people were not optimistic about Yin Pianxian's qualifications, but their opinions were clearly ignored. Just by having no barriers in forging bones, Yin Pianxian could look down on others in the forged bone realm. For 1,000 years, the Yuan sect has seen countless geniuses. But how many have truly achieved the power of gathering qi? Talents like Li Xuanyu, known as the Wine Sword Immortal, also fell in front of gathering qi, right? Therefore, Having no barriers in forging bones and reaching the peak of forge bone is already a level that many people strive for their entire lives, but cannot reach. Yan Pianxian was already ahead of 99% of the warriors in the Yuan sect. At this moment, no one noticed that Han Yang, who was rising later, had already stepped onto the 22nd step, tied with Zhang Wuyo and Jiang Ziyu. Han Yang was currently enjoying the refreshing feeling brought by the forged bones. The four bones had already completed their transformation into jade bones, reaching perfection. One more step forward, and he could achieve golden bone. Strange. Why can't I step on the 23rd step when I have clearly reached the perfection of jade bones? After a cup of tea, Han Yang sensed something unusual in his body. The four bones had completed their tempering, yet he could not transform into golden bone. The natural qi of heaven and earth absorbed into the jade bones even began to slowly dissipate. Moments later, Han Yang realized perhaps this is the limit of my body. Everyone's talent and qualifications are different. Before Han Yang's rebirth and the awakening of his soul, his talent in this life could only be considered average. At 18, he was stuck at the 9th level of body tempering, unable to break through to forge bone. It was only after practicing the 9 transformations star technique, tempering his body with the power of the stars, that his talent was enhanced, reaching the level of a second-class genius. But the talent limit of this body only stops here, not qualified to complete the tempering of golden bone. If he didn't know about the existence of jade bones, it would be one thing, but since he knows, how could he give up? It seems I can only do this, Han Yang thought, and he drew the power of the stars out from the bones. After losing the nourishment of the star power, the 4 jade bones instantly became eager, crazily absorbing the natural qi of heaven and earth. Han Yang could even hear the sound of the natural qi pouring into the jade bones. The pure white jade bones finally acquired a layer of gold, and Han Yang's feet slowly lifted. Boom! Han Yang stepped onto the 23rd step. Second place, Han Yang. Golden bone, 23rd step. Ascending to heaven ranking, 100th place. This kid Su Ziran had a smile on his face. He truly lived up to the reputation of a suspected super genius, and he didn't disappoint. The person who had previously sent someone to inform the mad tiger, Liang, suddenly changed his expression. Han Yang, who was originally at the bottom, actually rose to the top, not only completing the tempering of golden bone, but also ascending the ranking. Even if he was just the last one, that was still an extraordinary talent. Damn it. Someone, immediately go notify young master who, earlier, most of the spectators watching the Genius 7 climb the ascending to heaven steps were disciples. When the two appeared on the ascending to heaven ranking, it immediately caused a huge commotion, and many green-clad elders rushed down from the mountain. Caw! A high-pitched bird call echoed from the sky. A giant eagle with a wingspan of 10 zhang circled in midair. On the eagle stood a red-haired old man with a commanding demeanor. It was Vice Master Feng. Pay respects to Vice Master Feng. Upon seeing the arrival, all the elders and disciples at the mountain gate bowed in greeting. This person is one of the 4 vice masters of the Yuan sect, a gathering qi powerhouse, and a master of the spear system, Feng Buping. Vice Master Feng is most famous for his record of being chased by gathering qi powerhouses for 7 days and nights without dying at the peak of forged bone, ultimately gathering qi in one night and turning the tables on his pursuers. Even within the Yuan sect, he is one of the peak powerhouses. Which one is Han Yang? Feng Buping stood on the giant eagle, looking down with radiant eyes. Ordinary disciples, and even elders, did not dare to meet his gaze. Only Su Ziran bore the pressure and stepped forward to speak. Uncle Master, these are all grievances from the previous generation. You need not act this way. Su Ziran was very clear about Feng Buping's temperament. His inquiry about Han Yang's name was not because he valued Han Yang's talent, but because Feng Buping had been hammered by Han Yang's father-in-law, Chunyu, several times in the past. He was probably here to seek revenge on Han Yang. Su kid, are you teaching me how to do things? Don't think that just because your master is protecting you, I won't dare to hit you. Feng Buping said coldly. Su Ziran smiled wryly. How could he not dare? Within the sect, how many direct disciples have been dealt with by Feng Buping under various pretenses? Feng Buping is petty and has a bad temper, often not giving face even to some gathering qi powerhouses, let alone a mere peak forge bone warrior like himself. Reporting to Vice Master, the one who has stepped onto the 23rd step is Han Yang. The person who had previously arranged to inform the Mad Tiger, Li Ying, spoke with a smiling face to phone booping. The enmity between Han Yang and the Li family was almost irreconcilable, and if a gathering Qi powerhouse, especially a high-ranking Vice Master, came forward to deal with Han Yang, it would be perfect. 23rd step? Phone booping glanced at the names on the stone archway. 100th place on the ascending to heaven ranking. The son-in-law of the dead fish actually has such talent. Ha, good, very good. He smiled sinisterly, and the surrounding disciples felt a chill rising from their feet to the top of their heads. This guy named Han Yang is probably in for trouble. Disciples and elders who knew phone booping's character all had this thought simultaneously. Oh, look at the names on the archway. Zhang Wuyo and Jiang Ziyu have also stepped onto the 23rd step and transformed into golden bones. At this moment, a surprised exclamation attracted many people's attention. In one martial selection, 2 golden bones appearing was already a significant event worthy of recording in the history of the Yuan sect. Now, 2 more appeared, stepping onto the path of transforming into golden bones. For people, 4 golden bone talents appeared in this martial selection. If I remember correctly, such a grand occasion last occurred 100 years ago during Li Yuan's generation, right? In Li Yuan's generation, there were 3 gathering Qi powerhouses, making it the most glorious era for the sect. Yin Pianxian, Han Yang, Zhang Wuyo, Jiang Ziyu, could they all be talents of gathering Qi? Chapter 46. I am the god of the battlefield. 130 years ago, the golden year of martial selections. That year, 3 great geniuses were born simultaneously. Li Yuan, ranked 32 on the ascending to heaven ranking. Mu Kanglin, ranked 79. Du Hun, ranked 96. 3 top talents of a generation, illustrious for a time. And all 3 successfully gathered Qi, becoming gathering Qi powerhouses. In the 1,000-year history of the Yuan sect, that year was undoubtedly the most glorious year. At this moment, Yin Pianxian, Han Yang, Zhang Wuyo, and Jiang Ziyu on the ascending to heaven steps were all among the best, making the elders present unconsciously think of the golden year. If 4 talents could emerge in one generation, the Yuan sect would surely welcome a revival. Unfortunately, moments later, someone sighed. It turned out that although Zhang Wuyo and Jiang Ziyu had stepped onto the 23rd step and transformed into golden bones, they took too long and did not make it onto the ascending to heaven ranking. This left the elders present somewhat disappointed. The Yuan sect is gradually declining, and they all hope to see the past glory restored within their lifetimes. Unfortunately, hope is ultimately just hope. Hee, there's no need for you all to be like this. Have you forgotten about Mu Kanglin back then? At this moment, Su Xiren, who had always been serious, suddenly had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Mu Kanglin? The elders were first taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Mu Kanglin, although not listed in the Golden Bone trial, had made an astonishing breakthrough in the intent test. Indeed, 20 years ago, Chu Lan was the same, with a score of 99 in the Golden Bone trial and 35 in the intent test. There is still hope. The hearts of the elders, once restless, calmed down. Martial talent manifests in various aspects of martial arts cultivation. Some possess extraordinary talent in bone forging, like Li Yuanyi from a century ago, or the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu from 4 years ago. Such individuals often achieve remarkable accomplishments in the Golden Bone trial of the Ascension test, but fall short in other areas. Others excel in the comprehension of intent, like Mu Kanglin from a century ago. However, the Ascension ranking considers the overall ranking from the 3 trials of Ascension. This is just the beginning. Yin Pianxian was still leading the way. When Han Yang stepped onto the 32nd step, she had already taken a step ahead, stepping onto the 34th step and entering the intent test. Clang! At the moment Yin Pianxian set foot on the step, a crisp and bright phoenix cry echoed on the Ascension steps. Around her body, a fiery long whip emerged, spreading like a phoenix spreading its wings, radiating brilliant light. Oh, this girl is using a whip? It resembles the style of the great Mu Kanglin, but I wonder how her talent is in terms of comprehending intent. The phoenix cry. It can summon the fire phoenix. Her talent should not be too bad. Everyone's gaze toward Yin Pianxian was filled with more anticipation. In the Golden Bone trial, ranked 99 on the Ascension list, what would the intent test reveal? At this moment, Han Yang, standing on the 33rd step of the Ascension steps, was caught in a dilemma. I can sense that there should be other realms above the Golden Bone, but due to my limited talent, I can no longer forge the bones. What a pity, such a pity. The natural aura of heaven and earth on the Ascension steps was abundant to an unimaginable extent, far surpassing any genius treasures. If it weren't for my limited qualifications, I might even have the confidence to use a demon beast's inner pill to open another acupoint. Such an opportunity, once missed, who knows when it will come again. The foundation of the Yuan Min is indeed beyond imagination. This top-tier formation that can transform one's very being. Even in the past divine realm, I had never encountered. This small world also has its extraordinary aspects. With a sigh in my heart, Han Yang reluctantly stepped forward and ascended to the 34th step. Boom! The moment Han Yang steadied his footing, the scene before him suddenly changed. The endless mist instantly dissipated, replaced by a barren, ancient battlefield. The battlefield was filled with smoke, corpses lay scattered, and broken swords and blades were everywhere. Every corpse here had once possessed unimaginable power. Even after death, they retained a hint of the terrifying might they had in life, instilling fear in those who beheld them. Slash! As Han Yang stepped onto the ancient battlefield, a voice echoed from the horizon. The voice sounded like a single person roaring, yet also resembled the roar of millions. Accompanied by this sound, a streak of blade light cut down from the void, carrying a brutal and violent killing intent, slashing toward Han Yang. This blade seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Han Yang instinctively reached for his waist, but found no Tianke blade. Perhaps what entered this place was merely his own consciousness. Since there was no blade in hand, then he did not panic. Extending his right hand, the martial arts intent resonated with the heroic spirits that had perished in the ancient battlefield. Blade come. The silent ancient battlefield was activated at this moment by Han Yang's boiling blade intent. In the desolate land, countless streaks of blade light ignited among the corpses. The overwhelming blade light, carrying the indomitable will of the heroic spirits, gathered towards Han Yang's hand as if they were presenting themselves to an emperor. At this moment, Han Yang seemed to command all the departed heroic spirits of the ancient battlefield. Behind him, a giant phantom, as imposing as a war god, took shape, holding a rusted bronze long knife. In a past life, Han Yang was a war god of the divine realm. The battlefield was his domain. Among thousands of troops, Han Yang was the god of the battlefield. Your blade can split heaven and earth. My blade can sever life and death. With a technique that severs life and death. It erupted from his hand. The desolate blade intent collided violently with the blade light rushing from the sky. Outside the ascension steps, Han Yang, he has also stepped onto the 34th step. I wonder how his talent in the realm of intent will fare. At this moment, Han Yang was no longer the son-in-law of the Chun family from the small Luo city, but a top talent listed as 100 on the Ascension list. Every move he made would attract the attention of many. On the back of the eagle, Feng Buping's fiery red hair fluttered like flames in the wind. His gaze, like that of a vulture, was fixed firmly on Han Yang's back. Years ago, Chen Yu had cut his birth spear in half with his sword intent, leading to his devastating defeat. Even to this day, in the midnight hours, the tyrannical sword intent of his opponent still haunted Feng Buping's nightmares. He also wanted to see how Chun Yu's son-in-law would fare in the realm of martial intent. Among the crowd, Su Xiren was the one with the most peaceful state of mind, because, earlier, he had learned from Han Yang's information about his achievements in martial arts. That day in Luo City, Han Yang, at the second level of bone forging, defeated Shi Min Sheng, who came from the Yuan Min and had extraordinary comprehension of martial intent, with a brilliant blade intent in one move. This intent test would hardly challenge Han Yang. What he was looking forward to now was simply what kind of extraordinary phenomenon Han Yang would trigger and what rank he would achieve. Shallow waters cannot nurture true dragons. Han Yang, being in Luo City without a master to guide him, would undoubtedly lack in the realm of martial intent compared to the mad Tiger Li Ying's subordinates, who sneered at Han Yang's performance, thinking he would surely fail in this trial. But at that very moment, vast, desolate, bloody, an aura, seemingly from the ancient times, surged into the sky. The reddish-brown soil covered the ascension steps, and the sky was filled with smoke. With countless severed limbs lying in pools of blood, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons seemed to have turned the world upside down and descended to the human realm. Chapter 47. Watching Han Yang wield his blade, 100 breakthroughs outside the mountain gate, the group of bone-forging disciples trembled under the overwhelming aura of the ancient battlefield. Some could not bear it and directly knelt on the ground, wailing like soldiers after a lost battle. Even for Su Xiren, a peak bone-forging powerhouse, his heart felt a chill. The intent connects to the heavens. The ancient battlefield has descended. This Han Yang. He repeatedly muttered Han Yang's name, but could not articulate any words of appraisal, because Han Yang's performance in the realm of martial intent had left him speechless. Not to mention him, even geniuses like Chu Lan and the Wine Sword Immortal, when they ascended the ascension steps, did not surpass Han Yang in the realm of intent. Crack! Feng Buping's finger bones were nearly crushed, making a cracking sound. His eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. As the vice master of the Yuan men and a master of gathering qi, he naturally understood what it meant for the intent to trigger the descent of the ancient battlefield. This Han Yang had actually caused a resonance of ancient battle blood on the ascension steps. Such talent is unprecedented. Han Yang, peak blade intent, 34th step. His name is on the list. Ascension list, top position, first place. Han Yang has reached the first position on the ascension list in the realm of martial intent. The many disciples in front of the mountain gate could no longer be surprised, as they were overwhelmed by the terrifying intent that surged from the ancient battlefield, unable to lift their heads. Just when they thought this was Han Yang's limit, suddenly another change occurred. A tall phantom appeared behind Han Yang, clad in tattered armor. Its appearance was as gaunt as a corpse, holding a bronze battle knife. It raised the knife to the sky. Slash! The terrifying sword intent was as tangible as substance, erupting from the bronze battle knife in the hands of the towering phantom. The realm of intent transformed into reality, with the exclamations of Feng Buping and Su Xiren. That dreadful sword intent, like a force of nature, slashed towards the guest welcoming peak across from the ascending stairs. Boom! The towering guest welcoming peak, over 100 zhang high, was actually cleaved at its summit by that ancient hero with a single stroke. Rocks flew, and the peak collapsed. Of course, this was not the inherent power of Han Yang, but rather the ancient battle blood that he had awakened from above the ascending stairs. The terrifying sword intent trembled within the souls of all present. From this day forward, everyone who witnessed this scene at the mountain gate would be unable to forget this world-destroying, life-and-death-severing strike. This blow was enough to be etched into their lives. Buzz! After the sword intent, Han Yang's figure flashed and had already appeared at the 67th step of the ascending stairs. The 33 steps of the intent trial of the ascending stairs had been stepped over by Han Yang in one stride. The intent trial of the ascending stairs was no longer qualified to assess Han Yang. Before the mountain gate, there was a dead silence. All the disciples of the Yuan sect stared in shock at this seemingly absurd scene. In the 1,000-year history of the Yuan sect, since its establishment, such a thing had never happened. Even geniuses like the Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu or the monstrous Ren Pingsheng, ranked first on the ascending list, could not reach the level Han Yang had achieved. Han Yang, the number one in martial arts intent in the 1,000-year history of the Yuan sect. The disciples of the Yuan sect witnessed a miracle today, the rise of a legend. He is mine. Feng Buping almost spat out those 4 words through gritted teeth. Han Yang resonated with the ancient battle blood, wielding the sword that the ancient hero struck, vaguely revealing a shadow of Chunyu. The same dominance, the same invincibility, the same annoyance. This kind of monster must be held in one's own hands. Feng Buping was determined. He must take Han Yang under his wing. Sensing the ferocious aura emanating from Feng Buping, Su Xiren silently sighed in his heart. He thought Chunyu had truly become Feng Buping's inner demon, causing this powerful figure to unjustly vent his anger on Han Yang, this son-in-law of the Qin family. However, now that Han Yang was the number one in martial arts intent, he would surely be ranked in the top 50 of the ascending list. and phone booping likely could not influence Han Yang's life or death. Clang! At that moment, a sound of a sword rang out, exploding in front of the mountain gate. Ha! I've broken through. I, the old man, have reached the pinnacle of sword intent. An elder at the peak of bone refining, who had been stuck at the level of great achievement in sword intent for 13 years, unexpectedly let out a thunderous laugh, as if going mad. Clang! Almost immediately, another elder at the peak of bone refining announced his breakthrough in sword intent. Today, I observe Han Yang wielding the sword intent of the ancient hero, breaking through the realm, and I must thank him. Han Yang, please accept my bow. This elder actually disregarded his status and deeply bowed to Han Yang, who was on the ascending stairs. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords rang out before the mountain gate. Sword intent achieved minor success, breaking through to great achievement. Great achievement in sword intent, breaking through to the pinnacle of sword intent. Almost all the swordsmen who witnessed Han Yang wielding the sword of the ancient hero achieved breakthroughs in their sword intent. On this day, after observing Han Yang strike, nearly 100 swordsmen from the Yuan sect advanced. The sudden change left both Su Xiren and Feng Booping dumbfounded. Neither of them used swords, so their comprehension was shallow, and they never expected that Han Yang's strike with the sword of the ancient hero would provoke such a transformation. I came late. It pains me. It pains me. At this moment, another burly man with an open chest, a long knife at his waist, and a wild beard like a savage, stumbled to the base of the mountain gate stone tablet. Alas, to have missed such a stunning blow is a lifelong regret for me. The bearded man completely disregarded the gazes of everyone, collapsing on the ground, staring blankly at Han Yang's back on the ascending stairs, secretly grieving. Du Han, the wild and unruly man, was one of the 3 great talents of the golden age of the Yuan sect, ranked 96 on the ascending list. Already a powerful figure in bone refining and a revered elder, Du Han was now lost and disheveled, as if he had lost a loved one, completely unconcerned about his image. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out, and 5 figures suddenly appeared above the mountain gate. Deputy Sect Leader Tian, Elder Yuki, Elder Fong, Elder Liu, Elder Tong. These 5 were all powerful figures of the Yuan sect and sword-wielding swordsmen. Who was it? Who just struck that blow that stirred the Deputy Sect Leader's heart into silence? Deputy Sect Leader Tian, named Tianji, was ranked 31st on the ascending list and was the number 1 swordsman of the Yuan sect, even stronger than Du Han, usually imposing and fiery. Tianji now looked like a child who had found a new toy, his gaze fixed eagerly on Han Yang on the ascending stairs. Is it that kid? Han Yang stood at the 67th step, truly standing out, making it hard not to attract their attention. Break! Tianji pointed forward, directly breaking the defensive array of the ascending stairs, piercing through the mist to see Han Yang's true form. 18 years old, bone refining 3rd layer, and still with golden bones, decent talent, qualified to be a disciple of our sect leader. Tianji nodded in satisfaction, looking as if his old heart was comforted. Deputy Sect Leader, you cannot do this. 100 years ago, you already accepted a closed-door disciple. How can you make an exception now? Indeed, this child has fate with me, and should inherit my teachings, becoming my closed-door disciple. Ha! Shameless. In the Yuan sect, who can compare with the sect leader in understanding sword intent? Therefore, the sect leader has the right to be his master. Deputy Sect Leader Tian's words were like poking a hornet's nest, and the other 4 elders turned red in the face, arguing with him over the disciple. Meanwhile, Su Xiren stood aside, shocked into silence for a long time. Bone refining 3rd layer? Before stepping onto the ascending stairs. Han Yang was clearly only at the 2nd layer of bone refining. Did this kid actually break through while on the ascending stairs? This is Chapter 48. The 3rd trial shocks the Yuan sect. Bone refining is a process of refining muscles and bones, a transformation. Even a genius like Su Xiren would seek a quiet place after perfecting his skills to concentrate on breaking through, fearing disturbance from the environment that could lead to flaws. But what about Han Yang? He actually brazenly broke through in front of a crowd while on the ascending stairs. This mindset, this courage, left Su Xiren unsure whether to call it confidence or recklessness. Moreover, it seemed like it had not been long since Han Yang broke through to the second layer of bone refining, right? 3 days? 5 days? In just a few short days, he had consecutively broken through to bone refining twice, equivalent to tempering 3 bones. This talent was likely comparable to the astonishing Li Xuanyu from the bone refining trials. But strangely, Han Yang was only ranked 100. What secret was hidden within this kid? Su Xiren's expression changed unpredictably, but in the end, he did not reveal that Han Yang had broken through to the 3rd layer of bone refining on the ascending stairs. At this moment, Han Yang stood on the 67th step, his expression somewhat peculiar, entering the final trial of the ascending trials. A phantom of a martial artist holding a sword with one hand appeared. Yin Tie, achieved bone refining at 17, reached Qi gathering at 25, hailed as a rare talent. Unfortunately, the path of martial arts is arduous. I've spent my entire life, yet have only reached Qi gathering, unable to aspire to the Yuandan realm. What a regret. Today, on the ascending stairs, I leave behind this regretful sword for future generations to use this strike to sever the Yuandan, break the shackles, and resolve my lifelong regret. An aged voice, filled with sorrow, echoed in Han Yang's mind. The 3 trials of the ascending stairs. The first trial, the trial of bone refining, tests a person's foundation. The second trial, the trial of intent, assesses a person's talent and martial will. The third trial, the trial of martial arts, examines a person's understanding of martial arts techniques. The mystery of the ascending steps left Han Yang in awe. However, this Yantie really had a big mouth. The gap between the Qi gathering realm and the Yuandan realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. This person claimed that his so-called heavenly regret blade could reverse slash the Yuandan, just as Han Yang was feeling a bit amused in his heart. That dreamlike phantom had already slashed out with a single knife. This knife seemed to demonstrate slowly, as if heavy as a mountain. Yet it gave a feeling of unparalleled sharpness, capable of cutting through everything. Indeed, it was only this. Han Yang, in his previous life, was a natural Tao body, and there were no bottlenecks in his cultivation of any martial arts. He had seen countless divine skills and secret techniques. To him, this so-called heavenly regret blade, claimed by Yin Tie, was as childish and laughable as a baby swinging its fists. Its power was even less than 1/10,000th of the 4-symbol seal knife. Discussing martial arts techniques in front of a battle god from the divine realm was, in itself, a very laughable matter. The 3 trials of the ascending steps, bone tempering and intent realm, had brought him great gains. As for this martial trial, Han Yang casually waved his hand and slashed out. The power and mystery displayed were even greater than the heavenly regret blade. Han Yang was a swordsman. In this martial trial, he would encounter Yin Tie's heavenly regret blade, right? Tianji seemed to suddenly realize something and muttered to himself. The other 4 also had their eyes light up. The heavenly regret blade was the culmination of Yin Tie's lifelong swordsmanship. Although it might not be able to reverse slash the Yuandan as claimed, slashing beyond one's level in the Qi gathering realm should not be a difficult task. Indeed, I have practiced the heavenly regret blade for 50 years, and I have only comprehended 7 or 8 parts of it. I wonder how much this Han Yang can comprehend. Difficult. The heavenly regret blade contains Yin Tie's lifelong regrets, being trapped at the peak of Qi gathering for 100 years without forming the Yuandan. The regret accumulated in his heart was truly deep. It was hard to comprehend the mystery of this blade. Han Yang's age was probably unable to experience it. The heavenly regret blade was extremely famous in the Yuan sect, because this blade was almost the strongest knife technique in the Qi gathering realm. Yin Tie had been trapped at the peak of Qi gathering for 100 years, unable to form the Yuandan, and the regret he had accumulated in his heart was truly bone deep. This move, heavenly regret, had almost reached the realm of using emotion to control the blade. Among the knife users in the Yuan sect, only the deputy sect master Tianji comprehended the heavenly regret blade the most deeply. Other Qi gathering experts were slightly inferior. Therefore, at this moment, no one thought that Han Yang could make any surprising moves in the martial trial. Han Yang was still too young, unaware of the hardships of martial arts. Just as Tianji and the other Yuan sect knife users were feeling emotional, the morning bell and evening drum sounded once again. Han Yang, 18 years old, golden bones, peak knife intent, understanding one method leads to all methods. His name appeared on the ranking, the ascending steps, total ranking 98th. Murmurs. Sounds of regret. Sounds of emotion. At this moment, everything came to a complete halt. In front of the mountain gate, it fell into a dead silence, including Deputy Sect Master Tianji and Deputy Sect Master Phone Booping. All the elders at the supreme level stared blankly at the names above the stone archway, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The total ranking is 98. After Li Xuanyu, our Yuan sect actually produced another talent on the total ranking. This Han Yang. Above the stone archway, Han Yang's name was prominently placed after Li Xuanyu, ranked 6th on the ascending steps. But what shocked Tianji and others was the total ranking of 98. The Yuan sect is just a branch sect of the Yuan clan. The total ranking of the ascending steps is a comprehensive ranking of the geniuses from the 18 branch sects of the Yuan clan. In the 1,000 years since the Yuan sect was established, only 5 disciples have entered the top 100 of the total ranking. The last one was the astonishingly talented Li Xuanyu. But now, another one has emerged. Han Yang, who barely ranked last in the bone tempering trial, actually soared to the total ranking of 98 based on the results of the latter 2 trials. Look, Han Yang has already ascended the weapon understanding platform. Only then did everyone realize that at some point, Han Yang had crossed the 33 steps of the martial trial, passed the ascending steps, and stepped onto the weapon understanding platform. Everyone gasped in shock. This guy actually comprehended the heavenly regret blade in an instant. How is that possible? One of the 4 deputy sect masters, the first knife user of the Yuan sect, Tianji, was trembling with excitement. As a top knife user, this was an incredible matter, showing how excited he was inside. I announced that Han Yang is my disciple Tianji, and whoever dares to snatch him from me, I will fight them to the death. Tianji drew his sword, looking down upon all directions, ready to fight anyone at any moment. But the other 4 supreme knife users didn't care about that. Bah, you old fool. Do you think you're the only one willing to fight? This disciple of Han Yang, I have also set my sights on him. The Han and Tong surnames both come from the ancient Ji clan. I am related to Han Yang from 5,000 years ago, so he should be my disciple. My grandmother is the legitimate daughter of Yin Tie. Han Yang is destined to be my disciple due to his connection with the heavenly regret blade. Nonsense, I clearly came first. One deputy sect master for Qi gathering experts acted like children who had found a toy, throwing a tantrum and using every means possible to try to claim Han Yang for themselves. The evaluation of the ascending steps for Han Yang, who understands one method leads to all methods, indicates that his talent in the way of the knife is unprecedented, and he will surely become a master of knife techniques in the future. Such a talent in the way of the knife, if not taken as a disciple, would be a lifelong regret. The 5 of them were at odds, and the terrifying aura of the Qi gathering experts pressed the surrounding unfortunate bone tempering disciples into a miserable state. Han Yang, this son-in-law of the Chun family, shocked the Yuan sect today in the 3rd trial. Chapter 49. Contest for a disciple. Don't say anything about these Qi gathering experts who were knife users. Even Su Ziren, who had previously favored Han Yang the most, was now staring in shock at the figure in white on the weapon understanding platform. 1 step across the intent realm, 1 step across martial arts. The talent displayed by Han Yang made Su Ziren's scalp tingle. Moreover, this guy's root bones were far from what others thought. In less than a month, he advanced from the 9th level of body tempering to the 3rd level of bone tempering. This talent might even surpass Li Xuanyu. Su Ziren could no longer see through Han Yang's depth. Now he only knew one thing. With his status, even his talent, he was not qualified to take Han Yang as a disciple. Even ordinary Qi gathering experts were not qualified to be Han Yang's master. Just look at these supreme elders, who are blushing and straining their necks to compete for Han Yang, and you will understand. Phone booping Su Ziren suddenly realized that as the first to arrive to witness the ceremony, intending to take Han Yang as a disciple to retaliate against Chun Yu. The deputy sect master Feng Buping now seemed very ridiculous. At this moment, if Feng Buping dared to say he wanted to take Han Yang as a disciple, he would probably be directly sliced to death by the five-knife users led by Tianji. From a moment Han Yang ranked 6th on the ascending steps and 98th on the total ranking, his fate had already been firmly grasped in his own hands. No Qi gathering expert in the Yuan sect, not even the deputy sect master, could influence Han Yang's fate. A genius of heaven must compete with a rising sun. What the Yuan sect could do was simply not to be a stumbling block and hinder Han Yang. Blood dripped from Feng Buping's palm, and his face twisted like a monster. What a Chun Yu, what a Han Yang. With a wave of his sleeve, he rode the eagle and left in anger. The poor eagle was also affected by his killing intent, constantly crying out in anguish, quite mournful. 2 hours later, the third round of martial selection ended. The 7 talented individuals of this generation all stood in the Yuan sect's main hall, each with different expressions. Han Yang was calm and composed, while the other 6 appeared somewhat bewildered. Yin Pianxian, ranked 89 on the ascending steps, had no shortcomings in root bones, intent realm, and martial arts comprehension. She should have been the new generation's pride of the Yuan sect after Li Xuanyu. Zhang Weiyou, ranked 93 on the ascending steps, had accumulated strength and made an impressive debut. Even though Yin Pianxian shone like a pearl, it couldn't hide Zhang Weiyou's extraordinary talent in martial arts comprehension. These two should have been the brightest talents of this generation, but they were overshadowed by the same person, Han Yang. A month ago, he was just a nameless son-in-law of the Chan family. A month later, he ranked 6th on the heavenly list and 98th on the overall list, making a name for himself in the Yuan sect, with a presence not weaker than the legendary wine and sword immortal, Li Xuanyu. The other 6 talented individuals, including Yin Pianxian, Zhang Weiyou, and Jiang Ziyu, never expected Han Yang to be this formidable. The wine and sword immortal is almost a legendary figure. Yet now, a super talent who can stand shoulder to shoulder with a wine and sword immortal is right among them. This inevitably made them feel a sense of envy and rivalry. In the main hall, Su Ziren, as the chief examiner of the martial selection, spoke leisurely. The martial selection has concluded, and among you 7, Han Yang, Yin Pianxian, Zhang Weiyou, and Jiang Ziyu have qualified for promotion to direct disciples. You may choose one of the supreme elders or the deputy sect master as your mentor. Yinan Tian, Yin Shan, and Shirlei felt their heads buzzing. 7 ascended to the heavens, 3 were eliminated. How could they endure this? However, at this moment in the hall, no one cared about the 3 disappointed ones. Everyone's gaze was focused on Han Yang. The 4 unique talents of the Yuan sect are sword, spear, saber, and whip. The more than 10 Qi gathering experts in the hall all wish to take Han Yang as their disciple. What if the weapons are different? Han Yang is only 18 years old and can easily switch to training with other weapons. Perhaps his talent in swordsmanship, spear techniques, and whip techniques would be even better. Han Yang, I am the #1 swordsman of the Yuan sect. Only I am most suitable to be your master. As soon as Su Ziren's voice fell, Tianji couldn't wait to speak. The other 4 Qi gathering swordsmen, all with bruised faces, looked grim and remained silent. It was evident that the 5 had engaged in some heated sparring before choosing their masters. Tianji's mustache had already perked up high, and his gaze toward Han Yang was as kind as could be. That look was as if he were gazing at his own son. Just when Tianji thought he was assured of victory, a handsome scholar in a long robe suddenly spoke slowly. Han Yang, if you are willing to join my sect, I can arrange for you to spar often with senior sister Xuanyu. Despicable. The moment this scholar spoke, all the Qi gathering experts in the hall nearly erupted in curses. This guy was truly unscrupulous in his quest for disciples, even using the wine and sword immortal Li Xuanyu as bait to tempt Han Yang. Cough, cough. A chorus of coughs echoed in the hall, and each Qi gathering expert signaled Han Yang with their eyes not to fall for the other's beauty trap. Unfortunately, they could only do so much, as none of them had a stunningly beautiful and legendary female disciple. Li Xuanyu's popularity among the Yuan sect disciples was undoubtedly the highest. Even the sect master could not compare. Seeing Zhang Weiyou and Jiang Ziyu's envious expressions made it clear how enviable it was to become Li Xuanyu's junior brother. Senior brother Yuan, Xuanyu has been unable to break through for a long time, and it has already troubled you enough. You should not delay Han Yang any longer. That's right. You should take care of Xuanyu more. The Qi gathering experts immediately united against the scholar, pushing him back. Yuan Yi, is this the one among the golden three of the Yuan sect? Li Yuan Yi? Han Yang looked at the scholar, who seemed more like a scholar than a swordsman, with slight surprise. Before the disappearance of his father-in-law Qinyu, he had mentioned that within the Yuan sect, only Li Yuan Yi could be considered talent. The rest were all mediocre. Unexpectedly, the Li Yuan Yi praised by Qinyu turned out to be like this. Han Yang, if you can become my disciple, I can help you enter the upper-level sect of Yuan sect, Yuan Zone, within 3 years and become a core disciple of Yuan Zone. At this moment, a slightly gloomy voice echoed in the hall. Phone booping. That's enough. Tianji coldly glared at phone booping. This bastard thinks everyone is a fool? Who doesn't he know that he wants to take Han Yang as his disciple to take revenge on Qinyu for a grudge from a sword strike? However, phone booping completely ignored Tianji's gaze and continued to look at Han Yang with burning eyes. Just as Han Yang was about to speak, a light laugh came from outside the door. A middle-aged man dressed in brocade, with a smiling face and squinting eyes, walked into the hall. Stop fighting over it. I think this kid Han Yang looks pretty good. Just let him be my disciple. Chapter 50. Han Yang must not grow up sect master. Greetings, sect master. The moment this middle-aged man appeared, everyone in the hall stood up to pay their respects. The newcomer was none other than the sect master of the Yuan sect, Yuan Tong. Compared to talents like Li Yuan Yi, Chu Lan, Su Ziren, and Li Xuanyu in the Yuan sect, Yuan Tong was not very well known. He didn't even have his name on the heavenly list. Yet this man managed to overshadow the golden three represented by Li Yuan Yi to become the sect master of the Yuan sect, proving his extraordinary nature. Sit, everyone sit. I've said it before, no need for such pleasantries. Yuan Tong waved his hand with a smile, signaling everyone to take their seats. And he himself casually sat in the main seat, smiling at Han Yang. 18 years old, 6th on the sublist, 98th overall, truly a prodigy. Yuan Tong was clearly smiling, but Han Yang felt a chill for some reason. As a former divine realm war god, Han Yang was most sensitive to hidden malice. This was a life-saving skill learned on the battlefield. Although he didn't know why at this moment, Han Yang sensed that this seemingly kind-seeming sect master harbored deep malice toward him, a malice rooted deep within that most people could not perceive. I must be cautious. Once Yuan Tong made his appearance, even Tianji and phone booping could only reluctantly back down. They couldn't possibly compete with the sect master. Han Yang, the sect master is willing to accept you as a disciple. It is your great fortune in 3 lifetimes. Why don't you quickly step forward to greet your master? Seeing that Han Yang seemed unresponsive, Su Ziren quietly reminded him from the side. This kid is extraordinarily gifted, a prodigy unmatched in the sect. But why does he look a bit dazed? Han Yang felt quite speechless in his heart. I seem to be performing too excellently. Originally, Han Yang planned to make a stunning impression to quickly obtain the qualification to go to the Yanyu Valley ruins. Unexpectedly, he performed too astonishingly and even caught the attention of the sect master, who wanted to take him as a disciple. Even if this sect master he had some malice toward him, Han Yang would not accept the apprenticeship. He entered the Yuan sect only to uncover the truth behind his father-in-law, Chun Yu's disappearance. If he became the sect master's direct disciple, it would only add shackles to himself, making it not worth the loss. If it were the deputy sect master Tianji, or even Li Yuan, he might consider it. The sect master Yuan Tong? Let's forget about that. With this in mind, he suddenly took out a token from his pocket and clasped his hands, saying, to be honest, I have a deep connection with the wine and sword immortal. Can we discuss the apprenticeship matter after the senior returns to the sect? Seeing the token in Han Yang's hand, all the Qi gathering experts present, including Su Ziren, had strange expressions. Kid Han, are you planning to be a disciple of that girl Xuanyu? Yuan Tong squinted his eyes, and his smile became even more pronounced. Li Yuan even lost his composure and pinched his fingers. How foolish was he to try to use Li Xuanyu to tempt Han Yang, only to discover that this guy was actually planning to become Li Xuanyu's disciple. As for cultivation level, Li Xuanyu was at least at the perfection stage of bone tempering, more than capable of guiding Han Yang. But that girl was only 19 years old, and Han Yang was 18. An 18-year-old kid becoming a disciple of a 19-year-old girl was somewhat inappropriate. He was just about to step in to advise when Han Yang resolutely clasped his hands and said, "My mind is made up. I hope the sect master can understand." Jiang Ziyu secretly gave Han Yang a thumbs up from the side. Awesome. So awesome. While others were still thinking about how to become the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal, wanting to gain favor by getting close, this brother Han is going straight for the top and planning to become the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal directly? Damn. He doesn't even want to be the direct disciple of the sect leader. Is he aiming for that female genius from the Yuan sect, intending to gain favor with her? Even Zhang Wuyo and the others looked at Han Yang with astonishment. At the gathering in Yinjua Tower that day, Han Yang's display was so domineering. Today, he actually lowered his status to become a disciple of a 19-year-old girl? Even if Li Xuanyu has extraordinary talent, this choice is too unpredictable. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Han Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He never said he would become Li Xuanyu's disciple. He only mentioned discussing it after she returned to the sect. The idea of becoming a disciple was merely their wild imagination. In this small world, who is qualified to be the master of the war, God Han Yang? Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Do as you wish. He Wantong squinted his eyes, carefully sizing up Han Yang, then stood up and left with a flick of his sleeve. It was obvious he came specifically for Han Yang. The others, including the extraordinarily gifted Yin Pianxian, didn't catch his eye at all. The Genius Seven's choice of masters became slightly absurd due to Han Yang's unexpected decision. As a result, others seemed a bit distracted when choosing their masters. In the end, Yin Pianxian chose Mu Kanglin, one of the Golden Three Sons along with Li Yuan. Jiang Ziyu chose a great master of swordsmanship. Zhang Wuyo made an equally surprising choice, selecting the deputy sect leader Feng Buping. The Yuan sect martial selection, destined to cause a stir, finally came to a close. However, the commotion caused by the martial selection was just beginning. In Taichung, Li family. What? That brat Han Yang actually ranked 6th on the ascending heaven list? Li Shushan's face darkened to the extreme. For the Li family, this was like a bolt from the blue. The 5th on the ascending heaven list is the heavenly genius, the Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu, who reached the peak of bone tempering after 3 years in the sect. In the future, he will definitely become a great master of qi gathering. Han Yang ranked 6th, and even if he's slightly inferior to Li Xuanyu, he will surely become a peak expert in bone tempering within 5 years. What will the Li family do then? 5 years. Even the Li family's #1 genius, the Mad Tiger Li Ying, may not reach the peak of bone tempering in 5 years. Thinking about what might happen to the Li family after Han Yang rises, Li Shushan felt a chill all over. Crack! The walnut in the hands of this elder of the Li family was crushed into powder. A figure silently appeared in the hall. You immediately contact the Four Seasons Tower, spare no expense, and definitely assassinate Han Yang. Li Shushan said coldly, if the Four Seasons Tower can kill Han Yang within 6 months, my Li family is willing to offer a spiritual weapon as a reward. The previously expressionless black-clothed man couldn't help but change his expression upon hearing spiritual weapon. The preciousness of a spiritual weapon is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the vast Yuan sect, with nearly 20 qi gathering great masters, there are only about 5 or 6 spiritual weapons. The spiritual weapon promised by Li Shushan is the clan's treasure, originally meant for the Mad Tiger Li Ying. Now it has to be offered as a bounty for killing Han Yang, which shows Li Shushan's determination to kill Han Yang. Understood. The black-clothed man bowed and left. After the figure disappeared, Li Shushan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke again. Yaoer, you go to the Yuan sect and notify your 3rd uncle. Let him find a chance to take action and make sure to eliminate Han Yang as soon as possible. This person must not be allowed to grow. Li Yo, who had just reported the intelligence and was about to take a sip of tea to quench his thirst, widened his eyes in shock. The family actually wants Mad Tiger Li Ying to personally deal with Han Yang? It should be noted that Li Ying is at a critical stage of breaking through to the late stage of bone tempering. Even during this martial selection, they didn't dare to disturb him to break through. But now, They are willing to delay Li Ying's breakthrough to issue orders to eliminate Han Yang. It is unknown when this little person, once not taken seriously by the Li family and even considered as a potential concubine for his fiancée, has become someone the entire Li family must deal with seriously. Hurry up. Seeing Li Yao still in a daze, Li Shushan, feeling irritated, snorted coldly and glared. I'll go right away. Li Yao quickly left the hall, but he had already made up his mind that he would never be an enemy of Han Yang. Today's Han Yang is already a koi that has leaped over the Dragon Gate, far beyond the reach of a small person like him. Chapter 51. The Price of Provocation, Mr. Han. This is the residence arranged for you by the sect. I hope you will be satisfied. In the inner sect of the Yuan sect, an elder with white hair and beard led Han Yang to a quaint little building. Although this elder had a cultivation level of the 6th level of bone tempering, he was exceptionally respectful toward Han Yang, the newly admitted disciple. Not to mention his impressive talent as the 6th on the Ascending Heaven list. Even his astonishing record of defeating a 6th level bone tempering expert when he was only at the 2nd level was enough to make the elder not dare to harbor any arrogance. As a 6th level bone tempering expert, the elder knew very well the difficulty of defeating or even killing a 6th level bone tempering expert with only 2nd level bone tempering. Let alone the fact that Han Yang at that time was just an ordinary bone temperer. Even a 2nd level bone tempering expert at the golden bone stage achieving victory over a 6th level bone tempering expert is an extraordinary accomplishment. His humility towards such a talented and powerful genius is not without reason. It's a nice place, and the key is that it's quiet enough. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. His current status within the Yuan sect is very special. He is neither a core disciple nor a direct disciple, and being arranged such a residence is already quite good. The elder smiled and said, this Jingyao residence was originally the #1 room for core disciples. Having you stay here is already somewhat humble. Within the Yuan sect, the residences of all disciples are quite particular. The higher the talent, the stronger the strength, the more luxurious the residence. If one's strength is inferior, even core disciples can only live in thatched cottages. Of course, this refers to newly admitted disciples. Those from previous generations are mostly out training. Even if they remain in the sect, they mostly have their own caves open up in the back mountain and rarely live within the inner sect. Just as Han Yang was about to step into Jingyao residence, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind him. Elder Liu, what you're doing isn't in accordance with the rules. This Jingyao residence should be my residence. Yinan Tian, dressed in a black robe, appeared in front of Jingyao residence. Beside him stood several inner disciples dressed in black robes with gold thread who had been in the Yuan sect for 2 or even 3 years. Is this the Han Yang who has been causing a stir in the sect? He looks quite ordinary. He doesn't have the demeanor of the wine sword immortal at all. I heard he is just a son-in-law of the Qin family. Perhaps Chun Yu gave him some genius treasure. That must be it. Otherwise, how could he have advanced to the 3rd level of bone tempering in such a short time? The inner disciples beside Yinan Tian spoke recklessly, clearly not taking Han Yang seriously. Han Yang looked at the few of them with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Looking for trouble without reason is either foolish or malicious. Being able to become an inner disciple of the Yuan sect certainly means they aren't fools. They must have some ulterior motive for deliberately provoking him. Young Master Yi, you are mistaken. Mr. Han at least has the status of a direct disciple. He is just temporarily residing in Jingyao residence. Elder Liu explained carefully, not daring to offend anyone. However, Yi Nanshan's face turned cold, and he said darkly, I only know that I am the first core disciple. This Jingyao residence should be my residence. Poor Elder Liu wanted to explain further, but was stopped by Han Yang. Is this enough? Han Yang looked into Yi Nanshan's eyes and asked in a flat tone. From the moment Yi Nantian appeared, he never looked at Han Yang with respect, only clinging to Steward Liu, clearly not intending to confront Han Yang head-on. However, at this moment, Han Yang took the initiative to step forward, forcing Yi Nantian to respond. As far as I know, Brother Han, you're not a core disciple. I ask you, is the price offered to you by the mastermind enough? Before Yi Nantian could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Han Yang. What? Yi Nanshan's expression darkened. Han Yang's gaze swept indifferently over Yi Nantian and the few inner disciples around him who had been the inner sect for 2 or 3 years. One was at the 6th level of bone refinement, two at the 5th level, plus a newly promoted core disciple at the top. What a grand lineup. Yinantian vaguely sensed something was off about Han Yang's tone and felt a bit panicked. Just as he was about to speak, Han Yang said in a deep voice, "I hope the price the mastermind gives you is enough to sustain you for the rest of your lives. Because the cost of provoking me is the martial path of all of you. Young Master Han, you can't." Steward Liu had sensed something wrong and felt a chill run down his spine, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. Just as Han Yang's words fell, a flash of blade light appeared. Clang! The sound of a long knife being unsheathed was particularly jarring in the quiet night. No one, including Yinantian, expected that Han Yang would attack directly over a few exchanged words. The golden bone was radiant, surrounded by starlight. Han Yang's knife was an advanced version of the heavenly regret blade he comprehended on the ascending heaven steps. With one slash, Yinantian and his companions were all momentarily dazed, an endless sense of regret rising within them. Two of them even wept bitterly, as if they had encountered the greatest regret of their lives. Not good. After all, Yinantian was one of the 7 genius disciples of this generation, with outstanding talent, and he was the first to awaken from the intent of the heavenly regret blade. However, it was already too late. By the time he regained his senses, the blade light had already struck him without any embellishment. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Yinantian let out a wail and flew backward. The few jade bones he had tempered on the ascending heaven steps were shattered by Han Yang's single strike. "You! How dare you? I am the first core disciple. I am one of the 7 geniuses." Yinantian clutched his shattered arm, disbelief filling his eyes. He couldn't believe that he had been crippled by Han Yang just for a couple of words. The shattered jade bones would take at least half a year or even more than a year to recover. By then, at 19, he would be at the 3rd level of bone refinement. Not to mention being a genius, he wouldn't even be comparable to an ordinary core disciple. Just as Han Yang had said, this strike would sever his martial path. The 3 inner disciples standing behind Yinantian were now trembling, even lacking the courage to draw their swords. They all knew Han Yang was powerful. At the 2nd level of bone refinement, he could counterattack someone at the 6th level. But to be so powerful that one strike could pull them into an inescapable blade intent was far beyond their expectations. If that slash had been aimed at them instead of Yinantian, they would have had no power to resist and would definitely have met the same fate as Yinantian. "Draw your swords." Han Yang ignored Yinantian's wails and spoke coldly, his tone as flat as before, causing the 3 to shudder in fear. "Han Yang, you will be punished by the sect rules for injuring a core disciple. One of the 6th level bone refinement disciples, who was tough on the outside but timid inside, spoke up, only to receive Han Yang's scorn in return. "Fool!" With Han Yang's mocking voice, the blade light flashed again. It was the same heavenly regret blade, the same result. The only difference was that the first blade only struck Yinantian, while this one cut down all 3. The 3 stood there dazed like wooden stakes, taking Han Yang's blade head-on. Bones broke, blood spewed from their mouths, and they too were crippled by Han Yang's strike, losing several jade bones that had been tempered multiple times. The wails spread rapidly through the entire core disciple courtyard under the night sky. "Han Yang, you are dead. Having crippled me, don't think you will have it easy." Yinantian, with eyes full of resentment, still couldn't understand how this guy dared to act so recklessly against them within the sect. Chapter 52. How can a stubborn stone compare to a pearl? Core disciples, especially geniuses like Yinantian who ranked first among them, are valuable assets in any sect. These individuals have the potential to advance to Qi gathering and become high-level forces within the sect. Yinantian's status was even higher than that of ordinary elders. But now, such a genius had been crippled by Han Yang. This would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar in the Yuan sect. Yinantian could almost see Han Yang's miserable end. Han Yang injuring him would surely lead to severe punishment from the sect rules. Idiot! No wonder you, as the first core disciple, were easily manipulated. Han Yang glanced disdainfully at Yinantian and stopped paying attention to him, sitting cross-legged on a wooden chair in front of Jinjiaju. Disaster! Disaster! Young Master Han, how could you do this? Steward Liu's limbs went limp, his face turning ashen. As the steward of the core disciple courtyard, he was well aware of the consequences of severely injuring a core disciple. The last person who did this was punished to reflect on the cliff for 3 years without any progress. In the end, that genius core disciple's martial path was completely destroyed. He couldn't bear to see Han Yang meet the same fate, especially since the conflict between Han Yang and Yi Nantian arose from his mismanagement. While Han Yang would undoubtedly be punished, he too could not escape responsibility. But the former's expression remained calm. "Don't worry, the good show is just beginning." "A good show?" Steward Liu was taken aback, completely unsure of what Han Yang meant. In less than half a stick of incense, 3 figures in blue robes appeared in front of Jinjiaju. "It's over. It's Elder Gu from the Law Enforcement Hall. He is the most strict and will never let this go lightly." Steward Liu felt his knees go weak upon seeing the leading figure. Elder Gu was one of the 4 elders of the Law Enforcement Hall, known for his strictness. Every disciple of the Yuan sect feared him like a tiger. Even core disciples who broke the sect rules had sought the help of Qi-gathering experts to plead on their behalf, only to be severely punished by him. Elder Gu had a thin and somewhat rigid face, and upon seeing the severely injured Yi Nantian, his brows involuntarily twitched. "Elder," Yi Nantian pointed at Han Yang. His eyes filled with hatred and said, "This person attacked without reason, severely injuring me, crippling my jade bones, and cutting off my martial path. Please, Elder, seek justice for me." Elder Gu looked coldly at Han Yang and asked, "Do you have anything to say about the accusations against Yi Nantian?" Facing this law enforcement hall elder, who was feared throughout the Yuan sect, Han Yang remained seated, casually nodding and saying, "Indeed, I injured him, and the 3 behind him were also crippled by me." As soon as he said this, Yi Nantian was filled with rage, while Steward Liu's heart sank. He actually admitted it so readily. He didn't even try to defend himself. Is Han Yang insane? Elder Gu seemed surprised that Han Yang would so boldly admit to such a serious crime. He nodded and said, "Very well, since you are willing to admit your mistakes. The punishment for severely injuring a fellow core disciple will be reduced to 3 years of reflection on the cliff. Considering your remorse, I can reduce it to 2 years." The law enforcement hall was this domineering. They didn't need to consult anyone and directly announce Han Yang's punishment. Yi Nantian laughed sinisterly. "Han Yang, you're finished. 2 years of reflection, and after 2 years, you won't even be worth a piece of trash." He had already made up his mind to challenge Han Yang in 2 years to avenge today's disgrace. The 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall, beside Elder Gu, immediately prepared to apprehend Han Yang. Just then, Han Yang calmly said, "Elder Gu, it seems you have misunderstood something." Elder Gu looked at Han Yang with a cold gaze and said sternly, "Who do you want to bring out to plead for you? I can tell you it's useless. Today, you will be punished." Han Yang smiled and replied, "Elder Gu is joking. I just entered the sect today, with no relatives or friends. How could I persuade the elders?" Elder Gu looked at Han Yang with confusion, feeling that this kid was quite strange and completely different from the other disciples who trembled in front of him. Han Yang suddenly stood up, his tall figure illuminated by the moonlight, as if he were standing tall against the sky. "I just want to tell Elder Gu one thing. If you want to punish me, you are not qualified." "What?" The moment Han Yang said this, not only Elder Gu, but even the 3 second or third-year disciples who were wailing nearby, and Yi Nantian, whose eyes were filled with resentment, looked at Han Yang in shock. This guy is really crazy. How dare he speak like this to Elder Gu, one of the 4 elders of the law enforcement hall? It was like a demon. Instead, Elder Gu revealed a mocking smile, seemingly thinking that this junior was too fanciful. "Are you trying to say that because you are a direct disciple, this elder cannot punish you? You think too highly of yourself, let alone direct disciples, even other elders, as long as they violate the sect rules, cannot escape the punishment of the law enforcement hall." Han Yang clasped his hands behind his back and said lightly, "You really disappoint me, Elder Gu. I have not apprenticed under any great master, so I'm naturally not a direct disciple." However, Han Yang's gaze swept over Yi Nantian's ever-changing face, and he chuckled. "However, how can a stubborn stone compare to a bright pearl? I am the 6th on the ascending heaven ranking and the 98th on the overall ranking. Are you sure the sect will agree to waste a once-in-a-generation genius like me for a mere core disciple? 6th on the ascending heaven ranking, 98th on the overall ranking. Han Yang's words pierced through Yi Nanshan's heart like sharp swords. Elder Gu's rigid face also instantly froze. So that's it. From the beginning, Han Yang's backing was not a direct disciple or a great master, but his own talent. No matter how strict the sect rules are, they cannot waste a genius who represents the future of the Yuan sect because of a Yi Nantian. Although Han Yang is not a direct disciple, his status is already not inferior to the great masters. From the moment Han Yang ascended to the overall ranking, he became the most special existence in the Yuan sect. Elder Gu could imagine that neither the sect leader nor the other great masters would allow him to confine a genius of the overall ranking to the cliff of reflection. At this moment, Yi Nanshan's face turned ashen, trembling all over. His reliance was the identity of a core disciple. But now he realized that a mere core disciple was not even qualified to be compared with Han Yang. This is unfair. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words. Han Yang smiled, looking at Yi Nantian, who was howling like a defeated dog. Fairness? It's childish to talk about fairness in the adult world. Elder Gu's face darkened, and his fingers trembled slightly. How many years had it been since someone had so recklessly provoked the sect rules? This child, even if talented, is definitely a demon. Just as Elder Gu was secretly furious and prepared to take Han Yang down, even if it meant punishment from the sect leader, Han Yang spoke again. Elder Gu, if I were you, I would investigate who exactly instigated Yi Nantian to deliberately provoke a genius like me. Chapter 53. Violent breakthrough words of a demon mislead the crowd. Elder Gu, who was stubborn in nature, was not someone Han Yang could easily persuade with just a few words. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, even if Yi Nantian was provoked by someone, that is not a reason for you to act privately and seriously injure a fellow disciple. The genius of the overall ranking is an honor given to you by the sect, not your capital for arrogance. Han Yang lowered his head and gently brushed off his sleeve. Smiling, Elder Gu, do you know why the sect disciples fear you like a tiger? Naturally. It's because I am just and impartial, enforcing the law fairly. Elder Gu raised his head, feeling proud rather than seeing any downside in the disciples fearing him. Han Yang shook his head and laughed. If that were true, the elderess image in the eyes of the disciples should be that of a clear and just sky, rather than a vicious tiger that preys on others. At this point, Elder Lu, who had been watching coldly beside Elder Gu, finally couldn't hold himself up and knelt down with a thud. No wonder Han Yang refused to apprentice under the sect leader. He is completely insane. However, what no one expected was that Elder Gu did not fly into a rage upon hearing this. Instead, he stood there in a daze, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He seemed to fall into deep thought. A disciple from the law enforcement hall, who had been standing next to Elder Gu and watching coldly, quickly spoke up. Elder Gu, you shouldn't listen to Han Yang's nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Yang suddenly transformed into a phantom and punched him in the chest. Bold. Elder Gu, who was lost in thought, suddenly became furious and reached out to capture Han Yang. However, the moment he moved, Han Yang's figure flickered and passed by his palm like a phantom. Cloud step. In a flash, Han Yang appeared in front of that disciple from the law enforcement hall. Bang! That disciple was directly sent flying with a punch in front of everyone's shocked gazes. As he was still in the air, the sound of bones breaking echoed through the night. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Han Yang to dare to cripple a disciple from the law enforcement hall right in front of Elder Gu. Yi Nanshan's face turned pale with horror. He finally realized what kind of fierce outlaw he had provoked. Han Yang, you have some guts. Elder Gu's heart was mixed with shock and anger. He was a strong practitioner of the late bone forging stage and thought he could easily take down any junior disciple, but unexpectedly, he had failed against Han Yang. The fluid and graceful steps were even not weaker than the top light body techniques of the Yuan sect. Han Yang truly deserved the title of genius. But the more this was the case, the more determined Elder Gu became in punishing Han Yang. Such an arrogant person, if not tamed, the higher their talent, the greater the harm to the sect. Just as Elder Gu was about to speak, Han Yang said lightly, if I guess correctly, it should be this person who instigated you to come here late at night. Having just crippled Yi Nantian, Elder Gu's appearance with his people was definitely not a coincidence. As a member of the four elders of the law enforcement hall, he was not a fool. After Han Yang pointed it out, he realized that tonight's events were too coincidental. Moreover, Han Yang was not wrong. It was indeed that crippled disciple who led him here. You, Elder Gu, you can take them back for investigation. If, after finding out the truth, you still want to punish me, then I will be waiting for you at Jinjiaju. Han Yang waved his sleeve and walked into Jinjiaju, leaving the renowned Elder Gu outside. Elder Gu's rigid face turned purple with veins bulging, and he could hardly contain the urge to strike Han Yang. But if what Han Yang said was true, then everything tonight was a setup. And framing a genius of the overall ranking was far more serious than crippling a few core disciples. Notify the law enforcement team to take everyone away. Elder Gu gritted his teeth and shouted. Not to mention the limp Elder Lu, even another disciple from the law enforcement hall beside Elder Gu, was dumbfounded. After taking action to cripple the newly promoted core disciple champion and a disciple from the law enforcement hall, he was not taken away, but instead, they were arresting those who had been seriously injured. Is this still the strict and meticulous black-faced tiger who enforces the sect rules without asking for reasons? Elder Gu, you can't do this. Han Yang has seriously injured us, crippling our martial arts paths. Yi Nantian shouted, but Elder Gu had already waved his sleeve and left. If, as Han Yang said, everything tonight was a conspiracy, then the newly promoted core disciple champion had foolishly become someone else's pawn. Such a genius was better off not having. Yi Nantian's gaze was blank, almost unable to believe his eyes. Han Yang had crippled himself and walked away so swaggeringly. And the people from the law enforcement hall actually wanted to take him away for questioning. When did the Yuan Shui sect become like this? Han Yang stood at the window of Jinya residence, watching as Yi Nantian and the others were carried away on a stretcher, a smile full of amusement in his eyes. The Li family really couldn't wait. On the very first day of entering the Yuan Shui sect, they managed to provoke Yi Nantian, one of the seven sons, to jump out and challenge him. He was curious about what tricks they had up their sleeves. Han Yang's purpose in entering the Yuan Shui sect was merely to go to the Yanyu Valley and investigate the truth behind Chun Yu's disappearance. He didn't care about the sect's reputation at all. Don't mention just being one of the core disciples. Even if it were someone like Zhang Wuyo or Yin Pianxian, if they dared to set a trap and deliberately provoke him to act, he wouldn't hold back. Han Yang wanted to instill fear and submission in everyone within the Yuan Shui sect. He wanted others to think twice before intervening in the grudges between him and the Li family, weighing whether they could afford the consequences of provoking him. This generation's seven sons, the newly promoted core disciple, was crippled on the very night of entering the sect. He believed tomorrow would definitely be lively. Han Yang was somewhat curious about how the powerful figures in the Yuan Shui sect would handle this matter. You say Han Yang directly crippled Yi Nantian without a word? In a cave in the back mountain of the Yuan Shui sect, Li Yao spat out a mouthful of tea. He had come in the name of Li Shushan to inform the mad tiger Li Ying to find a way to eliminate Han Yang. Li Ying was in seclusion, and the old butler Obo, serving Li Ying, took matters into his own hands and arranged tonight's ambush. Not only did they have Yi Nantian, one of the seven sons, as a pawn, but they also had the black-faced tiger Elder Gu from the law enforcement hall backing them up. In Li Yao's eyes, it was almost impossible for Han Yang to break the situation and escape the punishment of facing the wall on the thought reflection cliff. As a result, Han Yang violently broke the situation. Not only did he severely injure Yi Nantian, but he also crippled the disciple that the Li family had placed in the law enforcement hall. Obo sighed and said, I underestimated the value of a top-ranking genius. At this point, we can only wait for the master to come out of seclusion before making further plans. Li Yao chuckled awkwardly, raised his teacup to feign calmness. But in his heart, he became increasingly determined not to be enemies with Han Yang. This person was a reckless madman. If it weren't for Elder Mo from the Yuan Shui sect blocking him that day, Han Yang would have prepared to directly confront the Li family. Tonight, he unhesitatingly crippled Yi Nantian, who was also one of the seven sons. Han Yang's style of doing things was completely unpredictable, and he could not be judged by common sense. By the way, those with Yi Nantian won't betray us, right? Don't worry if they don't know where to stop. Someone will make them shut up. Chapter 54. Hunting the mad tiger in Jingyao residence, Han Yang sat at the table, calmly tasting various dishes as if nothing had happened the night before. Meanwhile, Elder Liu, with two dark circles under his eyes, carefully served him from the side. He had been worried all night, fearing that the law enforcement hall would suddenly come and take him and Han Yang away. As a result, even now, the people from the law enforcement hall had not appeared. Elder Liu was also quite experienced and gradually realized Han Yang's strength, becoming increasingly respectful towards him. The dishes provided to Han Yang were all top-notch medicinal cuisine, rich in spiritual energy. Not to mention ordinary disciples. Even direct disciples and various elders might not receive such treatment. Ha ha, Brother Han, I come uninvited, and I apologize for the intrusion. A tall, handsome figure in a direct disciple's robe, holding a folding fan, walked into Jingyao residence. Han Yang paid no mind, his chopsticks not stopping. Young Master Zhang. Elder Liu was just about to host a guest on Han Yang's behalf when he discovered that Zhang Wuyo had already seated himself. How lacking in awareness. Go, bring me a pair of chopsticks. Not only did he sit down without formality, but he also dared to command Elder Liu. What could Elder Liu say? He could only obediently leave to fetch chopsticks from the kitchen. He found that among all the talented disciples he had served, this generation was the hardest to grasp. Whether it was Han Yang or Zhang Wuyo, they were completely different from the proud and aloof geniuses of the past. Speak, what is it? Finish quickly and get lost. I don't welcome unwelcome guests here. Han Yang had no good feelings towards this smiling tiger who bore some resemblance to the sect leader he wanted. Zhang Wuyo wasn't offended. He smiled and said, "Then I will speak frankly. I observe that Brother Han seems to have no intention of staying in the Yuanshui sect, right?" Han Yang paused with his chopsticks and replied, "I dislike clever people." Seeing Han Yang's straightforward admission, Zhang Wuyo wasn't surprised. He had long understood how unorthodox Han Yang was in his actions during their meeting at the Yenkei Tower. Han Yang seemed to disregard worldly rules entirely, acting freely and unrestrained. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Han entered the Yuanshui sect to go to the Yanyu Valley and investigate the truth behind Chun Yu's disappearance, right? Zhang Wuyo looked into Han Yang's eyes, speaking slowly. Han Yang smiled. This Zhang Wuyo was indeed clever. After entering the Yuanshui sect, he had only done two things, and Zhang Wuyo had already picked up on a clue. Truly a little fox. Speak, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Brother Han is straightforward. Although he already had a guess in his heart, seeing Han Yang confirm, it still surprised Zhang Wuyo slightly. In the eyes of the geniuses from the 9 cities, the Yuanshui sect was heaven, the ladder they climbed upward. Every genius took pride in joining the Yuanshui sect. But Han Yang, with a ranking of 6th on the heaven ranking and 98th on the overall ranking, became a disciple of the Yuanshui sect, and his purpose was merely to investigate the whereabouts of his father-in-law, Chun Yu. Zhang Wuyo had to admit that such a person was one he had never seen before in his life. Clapping the folding fan shut, Zhang Wuyo smiled and said, "The discovery of the ruins in the Yanyu Valley is not a secret. Currently, there are indeed talented disciples in the Yuanshui sect exploring the ruins. However, that is limited to direct and core disciples who have been in the sect for 2 or 3 years. We new disciples like us have too low a cultivation level to qualify for entering the ruins." Han Yang didn't stop eating because he knew Zhang Wuyo must have more to say. "I can have my family operate to secure a spot for you, Brother Han. The price, well, you still need to help me kill someone." Knowing Han Yang's character, Zhang Wuyo didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Han Yang put down his chopsticks, smiled, and said, "Let me guess, the mad tiger Liang?" Zhang Wuyo laughed. "Brother Han is indeed the smartest person I have ever met." Han Yang ignored Zhang Wuyo's flattery and curiously asked, "I'm very curious. How did the Li family offend you? If it were just for a direct disciple spot, killing Li Jian would be enough. What about this Liang?" This time, Zhang Wuyo just smiled and did not answer Han Yang's question. Han Yang casually asked and didn't press further, continuing, "The mad tiger Liang is about to break through to the late stage of bone refining. Killing him, a spot to enter the Yanyu Valley isn't enough. I need a knife, at least a low-grade spirit weapon. If you can get a medium-grade spirit weapon, I'll help you eliminate Liang within 3 months." Zhang Wuyo replied irritably, "Brother Han, it seems that your hatred for Liang is even deeper. You must be eager for him to die. right? Moreover, spirit weapons are precious. My Zhang family's clan treasure is merely a low-grade spirit weapon. You want me to give you a medium-grade spirit weapon? To be blunt, the life of the mad tiger, Li Ying, isn't worth that price. Then let's pretend I didn't say anything. Feel free to leave. Don't stay here and affect my appetite. Han Yang was this direct. If there was no benefit, he wanted Zhang Wuyo to leave quickly. Zhang Wuyo was directly infuriated and laughed. He had never seen such a mercenary person. A low-grade spirit weapon, and within 3 months, help me kill Li Ying. No more. Zhang Wuyo glared at Han Yang. Deal. Han Yang did not hesitate. A low-grade spirit weapon was already quite good. In the entire Luo city, only the city lord Nanjun had one. The other major families did not have any. Zhang Wuyo didn't know what secret he was hiding, being able to put a low-grade spirit weapon out for trade. Goodbye. Brother Han, the spiritual artifact will be delivered tomorrow. I hope you keep your promise. Zhang Wuyo left with a dark expression. As he went downstairs, he saw Steward Liu, bewildered, holding chopsticks, spoons, bowls, and various utensils. What kind of person is this? Steward Liu seriously suspected that Zhang Wuyo was deliberately messing with him. Do you know the Mad Tiger, Li Ying? Han Yang casually asked, not caring about Zhang Wuyo's departure. Steward Liu's heart twitched. Young Master Han, you mustn't have any bad thoughts about the Mad Tiger. He was scared by Han Yang. On the night he entered, he had already crippled Yi Nantian, another genius among the 7. Now, he wouldn't be targeting Mad Tiger Li Ying, would he? Given Li Ying's ranking on the ascending heaven list, he must have refined his golden bones as well, right? Han Yang continued to inquire. Is it golden bones? The 6th level of bone refining? Yes. But I heard he is currently in seclusion, breaking through to the 7th level of bone refining. What weapon does he use? A war halberd. I must say, young Master Han, you absolutely cannot make a move against the Mad Tiger. His status and identity are not something Yi Nantian can compare to. Under Han Yang's relentless questioning, Steward Liu's legs felt weak. He already felt that serving Han Yang was a mistake. When Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu entered the sect, he was not this arrogant. On the first day, he crippled the newly promoted core disciple. On the second day, he set his sights on the 85th ranked Mad Tiger Li Ying. Steward Liu could almost foresee his miserable fate. Just as Steward Liu was terrified, Han Yang spoke again. All right, can you tell me where I can obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs? Chapter 55. Is Han Yang a sword path monster? Is this the Earth Origin Jade by that Steward Liu mentioned? Han Yang curiously examined the black jade by standing in a magnificent hall, resembling a shadow wall. In the morning, when he asked Steward Liu how to obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs, Steward Liu recommended the Earth Origin Jade by. Bone refining is a slow process that uses the power of blood and energy to temper bones. For those with ordinary talent, like the elders of the Chun family, it takes 3 to 4 years to refine a single bone. At the age of 50 or 60, they might only have refined a dozen bones, achieving the 4th or 5th level of bone refining. 4 first-class geniuses like Li Ying and Yin Pianxian, with the aid of the spiritual herbs and techniques from the Yuan sect, they could refine a single bone in almost 1 or 2 months. Generally, after about 10 years of entry, they could reach the peak of bone refining. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Han Yang, having refined 4 bones in a month and reached the 3rd level of bone refining, is already at the level of a heavenly genius. However, he still feels it is too slow. Once Li Ying breaks through to the 7th level of bone refining, he will have refined 64 bones. Coupled with his golden bone quality of 1 against 3, it is almost equivalent to refining 192 bones of an ordinary 8th level of bone refining. With Han Yang's current strength, even with the power of stars, he cannot compete. Therefore, he must consume a large amount of spiritual herbs to speed up the opening of his meridians. And this so-called Earth Origin Jade Bai is the best way to obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs. However, when Steward Liu mentioned the Earth Origin Jade Bai, he seemed somewhat reluctant, as if he believed Han Yang could not possibly obtain herbs from it. After being intimidated by Han Yang twice, he changed his mind and enthusiastically recommended this secret realm of the Yuan sect. Before the Earth Origin Jade Bai, more than 10 elders in elder robes sat cross-legged, seemingly waiting for something. The next moment, a white shadow appeared on the pitch-black jade by. The white shadow held a long sword and performed a set of mysterious sword techniques. However, midway through the technique, it suddenly got stuck, seeming to have some unresolved issues. Moments later, the white shadow disappeared, and several lines of text appeared on the jade by. The remnant moon sword technique has a total of 9 forms, 3 of which are currently incomplete, leaving 6 forms. Perfect the 7th form for 1 fire origin fruit. Perfect the 8th form for 1 7-leaf yuan spirit fruit. Perfect the 9th form for 1 thousand-year blood spirit mushroom. Finally, there were the classic texts of the first 6 forms of the remnant moon sword technique. This is how the earth origin jade by obtains spiritual herbs. Members of the 18 branches of the Yuan sect can post the techniques that need to be perfected or their questions regarding the techniques on the earth origin jade by. As long as they can answer these questions, they can receive corresponding rewards. Every year, during the General Sect's Martial Meeting, the number of questions answered from the earth origin jade by the branch sects is also an important basis for resource allocation. It can be said that the earth origin jade by system has played a vital role in the thriving development of the Yuan sect. The fire origin fruit is already a rare spiritual herb, while the 7-leaf yuan spirit fruit and the 1,000-year blood spirit mushroom are even more precious and hard to come by. The people of the Yuan sect really are generous. Han Yang felt as if he could see countless spiritual herbs waving at him. Again, the remnant moon sword technique. Doesn't Nangong you find it annoying? It's been 10 years, and no one has been able to perfect this sword technique, yet he still tirelessly posts it. Forget it. Let's wait for the next one. The elders sitting cross-legged clearly had seen the bounty for the remnant moon sword technique before and were not interested at all. But Han Yang's heart moved. A trash sword technique like the remnant moon sword technique he naturally had never learned, but for a god of war from the divine realm. Perfecting such a low-quality sword technique was a piece of cake. Ignoring the reactions of others, Han Yang used his finger as a pen and quickly wrote a line of words on the jade by. The spiritual sword hides in the moon, gathering the bright light of the moon. The sword's heart cannot rest. The spirit condenses, and the energy is effortless. Han Yang's actions immediately attracted the attention of those elders. Stop! Who allowed you to scribble on the jade by? This is a secret place of a sect. How did you get in here? Damn it! Letting a new disciple ask questions on the jade by. We might be laughed at by other sects. Several elders were furious, and a few even stood up, preparing to apprehend Han Yang. The issue of the jade by is closely related to the face of every sect. If the answer is too immature, it will be ridiculed by the entire sect. This is even more important than life and death. Just as the elders stood up, a single word flashed on the jade by, aloud, instantly causing the elders to stop in shock. Aloud? That sharp-tongued and picky Nangong, you actually accepted the answer of this junior so quickly? Is it possible to perfect the 7th form? The jade by displayed the words written by Nangong Yu. All the elders instinctively turned their gazes to Han Yang, with several elders even nervously swallowing their saliva. This is a question that has hung on the jade by for 10 years without anyone able to answer. If a disciple of the Yuan sect answers it, then during this general sect martial meeting, the Yuan sect will surely gain fame among the 18 sects. However, Han Yang did not continue to answer the question, but looked at the purple-robed disciple standing beside him. This disciple comes from the main sect of the Yuan sect and is responsible for guarding the earth origin jade by and issuing rewards. Several elders were so furious they could barely breathe. Does this junior not understand how important this question is to the Yuan sect? He actually cares about that little reward. Give it to him. Yuan Tiankai. Hurry up and give him the reward. Several elders shouted at the purple-robed disciple. The purple-robed disciple, Yuan Tiankai, was also amused by Han Yang's gaze and said, Junior brother, don't worry. The reputation of the Yuan sect will not shortchange your reward. Just answer the question with peace of mind. Han Yang shook his head and said, It's better to secure it in hand. Yuan Tiankai was taken aback at first, then laughed in anger. Was he doubting the credibility of the Yuan sect's main sect? Someone, Yuan Tiankai, clapped his hands, and immediately someone brought a jade box and placed it in front of Han Yang. Seeing that Han Yang actually wanted to reach out and open the jade box to check the authenticity of the spiritual herbs, everyone was wide-eyed. How dare! Who is this brat? So unruly. Han Yang sheepishly retracted his hand and continued to write the last two forms of the sword technique on the jade bai. The moon hides the heavens to bring rain. The sword dragon sings. The brilliant seven-star moon can cut down all soldiers in the world. Suspended by a 3-foot sword. Dispelling evil and settling in the Dantian, the sword emerges from the palace of the moon, illuminating all directions with brilliance. Although these elders are all peak masters of bone forging, they are somewhat unable to comprehend the sword technique described by Han Yang. Among them, 2 swordsmanship experts are furrowing their brows in contemplation, gaining only a slight understanding. Instead, Yuan Tianchao, who is beside the jade bai, shows a look of surprise in his eyes, using his fingers as a sword, continuously making virtual points, with a faint flow of moonlight between his fingertips. What an excellent sword technique! Yuan Tianchao's heart is shaken, and he looks at Han Yang, who is several years younger than him, with great astonishment. This young man has already reached the peak of achievement in swordsmanship. Besides the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, when did another sword genius emerge in the Yuan sect? But, on the jade bai, the word but appears twice in a very hasty manner, reflecting the excitement in Nangong Yu's heart. Han Yang smiles slightly and looks at Yuan Tianchao, saying, "Bring me the money, or the spiritual medicine." Chapter 56. Little War Marquis L. Fengxian. Yuan Tianchao, coming from the Yuan sect, has a much broader vision than others. Seeing Han Yang's talent in swordsmanship, he is inclined to befriend him, but before he can speak, he sees Han Yang looking as if he fears he won't provide the spiritual medicine, leaving him somewhat speechless. This talented disciple of the Yuan sect is good at everything, except his greedy and suspicious nature, which is somewhat amusing. As a dignified messenger of the main sect, would he really be lacking a few spiritual medicines from you? Someone, bring him the spiritual medicine. Yuan Tianchao almost gritted his teeth to spit out a few words. However, Han Yang doesn't care at all. For him, spiritual medicine is the most tangible. As for the appreciation of the main sect's messenger, it has nothing to do with him. Are you Han Yang? From insignia on your garment, you are a newly promoted disciple? Which master do you belong to? The elders before the jade bai, surprised by Han Yang's talent, approach him to chat, especially the 2 sword elders, their eyes shining brightly. A sword genius and a newly promoted disciple. Could he be a disciple recently accepted by Li Yuan? Seeing these old men wanting to come over and chat, Han Yang helplessly said, "Elders, I still want to continue questioning the jade bai to obtain spiritual medicine. Your meaning is clear. I'm very busy. Please do not disturb me." The elders were taken aback. Continue questioning the jade bai? It's not that simple. Which of these elders wasn't pondering over a problem for months or even years before they could barely answer one or two? Generally simple problems can be solved within their respective branches. Only extremely difficult issues require questioning the jade bai. This kid is really arrogant. The elders chuckled and stepped back, eager to see Han Yang make a fool of himself. When this kid answers the second question, he will know how powerful the jade bai questioning is. They once came here full of ambition, thinking they could solve doubts for the world, only to end up bruised and battered in the face of reality. Soon, the white shadow reappeared on the jade bai. This time, it was actually a problem related to alchemy. After a demonstration and description, the final question was to complete the recipe for the gathering qi pill. It must be that old Lu Buqian. How could such a problem be brought up? In the Yuan sect, a problem that has remained unsolved for 2,000 years. He actually thinks the jade bai questioning can provide an answer. It's simply absurd. Alas, if the recipe for the gathering qi pill hadn't been lost, our Yuan sect wouldn't have so few gathering qi masters. What a pity. The elders before the jade bai sighed. The gathering qi pill was once the top-tier recipe of the Yuan sect. After taking the gathering qi pill, the success rate of gathering qi could be increased by 30%. It was precisely because of the existence of this pill that the Yuan sect was able to dominate the 7 southern counties 2,000 years ago. Unfortunately, since the first alchemist of the Yuan sect was ambushed and fell, the recipe for the gathering qi pill has been lost. The difficulty of gathering qi can be seen from the current number of gathering qi masters in the Yuan sect. Talents like Li Ying and Yin Pianxian can usually reach the peak of bone forging within about 10 years and begin to break through to gathering qi. Even second-rate talents, like Zhang Wuyo and Jiang Ziyu, can reach the peak of bone forging within 20 years. Second-grade talents can be discovered by the sect every year, and even first-grade talents can appear every 3 to 5 years. After 1,000 years of accumulation, the number of gathering qi masters in the Yuan sect is only a little over 20. Who knows how many geniuses have flourished in bone forging, but have perished before the gathering qi realm. But if there were gathering qi pills, not only would first-grade geniuses almost certainly succeed in gathering qi, but second-grade geniuses would also have over a 50% chance. By then, the number of gathering qi masters in the Yuan sect would not be less than 100. Unfortunately, all of this is just a comforting fantasy for the elders. The recipe for the gathering qi pill has been lost, and no one has the ability to complete it. Just right. Let us see how that little guy answers. The elders, finding joy in their misery, looked toward Han Yang. But they found Han Yang was actually looking at Yuan Tianxiao. Yuan Tianxiao had a confused expression, wondering why he was looking at him if he wasn't going to answer the question. Han Yang said impatiently, "I'm looking at the reward for completing the gathering qi pill recipe, 10 pieces of 10,000-year spiritual medicine. Do you have any in stock?" Yuan Tianxiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This bastard actually doubts that the Yuan sect can't provide the reward. He wanted to tell Han Yang that he could complete the recipe, and he'd give him the spiritual medicine immediately. Unfortunately, the reward for the gathering qi pill really wasn't in his hands. Not to mention 10,000-year spiritual medicine. Even a piece of 10,000-year spiritual medicine is a treasure of the Yuan sect. How could it be kept in a small branch? Slapped in the face. He was slapped in the face by this greedy kid. Yuan Tianxiao could only shake his head with a dark face. What a pity. Let us move on to the next question. Han Yang said, slightly disappointed. Yuan Tianxiao was truly left with internal injuries for being stifled. Bastard. What the hell is that damn tone of yours? Do you think you can complete the gathering qi pill recipe on the spot just because the spiritual medicine is here? The elders were also speechless. This young man really had an unyielding nature, being so brazen. Han Yang didn't explain, although he wasn't a dedicated alchemist. Having lived 9 lives and being well-read, finding a recipe similar to the effect of the gathering qi pill wasn't too big of a problem. Unfortunately, without being able to obtain the spiritual medicine on the spot, he was too lazy to bother. The third question, detailed explanation of the second style of the Warm Marquis spear technique. The Warm Marquis was an unparalleled powerhouse from 1,000 years ago. He once achieved the feat of overturning the Yuan pill with gathering qi realm power. This person's Warm Marquis spear technique is unfathomable, and ordinary people cannot even grasp its corners. Even though this spear technique has spread to a small city like Luo City, not a single person has been able to comprehend its mysteries. Since the Jade by questioning requires a detailed explanation of the second style of the Warm Marquis spear technique, it is naturally presumed that there is some understanding of the first style. After reading the description of the first style of the spear technique, a trace of surprise flashed in Han Yang's eyes. This is not merely a gathering qi secret technique. It is clearly a divine-level battle technique. The Warm Marquis spear technique, even placed in the divine realm, is an extraordinarily remarkable divine skill, yet it has somehow spread to this small world. After thinking for a moment, Han Yang began to inscribe with his fingers, leaving behind a line of text. "I want the complete Warm Marquis spear technique." The response on the other side came, without hesitation, yes. The Warm Marquis spear technique is common fare, an absolute skill that can be bought at any stall, so there is naturally no need to be stingy. Han Yang quickly wrote down his answer, adding one more line. The Warm Marquis spear technique should be used in conjunction with a special inner qi technique. Without the accompanying technique, one can at most practice up to the third style, and its power will be reduced to 1/10. The surrounding elders and Yuan Tianxiao exchanged glances. Is it true? Can this kid really provide a detailed explanation of the Warm Marquis spear technique? Could he be talking nonsense? However, the next moment, a single word came from the Jade Bai. Yes. In the Yuan sect, 10,000 miles away from the Yuan sect's main sect. A gathering Qi master in his 20s with red hair and jade-like features suddenly stood up before the Earth's jade bai. Someone, prepare the flying eagle. I want to go to the 9 cities Yuan sect branch. If someone were to see this person, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the 7th on the heavenly ranking. The peak expert of Qi gathering, the young Marquis L. Fengxian. Chapter 57. Emptying Yuan Tiancao's spiritual medicine. Yuan Tiancao's eyes couldn't hide his shock. Without waiting for Han Yang to signal, he immediately had someone deliver the reward for the detailed explanation of the Marquis' spear techniques. Then he looked intensely at Han Yang. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. Good boy, keep going. The old men of the Yuan sect didn't know what the detailed explanation of the Marquis' spear techniques meant, but he was very clear. The first genius of the Yuan sect in 100 years, the young Marquis L. Fengxian, had reached the 7th position on the heavenly ranking precisely because of his understanding of the first style of the Marquis' spear techniques. Now, with the 2nd and 3rd styles unlocked, L. Fengxian might make even further progress. Potential Dragon. With the detailed explanation of these 2 styles, the young Marquis L. Fengxian might become the first person in 100 years from the Yuan sect to ascend the Potential Dragon ranking. Thinking of this, Yuan Tiancao's gaze towards Han Yang changed. This was no ordinary new disciple of the Yuan sect. He was practically a treasure bestowed upon the Yuan sect by heaven. After receiving the jade box, Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. 4 pieces of Millennium Spiritual Medicine. The rewards for the detailed explanation of the Marquis spear techniques were actually 4 pieces of Millennium Spiritual Medicine. 1 piece of Millennium Spiritual Medicine was enough for him to challenge the 4th acupoint. 4 pieces might give him the opportunity to challenge the 5th acupoint. The Yuan sect truly had deep foundations. Han Yang's greedy gaze continued to look toward the Earth Yuan jade bai. Today, he wasn't planning to leave without emptying that Yuan Tianchao. The 3rd question, cracking the 5 elements sect's 5 elements combined attack technique, Millennium Spiritual Medicine. The 4th question, the perfect opening method of the flame body, Millennium Spiritual Medicine. The 5th question, the advancement method of the Hantian blade, Millennium Spiritual Medicine. In less than 2 hours, Han Yang had already answered 5 questions regarding the jade bai. The surrounding elders were like ignorant children in a mundane school, standing by and watching Han Yang answer the questions. If Han Yang had only answered questions related to the sword path, they might have thought he was just exceptionally talented in swordsmanship. But Han Yang was proficient in sword, blade, alchemy, formations, and spear techniques. This made everyone feel small. Facing Han Yang, they felt as if their decades of effort had been in vain. Even Yuan Tianchao was shocked to the point of numbness. Could this kid really complete the recipe if the reward was a Qi gathering Dan? The thought popped into Yuan Tiancao's mind, startling him. How could that be possible? No matter how monstrous, he was just an 18-year-old new disciple, not to that extent. The next moment, he saw Han Yang waving at him, leaving Yuan Tianchao stunned. Han Yang glared, pretending to be clueless. Where's the spiritual medicine? Yuan Tianchao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and hurriedly had his subordinates present the spiritual medicine. Mr. Yuan, one subordinate whispered, it's the last piece of Millennium Spiritual Medicine. Yuan Tianchao couldn't help but shiver. My goodness, this kid really emptied me. In the past, it would take 1 or 2 months or even a year and a half to give out a piece of Millennium Spiritual Medicine. But now, it was all emptied by one person in a single day. Cough, cough, junior brother Han. Let's stop here for today. The sect master has urgent matters to attend to, and I must leave. Yuan Tianchao had to interrupt Han Yang's answering. Goodness, if he kept answering, he really wouldn't be able to produce any more spiritual medicine. Han Yang glanced at Yuan Tianchao. No more spiritual medicine? Yuan Tiancao's face darkened, of course. He couldn't admit it. Han Yang chuckled, slightly regretfully glancing at the Earth Yuan jade bai. Just as the elder in front of the jade bai was about to take the opportunity to befriend him, 3 figures suddenly walked in from outside the hall. Where's Han Yang? The leader was Elder Gu from the law enforcement hall from last night. Elder Gu had a blank expression and said sternly, new disciple Han Yang, for no reason attacked, causing the new core disciple Yinan Tian to be severely injured and unable to recover. A grave crime, sentenced to 5 years of wall reflection at the Thinking Cliff. Come with us. At this statement, the whole place was shocked. Stop! You dare to act against the talents of the sect? You're rebelling. I want to see who dares to act. More than a dozen elders all stood between Han Yang and Elder Gu, not allowing the law enforcement hall to take Han Yang away. What a joke. In a single day, Han Yang had answered 5 questions regarding the Jade Bai, a feat that had never happened since the establishment of the Yuan sect. Just based on these 5 questions, the resources the Yuan sect could obtain from this year's general sect meeting would increase by more than 30%. To punish such a talented person who had done great service for the sect with wall reflection, the law enforcement hall was truly senile. Even Yuan Tianchao, who came from a main sect, had a rather strange expression. Is the Yuan sect crazy? They actually want to push out such a genius? However, Yuan Tianchao quickly suppressed the impulse to intervene. This is fine. If Han Yang becomes resentful towards the Yuan sect because of this, he can simply notify the main sect and directly bring Han Yang under their wing. This isn't the main sect robbing talented personnel from subordinate sects, but rather them not knowing how to cherish him. Yi Nantian is dead? Han Yang smiled indifferently. Of course, a useless pawn. Dead is naturally more valuable than alive. It seems that the Mad Tiger Liang is more ruthless and decisive than I thought. As early as last night when he attacked, Han Yang anticipated that such a result might occur. For others, punishment like wall reflection might mean the end of their martial path. But as long as he had spiritual medicine, he could challenge the acupoints and improve his cultivation. He really didn't care about that. He just didn't know if he got into the thinking cliff, whether Zhang Wuyo could still help him secure a spot to the Yinyu Valley. Do you dare to obstruct the law enforcement hall from doing its duty? Elder Gu was also taken aback by the current situation. What was going on? A group of old-timers who don't care about worldly matters. How could they protect a new disciple? Just because Han Yang is ranked 98th on the overall list? A flawed character. The higher the talent, the more disastrous. Elder Gu's entire body glowed. The pressure of the peak bone refining swept through the hall. Are you treating us like children? Peak bone refining? As if no one else is the same. More than a dozen elders all exuded the overwhelming aura of peak bone refining, many of whom were stronger than Elder Gu. Before the J-Bai, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Elder Gu's face turned iron blue, wishing he could kill these old fools. Dear elders, Han Yang smiled and stepped forward. Thank you all for standing up for me. However, I have only joined the Yuan sect for 2 days and have yet to visit the famous Thinking Cliff. It's just right for me to go and observe, so there is no need for you to worry. Seeing Han Yang take the initiative, Elder Gu also breathed a sigh of relief. If he really had a conflict with these old stubborn ones, he wouldn't benefit from it. Yang Manhun, don't worry, I'll go find the sect master to plead for you. Exactly, the law enforcement hall can't do whatever they want. I had a favor for Li Yuanyi in the past. Let him step in to protect you, this disciple. The elders all spoke at once, showing no signs of letting Elder Gu off easily. However, Han Yang was already smiling at the elder beside Elder Gu, who was looking at him with a resentful gaze. How should I address you? Do we have a grudge? The elder said maliciously, I am Yi Nanshan's 3rd uncle. You killed Nantian. I will not rest until I take your life. Boom. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Han Yang had already struck out with a blade, directly incapacitating almost all of his refined jade bones. A mere 6th level of bone refining dared to instigate and secretly plot against me? Han Yang's voice was as cold as a blade. Chapter 58. Open the 4th acupoint. Good courage. Elder Gu's clothes billowed as he struck out. This kid is truly audacious. Already punished with wall reflection at the Thinking Cliff, he still dared to attack others in front of him. Han Yang stood with a knife in hand, smiling at Elder Gu. Elder, what are you doing? It's just disabling a 6th level bone tempering. You can continue to report upwards. Feel free to punish me with a few more years of wall-facing meditation. Elder Gu's palm stopped just before Han Yang's face, unable to fall. Ranked 98th on the leaderboard. This status made it impossible for him to kill Han Yang, not to mention that Han Yang did not resist at all. You cunning and vicious little thing, last night. This old man was almost bewitched by you, with your cruel and brutal nature. I will definitely report to the sect master and ensure you spend your life unable to leave the meditation cliff. Elder Gu, who strictly adhered to the sect rules and had a rigid personality, had begun to hate this unruly fellow Han Yang. The other elders before the Jade Wall, including Yuan Taiyank, were also speechless. This kid named Han, not only greedy and suspicious, but also so ruthless. How could he just say waste and waste a 6th-level bone tempering? Han Yang held the jade box and said lightly, "Elder Gu, please lead the way. I've just arrived at the Yuan Min for 2 days and still don't know where the meditation cliff is." Elder Gu was almost furious, realizing that Han Yang's attitude was more like someone going on a scenic trip rather than facing punishment at the meditation cliff. "Kid, don't get too proud. Even if I exhaust half my connections, I will ensure you rot at the meditation cliff." Elder Gu angrily waved his hand, signaling the disciples of the law enforcement hall to come forward. A few disciples trembled and did not dare to step forward. This Han guy was too ruthless. That old man from a Yi family was directly disabled just for saying a resentful word. Who knows if he would suddenly go off and disable him too. "Lead the way. I'm in a hurry." Han Yang was already eager to refine medicine and practice, with no time to waste with these people. A bunch of useless fools. Elder Gu scolded angrily and personally stepped forward to escort Han Yang to the meditation cliff. According to past rules, one would need to wear handcuffs and leg shackles to face the wall at the meditation cliff. But just as Elder Gu intended to act, he was stopped by the other elders who were watching closely. They seemed ready to retaliate if Elder Gu dared to put handcuffs and shackles on Han Yang. Han Yang suddenly found these old men of Yuan Min somewhat endearing. After nodding his hands in thanks to the elders, Han Yang strode towards the meditation cliff. The so-called meditation cliff was actually a cave in the back mountain of Yuan Min. However, the stone walls here were engraved with formations that cut off the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making cultivation impossible. Even a first-rate genius would become indistinguishable from the masses after staying in such a place for 1 or 2 years. Facing the wall at the meditation cliff was a punishment more terrifying than other physical penalties, especially for a martial artist like Han Yang at his age. Staying here for a while without absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would prevent any progress in cultivation. How could he catch up with others? "All right, you can all leave now. Don't disturb my rest." Han Yang glanced at the environment of the meditation cliff cave and waved his hand to dismiss Elder Gu and the others. "Kid, at this point, you still show no sign of repentance." Old man." Elder Gu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Han Yang. "I was punished to face the wall at the meditation cliff, not to listen to your nagging. Get lost." Han Yang had long been displeased with Elder Gu. He had made himself clear last night, yet this old man failed to investigate the truth and allowed Yin Nantian to die at his hands. Han Yang couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. If this old man continued to be uncooperative, Han Yang wouldn't mind exploding a meridian and using the power of the stars to take him down. With the Millennium spiritual herbs in hand, exploding a meridian would only delay his cultivation by a month or 2. Value for a change of heart. The undisguised killing intent in Han Yang's eyes left Elder Gu speechless. With a resentful wave of his hand, he could only leave with the law enforcement hall members. After everyone left, Han Yang sat cross-legged and opened one of the jade boxes. The Millennium Blood Spirit Mushroom was a great item, its quality far surpassing that of the three-eyed spirit flower. Perhaps this single spiritual herb could open the 4th meridian. The 9-turn star technique, Ren Meridian's 4th meridian, is a Huagai point. This is a very special point. The first 3 points of the Ren Meridian, Yin, Yu, and Z, are all main points for killing. The Huagai point, as the name suggests, gathers the heavenly water vapor from the Z Palace point, which acts like a protective cover for the body. It is a main defensive point. Once activated, it greatly increases defense. Han Yang swallowed the Millennium Blood Spirit Mushroom in 1 bite, starting the transformation into star power. Boom! At the moment the medicinal power was activated, Han Yang felt that this was far more intense than the medicinal powers of fire spirit fruit and other herbs. In an instant, the transformed star power began to rush towards the Huagai point. Han Yang felt a thump in his Huagai point, as if everything was falling into place. The Huagai point was directly opened without any obstruction. This was the easiest meridian opening Han Yang had experienced since cultivating the 9-turn star technique. There was almost no feeling of obstruction, and the point had already opened. Truly worthy of being a millennium spiritual herb, its medicinal power was strong. The next moment, the star power flowed among the 4 major points of the rune meridian and then gathered on his arms, starting to temper his bones. In the past, the moment the meridian was successfully opened, the tempering of the bones could be completed. But this time, the process took an extremely long time. The quality of the golden bones was far superior to that of ordinary quality. Han Yang vaguely discovered that the golden bones of the 3rd level of bone tempering could even compare to those of the 5th level of bone tempering with 16 golden bones. This was only half a step weaker than the meridian opening method of the 9-turn star technique. Indeed, one should not underestimate any cultivation method. Even lower realm methods have their merits. If one millennium spiritual herb was not enough, then let us take another. Han Yang swallowed another millennium spiritual herb. This was the first time since cultivating the 9-turn star technique that he needed more spiritual herbs to assist in bone tempering. But if he could also temper to the level of golden bones, it would greatly enhance his combat power. 5, 6, 7, 8. One by one, the bones changed from white to jade color, then from jade to gold. After an hour, Han Yang's arms sparkled with golden light. Golden bones, 4th level of bone tempering, completed. At this point, Han Yang could easily defeat ordinary 6th or 7th level bone tempering opponents with just the power of the golden bones. If combined with the star power of the 9-turn star technique, even Han Yang himself estimated that he wouldn't know his true combat power at this moment. There were still 4 millennium spiritual herbs left. Perhaps he could try to push for the Tianshu point. Glancing at the spiritual herbs in the jade box, Han Yang gritted his teeth and chose to continue breaking through. His cheap father-in-law, Chunyu, had offended too many enemies. Merely opening 4 meridians might not be enough to handle the enemies that were sure to come. 1 millennium spiritual herb, 3 millennium spiritual herbs. After a full 5 millennium spiritual herbs transformed into star power, Han Yang realized that he had still underestimated the difficulty of opening meridians with the 9-turn star technique. Each additional meridian opened would increase the difficulty by several times. Damn it, I really don't believe in this evil. Open for me. Swallowing the last millennium spiritual herb, he didn't spare the remaining few 7-leaf spiritual herbs either. Han Yang went all in, even willing to draw upon the energy within the golden bones to attack the 5th meridian. Chapter 59. Offering my knife, the latter is the first genius of the Zhang family in 300 years and the only one with hope of breaking through to the qi gathering stage. His decision almost represents the will of the Zhang family, and even he, the ancestor, cannot easily obstruct it. Stop. The Sorrow Cliff is a forbidden area, and unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. As soon as the two appeared on the Sorrow Cliff, they were stopped by a figure. This person was actually a 7th-layer bone refinement expert, indicating the tight security of the Sorrow Cliff. Zhang Jing calmly took out a token and said in a deep voice, I come at the order of Deputy Sect Master Tian to see Han Yang. The 7th-layer bone refinement warrior examined the token carefully before nodding slightly and stepping aside to let them pass. You have only the time of an incense stick. Do not delay for no reason. Once Zhang Jing and Zhang Wuyo's figures disappeared, the 7th-layer bone refinement warrior waved his hand, and a person appeared beside him. Go notify the Mad Tiger and tell him that someone from the Zhang family has come to visit Han Yang. Each cell in the Sorrow Cliff is made of cold, ice black iron, which is indestructible. Even a peak bone refinement expert cannot destroy the prison and escape. Moreover, there is no spiritual energy available for cultivation here, making the warriors punished at the Sorrow Cliff feel worse than death. In just a few years, they can almost sever their path in martial arts. When Zhang Jing and Zhang Wuyo entered the Sorrow Cliff, they could hear the murmurs of many madmen. These were the insane warriors who had been imprisoned for too long, having lost their minds, many of whom were once known as geniuses. However, just a few years or even months in this Sorrow Cliff can destroy their will, making it impossible for them to climb the heights of martial arts again. There are countless such people. In the night, the faint murmurs created an atmosphere that felt like hell, sending chills down one's spine. Even with Zhang Jing's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel a shiver. On the contrary, Zhang Wuyo's expression remained calm, as if he could not hear the screams and murmurs of the prisoners. It was not until they reached a stone cave on the left side of the cliff that the two stopped. Here was the place where Han Yang was imprisoned. As they saw the situation in the cell under the moonlight, both of their expressions changed slightly. They had thought that Han Yang, who was imprisoned in the Sorrow Cliff, would be anxious or even furious. Unexpectedly, this guy was sitting cross-legged with a calm expression, seemingly practicing some special technique. Hearing their footsteps, Han Yang opened his eyes with indifference. Even in the Sorrow Cliff, you still remember to cultivate, Brother Han. You have quite the enthusiasm, Zhang Wuyo said with a smile. Bowing slightly, looking quite appreciative. Unmoved by honor or disgrace, he is indeed someone Zhang Wuyo values. It seems the items have been obtained in advance. Han Yang stood up and looked at Zhang Wuyo, completely ignoring the elder Zhang Jing who was beside him. Zhang Wuyo nodded, took out a 4-foot-long wooden box from behind him, and slid it through the gap into the stone cell. Han Yang opened the wooden box and immediately felt a refreshing coolness. Inside lay an ancient-style 4-foot-long blade, quietly resting in the wooden box. When the box was opened, the blade emitted a clear dragon's roar. What caught Han Yang's attention was that the blade was entirely white as snow, looking quite eerie. This blade is called Snow Deceit, and it is an exceptional low-grade spiritual weapon. Legend has it that if one can communicate with it spiritually, it can even unleash the power of a mid-grade spiritual weapon. I believe it won't disappoint you, Brother Han. Zhang Wuyo's eyes were smiling, and his expression showed no reluctance, as if what he was giving away was not a low-grade spiritual weapon that could serve as a clan treasure, but an ordinary piece of iron. Clang! Han Yang unsheathed the blade, swung it casually, and directly struck the cold, ice-black iron prison door in front of him. Clang! The cold, ice-black iron, which even peak bone refinement experts could not harm, was directly cut through by the Snow Deceit blade. Han Yang sheathed the blade and laughed. Indeed, a good blade. Zhang Jing watched the severed prison door, his mouth twitching violently, to dare to cut through the prison door while facing the wall in the Sorrow Cliff. This Han Yang was indeed as arrogant and unrestrained as the legends say. Zhang Wuyo took out a token from his pocket and said, with this token, Brother Han can enter the Flame Moon Valley. Truly, for a great family, the efficiency in handling matters is high. I am very satisfied. Han Yang unceremoniously took the token and tucked it into his pocket. Zhang Wuyo chuckled, feeling that there was a hint of sarcasm in Han Yang's words. Seeing that Han Yang did not seem to intend to leave the prison, Zhang Wuyo asked in surprise, Aren't you going to leave now, Brother Han? Even Yi Nantian, the newly promoted core disciple, dares to waste you. I don't think you would care about the rules of the Sorrow Cliff. Han Yang replied lightly, How can I leave when the one I want to kill has not been killed yet? Please, young Master Zhang. Zhang Wuyo had already gotten used to Han Yang's behavior of turning his back on benefits, nodded, and walked away. Zhang Jing, who was beside him, wanted to say something but hesitated, feeling that his worldview of nearly 100 years had been overturned by these two juniors. In just a few words, one had given away an exceptional low-grade spiritual weapon, while the other impatiently waved him off. Is this how young people do things nowadays? After leaving the Sorrow Cliff, Zhang Jing could not help but say, Wuyo, this Han Yang. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Wuyo shook his head with an unusual expression, indeed formidable. He broke through again in just 2 days? With such talent, even the so-called heavenly genius Li Xuanyu is nothing compared to him. Uncle, you don't need to worry. In the stone cave prison, Han Yang sat cross-legged, resting the Snow Deceit blade across his knees, feeling the coldness radiating from the blade. This blade is undoubtedly stronger than the Tianke sword. Zhang Wuyo did not lie. This spiritual weapon treasure blade is comparable to a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Using his previous world's method of identifying weapons, Han Yang infused the power of the stars into the blade and could clearly feel the fine cracks on the blade. This is a damaged weapon. It had been heavily injured by other weapons before. Despite this, it still maintained the status of a low-grade spiritual weapon, indicating that its rank was quite high before its damage. Even if it is not a top-grade spiritual weapon, it is still an exceptional mid-grade spiritual weapon. In this regard, Zhang Wuyo indeed underestimated it. To be able to obtain such a divine weapon, Zhang Wuyo is certainly not as simple as just the third young master of the Zhang family. Han Yang muttered to himself, his gaze directed towards the cave entrance. There, a faint, almost inaudible sound of footsteps was approaching from afar. The Lee family is quite bold to dare to attack me within the sect. Just right. Tonight, I will take their lives to offer to my blade. Han Yang suddenly stood up, holding the blade. After about 3 to 5 breaths, a figure appeared at the entrance of the stone cave. The newcomer was dressed in black, wearing a black fox mask, and was unmistakably a killer from the Four Seasons Tower. Upon seeing the broken prison door and the standing Han Yang with a blade, the Four Seasons Tower killer was momentarily stunned. Then, with a flash of cold light in his hand, he ruthlessly stabbed towards Han Yang's face. All the bones in his body emitted cracking, sounds like popping beans, as 64 bones lit up simultaneously. 7th layer bone refinement. Chapter 60. Those who block me shall die. 7th layer bone refinement in the outer realm is a powerful guardian. Even in a small city like Luo City, no major family has a 7th layer bone refinement warrior. Only the Four Seasons Tower can afford to use a 7th layer bone refinement warrior as an assassin to kill themselves. The assassin, at the moment of attack, almost envision Han Yang being pierced through the head, collapsing to the ground. He had that confidence. A 3rd layer bone refinement warrior, even if at the golden bone stage, could not withstand this sword strike. Clang. However, just as the Four Seasons Tower assassin's sword was about to fall, a dragon's roar echoed. The snow deceit blade, which had been dormant for countless years, was drawn once again. In the flickering starlight, Han Yang's blade struck first, drawing a chilling gray line that directly cut across the assassin's neck. Blood sprayed up. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. A 5th layer bone refinement. Or still the same golden bone. How is this possible? According to intelligence, Han Yang was on the Sky Ascension stairs, having completed the 3rd level of bone forging just a day ago. How did he suddenly advance to the 5th level of bone forging? Puffed. Blood sprayed, and the head of the Seasons Tower assassin flew up, all doubts instantly turning to ashes. It truly is a good knife. The Qishua knife, with its snow-white blade, remained untainted by a single drop of blood, still flawless. Han Yang laughed heartily as he stepped out of the prison, like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. As he passed by the head of the Seasons Tower assassin, he casually picked it up in his hand. Since he had secured his spot in the Yanyu Valley, there was no need to be cooped up in the small Yuan Gate any longer. Today, whoever dared to obstruct him would die. Howl! Oh, kill, kill, kill. The stench of blood stimulated the prisoners in the other cells of the Regret Cliff, causing them to cry out like 100 demons on a night march. Outside the Regret Cliff, the previous bone forging 7th level warrior stood up in shock. What is going on? What are these bastards yelling about? Before he could finish his sentence, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat, because he saw Han Yang in a white robe. And Han Yang was holding the head of the Seasons Tower assassin. Stop! Block him! The bone forging 7th level guard warrior issued an order, and immediately, 7 or 8 similarly dressed black-robed warriors sprang out, the weakest among them being at the 6th level of bone forging. Upon seeing Han Yang, everyone's expression changed. How dare he break out of the Regret Cliff? This kid must be the first in 1,000 years. Presumptuous. How dare he escape the prison and not surrender? The 7 or 8 warriors drew their weapons and surrounded Han Yang. The leading bone forging 7th level warrior's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he swung his sword, shouting, "Criminal Han Yang attempted to escape from prison while committing murder. He can be killed without mercy." Han Yang's name as the 6th on the Sky Ascension list was quite renowned, and the other guarding disciples hesitated slightly. After all, he was a top genius on the overall list, and who knows when he might be pardoned and released from prison. If they were to kill him, it might not end well. Han Yang said lightly, "This is a private matter between me and the Lee family. Anyone who stands in my way will die." As soon as his voice fell, Han Yang, holding the head in one hand and the knife in the other, shot towards the leading bone, forging 7th level warrior like an arrow released from its bow. The Regret Cliff is a crucial area of the Yuan Gate. Without this person's inside help, the Seasons Tower assassins would not have been able to infiltrate. This person must die. Arrogant. The bone forging 7th level warrior was furious, his eyes flashing with madness, and he thrust his sword like thunder. What if he was a top genius on the overall list? A dead genius is no longer a genius. Clang. The sound of the knife echoed through the night sky. The Chishui knife left a white arc in the air. At the other end of the arc was the neck of the bone-forging 7th level warrior. Bone-forging 5th level. The bone-forging 7th level warrior was shocked inside, not daring to be the slightest bit careless, and a jade-like glow flickered on his body. He was evidently a jade bone genius who had undergone rigorous training. In this martial arts selection, he could be compared to the likes of Yi Nantian, Yin Shan, and Shirley. Bang! The knife and sword clashed, producing a crisp sound. The bone-forging 7th level warrior was about to use the momentum to unleash the Yuan Gate's strongest sword technique to kill Han Yang when he suddenly heard a crack near his ear. The long sword in his hand actually broke in half. It was cut off by the strange, white long knife in Han Yang's hand. A spirit weapon? How is that possible? The bone-forging 7th level warrior widened his eyes in disbelief. Spirit weapons are incredibly precious. In any family, they are the treasures of the clan. Even the entire Yuan Gate has very few. But this son-in-law from the small city of Luo City actually possesses a spirit weapon. He was caught off guard, and by the time he thought to dodge, it was already too late. The Chishui knife cut through the long sword without any obstruction and struck down on the neck of the bone-forging 7th level warrior. Despite having strength comparable to an ordinary 8th level, he was defeated under the spirit weapon. Just one strike, even as the head flew off. The face of the opponent still bore a strong expression of unwillingness and resentment. Slap! Han Yang reached out with his left hand, grabbing his hair and lifting the warrior's head as well. His indifferent gaze then swept over the remaining 7 people. The surroundings had long fallen into dead silence. The remaining 7 warriors couldn't help but be as quiet as cicadas in winter, exchanging glances. The bone-forging 7th level warrior that Han Yang had killed was no nameless figure. This person was a second-grade genius from 18 years ago, and he had refined himself into jade bone atop the Sky Ascension stairs. Even a typical bone-forging 8th level warrior would not be his match. Yet such a strong warrior was actually slain by Han Yang with a single knife strike. At the moment Han Yang's gaze swept over, these warriors instinctively took a step back. Without looking back, Han Yang stepped outside. The remaining 7 didn't dare to stop him. Hurry, go notify the law enforcement hall. There's been an incident. Only after Han Yang had walked away step by step did they start to shout loudly, each rushing back towards the sect. No, wait. Suddenly, someone rushed out a few steps, but then stopped, one of them pointing at Han Yang's back and saying in shock, He's not heading to the sect, but to the back mountain cave? The other warriors were even more shocked. Remembering what Han Yang had just said, everyone's hearts trembled. No way. Han Yang, is he really going to the back mountain cave to confront the mad tiger of the Li family? Thinking of this possibility, they all shivered. It seems that tonight, something earth-shattering is indeed going to happen. Holding 2 heads in his hands, Han Yang walked towards the back mountain cave. Soon, the guarding disciples of the law enforcement hall were alerted. Stop! 2 bone-forging 4th level disciples were about to step forward to block him when they saw the blood-dripping heads in his hands, and their tongues trembled, unable to say a complete sentence. Han Yang smiled slightly and nodded. Just in time, Tape had found a mad tiger, Liang. The 2 bone-forging 4th level disciples had only joined the sect last year and had never seen such a scene. They were already so frightened that their bodies stiffened and couldn't move. Han Yang kicked one of them, causing him to stumble. Just as he barely steadied himself, he suddenly felt something hot in his arms. Looking down, he found a fiery red fruit. The fire element fruit is yours. Take me there. The disciple originally wanted to cry, but had no tears. Even if it was a spirit medicine, it was too hot to handle, and he didn't dare to take it. However, upon seeing the 16 golden bones shining on Han Yang's body, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He could only nod obediently, lower his head, and lead the way in front. What did you say? Within the inner sect of the Yuan Gate, the law enforcement hall, Elder Gu, dressed in his robes, looked at the disciple who woke him from his sleep in disbelief. The disciple's face was pale, trembling as he said, Han Yang killed Jiang Ke and broke out of the regret cliff. And now he is heading straight for the lair of the mad tiger, Liang, holding 2 heads. Chapter 61. Let Liang come out to die back mountain. The cave of the mad tiger, Liang. The old steward, Uncle O, paced back and forth, slightly anxious. He was waiting for news. Waiting for the news that Han Yang had been killed. Han Yang was imprisoned in the Regret Cliff, with almost no power to resist. The Season's Tower assassins would surely succeed in one strike. If he could eliminate this hidden danger for the young master, he would be able to sleep soundly in the future. But for some reason, Uncle O felt a sense of unease in his heart, his emotions restless. It won't happen. There will definitely be no accidents. That brat is only at the 3rd level of bone forging. Even if he manages to forge himself into golden bones, he won't be a match for the bone-forging 7th level assassin from the Season's Tower. Uncle O murmured to himself, unsure if he was speaking to someone else or comforting himself. Suddenly, he heard a movement, and his footsteps abruptly stopped as he looked towards the door. In the next moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Uncle O, a disciple from the Yuan Gate, who came from a Li family, rushed into the room in a panic. Han Yang. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't he explain what was happening? Clang! In the next moment, the sound of a knife ringing out echoed through the night sky, already explaining everything for him. Han Yang has arrived. Uncle O's figure flashed, and he dashed out of the room. Not far from the entrance of the cave dwelling, Han Yang, dressed in a white robe and untainted by blood, held in his hand a bloody human head, 4 in total. At his feet lay the headless corpses of 2 disciples from the Li family. Obai felt a chill in his heart. Those 2 disciples, one at the 5th level of bone refinement and the other at the 6th, had been silently slain by Han Yang? How strong could this kid be? Let Li Ying come out to die. Han Yang casually tossed the 4 heads, which flew and landed in front of Obai. Upon seeing one of the heads still covered by a mask, Obai's pupils suddenly constricted. A killer from the 4 Seasons Pavilion? A 7th level bone refinement killer had actually died at Han Yang's hands just like that. He took a deep breath. The next moment, when he realized that Han Yang was all alone, the seriousness on Obai's face abruptly turned into mockery. You little beast. You refuse the path to heaven and instead choose to barge into hell. You're just here to deliver yourself to death. Ha ha ha. By the end, Obai laughed heartily. Before his laughter faded, his body shook, a thunderous sound erupted, and his muscles and bones resonated, revealing him to be a peak 7th level bone refinement master who had refined over 100 bones. As one progresses in the bone refinement realm, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced. The 2nd level is merely 1 bone more than the 1st. The 7th level, however, encompasses a vast gap from 64 to 127 bones. A peak 7th level bone refinement master could easily obliterate someone just entering that realm. The 4 Seasons Pavilion killer, who had only refined 64 bones, could not withstand a single strike from Obai. Han Yang was known as a genius, and Obai originally didn't dare to personally kill him. But who would have thought he would have the audacity to come here alone, trespassing into a cave dwelling with ill intentions and killing publicly? How could he blame himself for slaying him? Oh, it seems that to kill the tiger, I must first deal with you, the dog that aids him. Holding the Chishua blade, Han Yang had a wisp of blood swirling on its blade. After consecutively killing 4 people, 2 of whom were at the 7th level of bone refinement, the 4-symbol seal on the Chishua blade had already gained 8 parts of its power. Unaware of your impending doom, Obai stepped down with his left foot, and with a roaring sound, the stones beneath him exploded, sending countless fragments like arrows shooting towards Han Yang. At the same time, his right fist struck out like a dragon, unleashing a sonic boom aimed at Han Yang's face. It was one of the supreme techniques of the Yuan men, the Yuan Do 13 styles. This man's fist technique was clearly honed over many years, far superior to the sword and knife techniques of people like Shimin Sheng. Facing the incoming punches from all directions, Han Yang, holding his blade, did not hesitate to activate the 4-symbol seal blade, launching the white tiger kill. The blade emitted a dazzling bloodlight. Red and white, illuminated by the night, formed a magnificent blade glow. The dragon comes with the clouds. The tiger comes with the wind. The white tiger kill of the 4-symbol seal blade was astonishingly fast, beyond imagination. Even though Obai had long anticipated Han Yang's power, he was caught off guard by this strike. Bang bang. With 2 crisp sounds, the sleeves of his robe burst open. and the gold and iron gauntlets on his arms were shredded into pieces by the blade. Blood flowed down his arms. Is that a spiritual weapon? Obai's pupils contracted sharply. He no longer dared to confront Han Yang directly, but instead utilized a nimble movement technique, beginning to maneuver around him. He wanted to wait for Li Ying to break through and join him. Unfortunately, Han Yang would not let him succeed. The 16 golden bones on his arms shone brightly, and at the same time, a violent star power surged through his 5 major acupoints. In an instant, he gathered all his strength into a single strike. The heaven-shattering blade. On the steps to heaven, Yin Tie's deeply regretful strike was unleashed by Han Yang. You want to dodge? I will meet you head-on. The mournful blade light was like a weeping lament. Obai, who was moving around, suddenly felt a buzzing in his head, and his entire body stiffened. Blade intent. Obai immediately realized he had been hit, but it was already too late to defend. Han Yang's blade intent was so swift that he could not withstand it at all. His fist wind melted like ice and snow upon colliding with Han Yang's blade intent. Yuan Do, Obai shouted angrily, intending to shatter the blade intent of the heaven-shattering blade with his unmatched fist power, but Han Yang's blade edge had already descended. In his pupils, there was only the eerie white color of the Qishua blade. The power of his bones erupted to its peak as Obai attempted to block this earth-shattering strike with his arms. But how could flesh and blood compare to a spiritual weapon? Plop! His arms broke with a sound, and the blade edge, sharp as ever, sliced down from Obai's neck, drawing a fierce stream of blood. Blood gushed from Obai's mouth, and disbelief filled his eyes. In just 2 days since entering, he had slain a peak 7th-level bone refinement master with a blade. Was Han Yang's strength even more monstrous than that of the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu? My young master will surely take your life. The vitality of a peak 7th-level bone refinement warrior was indeed formidable. After having his throat cut, he could still exert his energy to roar out his last words. Today, I came to kill him. Han Yang did not even lift his head and continued to step forward. Behind him, Obai's eyes widened in anger, his lifeless body crashing to the ground. You. The Li family disciple who had previously informed Obai was already terrified to the point of being dumbstruck. Obai was a peak 7th-level bone refinement master. Even an ordinary bone refinement master could suppress a region's power. If it were not for serving the mad tiger Li Ying, the strength of Obai would have commanded respect even from a city lord and the guarding general of Taichung. But now this master, one of the 3 strongest in the Li family, had been slain by Han Yang in just 2 strikes. The disciple trembled in fear, unable to even move to escape. Where is the mad tiger Li Ying? Let him come out to see me. Han Yang's indifferent gaze swept over him like a knife. The latter's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, stammering, "Young Master Han, he's not in the cave dwelling." Han Yang's eyes turned cold. Not in? The Li family disciple was so frightened he nearly lost control of his bladder, hurriedly shouting, "The young master is openly in seclusion, but secretly went to the Yin Valley ruins. I'm not lying. Please don't kill me." This person was completely terrified by Han Yang. He went to the Yin Valley? Fine. He will die sooner or later. I'll let you live a few more days. Han Yang sheathed his blade, preparing to descend the mountain and head to the Yin Valley. At that moment, a sharp sound of breaking air came from the sky. 3 figures, agile as monkeys, leaped down from the cliff. Despicable scum. Han Yang, D. The leader was Elder Gu from the law enforcement hall, his face filled with fury. At this moment, Elder Gu's robes billowed, his aura surged, and all the power in his bones was activated, shining like the bright moon, his anger even more formidable than thunder. Chapter 62. I've long been displeased with you. Old man. Elder Gu had always been stubborn and obstinate. Coupled with his preconceived notions, he believed Han Yang was arrogant and eccentric. Now that Han Yang had emerged from the cliff of reflection and slain the peak 7th-level bone refinement master Yunzi, it ignited his furious wrath. He would strike without mercy. Even if he did not cripple Han Yang, he would give him a profound lesson. A peak bone refinement master strikes with extreme dominance. With a single palm, the surrounding air would explode, bursting into a fiery lotus. The supreme technique of Yuan Min, Yuan Do, 13 styles. In the hands of peak bone refinement Elder Gu, it was entirely different from how Obai had used it. It was like two completely different techniques. Elder Gu's palm seemed capable of enveloping the heavens and earth within it. Stop! In the distance, the deputy sect master Tianji rushed over like the wind, seeing that Elder Gu was actually attacking Han Yang, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. The distance was too far. He could not reach in time to assist. He could only watch helplessly as Elder Gu's earth-shattering palm descended. Stubborn and obstinate, unable to distinguish right from wrong, I have long been displeased with you, old man. Take this. A glint of sharpness flashed in Han Yang's eyes. He drew his sword and performed an initial stance. For symbol spell Seal Blade, White Tiger Kill. In the next moment, within Han Yang's body, 16 golden bones radiated light as bright as the sun, with the 5 major acupoints, Huiyin, Yutong, Zijing, Huagai, Tintu, starlight swirling. His essence, energy, and spirit reached an unprecedented peak. The sword in his hand, the Qishue blade, carved a chilling arc slash. In the eyes of Elder Gu, there was a cold and disdainful gaze. He had intended to use his palm to teach this arrogant and ignorant junior what hierarchy and rules were. However, at the moment Han Yang made his slash, his expression changed drastically. So fierce, this slash possessed an unmatched power, as if an ancient ferocious beast, the white tiger, was pouncing towards him, making Elder Gu feel small for the first time before a junior at the 5th level of bone forging. The palm wrapped in the radiance of bone forging collided violently with a white tiger kill. Crack! The sound of gold foil breaking rang out, and Elder Gu felt a chill in his sleeve. It had actually been slashed open with a long gash. Blood flowed down his torn clothing. Han Yang's slash left a scar on his arm. Although not deep, it was a genuine injury. How could this be? Elder Gu's expression was bewildered. He was at the peak of bone forging. Even if he was just an ordinary bone forging practitioner, he had forged a total of 206 bones. Yet now, he was injured by a junior at the 5th level of bone forging. Is this child really that defiant? Boom! Elder Gu's sharp palm force was torn apart by the white tiger kill, brushing past Han Yang's body on both sides. All the stone tables, chairs, and stools behind Han Yang were shattered by that overwhelming palm. Only Han Yang remained proudly standing there. He was merely brushed by the palm's force, his clothing rustling. Outside the cave, there was a dead silence. The 2 enforcers from the law enforcement hall who had followed Elder Gu stared in shock at Han Yang, who stood with his sword as if witnessing a miracle. Not only did he withstand a strike from Elder Gu, the peak of bone forging, but he also managed to injure Elder Gu's arm. Such combat power, even 3 years ago, the wine-sword immortal Li Xuanyu could not achieve. Yuan Min, a dragon is about to emerge. Even Tianji, who rushed over like the wind, gaped in disbelief. He was the #1 swordsman of Yuan Min and naturally understood how terrifying Han Yang's slash was. Unfortunately, Han Yang was only at the 5th level of bone forging now. If he were to strengthen by 1 or 2 small realms, this slash could even kill Elder Gu, the peak of bone forging, on the spot. Han Yang's slash was already nearly reaching the Tao. You junior. Elder Gu's face twitched, his expression dark, as if about to drip water. He prepared to strike again. Being injured by a junior at the 5th level of bone forging, who had just entered the door a few days ago, severely wounded his pride. For decades, the authority he had accumulated while punishing disciples was completely shattered by this slash. Although this slash could not kill Elder Gu, it had extinguished his dignity and cut off his dominance. An elder injured by a junior at the 5th level of bone forging. What face did he have to enforce the law strictly in front of other disciples? Instinctively, Elder Gu felt an impulse to disregard the consequences and kill Han Yang. Gu Song, that's enough. A gust of wind swept up beside him, and the deputy sect master Tian Ji finally arrived. Without hesitation, he stood in front of Han Yang, coldly shouting, "As a peak elder of bone forging, you actually strike at a newly admitted disciple. Is this the rule of your law enforcement hall?" Even though Han Yang has not yet become his disciple, such a talent in swordsmanship must be protected. It can be said that he is the hope for Yuanmin's rise in the next 20 years. Elder Gu angrily retorted, "Deputy Sect Master Tian, this little beast rebelled against the thinking cliff and killed the guard Jiang Ke and the outer sect enforcer, Oyunzi. His crimes are unforgivable." Are you going to protect him? Tianji, with a dark face, replied, Goose Song. Which eye of yours saw Han Yang rebel against the Thinking Cliff? He is going to the Yin Valley for trials in my name. What? Elder Gu felt a fiery pain on his old face. Just yesterday, he had imprisoned Han Yang at the Thinking Cliff, and today, Tianji used his authority as deputy sect master to send Han Yang to the Yin Valley for trials. This was a slap in the face to the law enforcement hall. A slap in the face to Gu Song. Even so, he still committed a heavy crime by recklessly killing his fellow sect members, not daring to confront the deputy sect master, who was a powerful figure. Elder Gu could only cling to Han Yang. Han Yang, on the side, said lightly, Yunzi colluding with Jiang Ke at the Thinking Cliff, conspired with the Four Seasons building assassins to assassinate the top-ranked talents within the Thinking Cliff. Elder Gu, you ignored all this and instead cling to me? May I ask, are you the elder of the law enforcement hall of Yuan Men, or a dog of the Leaf family? You. Elder Gu's face turned red. Colluding with the great clans of the 9 cities in Yuan Men was not a crime, but it would certainly bring disgrace. Han Yang's words nearly nailed him to the pillar of shame. It was only then that he noticed one of the 4 heads on the ground was actually that of an assassin from the Four Seasons building wearing a mask. Colluding with the Four Seasons building to assassinate ranked talents within Yuan Men was definitely not a trivial matter. Not to mention, Han Yang was ordered to leave the Thinking Cliff, not escaping on his own. For a moment, Elder Gu felt stuck, unable to move or act. Tianji didn't bother with Gu Song any longer, but looked intently at Han Yang and said, Han kid, if you become my disciple, I will give you all my wealth accumulated over 300 years to help you increase your strength. Within 10 years, no, within 5 years. I will even use spirit herbs to help you reach the peak of bone forging. How about that? Han Yang's talent in the sword path made him want to take him as a disciple again. Such a prodigy should not be left unclaimed, or it would bring divine punishment. Han Yang clasped his hands and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Deputy Sect Master. But I have already made an agreement with a Wine Sword Immortal, so I can only disappoint your good intentions. With 9 lives reborn, how could Han Yang want another master to weigh him down? Hearing the name of the Wine Sword Immortal, Tianji showed a helpless expression and sighed. A gentleman seeks a beautiful woman. I understand. Heroes struggle before beauty. After all, Tianji is a rough man, not as charming as the Wine Sword Immortal Xuanyu. Tianji never expected that one day he would be defeated by a woman's beauty. Just as Tianji was about to persuade him again, Han Yang suddenly had a thought and clasped his hands. Time is of the essence. I must rush to the Yin Valley, so I will take my leave. After saying that, without waiting for Deputy Sect Master Tianji to speak again, he disappeared into the night without looking back. Elder Gu was about to move when he was coldly glared at by Tianji and could only stand there begrudgingly. After a few breaths, another figure suddenly appeared before the cave. Where is that boy who caused trouble? Let him return to the Thinking Cliff and temper his temperament. The newcomer was none other than the sect master of Yuan Men, Yuan Tong. Upon hearing this figure, Tianji's heart skipped a beat. Han Yang had run away so quickly. Could it be that he sensed the sect master would catch him and bring him back to the Thinking Cliff? If that were the case, that boy was too eerie. Chapter 63, New and Tender Han Yang. The Yin Valley is located at the edge of the Beast Forest. 2 days' journey from Yuanmin's Mountain Gate. High-level beasts often appear in the valley. Even a 7th-level bone forging warrior must travel in pairs to dare venture deep. However, Han Yang, skilled and bold, left Yuan Men and headed straight for the Yin Valley alone. The beasts he encountered along the way all became his victims. After breaking through 2 realms at the Thinking Cliff, he had faintly sensed some instability in his aura. On the way, he happened to practice against the demon beasts to stabilize his realm. By the time he arrived at Yin Valley 2 days later, not only was his realm polished, but even the snow-white blade of the Qishua knife had been covered with a layer of blood. The 4 symbols sealing blade and the mark of the white tiger kill had become clearer than ever before. Han Yang estimated that if he were to face Elder Gu again, this strike would not merely cut through his skin, it could definitely sever an arm. The 4 symbols sealing blade, especially the white tiger kill, was a technique of battlefield slaughter. The more one killed, the stronger one became. Now, the killing power sealed within this knife technique was no weaker than a peak strike at the bone forging realm. Although it was just one strike, as long as no great power intervened, Han Yang felt confident in his self-protection. Stop! Just as his figure approached Yinyu Valley, a group of people surrounded him and blocked his way. The leader had a peak cultivation of the 7th level of bone forging, and the other 5 were all at the 6th level, wearing the attire of the Yuan sect. Han Yang casually took out a token and raised it in front of them. An elite token? A little brat at the 5th level of bone forging actually has an elite token to enter Yinyu Valley? Kid, who is your master? The leading warrior glanced at the token, looking at Han Yang with great surprise. With the ruins of Yinyu Valley emerging, an ordinary 7th level bone forging like him could only act as a guard on the outskirts. Only those with core discipleships, such as Jade Bone and Golden Bone, had the qualifications to enter the valley. However, those people were all above the 6th level of bone forging. A 5th level like Han Yang was definitely the first. Han Yang merely glanced at him indifferently and did not answer his question. The man's expression turned awkward, and he handed a map to Han Yang, saying, "Brother, well, with your cultivation, you might just fall if you go in. Do you really think the ruins are a good place? All right, since you have an elite token, we can't stop you. This is the map to the temporary headquarters. You need to go there to receive a mission in order to enter the ruins." After finishing, he directly led his people away, clearly unable to bear the cold aura radiating from Han Yang. After casually glancing at the map, Han Yang jumped into Yinyu Valley. According to the map he had just seen, he headed straight for the ruins, not taking that man's words seriously at all. Inside Yinyu Valley, ancient trees towered into the sky. Even during the day, under the vast canopy, only scattered sunlight could reach the ground. The overall environment seemed somewhat eerie and cold. Not long after entering the interior of Yinyu Valley, he could smell the rotting stench coming toward him. However, it was very strange that there were no sounds of insects or birds in the woods, let alone any demon beasts. It was as if there were no signs of life in Yinyu Valley at all. Boom! Kill! Surround it! Don't let it escape. After running for several dozen miles, Han Yang suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle. He paused his steps and turned towards the direction of the noise. Approaching the battlefield, Han Yang leaped onto an ancient tree to observe the situation below. On a small hillside, 3 warriors dressed in Yuan sect attire were surrounding a tall figure in combat. Han Yang noticed that the person being attacked was stocky, comparable to the stone Gantang who had once attempted to ambush him. No, that's not a human. Upon looking closely, he detected something unusual. The large man in the center looked just like an ordinary person, but his body was stiff, devoid of color, exuding a foul stench of decay. He could not speak and could only emit beast-like roars. His eyes were blood red, seemingly devoid of reason. This is a zombie. Having experienced countless strange creatures in his 9 lives, Han Yang recognized zombies as one of the most peculiar types. Zombies, born from the resentment and misfortune of heaven and earth, are neither old nor dead, and they exist in the world, fueled by resentment and feasting on blood, venting their endless loneliness with the fresh blood of living beings. However, according to common sense, this small world lacked sufficient spiritual energy to give rise to such a formidable creature. So that's how it is. It doesn't quite count as a zombie. It's at most a wandering corpse, something between a corpse and a zombie. Observing for a moment, Han Yang noticed a clue. This kind of monster was much weaker than the invulnerable zombies, lacking the ability to jump out of the 3 realms and not being bound by the 5 elements. However, even this weakened version of a zombie was not something 3 Yuan sect disciples could handle. In just a moment, the 3 6th level bone forging Yuan sect disciples had all sustained injuries and fallen below. Thinking that he needed to extract some information about the ruins from the mouths of the remaining people, Han Yang drew out the Tianke knife and leaped down from the treetop. Slash! 16 golden bones shone brightly as Han Yang swung the knife, resembling a battle god. Clang! The Tianke knife struck heavily against the wandering corpse's arm, producing a metallic clash. The wandering corpse staggered back 7 or 8 steps, emitting an angry roar. A good opportunity. Go! The 3 Yuan sect disciples took a breath, each wielding their weapons and charging forward, cooperating with Han Yang. They were surrounded by a flickering silver light. Clearly all geniuses who had condensed jade bones. The four of them joined forces and, after several breaths, finally severed the wandering corpse's head and killed it. Only then did the three Yuan sect disciples calm down, and the leading female warrior clasped her hands, saying, "Thank you for your help, junior brother. Otherwise, the three of us would have likely died at the hands of this copper corpse." Han Yang replied politely, "No need for such courtesy among fellow disciples." The female warrior looked at Han Yang with a hint of doubt, surprised. "I am the core disciple Lu Ran. You look very unfamiliar. I don't know whose personal disciple you are. To forge golden bones on the ascending steps, you must be a personal disciple without a doubt. However, there are only about 10 or 20 personal disciples in the Yuan sect, and Lu Ran has never seen this person before." Han Yang smiled slightly, revealing the token granted by Tianji, pulling on the tiger skin of Deputy Sect Master Tian. Lu Ran immediately became solemn and respectful, clasping her hands. "So you are under Deputy Sect Master Tian." The others also showed much more respect toward Han Yang. A person's name carries weight, and Tianji was not only the Deputy Sect Master and a great power, but also the #1 in Yuan Sect's knife techniques, naturally earning the respect of disciples. With a life-saving grace, combined with Tianji's personal disciple status, Lu Ran and the others had no guard against Han Yang. His questions were met with openness and thoroughness. Inside Yinyu Valley, wandering corpses are rampant. The senior members of the sect have classified them into 4 levels: gold, silver, copper, and iron. What we just killed was a copper corpse, not weaker than an ordinary 7th or 8th level of bone forging, especially with particularly impressive defensive capabilities. "We really need to thank you for your help, junior brother." After introducing, Lu Ran thanked Han Yang once again for saving their lives. "When I entered the valley, I heard that I could receive tasks at the temporary headquarters. I wonder what kind of tasks are available." Han Yang was pleased to extract useful information from these naive young people. Upon mentioning this, anger appeared on the faces of Lu Ran and the others, as if they were filled with rage. Lu Ran said angrily, "It's those bastards from the Burning Heaven sect. They somehow found out about the emergence of the ruins and infiltrated Yinyu Valley, trying to seize the treasures of the ruins." Burning Heaven sect? This was a name Han Yang was somewhat unfamiliar with. Lu Ran looked at him in surprise, astonished that such a powerful personal disciple was unaware of such basic knowledge. The Burning Heaven sect, like our Yuan sect, is one of the 8 sects of Nanyang, but they have always had a poor relationship, often battling and causing mutual harm. In Nanyang Prefecture, there are a total of 8 major sects, with Yuan sect considered one of the 3 strongest sections. The Burning Heaven sect's strength surpasses that of Yuan sect, making it the largest sect in Nanyang Prefecture. Of course, the Yuan sect disciples would never admit to this. It can even be said that if it weren't for the prestige of the Yuan sect suppressing them, the Yuan sect would have been wiped out by the Burning Heaven sect 300 years ago. Even though the Burning Heaven sect hasn't engaged in many battles with the Yuan sect, due to the deterrence of the upper sect, they have still been in conflict. This time, when the Yinyu Valley discovered ruins, they pounced on it like cats smelling blood. In recent days, the Yuan sect's powerful practitioners have all taken action, and battles at the elder level have been continuous. Perhaps to avoid causing internal turmoil within the Yuan sect, the news has not returned to the sect. No wonder Han Yang found it strange earlier. How could the 3 of them, who were second-grade geniuses with jade bones, not have a guardian? Almost falling to the hands of the copper corpse? It turns out that most of the Yuan sect's strength has been drawn away by the Burning Heaven sect. Our mission is to hunt down the Burning Heaven sect warriors who infiltrated the Yinyu Valley. Infiltrated? Don't be afraid of laughing at me, junior brother. It's no longer called infiltration. It's outright entering and breaking in. After chatting for a while, Han Yang gained a deeper understanding of the Yuan sect situation in the Yinyu Valley. He originally thought this mysterious valley was under the control of the Yuan sect, but he didn't expect such twists and turns. When the 4 of them arrived at the temporary headquarters built in the valley, Han Yang truly realized the seriousness of the situation. Outside the wooden house built on the hillside, 7 stretchers lay, with Yuan sect disciples covered in blood. The few disciples sitting or standing around looked pale and unstable, clearly having just finished a fierce battle. Elder Mu, let me go kill that beast, Xiao Xian. Before the four could enter the wooden house, they heard someone inside screaming in a fit of rage, filled with brutality. Jiang Yunjian, stop causing trouble for me. Your task is to kill Duan Muqing. His threat is greater than Xiao Xian's. Are you going to just sit back and watch that beast continuously kill our junior brothers and sisters? Once in the Yinyu Valley, each should take care of their own destiny. If they can't match up to Xiao Xian, that's their own lack of skill. The argument only stopped when Han Yang and the others entered the wooden house. Elder Mu looked at Lu Ran and the others, his expression slightly easing, and asked, "You're back at this time. The mission is complete, right?" Lu Ran nodded and took out 2 red tokens, placing them in front of Elder Mu. A smile finally appeared on Elder Mu's face. Good. Being able to ambush Feng Hui and Yao Xinyue can be considered avenging Hao Ming and the others. Each of you will receive 4 points, and you can go rest now. Lu Ran nodded and said to Han Yang as he passed by, "We'll go rest and adjust for a bit and gather again tomorrow." Han Yang smiled and returned the gesture. You're a new disciple in the valley? How come you're only at the 5th level of bone forging? What is wrong with the sect? Who is your master? You look so unfamiliar." Elder Mu looked at Han Yang in surprise. Han Yang handed over the token given by Tianji again. "Deputy Sect Master Tian? Nonsense." Elder Mu frowned, clearly taken aback that someone would dare say a powerful practitioner was acting foolishly. "Elder Mu, I want to enter the ruins. I don't want to stay in this place with such heavy malice. Let us get straight to the point." "Enter the ruins?" Elder Mu laughed in anger. "You're just a 5th level bone forger. Here, you're bottom tier. It will be lucky to keep your life. And you still want to enter the ruins?" Han Yang, shaking his head, directly activated his skeletal power. A layer of golden light flickered. At this moment, revealing his strength was much easier than wasting breath to gain trust. Golden bones? Not only Elder Mu, but even Jiang Yunjian, who had previously shouted at Elder Mu, looked at Han Yang in surprise. Golden bones indicated a personal disciple status, but Han Yang looked clearly unfamiliar, not someone from the personal disciples. "Elder Mu, can you answer my question now? What must I do to enter the ruins?" Han Yang looked at Elder Mu as he retracted the golden light. Elder Mu took the token from Han Yang's hand, flipping it over and over, finding it didn't seem fake, his expression becoming somewhat strange. "You want to enter the ruins?" Simple. But before he could speak, Jiang Yunjian suddenly interjected, "Kill that 1st-grade genius Xiao Xian from the Burning Heaven sect, and I guarantee you can enter the ruins." Jiang Yunjian, shut up. Really? Elder Mu and Han Yang spoke simultaneously, their words completely opposite. Elder Mu looked at Han Yang helplessly, shaking his head. Xiao Xian entered the sect 2 years ago, and although he is also at the 5th level of bone forging now, he is already not far from the 6th level. Moreover, he is also a golden bone. It was evident he didn't believe Han Yang could kill Xiao Xian. Han Yang didn't bother asking why the Burning Heaven sect would allow a 1st-grade genius to take risks in the Yinyu Valley. He directly asked, "You just need to tell me, if I kill Xiao Xian, will that allow me to enter the ruins?" Elder Mu shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yunjian. It was this bastard who actually urged others to kill Xiao Xian. Jiang Yunjian, however, smiled nonchalantly. Geniuses are forged through killing, not protected. Flowers in a greenhouse will never become talents. The Burning Heaven sect understands this. So they are willing to let Xiao Xian take risks. Why can't you, Elder Mu, understand that? This left Elder Mu silent. Jiang Yunjian's point about killing talent was indeed correct. But what if this person before him wasn't Xiao Xian's opponent? Han Yang chuckled and nodded. "All right. I'll take this task. Give me information about Xiao Xian." "No way. I can't let you take risks. Every golden bone personal disciple is a seed for the sect's rise. I can't let you die for nothing." Elder Mu refused outright without a second thought. Even if he was already persuaded by Jiang Yunjian in his heart, he wouldn't let Han Yang take the risk. Even if they were to go, they had to wait for the Guardian to return. At this time, to hunt down Xiao Xian was a life-and-death gamble. Han Yang directly bypassed Elder Mu and said to Jiang Yunjian, "Senior brother Jiang, you have information about Xiao Xian, right?" "Of course." Jiang Yunjian but Han Yang's soldier Heafili. "Good kid, if you can come back alive, you'll be my brother Jiang Yunjian from now on." Han Yang was speechless. It seemed this guy also thought he was a match for that Xiao Xian. "You two are really reckless. Elder Mu sighed helplessly, feeling that he was indeed getting old, far less vigorous than the young people. In the Yin Valley on the hillside, a young man dressed in a bright red battle robe, smiling with a mocking expression, flicked the blood off the long sword in his hand and kicked aside the corpses of several Yin Valley disciples in front of him. "Old man, do you think that I've killed 9 waste disciples with jade bones? Will the Yuan sect fall for it?" The young man spoke to the empty forest as if to himself. Not long after, a cold voice came from the void. "Not enough. You need to kill at least 3 to 5 first-grade golden bone geniuses to possibly attract the Wine Sword Immortal." Chapter 65. Xiao Xian's head is mine. While Elder Mu was introducing information about Xiao Xian to Han Yang, a series of bad news came in. At 12:15 p.m., Xiao Xian killed Yuan Sect's second-grade golden bone genius Du Hua, 20 miles south of the Yin Valley. At 12:30 p.m., Xiao Xian killed Yuan Sect's first-grade golden bone genius Shen Yisan, 60 miles south of the Yin Valley. At 1 o'clock p.m., Xiao Xian killed Yuan Sect's second-grade golden bone genius Zhao Hong, 30 miles east of the Yin Valley. In less than an hour, 3 golden bone geniuses from the Yuan sect had died at the hands of Xiao Xian. When the news returned to the temporary headquarters, Elder Mu's face turned ashen, as if he had aged several decades in an instant. If Jiang Yinjian were still here, he would probably have rushed over without a second thought. The Burning Heaven sect is trying to cut off our Yuan sect's roots. Elder Mu's voice trembled, his fingers uncontrollably shaking slightly. Every martial selection, only 2 or 3 individuals could complete the golden bone refinement. These people were the future hope of the Yuan sect. But now, in just a short hour, 3 of them had been killed by Xiao Xian. Not to mention, one of them was a first-grade genius. For the Yuan sect, this was an unbearable loss. Han Yang's expression was calm as his eyes swept over the 3 corpses of the Yuan sect's talented disciples. With the insight of a battle god from his previous life, he quickly realized that Elder Mu and the others had misjudged Xiao Xian's strength. This was no mere 5th level of bone forging. It was clearly the 6th level, or perhaps even beyond. The 3 disciples of the Yuan sect had evidently been crushed to death by someone with overwhelming power, and the other injuries on their bodies were clearly inflicted post-mortem. Such a deceptive tactic could fool the people of the Yuan sect, but it could not deceive Han Yang. "Elder Mu, I will personally bring back Xiao Xian's head." Han Yang felt confident in his calculations and did not linger, stepping out of the wooden house. Watching Han Yang's retreating figure, Elder Mu hesitated, wanting to stop him but not knowing how to voice it. He couldn't just forcefully detain him. "Good luck, Deputy Sect Master Tian. I hope you capture a good disciple." 60 miles east of Yin Valley, Xiao Xian slowly withdrew his long sword from the chest of a Jade Bone Realm disciple of the Yuan sect. The Yuan sect genius before him, who had reached the 7th level of bone forging, unwillingly collapsed, disbelief still lingering in his eyes. Compared to Li Xianyu, I am now somewhat interested in the ruins of Yin Valley, which must be extraordinary to attract Yuan sect geniuses in such numbers. For Xiao Xian, killing a Jade Bone genius did not stir the slightest ripple in his heart. In his eyes, Jade Bone geniuses were not even appetizers. His target was to lure out the Wine Sword Immortal. In the ancient forest, where shadows danced, silence reigned. The person hiding in the dark seemed to have vanished. Boring. Shaking the blood off his long sword, Xiao Xian prepared to leave this place and continue hunting the first and second-rate golden bone geniuses of the Yuan sect. Only by killing golden bone geniuses could he bring pain to the Yuan sect and attract the elusive Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu, who had not acted alongside the main force of the Yuan sect. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached Xiao Xian's ears, causing the corner of his mouth to curve into a smile. "I have always hunted others. I never expected someone would dare to hunt me." With his derisive laughter, 4 figures emerged from the woods. 4 Jade Bone Realm geniuses of the Yuan sect at the 6th level of bone forging. Among them, the leader was a graceful woman. She raised her sword and shouted angrily, "Xiao Xian, today is your day to die." Xiao Xian glanced at them indifferently and chuckled. Has the Yuan sect's golden bone geniuses truly perished? You Jade Bone trash are here to deliver yourselves to death. The faces of the four Yuan sect geniuses turned ashen. They were all distinguished geniuses of the Jadebone realm, renowned wherever they went. But in Xiao Xian's words, they had become worthless fodder for death. This filled them with humiliation. However, they had no choice. At this moment, Xiao Xian had become a malevolent dragon in Yanyu Valley, causing chaos in the entire Yuan sect. Golden Bone realm geniuses were exceedingly rare. In Han Yang's cohort, there were only 4. In a decade of martial selection, there would be at most 30 to 40. If we exclude top-tier talents like Su Xiren and mid-stage talents like Jiang Yunjian, there were at most a dozen left. Yet now, Xiao Xian had single-handedly killed 3? How could the disciples of the Yuan sect accept this? The 4 women had teamed up specifically to hunt Xiao Xian down and avenge their fellow disciples. Xiao Xian, you have been in the sect for 2 years, while the Wine Sword Immortal has been in for 3. Why don't you compare yourself to her? The woman glared at Xiao Xian indignantly. These talented disciples usually had protectors by their side. They had never suffered such heavy losses. In recent days, Jadebone and even Golden Bone geniuses have been falling like they were worthless. Many Yuan sect geniuses were on the verge of collapsing mentally, losing their usual calm. I'm just waiting for Li Xianyu. The woman thought that by mentioning the Wine Sword Immortal, Xiao Xian would feel awe, but unexpectedly, he maintained an arrogant demeanor. You think I have time to waste talking to ants like you? Before the woman could say anything else, Xiao Xian had already made his move. 18 golden bones shimmered with brilliance, and his figure shot towards the 4 like an arrow. Activate the formation, the leading woman commanded, and the 4 instantly formed a formation. The woman held her spear as the center, the 2 men with knives formed the wings, and another man's sword became the scorpion's tail. As expected of the core geniuses of the Yuan sect, they unleashed a fierce, offensive right from the start. Their martial wills nearly fused, rising like smoke and causing the surrounding leaves to flutter. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. However, in the blink of an eye, the leading woman was sent flying, spitting blood. The 2 knife-wielding men also trembled in their arms, nearly unable to grip their weapons, their bodies retreating until they crashed into the ancient trees behind them. The swordsman, who acted as the scorpion's tail, met Xiao Xian's deadly blow. The latter's bones erupted with golden light once more. 25 golden bones shone brightly, and his long sword sliced through the air, directly knocking the Yuan sect swordsman's blade aside, with the tip of the sword like a venomous snake striking towards the disciple's throat. Peak 5th level. You have been hiding your strength. The remaining 3 genius disciples were furious but had no chance to save their comrade, only able to watch helplessly as the swordsman was about to be killed in one strike. Just then, a sharp blade, aura, descended from the sky like a celestial being. Clang! The blade aura struck Xiao Xian's long sword, deflecting his certain kill. Whoever I, Xiao Xian, want to kill, no one can save. Xiao Xian's eyes flashed with fierce light, and his arm twisted at an unbelievable angle, the sword's edge still aimed at the swordsman's neck. He was willing to take on the knife attack just to kill that disciple, demonstrating his decisiveness and ruthlessness. Likewise, whoever I, Han Yang, want to save, no one can kill. The blade turned, cold as ice. Heavenly Regret Blade. The piercing intent of the blade erupted in the void. Chapter 66. Invincible against invincible. Although Han Yang looked down on the Heavenly Regret Blade, he could not deny that the intent contained within it was incredibly powerful. The sentiment of regret within it could reach the souls of all warriors. Who has not experienced regret? Every person has regrets. Even a genius like Xiao Xian is no exception. In a moment, the Heavenly Regret Blade descended. A momentary daze appeared in Xiao Xian's eyes. If he had stepped into the pinnacle of martial arts earlier, his parents would not have died at the hands of the demon beasts, right? Regret, remorse, even guilt. But just as this thought arose, Xiao Xian quickly regained his senses, swinging his sword to sever the emotional ties, cutting away all the regrets in his heart. Interesting. Once again, golden bones flickered with brilliance on Xiao Xian's body. 40 golden bones. This Xiao Xian had clearly reached the 6th level of bone forging. And not just at the entry level. In 2 years, he had amassed nearly 40 golden bones. His talent in bone forging was even stronger than the renowned Su Xiren. As long as he does not fall, This child will surely become a gathering of energy in the future. Boom. Harnessing the terrifying power unleashed by the 40 golden bones. Xiao Xian narrowly shook off the heavenly regret blade. Sliding back into the air, he retreated 10 zhong, his gaze fixed intently on the white-clad Han Yang, who wore twin blades at his waist. It was the first time in 2 years that he had suffered a setback against someone of the same age. "You are also a disciple of the Yuan sect?" Noticing that Han Yang was not wearing Yuan sect attire, Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow. Han Yang flicked the heavenly regret blade with his fingers, his expression calm as he asked, "Does that matter?" Xiao Xian laughed heartily. Then his expression turned vicious, not important. "After all, you're going to die." At this moment, the fortunate swordsman had retreated to the side of his 3 companions. All 4 had pale faces, filled with horror. No one expected that Xiao Xian was hiding so deeply. It was rumored that he was only at the 5th level of bone forging, but in reality, he had not only reached the 6th level of bone forging, but also possessed 40 golden bones. With such talent, no one in the Yuan sect, except for the Wine Sword Immortal, could match Xiao Xian. The 4 people instinctively looked at Han Yang, dressed in white. Who was the person that forced Xiao Xian back with the Heaven's Regret Blade? It felt like they had never seen him inside the sect. For a moment, the 4 exchanged glances. Han Yang looked at Xiao Xian and chuckled. "At this point, you're still hiding your strength. Should I say you have depth? Or should I say you act sneakily?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. 40 golden bones, and he was still hiding his strength? The 4 from Yuan sect instinctively turned their gaze to Xiao Xian. What kind of monster was this top genius from the Burning Heaven sect? If he had further concealed his cultivation, he wouldn't just be a top genius, but a superclass, Earth-level genius. Xiao Xian's gaze sharpened as he faced Han Yang for the first time. Although he had just been forced back by Han Yang's blade, he was absolutely confident in his ability to kill Han Yang. He, Xiao Xian, was not afraid of any peers. However, at this moment, Han Yang's revelation made him feel a slight chill. This white-clothed dual-blade guy was suspicious. With Xiao Xian's proud character, if there was something suspicious, he would kill him in it once and for all. Ha! Thinking this way, he shook his head and chuckled, "Okay. Finally, I can unleash all my strength without restraint. You should feel honored to die under my full strike." Before his voice fell, the sword in Xiao Xian's hand let out a high-pitched dragon roar. The sound of the vibrating sword almost pierced the eardrums of the 4 women. Buzz! Amidst the sword cry, Xiao Xian swung his long sword like a ferocious dragon, biting toward Han Yang. Where it passed, falling flowers and leaves were shredded into powder before they could even approach. Sword domain. The expressions of the 4 women changed instantly, and they couldn't help but rush out to block this sword for Han Yang with their bodies. The sword path has 2 heavenly roads. One is the sword intent, where the swordsman understands the way of heaven and the way of humanity, entering the intent with the sword and using the intent to control the sword, capable of shattering the minds of others and killing enemies beyond their level. The other is the sword domain, where the understanding of the sword path reaches an extreme, forming an invincible domain with extraordinary swordsmanship. Anyone who enters will die. The 2 heavenly roads are hard to distinguish in superiority. However, almost all swordsmen in the Yuan sect comprehend the path of sword intent. Because the sword domain requires a strong bone strength as support, it is almost impossible to display the sword domain without reaching the later stage of bone forging. At this moment, Xiao Xian had 63 golden bones gleaming brightly on his body. He was just 1 bone short of the 7th level of bone forging in the golden bone realm. Xiao Xian's strength was already stronger than an average 8th level of bone forging. Earth-level genius. There was no doubt left. Only an Earth-level genius could reach such a realm. The 4 women wanted to lend a hand, but it was already too late. Xiao Xian's sword was faster than them. In an instant, the giant claws of the ferocious dragon had already clawed towards Han Yang's neck. Clouds follow the dragon. Wind follows the tiger. Today, I will test whether you, this ferocious dragon, are stronger or if my white tiger is stronger. Han Yang's left hand controlled the knife, and the Tianke blade emitted unprecedented brilliance. The 3 acupoints opened by the 9-turn star technique, Huyin, Yutong, and Zigong, shone brightly, and on his arms, 16 golden bones gleamed. For symbol seal blade, white tiger kill. The Burning Heaven Sect's dragon-slaying sword is a sword domain, and Han Yang's white tiger kill is also a blade domain. Sword domain against blade domain. Invincible against invincible. In an instant, the two unmatched martial arts domains collided fiercely. Xiao Xian's talent was extremely high, and the Burning Heaven Sect's dragon-slaying sword technique was not weaker than the top-tier skill of Heaven's Regret Blade. But unfortunately, he encountered Han Yang, who possessed the Divine Realm's ultimate skill, the four-symbol Seal Blade. It was a crushing blow on a dimensional level. Boom! Almost like a withering tree being uprooted. Xiao Xian's sword domain was directly destroyed by Han Yang's single strike. The white tiger extended its claws, and the ferocious dragon bowed its head. Xiao Xian's long sword was directly cleaved away by the Tianke blade, and his chest was ripped open by the white tiger kill. Countless knife scars appeared on his chest. A piece of white soft armor blocked the blade of the Tianke blade, preventing Xiao Xian from being directly dismembered. However, the terrifying star power of the nine-turn-star technique still penetrated the soft armor and crashed into Xiao Xian's body. At that moment, the pride in his eyes almost completely disappeared, and the 63 golden bones on his body were shattered one by one, losing their luster. Xiao Xian was like a tattered doll, being sent flying into the air by Han Yang's single strike. What happened? The four women, who had originally rushed out with their weapons despite their serious injuries, were now filled with confusion. An Earth-level genius at the peak of the 6th level of bone forging, with golden bones comparable to an ordinary mid-level 8th level of bone forging, was actually defeated by this unknown white-clothed swordsman with a single strike. That swordsman was clearly only at the 5th level of bone forging with 16 golden bones. How could this be possible? The martial arts views of the four were completely overturned by Han Yang's single strike. The blade intent forced Xiao Xian back, and the blade domain shattered the dragon-slaying sword. If this white-clothed swordsman were from the Yuan sect, he would undoubtedly be a superclass genius, not weaker than the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, and he might even be an upper-tier, heaven-level genius. Xiao Xian, a figure in dark clothing, flew out from the woods and caught the flying Xiao Xian. After examining his injuries, the old man in black looked extremely grim, ruined. The Earth-level genius of the Burning Heaven sect, who everyone had high hopes for and was hailed as the first person after the Wine Sword Immortal, was actually ruined by a 5th level of bone forging. Even if he could be healed, it would take at least 1 or 2 years. After 1 or 2 years, Xiao Xian's superclass status would definitely drop to a first class. Damn, you little brat. You're damned. The old man in black was instantly filled with rage. His 206 jade bones shining like a bright moon, radiantly bright. Peak of bone forging jade bone realm. If Xiao Xian was just a ferocious dragon, then this old man was a ferocious dragon. Chapter 67. The ferocious dragon shakes the entire venue. Xiao Xian and the others plan to hunt the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, and naturally, it wasn't he just relying on him alone. This old man was also one of them, a second-class genius at the peak of bone forging, an absolute powerhouse. If the ancient elder faced this person, he would be killed in one move. The peak of bone forging in the jade bone realm was equivalent to an ordinary bone forging with over 400 bones. The difference in strength was not just day and night, but also like an insurmountable chasm. It's over. The four women's eyes revealed despair in an instant. They were only at the 6th level of bone forging. Although Han Yang was strong, he couldn't surpass the peak of the jade bone realm. At this moment, perhaps only Jiang Yunjian could contend with this person. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunjian was destined not to appear here. Perhaps when this old man showed up, the fate of the 5 of them had already been sealed. Looking at the jade bone light emanating from the old man, Han Yang sneered. I said, "How dare a mere 6th or 7th level bone forging junior act recklessly on the Yuan sect territory? It turns out someone is backing you." The old man from the Burning Heaven sect had a cold glint in his eyes. "You, it seems, are not afraid of me." "Afraid?" Han Yang casually laughed. "Just a timid rat hiding in the dark. What virtue or ability do you have to make me?" "Han Yang, say the word afraid." This made the old man's eyes fill with shadowy colors. "Junior, You have ruined my burning heaven sex good deed, heavily injured an earth-level genius. You truly do not know the meaning of death. Although Xiao Xian was heavily injured, which made the old man feel heartbroken and wish to kill Han Yang on the spot. What was more important was that without Xiao Xian as a pawn, it might be impossible to lure out the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, and that was the most significant loss. The wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu was a heaven-level genius. If he didn't die, he would definitely gather energy, and he might even be close to forming a Yuan Dan. If it weren't for Li Xuanyu being stuck at the peak of bone forging for some unknown reason and unable to break through, giving the Burning Heaven sect a chance, perhaps at this moment, the Burning Heaven sect would have already launched an all-out assault on the Yuan sect. Due to the enmity between the two families, as the wine and sword immortal continues to grow, it is only a matter of time before the Burning Sky sect faces a disaster of extermination. This time, with the emergence of the Yin Moon Valley ruins. The Burning Sky sect has been planning for a long time. They have dispatched 13 powerful practitioners, hundreds of peak bone refining experts, and even used the earth-level genius Xiao Xian as bait, all to eliminate Li Xianyu. However, they did not expect that this big fish, Li Xianyu, did not take the bait, but instead hooked an undergrown fierce tiger. This white-clad youth, with a talent as strong as Xiao Xian, must be eliminated. Han Yang assessed the old man and thoughtfully said, "You seem to be stalling for time against a mere fifth-layer bone refining junior. There is no reason for this unless you're waiting for someone. Let me think. The only one worth your trouble is the junior. You seek death." The old man's face twisted with rage, finally unable to contain the anger in his chest. This junior actually saw through their scheme. It can't wait any longer. Arrogant and ignorant junior. Today, I will see who can save you. One hand supporting Xiao Xian, the old man suddenly produced a golden hook in his other hand. The parting hook. You are Xiao Bi Li of the Burning Sky sect. The female disciple from the Yuan sect nearly collapsed when she saw the golden hook. The parting hook, Xiao Bi Li, is one of the most legendary geniuses of the Burning Sky sect. He once, at the 8th layer of bone refining, killed a first-grade golden bone genius of the Yuan sect at the 9th layer, causing the Yuan sect to lose a gathering seed and incurring the wrath of powerful practitioners. Yet he survived and gained a notorious reputation in the Yuan sect. Defeating a golden bone with a jade bone was nearly impossible, let alone at the 8th layer. Just a step away from the peak of bone refining. Xiao Bi Li's fame in the Yuan sect was even on par with the Golden Three Sons. With this person appearing now, the 5 of them probably had no chance of survival left. Run! Suddenly, the girl shouted at Han Yang while holding a spear, charging towards Xiao Bi Li with the determination of a moth to a flame. They could die, but Han Yang could not. Not only the girl. The other 3 also made the same decision, rushing towards Xiao Bi Li with a resolve to buy Han Yang a chance to escape. You hurry and go. The 4 of them cried out in anguish, their voices filled with sorrow. At this moment, the word escape seemed so tragic. Their action stirred a boiling battle intent within Han Yang's heart. It was as if he had returned to his previous life as a battle god in the divine realm, raising his arm and calling out. His divine soldiers shouted in unison, "Kill." Escape and kill are entirely different words, but the determination surging in his chest was remarkably similar. Battle intent burned within Han Yang like a wildfire. I, Han Yang, will not escape, nor do I need anyone to save me. I will fight. He threw his left hand, the Tianke knife slanting into the withered leaves, while his right hand firmly gripped the Chishu knife's hilt. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Bi Li first sneered disdainfully, then laughed loudly as if watching an absurd play. You dare to swing your knife in front of this old man? Before he finished speaking, Xiao Bi Li raised the golden hook, aiming for Han Yang's neck. The two were clearly over 10 zhang apart, but Xiao Bi Li's hook seemed to cross space, suddenly appearing in front of Han Yang's neck. Queen, Yutong, Zigong, Huagai, Tiantu. The 5 major acupoints of the 9-turn star technique surged wildly, instantly draining the star power within them. Clang! The Chishu knife was unsheathed. For symbol seal knife. White tiger kill. Han Yang, reborn for the 9th time, lived through countless battles, carrying the will of heaven and earth. He ventured into the beast forest, slaying countless 3rd-tier demon beasts, gathering the white tiger seal. The four symbols seal knife connected the power of the four symbols. At this moment, Han Yang's strength, intent, domain, and knife all reached their peak. In the dim forest, it seemed as if starlight was coming from the west. A woo! The white tiger roared, its phantom emerging, and Han Yang struck out with the strongest blade. The dismissive Xiao Bi continued forward with a golden hook. Thim. The opponent was merely a mantis trying to stop a cart, struggling in vain. However, crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. The contempt on Xiao Bi's face froze instantly, because at that moment he sensed that the parting hook in his hand suddenly became light. It was broken. The parting hook, named after himself, which made him famous in Nanyang County and instilled fear in the Yuan sect, was actually cut in half by a single blow. Is it a spirit weapon? Xiao Bi realized that the Qixue knife in Han Yang's hand was extraordinary, but it was already too late. Without a weapon, he could only exert 70 to 80% of his strength. Not to mention, as a mere mortal, he could not compete with a low-grade spirit weapon. This was a spirit weapon that even powerful practitioners coveted. Boom! The jade bone within Xiao Bi erupted with power, barely evading Han Yang's strike. But blood sprayed, and a mist enveloped the sky. The unconscious Xiao Xian in Xiao Bi's arms was directly decapitated. From a moment, he swung his knife. Han Yang's target was the Earth-level genius of the Burning Sky sect, the hope of the family, Xiao Xian. And Xiao Bi's chest was also torn open by the white tiger kill, but at this moment he could no longer care about anything else. Staring blankly at the headless body of Xiao Xian in his arms, Xiao Bi let out a roar akin to a wild beast. "Ah, you little beast! I will tear you apart." Like a madman, he poured all his strength into charging at Han Yang. Chapter 68. A drop of wine and sword kills parting Xiao Xian was Xiao Bi's nephew and the hope for the rise of the Xiao family. He was even more important than Xiao Bi's own life. Now, however, he was killed by Han Yang right in front of him. This made Xiao Bi completely forget about the plan to hunt the wine and sword immortal Li Xianyu. He now had only one thought, to kill Han Yang. Facing the attacking Xiao Bi, Han Yang did not flinch and once again gripped his knife. The four Yuan sect disciples beside him were now red-eyed. They never expected that Han Yang could force back a peak bone refining jade bone expert with a single strike, even taking the opportunity to kill Xiao Xian. This level of strength and calculation was likely 1,000 times greater than that of so-called geniuses. But at this moment, facing Xiao Bi's furious attack, Han Yang was almost certain to die. However, they had no ability to do anything for Han Yang, only able to watch helplessly as he was killed. The four disciples let out unwilling roars, watching as Xiao Bi got closer to Han Yang. 20 zhang, 10 zhang, 5 zhang. This distance was already within reach for a peak bone refining expert. Xiao Bi's face twisted, the half-parting hook in his hand radiating a seductive silver light. He seemed to envision the scene of Han Yang have his throat slit, blood spraying everywhere. Buzz! At that moment, a ripple suddenly appeared, rippling outward. Everything around Xiao Bi seemed to freeze in place. A rich fragrance of wine wafted through the air. All eyes focused on one direction. In the distance, atop a towering ancient tree, a white-clad woman appeared without anyone noticing. The woman, dressed in white as snow, was as beautiful as a celestial being, exuding an air of heroism and detachment, like an otherworldly fairy. Especially with the action of raising a gourd to drink, her demeanor became even more carefree, adding an enchanting touch of wild charm. The appearance of this woman instantly stole away all the brilliance of the world. Everyone present could not help but focus their gaze on her, as if she were the center of heaven and earth. The wine and sword immortal. The four Yuan sect disciples shouted in unison at the sight of the woman. Having seen the world, she was now a fairy, drinking wine and wielding a sword beneath the blue sky. You play with the world and manipulate the wind and moon, drunkenly lying on the clouds and laughing at the world. In this world, only the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu possesses such a proud and unique demeanor. The peak master of the Jade Bone level, Xiao Bi, couldn't even move a finger in front of Li Xuanyu. The Burning Heaven sect has truly fallen. Resorting to such despicable acts of bullying the weak, they cannot blame me for killing you. Li Xuanyu, with her pure, white, jade-like feet standing on a tree, her eyes hazy from intoxication, spoke with a surging, killing intent. Han Yang looked at the woman in white wielding a sword, carrying a gourd with one hand, with admiration. Having been reborn 9 times, he had certainly seen many stunning and unparalleled beauties, but in terms of temperament, Li Xuanyu was unmatched and not inferior to any of them. Although she was young, she stood out from the crowd. Ha ha ha, Li Xuanyu, you really came. You actually came. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Xiao Bieli was actually laughing, his features contorted in a twisted grin, brimming with murderous intent. However, Li Xuanyu ignored his abnormality, lightly flicking the wine gourd, and a drop of wine transformed into a water sword, buzzing and dancing at her fingertips. The overwhelming sword intent left everyone present breathless. Go! Li Xuanyu flicked her finger, and the water sword suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli instantly went from laughter to shock, hurriedly activating 206 jade bones to try to block the water sword. Unfortunately, this sword was something he could not withstand at all. Crack! With a crisp sound, the half of the parting hook in Xiao Bieli's hand shattered into countless fragments. Then it was his hand, his arm, half of his body. The radiance of the jade bone realm was extinguished by this sword like candlelight. His body stood rigidly at the scene, but half of it had already vanished. Why? After murmuring 3 words, Xiao Bieli collapsed to the ground. The renowned peak master of the jade bone level, Xiao Bieli, was killed by the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu with a mere finger poke. Impressive, as expected of the wine sword immortal. The 4 disciples of the Yuan sect trembled with excitement. Watching Li Xuanyu kill someone was simply a supreme enjoyment. No hesitation at all. Invincible. In the eyes of the younger disciples of the Yuan sect, the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu was the symbol of invincibility. Even Han Yang couldn't help but smile. This woman stole all of his limelight the moment she appeared. After killing Xiao Bieli, Li Xuanyu showed no emotional fluctuations, as if she had casually crushed a bug. She gazed dreamily towards the left side of the forest, lightly exhaling a puff of wine breath, and said, "What's wrong? Are you not coming out? Coming out? Are there others?" The 4 Yuan sect disciples looked curiously in that direction, but found nothing. But the next moment, rustling sounds, 3 figures appeared from the woods like ghosts, as if they had always been there. As expected of the wine sword immortal, a single sword could kill a jade bone, possessing unparalleled grace. On the other side, atop the treetops, stood 3 people, each radiating golden bone brilliance. Upon seeing the 3, the 4 Yuan sect disciples felt as if struck by lightning. Wu Hantan, Mu Yun, Du Zifeng. The 4 immediately recognized the identities of the 3 on the opposite side. The status of these 3 within the Burning Heaven sect was as revered and noble as Su Xiren. All 3 were first-rate geniuses, all at the peak of the jade bone level. Among them, Wu Hantan was even praised as the most promising genius to gather qi. With a reputation surpassing that of Su Xiren, any one of them could become a renowned hero, overshadowing their peers. Together, they could contend with initial stage qi-gathering powers. Now, appearing simultaneously before the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, their intentions were clear. This was a trap, a killing trap aimed at the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu. At this moment, the 4 disciples of the Yuan sect regretted deeply, wishing they could harm themselves in apology. If it weren't for their perilous situation, Han Yang wouldn't have appeared. If Han Yang hadn't been attacked by Xiao Bieli, Li Xuanyu wouldn't have shown up. Everything stemmed from them. If the Yuan sect's first genius in 1,000 years, Li Xuanyu, were to die because of them, then the 4 truly deserved 100 deaths in atonement. Among them, only Han Yang showed no signs of unease. He had noticed Li Xuanyu and the 3 from the Burning Heaven sect during his confrontation with Xiao Xinyuan. However, Han Yang looked oddly at the 3 first-rate geniuses from the Burning Heaven sect. It seemed that the wine sword immortal's hidden cultivation had not only deceived the Yuan sect, but even the enemy Burning Heaven sect was kept in the dark. This was definitely a fatal mistake. The Burning Heaven sect, this time, would suffer a great loss for trying to steal a chicken, but losing rice. Tying the wine gourd back to her waist, Li Xuanyu revealed a faint smile. Interesting, this trap is probably set to encircle and kill me, right? Among the three first-rate geniuses of the Burning Heaven sect, the leader Wu Hanzhan said with a smile, "Originally, we each had our own pride and looked down on teaming up to kill, but if we can eliminate the first genius of the Yuan sect in 1,000 years, what is the harm in losing face just once?" Mu Yun, the only woman among the three, looked at the graceful figure of the wine sword immortal with a hint of jealousy, her gaze cold, already wanting to pierce that annoying face. "Today, I will make sure you die a terrible death." One wonders what grievances she holds against Li Xuanyu, a dignified first-rate genius, yet so vicious. Chapter 69. Unparalleled grace compared to Wu Hanzhan and Mu Yun. Du Zifeng appeared much colder. Why waste words? The night is long. Kill her. The rosy-faced Li Xuanyu blinked, looking slightly tipsy. "You think you can kill me?" Wu Hanzhan laughed loudly. "Since you're stuck at the peak of the J-bone level and can't gather qi, you've already become an ordinary person. What kind of heavenly genius are you? Nothing more than this." Before his words fell, Du Zifeng beside him could no longer wait to act. Boom! A tree branch, as thick as a person beneath Du Zifeng's feet, was directly smashed, and his figure shot towards Li Xuanyu like an arrow released from a bow. Being at the same peak of the J-bone level, he did not think he would be weaker than Li Xuanyu. Three people working together? Completely unnecessary. He alone could kill this so-called wine sword immortal and trample her underfoot. Bastards! Both Wu Hanzhan and Mu Yun cursed angrily, and then attacked one after the other. Three peak masters at the J-bone level attacked simultaneously. Their aura was incredibly fierce. The four disciples of the Yuan sect on the ground felt as if they had fallen into the Avicii hell, trembling all over, nearly unable to control themselves from kneeling on the ground. Why can't you all live well? Why must you barge into hell when there are no doors? Li Xuanyu lazily stretched her body, showcasing her graceful figure, completely unaware that she was exposed in Han Yang's eyes. After comfortably twisting her neck, Li Xuanyu gently placed her jade-like fingers on the sword that was slanted across her waist. Clang! The sword was drawn, and the azure dragon roared. "Ah!" A scream rang out at the same moment. Du Zifeng, who charged in, was cut in half along with his sword, his two halves of the body crashing down from the air. Not good. Wu Hanzhan and Mu Yun, who followed closely, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave and hurriedly retreated. However, it was already too late. Following that, a streak of sword light flashed past them. "Block it for me," Mu Yun screeched in despair, her low-grade spiritual weapon radiating unprecedented light. In order to encircle the wine sword immortal, the Burning Heaven sect unprecedentedly lent 3 low-grade spiritual weapons to the three. Ironically, at this moment, it became Mu Yun's means of survival. However, what happened next left her in despair. The sword light of the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, like a withering tree, directly severed her low-grade spiritual weapon. Mu Yun's head flew high into the air. Until her last moment, her face still bore the final vicious expression, unable to close her eyes. The strongest among the three, Wu Hanzhan, displayed the most cunning behavior. As soon as the sword light flickered in the hands of the wine sword immortal, he did not hesitate to step on the tree trunk, twisting his body to flee. Unfortunately, his speed was no match for the sword of the wine sword immortal. With another dragon's roar, an arm flew up, blood splattering into the air. Wu Hanzhan, struck as if by lightning, staggered and crashed into several ancient trees before barely coming to a stop, his clothes completely soaked in blood. Gathering Qi. Li Xuanyu, you have become a gathering Qi master? Have you deceived everyone until now? Wu Hanzhan's face turned pale, losing the previous air of arrogance he had while looking at his prey in a cage. At this moment, he trembled all over, his hair standing on end. After 2 years at the peak of bone refining, Li Xuanyu, who had been stuck at gathering Qi, had actually crossed that threshold. This was a shocking change that could alter the layout of the Burning Heaven sect and the Yuan sect. The Burning Heaven sect had already placed great importance on Li Xuanyu's talent, even deploying more than 10 gathering Qi masters to draw away the experts of the Yuan sect. The intention was to eliminate Li Xuanyu before he could gather Qi. Unfortunately, it was still too late. On the other side, the 4 disciples of the Yuan sect were completely dumbfounded, petrified in place. One sword, just one sword. The Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu, had killed two and injured one of the three top geniuses from the Burning Heaven sect. What a spectacle! The encirclement meticulously planned by the Burning Heaven sect was easily dismantled by Li Xianyu, as if it were a mere house of cards. The Yuan sect had gained another gathering Qi master. The four Yuan sect disciples were so excited they nearly danced with joy. In the treetops, the graceful Li Xianyu, as if nothing had happened, pursed her lips, touched the wine gourd at her waist, and murmured, "Gathering Qi? I've been gathering Qi for a long time. Didn't you all know?" Wu Hanzhan was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. If he had known Li Xian, you had already achieved gathering Qi. How could the Burning Heaven sect have sent four bone, refining masters to encircle him? What was the difference from sending them to their deaths? Wu Hanzhan was about to say something when he heard Li Xianyu take a sip of wine and softly say, "You can block my sword and not die. Your talent is decent." So, just as Wu Hanzhan felt relieved, thinking Li Xianyu would say something sympathetic and let him go, he heard the despairing latter half of her sentence. "You can't let the tiger return to the mountain." Before the words fell, the Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu, flicked her fingers again. A drop of wine transformed into a sharp sword, shooting towards Wu Hanzhan. "No!" Wu Hanzhan roared, swinging the low-grade spiritual weapon in his hand in an attempt to block it. However, that water sword was like a swimming dragon, skillfully bypassing the spiritual weapon in his hand. Puff! The water sword pierced directly through his head. What kind of secret technique was this? Before dying, Wu Hanzhan couldn't figure out why the water sword of the Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu, could turn death. The Burning Heaven sect had expended immense resources, using a ground-level genius as bait to set up a killing trap, yet it was easily broken. In this battle, not only did they lose three top geniuses of the bone refining realm and a ground-level genius, but the Burning Heaven sect also lost three low-grade spiritual weapons. The losses were severe. The Wine Sword Immortal, who had killed three people, looked at Han Yang with a confused gaze, raising her eyebrows in surprise. "Oh, you have my token. Hasn't the Yuan sect taken you in yet?" It seemed that Han Yang's act of holding off the beast tide had left a deep impression on her. Even in a slight, drunken haze, she could still recognize people. The four Yuan sect disciples all looked at Han Yang in unison, their eyes filled with envy. The Wine Sword Immortal actually recognized this person. It should be known that even the gathering Qi masters within the Yuan sect had no face in front of the Wine Sword Immortal, who had always ignored the greetings of the sect leader. Now, she took the initiative to speak to this unknown young man. In an instant, the four Yuan sect disciples had envisioned countless dramatic scenarios in their minds. Han Yang chuckled and said, "I've already entered the sect. I just prefer this white outfit." Unexpectedly, Li Xianyu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The sect's clothes are too ugly. I don't like them either." After speaking, she sighed, "All right. I don't have time to chat with you." Exposing even a little bit of gathering Qi cultivation, I don't know how those old men will nag me. With that, the white figure in the treetops flashed and disappeared without a trace. The Wine Sword Immortal was like a divine dragon, appearing and disappearing without a trace. So carefree. Just as Han Yang was feeling emotional, he saw the white figure flash back. Li Xianyu reached out and collected the low-grade spiritual weapons of Wu Hanzhan and the others, even taking the two severed pieces of the spiritual weapon. "Huh, I almost forgot to take this. It's a good item that can be exchanged for a lot of wine money." After letting out a belch, Li Xianyu vanished again. In this area, only a trace of wine fragrance remained. Chapter 70. The Yuan sect also wants to fish until Li Xianyu's trace completely vanished. The four Yuan sect disciples remained in a daze. The Wine Sword Immortal had wiped out three top geniuses of the bone refining realm with one sword, then discussed the aesthetics of sect clothing with this unknown guy, and afterward returned to take her spoils. It completely overturned their worldview. The Yuan sect disciple Mu Qinyu asked, "May I ask, senior brother, what is your name?" The girl, leading the other three, bowed to Han Yang. Han Yang's cultivation and talent impressed them, and his relationship with the Wine Sword Immortal filled them with awe. Han Yang had just entered the sect this year. Han Yang returned the gesture and then walked over to Xiao Xian's corpse, retrieving the identity token from his arms. With this identity token, he could gain access to the ruins. Just entered the sect this year? The four of them were once again stunned. defeating the ground-level genius Xiao Xian and forcibly killing him under the hands of the peak of the Jade Bone Realm. Such a powerful existence was actually just a newcomer who had recently joined? What on earth had happened while they had been away from the sect these past few days? Could this Han Yang be another heaven-level genius like the Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu? No wonder the usually aloof and indifferent Wine Sword Immortal would treat this person so kindly. Can you still move? With the token in hand, Han Yang looked at Mu Qianyu and the others. They had been badly injured by Xiao Xian, especially Mu Qianyu, who could barely stand. Mu Qianyu hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Han. You don't need to worry about us. You can leave on your own." Leave? Where to? It was likely that for a short time, they wouldn't be able to carry out any other tasks. Han Yang nodded. He had a good impression of these four. Knowing that they couldn't match Xiao Bi Li, they still dared to rush up to buy him time to escape. Having such companions was not bad. The other three male disciples were confused, not understanding Han Yang's meaning, but Mu Qianyu, after a moment of surprise, instantly understood. The Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xianyu, advancing to gathering qi was a huge matter that could not be easily exposed. The Yuan sect could take advantage of this opportunity to do many things. They would likely be restricted in their actions to prevent the news from leaking. Rather than feeling resentful, Mu Qianyu was somewhat excited. The Wine Sword Immortal was a heaven-level genius, and now that she had advanced to gathering qi, it would surely highlight the prestige of the Yuan sect and severely defeat the Burning Heaven sect, showing them they couldn't be so arrogant. Han Yang smiled, not breaking Mu Qianyu's fantasy. Things were not as simple as she thought. As Han Yang had predicted, just a short incense stick of time later, a late-stage bone refining senior brother arrived to take the five of them to the temporary headquarters. Elder Mu had clearly known about the battle beforehand. His gaze towards Han Yang was particularly complex. He had never expected Han Yang to be so outstanding. Under the appearance of Xiao Bi Li, he had forcibly killed Xiao Xian, not only avenging a grievance, but also achieving great merit for the Yuan sect. Elder Mu, this is Xiao Xian's token. When can I enter the ruins? Han Yang, not wanting to waste time, directly presented his request. Elder Mu's expression suddenly became awkward. Little Han, let's talk over here. Seeing Elder Mu's demeanor, Han Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. There couldn't be any more changes regarding entering the relics, right? Sure enough, after the two entered a nearby secret chamber, Elder Mu awkwardly said, "Things have changed a bit. The sect wants you to cooperate with the Wine Sword Immortal to carry out a top-secret plan." "I'm sorry. I'm still more interested in the relics." Han Yang directly rejected without even hearing the plan. He had no interest in the killings between sects. Killing a little guy like Xiao Xian brought him no sense of accomplishment. Elder Mu hurriedly said, "Little Han, don't worry. The sect will not disappoint you. After the task is accomplished, there will definitely be a great reward." "Great reward? If there are 100,000-year spirit herbs, then I might consider it." Han Yang's words nearly choked Elder Mu. 100,000-year spirit herbs. Did they really think the Yuan sect was that generous? Aside from the Jade Bai on the Earth Yuan Jade Bai, the Yuan sect couldn't produce that many thousand-year spirit herbs. Even those at the gathering qi level would only use 7-leaf or 9-leaf spirit herbs. This kid really dared to ask for such a high price. Seeing Han Yang's unfriendly expression, Elder Mu felt helpless. Since Han Yang was so resistant, what could he do? The fact that Han Yang could kill Xiao Xian in Xiao Bi Li's hands was already comparable to an Earth-level genius. With such status, even those at the gathering qi level couldn't force Han Yang to do something he was unwilling to do. Bang! At this moment, the door of the secret chamber was pushed open. "You guys are just dragging things out." A figure in white, the Wine Sword Immortal, walked in and directly sat down on a nearby stone bench, resembling a blooming white lotus. "All right, you can leave now. I need to talk to Han Yang." Li Xuanyu waved at Elder Mu, directly dismissing him. Elder Mu left with countless thanks. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two. After taking a sip from his wine gourd, Li Xuanyu boldly said, "The old men of the sect want us to imitate Wu Han's Han and Xiao Xian, teaming up to hunt down the trash from the Burning Heaven sect." "I've agreed." Li Xuanyu's skin was very fair, resembling ice and jade. Yet his face was flushed from the wine, like a ripe apple, making him particularly alluring. Han Yang smiled and replied, "That's fine. If it were someone else, there wouldn't be much to discuss. But with your involvement, it's different. The last time Li Xuanyu acted, he eliminated the beast tide, alleviating a lot of trouble for Han Yang, which was considered indirect help. This time, she would strike again to kill Wu Han's Han and others. Although Wu Han's Han and his group had come to target Li Xuanyu, if she hadn't acted, Han Yang would have had to self-destruct a few acupoints to forcefully kill the three of them. After that battle, it would take months to recover. For both emotional and logical reasons, he felt he should agree to Li Xuanyu this time. Li Xuanyu seemed completely unaware of her own captivating charm, and a hint of innocence appeared on her flushed face, as if surprised by how easily Han Yang agreed to join forces. Earlier, Elder Mu had tried to persuade Han Yang, but he had brushed him off with a demand for 100,000-year spirit herbs. Seemingly recalling something, a few more shades of shyness appeared on Li Xuanyu's already blushing face. "Hey, you guy, I must clarify. Although I know I'm incredibly charming and inevitably attract attention, I will never marry you." Marry me? Even with Han Yang's 9 lives, he couldn't keep up with Li Xuanyu's train of thought. But why was marriage being mentioned after only meeting for the 3rd time? "I have a fiancé." Though he didn't understand what Li Xuanyu meant, Han Yang firmly stated his position. Li Xuanyu's beautiful brows shot up, her lovely eyes widening. "What? Being a concubine is even more impossible." Chapter 71. The plan to hunt talent. Indeed, they're only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The title Winesword Immortal is truly fitting. From a distance, Li Xuanyu appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Coupled with her immense strength and rare talent, she was truly awe-inspiring. However, upon closer contact, one would find that she appeared somewhat overly innocent, seemingly affected by too much alcohol. Han Yang's mind raced, and he smiled, saying, "You don't need to offer yourself. Just help me look into the disappearance of Chun Yu." He recounted how his future father-in-law, Chun Yu, went missing in the Flame Moon Valley, as well as the grievances between the Chun and Li families. However, seeing the dreamy look in Li Xuanyu's eyes, Han Yang seriously doubted whether she could remember what he said. After a long pause, Li Xuanyu took a deep breath, patted her chest, and said, "I thought it was a big deal. It's a piece of cake. Leave it to me." After saying that, without waiting for Han Yang to respond, she grabbed her wine gourd and left the secret chamber. Having experienced countless women with different personalities over his 9 lives, Han Yang found Li Xuanyu to be truly unique. Half an hour later, Elder Mu reappeared in the secret chamber, holding a jade box and a wooden box. "Junior Brother Han, this is a special spiritual artifact that Deputy Sect Master Tian instructed me to give you." He pushed the jade box in front of Han Yang. From Elder Mu's address, Han Yang clearly sensed a change in the attitude of the Yuan sect towards him. To be called Junior Brother by an elder with his cultivation at the 5th level of bone forging was indicative of how the Yuan sect regarded him as an elder-level figure, perhaps at the late stage or even peak of bone forging. Of course, Han Yang paid little attention to this and casually opened the jade box. Inside, there was a delicate silver mask. The mask was entirely white, with only a blood-colored lotus pattern at the center of the forehead. To have such a mask be considered a low-grade spiritual artifact surprised Han Yang. It's known that combat spiritual artifacts, like swords and spears, are already quite rare. The Yuan sect had fewer than 20 in total. Special spiritual artifacts like this mask were even more precious. Han Yang was astonished that the Yuan sect, which was poor, could afford to give him such a good item. Elder Mu proudly introduced, "This mask has powerful concealing abilities. Even those at the gathering chi level cannot see through it. Moreover, it can hide your cultivation and restrain your aura, making it particularly suitable for assassination and concealment." After this, he opened the other wooden box. This sword is called Blood Lotus. It is a top-grade, low-grade spiritual artifact. When used with the Blood Lotus Heart method, it yields twice the result with half the effort, and it can absorb the blood energy of the enemies it kills, storing it within the sword body, allowing it to become stronger as it fights. Goodness! The Yuan sect actually produced 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts at once. This was an unprecedented grand gesture. Han Yang's mind raced, realizing, "You want me to impersonate someone?" With a mask and a special Blood Lotus spirit sword. If there were no other intentions, that would be strange. Elder Mu wore an exaggerated expression of understanding, saying, as expected of an Earth-level genius, so clever. The Blood Lotus Mask and Blood Lotus Spirit Sword are a disguise we created in the Yuan sect. Listening to Elder Mu's explanation, Han Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, a sect that could dominate 9 cities in this region was not to be underestimated. It turned out that 5 years ago, the Yuan sect had already set up a plan to forge a genius who was only slightly weaker than the Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu in advance. This disguise claimed to be the Blood Lotus Swordsman and presented itself as an Earth-level genius, having killed many other sect geniuses. In reality, its true identity was a peak-bone, forging-level powerhouse. Even Su Xiren had once worn the mask and impersonated the Blood Lotus Swordsman while walking outside. The original idea of the Yuan sect was to create a target to attract the attention of other sects, thereby giving other geniuses of the sect time to grow. As a result, the plan had only been implemented for 2 years when the Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu emerged, rendering the Yuan sect's calculations unnecessary. With such a conspicuous target as Li Xuanyu, who would still care about a mere Earth-level genius, the Blood Lotus Swordsman? Thus, the Blood Lotus Swordsman disappeared from everyone's sight under the guise of going out for training. This time, Han Yang revealed his true Earth-level talent in the battle against Xiao Xian, and the Yuan sect naturally wouldn't allow Han Yang to become a living target like Li Xuanyu. Therefore, they let him take on the identity of the Blood Lotus Swordsman and collaborate with the Wine Sword Immortal in their plans. This way, even if his Earth-level talent were exposed, outsiders would only suspect the Blood Lotus Swordsman and not Han Yang. This was also a good deed to reduce trouble for Han Yang. It seems that the sect has grand ambitions this time, Han Yang sighed. They actually don't want him to reveal his true identity. The Yuan sect scheme must be quite astonishing. Elder Mu hesitated for a moment and spoke frankly. To be honest, Junior Brother Han, our target this time is the Blue-White Phoenix of Phoenix Mountain. Blue-White Phoenix? Han Yang felt like he had heard this woman's name somewhere before. Elder Mu continued. The Blue-White Phoenix is the pride of Phoenix Mountain, an Earth-level genius, and now she is just a step away from the Qi gathering realm. Upon hearing that she was only a step away from the Qi gathering realm, Han Yang finally remembered who she was, and his expression became strange. If he remembered correctly, his cheap father-in-law Chun Yu had once crossed paths with the Blue-White Phoenix when she was at the 8th level of bone forging during his rise to fame. It was precisely because of that battle that Chun Yu's reputation soared, becoming the top genius among the youth of the 9 cities. According to Chun Yu's own words, the Blue-White Phoenix was interested in his looks and intended to take him back as her husband. At that time, Han Yang and Chun Xiao Qian only regarded it as a joke. How could someone like Chun Yu, who was no great beauty, attract such attention? Now that he thought back to his earlier self, who had yet to awaken his memories, he realized how naive he had been, not understanding what an Earth-level genius truly meant. Could it be that the Blue-White Phoenix is my cheap mother-in-law? If that is true, then things would get awkward. Han Yang's expression turned somewhat odd. Elder Mu thought Han Yang was confused about why they were talking about Phoenix Mountain. So he explained, the matter of the ruins has actually involved multiple forces. Although only the Burning Heaven sect has taken action for now, one of the 10 mountain lords of Phoenix Mountain, Chu Renfeng, is reportedly also in Tai City, clearly there to protect the Blue-White Phoenix. The ruins are of the greatest significance to geniuses, and the Blue-White Phoenix will definitely not miss this opportunity. Han Yang didn't care about that. He merely said calmly, this matter will inevitably delay my entry into the ruins, and I hope the sect can compensate me. Elder Mu stared wide-eyed at the Blood Lotus Mask and Blood Lotus Spirit Sword on the table. 2 inferior spirit artifacts. Is that not enough? It's worth noting that even some Qi gathering experts of the Yuan sect can't afford a single inferior spirit artifact. Below the Qi gathering stage, only Su Xiren and Li Xuanyu, these 2 extraordinary geniuses, are qualified to possess spirit artifacts. This guy Han Yang really is, as the old-timers of the Earth Yuan Jade said, a little money grubber. Chapter 72. The Nightmare of Geniuses Descends. Back then, when Han Yang stood on the heavenly stair, he directly ranked 6th on the heavenly list, just behind the Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu in 5th place. He even made it into the top 100 of the overall list, ranking 98th. Su Xiren had reported to the sect at that time. suspecting Han Yang might be an Earth-level genius. However, because Han Yang's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of bone forging back then, the sect couldn't confirm his talent. But now, Han Yang not only reached the 5th level of bone forging, but he also killed the Earth-level genius Xiao Xian of the Burning Heaven sect under the peak of bone forging with Xiao Bieli. Even if he wasn't an Earth-level genius, he was definitely an exceptional Earth-level talent. Such talent is absolutely worth the sect investing a significant cost. Therefore, Elder Mu hesitated for a moment and said, "Then what does Junior Brother Han want?" Let me be clear, there are absolutely no spirit artifacts available. The Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu brought back 3 spirit artifacts today, nearly causing the Qi-gathering experts in the sect to go crazy. Even the Broken Spirit Sword was snatched away by a Qi-gathering expert at the 2nd level. It's easy to imagine that if Han Yang were to make unreasonable demands for another spirit artifact, even if the Yuan sect valued him, they would never agree. Han Yang remained silent and simply placed the Qishu knife from his waist in front of Elder Mu. An inferior spirit artifact? No, it's likely a medium-grade spirit artifact. Elder Mu gasped as if he had seen a ghost. How could this newly admitted disciple from the small place of Luo City, who had been in the sect for less than 10 days, have a medium-grade spirit artifact? When did spirit artifacts become so worthless? No wonder when he just took out the Blood Lotus Spirit Sword and Blood Lotus Mask, the other party seemed indifferent and didn't show the joy one should have. He thought it was Han Yang's cold demeanor, that he didn't express his emotions. It now seemed that he simply didn't care. Elder Mu, with his keen eye, could tell that this white spirit knife, if undamaged, would definitely be a medium-grade spirit artifact. Even if it was damaged, it was still a top-notch inferior-grade artifact. This kid, at the 5th level of bone forging, possessing 3 spirit artifacts, is simply too extravagant. Han Yang said lightly, "I don't want any spirit artifacts. I only want some information about Chunyu from Luo City from the sect. Chunyu, Elder Muis Montvichet." This was no less difficult than asking for an inferior spirit artifact. Back when Chunyu first reached the Qi gathering stage, he had caused quite a stir in the Yuan sect. There were quite a few Qi gathering experts in the Yuan sect who wished they could devour Chunyu alive due to their grievances. If it weren't for Han Yang directly making it onto the overall list, given his identity, he would likely have been devoured by those resentful Qi gathering experts. "I'll try my best," Elder Mu said awkwardly, pulling out a stack of documents, shifting the topic, before targeting the blue-white phoenix. "Your first target is Duan Changsheng of the Burning Heaven sect. He is a first-rate genius, at the peak of the 6th level of golden bone forging, with over 60 pieces of bone forged. Before Xiao Xin appeared, he was the #1 genius of the Burning Heaven sect in 5 years. He excels in the Burning Heaven sect's Sunblade technique." Han Yang chuckled. "The Wine Sword Immortal has killed so many people from the Burning Heaven sect. Would they be foolish enough to leave these disciples in the Flame Moon Valley waiting for us to kill them? 1 Earth-level genius, 1 peak bone forging expert, and 3 peak golden bone experts. Such losses would absolutely shake the Yuan sect to its core. Even if the Burning Heaven sect was a bit stronger than the Yuan sect, the losses would still be significant. As long as they weren't fools. They should first withdraw the geniuses from the Flame Moon Valley and at least figure out the cause of Wuhan's Han and the others' deaths first." Elder Mu was silent for a moment before saying, "An hour ago, the Burning Heaven sect fought against our Yuan sect, and Wei Qi Taishang was defeated and killed." This statement caused Han Yang's smile to slowly fade. It turned out that it wasn't that the Burning Heaven sect didn't want to withdraw their geniuses. Rather, the Yuan sect had forcibly delayed it by sacrificing a Qi gathering expert's life. Was it worth it? Han Yang didn't know, but he heard the determination of the Yuan sect in Elder Mu's words. Wei Qi To Shang. Han Yang vaguely remembered this person, back when the heavenly list ended. He wanted to take Han Yang as his disciple along with Tianji and others. He never expected that, just a few days later, a sect master expert would fall. "Don't worry, Duan Changsheng will surely die," Han Yang declared as he picked up the Blood Lotus Mask and Blood Lotus Spirit Sword, suddenly standing up and walking outside. Elder Mu and even the Qi gathering experts of the Yuan sect were unaware of the terrifying nightmare they had unleashed. In the Flame Moon Valley, within the dense forest on the southern slope, Duan Changsheng sat cross-legged, recovering his strength. Beside him, an old man in a black robe said solemnly, "Young master, the wind seems a bit off." Duan Changsheng opened his eyes and said indifferently, "So what?" A genius has the pride of a genius. In Duan Changsheng's view, the Yanyu Valley at this moment was his hunting ground. He had even given up searching for ruins and focused solely on hunting the geniuses of the Yuan men. By now, 2 second-grade geniuses had already died at his hands. However, Duan Changsheng still felt it was not enough. If it weren't for the vastness of the Yanyu Valley, making it difficult to encounter the top geniuses of Yuan men immediately, he believed he could have hunted those first-grade geniuses as well. The old man did not stop reminding him due to their difference in status, continuing to advise. "This morning, we encountered several hunting teams from our sect, but since 2 hours ago, we haven't seen any of our sect's teams." Duan Changsheng had initially listened with some impatience, but suddenly his expression changed. Could it be that Xiao Xian's side has succeeded? The plan to lure Li Xuanyu was considered a top secret, but could not escape Duan Changsheng's notice. Because the ancestor of the Duan family, Duan Qihua, was one of the great masters of the Burning Sky sect. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he nodded. "If that's the case, then we are in danger. Li Xuanyu is a heavenly genius, the future hope of Yuan men. If Li Xuanyu is killed by Wu Hantan and others, Yuan men will undoubtedly retaliate frantically. Retreat." Duan Changsheng suddenly stood up, without hesitation. If Li Xuanyu were to die, Yuan men would definitely not hold back. And even those great masters would spare no effort to withdraw from the main battlefield, descend into Yanyu Valley, and slaughter all disciples of the Burning Sky sect. Staying here would be like standing under a precarious wall. "Who is it? Come out." Just as they were about to leave, the old man in black suddenly waved his robe sleeve, and a bright light shot from his hand, penetrating the dense forest ahead. Bang! An ancient tree with a diameter of at least a foot was directly pierced through, and a dancer in a blue robe flashed out from behind the tree. Under the mottled sunlight, Duan Changsheng saw the other person's face was as pale as paper, but there was an eerie crimson mark at the center of the brow. No, that wasn't a real face, but a white mask. The Blood Lotus Swordsman. The moment he recognized the mask on the other person's face, the voice of the old man in black instantly rose by 8 degrees. He never expected that the Blood Lotus Swordsman, who had disappeared from everyone's sight since Li Xuanyu's emergence, would actually appear before the two of them. Is it him? Duan Changsheng was taken aback for a moment. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha! There are rumors that he is a genuine Earth-grade genius. I thought this time I could only kill a few useless ones and return empty-handed, but unexpectedly, luck is on my side, and he's even sent me a big gift before leaving." Clang! Duan Changsheng directly gave up, leaving, and unsheathed the sword at his waist decisively. His eyes were filled with boiling, fighting spirit. As long as he could slay the Blood Lotus Swordsman, he would undoubtedly receive the full support of the sect, and his status would never be below that of the Earth-grade genius Xiao Xian. Chapter 73. The Duet of Han Yang and Li Xuanyu Young Master. The Blood Lotus Swordsman has been famous for a long time. We must not let our guard down. The old man in black also slowly drew out his long sword. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to kill the Blood Lotus Swordsman. The Blood Lotus Swordsman had been in hiding at the 5th level of bone forging, and now 3 years had passed. No one knew how far he had grown. If he truly was the Earth-grade genius as rumored, he might have reached the 7th or even 8th level of bone forging. If that were the case, it would not be them hunting the Blood Lotus Swordsman, but rather the Blood Lotus Swordsman hunting them. Yet Duan Changsheng laughed heartily. "Third uncle, you are overthinking it. This Blood Lotus Swordsman is merely at the 5th level of bone forging." Just as the Blood Lotus Swordsman leaped out from the tree, Duan Changsheng happened to see the shimmering light of bones on him. No wonder this guy suddenly disappeared 3 years ago. So it turned out there was a problem with his bone forging. After 3 years, he had still stagnated at the 5th level of bone forging. Then I can't blame myself for accepting this generous gift from Yuan men. The person appearing before Duan Changsheng was, of course, Han Yang. Facing the covetous gaze from the other side, Han Yang's face revealed a hint of a cold smile. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, there are only 2 choices, to kill or to be killed. Kill, he softly called out, drawing the Blood Lotus Spirit Sword. which blossomed into a beautiful and sharp blood-colored lotus. This was indeed the signature skill of the Blood Lotus Swordsman. Perhaps Elder Mu didn't he expect that after only a few hours of passing down the Blood Lotus Heart method and Blood Lotus Sword technique to Han Yang, he would master them seamlessly, just like a true Blood Lotus Swordsman. It seems he really is only at the 5th level of bone forging. Huh? The sword in my hand is a spirit weapon. Young master, heaven has not been unkind to you. The old man in black grinned fiercely, roaring as he lunged forward with his sword, clearly a peak 7th level of bone forging, just one step away from the 8th level. He is mine. Duan Changsheng also shouted coldly, following closely behind. This opportunity to eliminate a once promising genius could not be missed. The golden light flickered on the long sword, rising like a blazing sun in the void. Several beams of sword light projected onto Han Yang's face, causing his eyes to narrow. However, he did not dodge, instead swinging his sword upward. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Duan Changsheng's sword was directly severed. The Blood Lotus Spirit sword grazed past Duan Changsheng's shoulder. With this strike, Han Yang had not used the power of the stars, merely relying on the innate strength of the 5th level of bone forging. Young master, be careful of the spirit weapon in his hand. The old man in black thrust his sword towards Han Yang's back, covering Duan Changsheng's retreat. Mine, all mine. Although his long sword was broken and a wound was cut on his shoulder, Duan Changsheng was not the least bit discouraged. Instead, he was even more excited, because, just now, with that strike, he had tested the depth of the Blood Lotus Swordsman. He was indeed only at the 5th level of bone forging, and moreover, he was the kind that had only refined 16 pieces of golden bones. Such a cultivation level was inferior to his own. If it weren't for relying on the advantage of a spirit weapon, he could have knocked the Blood Lotus Swordsman's sword away with that last move. Killing the Blood Lotus Swordsman and seizing a low-grade spirit weapon would be a double joy. With a broken sword in hand, Duan Changsheng charged forward again. Meanwhile, the old man in black, with his seasoned skills, continuously targeted Han Yang's vital points, but did not make contact with a Blood Lotus Spirit Sword. After a few moves, he actually forced Han Yang to retreat several steps. The fact that he had 100 pieces of bone forging was indeed a bit of a miscalculation. Han Yang originally wanted to put on an act to force Duan Changsheng to call for help. But now the presence of the old man in black had become an obstacle. The 5th level of bone forging was equivalent to 40 or 50 pieces of bone forging, and his visible strength was less than half that of the old man. Logically speaking, the Blood Lotus Swordsman should not be able to take down this old man. Unexpectedly, with the first strike, he was about to break his persona. Han Yang sighed, and the power of the stars within his golden bones surged out in an instant. You all have to force me. If I die, I will drag you down with me. Secretly preparing his killing move, Han Yang screamed like a madman. The wails of a defeated dog die. The old man in black struck faster than ever, each sword more cunning than the last. Puffed. The long sword tore through Han Yang's blue robe, nearly cutting his arm. You force me. Han Yang roared, swinging his sword at high speed. And the blood-colored lotus now had more star-like points, with the speed of the sword skyrocketing. The old man in black was caught off guard and directly collided with the Blood Lotus Spirit Sword. Crack! His long sword snapped in two. The next moment, the Blood Lotus Spirit Sword swept across the old man's neck. One sword to seal the throat, and Han Yang's breath instantly wilted, as if he had suffered a heavy blow after using a forbidden technique. Third uncle, Duan Changsheng cried out in disbelief, lamenting in his heart that an Earth-grade genius was indeed an Earth-grade genius. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though he was now only at the 5th level of bone forging, he could not be underestimated. Seeing the Blood Lotus Swordsman with his eyes blood-red charging over, Duan Changsheng's heart trembled. He knew that he and his third uncle had indeed been too careless. A once Earth-grade genius like the Blood Lotus Swordsman was not someone they could kill. Puffed. Duan Changsheng took advantage of the moment when the Blood Lotus Swordsman had not yet pounced and directly released a distress signal. A brilliant firework shot up into the sky. The next moment, he heard a light laugh from the Blood Lotus Swordsman. If you had done this earlier, it would have been much simpler. What? Before Duan Changsheng could figure out what was happening, his head had already flown high into the air. This speed was not something a golden bone 5th layer could achieve. He was deliberately baiting me to release the distress signal. In the instant when darkness descended before his eyes, Duan Changsheng finally understood the truth. And a deep sorrow surged in his heart. He had dignified first-class genius at the pinnacle of the golden bone 6th layer was actually just bait? What a blood lotus swordsman. I wonder how esteemed Duan Changsheng is within the Burning Sky sect to attract such attention. Standing with his sword, Han Yang awaited the big catch. Boom! Just half a stick of incense later, 3 figures appeared in his line of sight. One was at the peak of the Forged Bone 7th layer. One was at the peak of the Jade Bone 6th layer. One was at the Forged Bone 8th layer. 2 guardians protected one person, indicating that this Jade Bone genius was not ordinary. It's Duan Changsheng. He actually died. Upon seeing Duan Changsheng's corpse, all 3 revealed horrified expressions. A first-class genius had quietly died just like that. Immediately, the 3 nervously looked at Han Yang, who stood with his sword. The Blood Lotus swordsman. Not good. Young master, hurry and leave. The 2 guardians' expressions changed in unison, then rushed towards Han Yang to buy time for the Jade Bone 6th layer youth. Drawing his sword, just as Han Yang was about to switch to the Qishua blade and slay the 2, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from the Wine Sword Immortal, Li Xuanyu. The Gathering Energy voice transmission was a technique that could only be used at the Gathering Energy realm. Once the facade of being at the peak of the Forged Bone was exposed, the Wine Sword Immortal no longer concealed his various Gathering Energy techniques. Han Yang understood, coldly saying, "A mere Forged Bone 8th layer dares to swing a sword in front of me?" After a light shout, Han Yang casually swung his sword. The next moment, a blood-colored lotus bloomed. If one listened closely, there was even a hint of wine fragrance contained within it. Goof goof. One at the peak of the Forged Bone 7th layer, and one at the Forged Bone 8th layer didn't even have a chance to evade before being shredded by the blood-colored lotus. Their hands and heads crushed. The Jade Bone 6th layer genius, who had just fled 20-some feet away, was already dumbfounded. This Blood Lotus swordsman is stronger than the rumors. Bang! Another distress firework shot up. Shall I come, or will you? Han Yang asked with a smile. I will. A sword energy carrying the fragrance of wine burst forth, taking the life of that Jade Bone genius. Whether it was an illusion or not, Han Yang felt that there was a playful excitement in Li Xuanyu's voice, as if killing these 3 was merely the beginning of a game. Chapter 74. The Blood Lotus swordsman escaped? Stop. Not far away in the dense forest, a beautiful young woman was about to rush towards the location where the distress firework had risen, but was stopped by the person beside her. Brother Zhang? That S. Duan Changsheng's distress signal. Although the fair young woman had the cultivation of the peak Jade Bone 6th layer, she appeared very naive and had no concept of danger. Instead, her companion, Brother Zhang, at the peak of the Jade Bone 7th layer, had a stern expression and sharp eyes. Jingwei, I know you care about Changsheng, but look at the second signal. Brother Zhang looked at the fair young woman with a hint of helplessness. He had tried many ways to please her, but unfortunately, her heart only had room for the first-class genius Duan Changsheng. Clearly, he was also a talented individual, yet when it came to matters concerning Duan Changsheng, she acted so recklessly. Mao Jinghua paused, instinctively looking at the lingering signal in the sky. That S. Luyi's distress signal? A trace of shock finally appeared on her delicate face. Although Lu Yi was also at the peak of the Jade Bone 6th layer, she was merely a second-class genius, while Lu Yi was a first-class. More importantly, Lu Yi's identity was that of the legitimate 4th young master of the Lu family from the Burning Sky sect, accompanied by 2 guardians from the Lu family. The fact that Lu Yi also released a distress signal indicated that the enemy they faced was formidable. Brother Zhang's expression became solemn, but there was also a boiling fighting spirit in his eyes. There are few geniuses who do not wish to eliminate equally gifted rivals. Mao Jinghua cautiously asked, "What should we do?" Wait for more people to appear, at least a few more fellow disciples with expertise. Brother Zhang, at the peak of the Jade Bone 7th layer, with 108 forged bones, was already equivalent to an ordinary forged bone peak. However, he forcibly suppressed his fighting spirit, because Lu Yi's distress signal was released too quickly. In less than half a stick of incense, Two distress signals had risen one after another, which was indeed unusually fast. Wasn't Tisu's iron held back by Meng Lianhua? The Wine Sword Immortal was elusive and had not appeared in the Flame Moon Valley. So what other geniuses from the Yuan sect could possess the strength to make Lu Yi send out a distress signal? Brother Zhang filtered through the names of various geniuses that had appeared in the Yuan sect over the past decade in his mind, but found no clues. Han Yang sat cross-legged, the blood lotus spirit, sword resting on his knees. If it weren't for the 5 corpses beside him, anyone witnessing this scene might think it was a sacred place for cultivation. After Lu Ye's distress signal was released, the forest instead fell into an eerie silence. More than a stick of incense had passed, and not a single person appeared. Han Yang was not anxious. He was waiting. The Blood Lotus swordsman was the best target. He didn't believe the people from the Burning Sky sect would fall for it. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was about to circulate the Blood Lotus Heart method to a crucial point, 2 sounds of breaking air suddenly rang out. One from the left and one from the right. One was at the peak of the Forge Bone 8th layer, and the other was at Jade Bone 6th layer. P.S. mine. Han Yang leaped up, the Blood Lotus Spirit's sword darting towards the Jade Bone 6th layer. Oomph. A displeased hum came from a hidden spot, as if a toy had been snatched away. The next moment, a lotus flower bloomed before the Forged Bone 8th layer peak. Who? How is this possible? The Forged Bone 8th layer was very startled. The Blood Lotus swordsman's sword was clearly aimed at the Jade Bone 6th layer. Why was there also a Blood Lotus sword light appearing before him? Before he could figure out what was happening, the sharp sword light had already torn him apart. A dignified Forged Bone 8th layer peak had not even managed to retaliate. Uncle Hu? The Jade Bone 6th layer youth let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately trying to fend off Han Yang's attack. Han Yang didn't even use the power of the stars, purely with his golden bone strength. He forced the youth to stagger back, continuously sustaining injuries. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 clashes of weapons, the youth's long sword broke with a snap. A low-grade spiritual weapon. Don't kill me. I am from the Burning Sky sect SU family. However, amidst the youth's desperate screams, he was pierced through the throat by the Blood Lotus Spirit sword. What a foolish fool. The guardian died, and he lost his fighting spirit, allowing me to reverse kill him with the strength of a golden bone 5th layer. This person's performance was far inferior to Duan Changsheng, making Han Yang scoff. Just as he was about to sheath his sword, a shadow leaped down from a nearby ancient tree. Boom! The spear surged like a dragon, directly shattering all the branches of the ancient trees in its path, truly like a ferocious dragon emerging from the abyss. Forge Bone 9th layer. In an instant, Han Yang saw through this person's cultivation. Not only was this person powerful, but he also understood restraint. He had actually used a Jade Bone genius as bait to trick Han Yang. At the moment Han Yang was most relaxed, he suddenly struck. However, the one who thought he had succeeded did not see the smile at the corner of Han Yang's mouth beneath his mask. With 9 lifetimes of rebirth, how could Han Yang be as careless as a fledgling bird? Just as the Forged Bone 9th layer struck with his spear, a blood lotus carrying the fragrance of wine had already bloomed. The wine. This Forged Bone 9th layer expert was indeed sharp. He caught the scent of the wine in the blood lotus and had some suspicions. Unfortunately, he only had time to utter one word before a water sword pierced through his head. Sisterly, can you cover up the wine fragrance when you make your move? Han Yang kindly reminded. The forest was silent, and there was no response from Xuanyu at all. At this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared around Han Yang, surrounding him completely. Among them were Brother Zhang and Mao Jingyue, along with 3 old men in black robes. 1 at the 9th level of bone refinement and 2 at the 8th level. Blood Lotus Swordsman, it's been 3 years, and you actually managed to kill a 9th level bone refinement? There was a hint of apprehension in Brother Zhang's eyes, but more than that, there was excitement. Killing the Blood Lotus Swordsman would bring unparalleled glory to the 8th gate of South County. However, a trace of disappointment flashed in Han Yang's eyes. Weak. Too weak. Even if he killed all these people, it wouldn't be enough to draw out a genius like Lan Baifeng. These people wouldn't even catch Lan Baifeng's eye. Aside from Xiao Xian, does your Burning Heaven sect have no other geniuses worth mentioning? Han Yang asked in a casual tone. The faces of the 3 old men in black changed slightly. Brother Zhang shouted angrily, arrogant. Before he could finish his sentence, Mao Jingwei suddenly let out a piercing wail. Zhang Changsheng. She had discovered the headless corpse of Duan Changsheng and was instantly overwhelmed with tears. I will kill you. Driven mad by love, the woman charged at Han Yang with her sword, disregarding everything. Protect Sister Mao. Brother Zhang cursed under his breath at her foolishness and had no choice but to rush forward to save her. The Blood Lotus swordsman could go against a 9th level bone refinement. Wasn't Team Mao Jingwei rushing to her death? Kill. At this moment, the 3 old men in black robes also unleashed their ultimate techniques, directly attacking Han Yang's vital points. Han Yang had originally been waiting for Li Xuanyu's wine Blood Lotus to bloom, but Brother Zhang's sword was already coming down with scorching heat. And Li Xuanyu showed no reaction. Is he angry? Han Yang first felt a bit amused, then suddenly had a flash of insight and vaguely guessed Li Xuanyu's intention. Blood Lotus. He casually swung his sword, causing a Blood Lotus to bloom and stab towards one of the 8th level bone refinement elders, then turned and fled without looking back. The familiar scent of wine and Blood Lotus rose. This time, however, it only repelled the 8th level bone refinement old man without killing him, seemingly lacking sufficient power. This kid must have used forbidden techniques earlier, resulting in his current blood energy depletion. We must not let him escape. Brother Zhang, overjoyed, took the lead and chased after him fiercely. Chapter 75. Making Han Yang. A concubine Han Yang activated the illusory cloud step with the power of the stars and sprinted away. If he just kept killing, it would only deter the Burning Heaven sect's people and wouldn't he bait more strong opponents. Only by making the disciples of the Burning Heaven sect feel they could gain an advantage would more people be drawn in. The Blood Lotus swordsman's escape immediately ignited the hunting desire of Brother Zhang and the others. The 5 yelled and chased after him. Mao Jingwei was only at the 6th level of Jade Bone, and within half a stick of incense, she was far behind. However, the number of pursuers chasing the Blood Lotus swordsman didn't decrease. Instead, there were 2 more. These 2 also had 8th level bone refinement cultivation and actually abandoned their responsibility to protect the genius disciple to turn around and chase after Han Yang. This showed that in their eyes, killing a ground-level genius like the Blood Lotus swordsman was more important than protecting those 1st or 2nd-tier genius disciples. As the chase continued, after half an hour, the number of pursuers behind Han Yang kept increasing. In Yanyu Valley, a black-robed figure stood atop an ancient tree, looking indifferently towards the direction of Yanyu Valley. Supreme, a bone refinement disciple rushed over quickly, urgently saying, Duan Changsheng, Lu Ye's life talisman shattered, and the protector fell along with 3 others. The sect suspect someone is hunting our sect's geniuses. The black-robed man showed a look of surprise. The Yuan sect's Qi gathering experts have been held back by us, yet there are still people able to ambush our geniuses? The bone refinement disciple bowed humbly, filled with awe. Over the past few days, the Burning Heaven sect and the Yuan sect had been in constant battle. The Yuan sect even lost a Qi gathering powerhouse. A brutal conflict not seen in nearly 100 years, making all disciples feel anxious and fearful. Suddenly, the black-robed man's expression changed. Could it be that the Wine Sword Immortal is rampaging in Yanyu Valley? Just as he was about to voice his speculation, a figure descended from the sky, like a meteor, landing on the treetop and causing the ancient tree's branches to sway. Senior Lu, the black-robed man, was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Lu Xiongfei, one of the 3 Qi gathering 2nd-level powerhouses of the Burning Heaven sect, rumored to be in seclusion attempting to break through to the 3rd level. How could he appear here? Is it for the Lu family disciple Lu Yi? The bearded Lu Xiongfei appeared somewhat wild and unruly, but his gaze was filled with coldness. I will block that old fool phone booping. You, kill your way into Yanyu Valley and eradicate all Yuan sect disciples within. The words from Lu Xiongfei's mouth were dripping with bloodthirst. All right. The black-robed man realized he might have underestimated the importance of that young Lu Yi in Lu Xiongfei's eyes. To actually delay his breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi gathering for a mere Jadebone Jr. Could it be that Lu Yi is Lu Xiongfei's illegitimate child? Just as the black-robed man's thoughts began to form, he saw Lu Xiongfei soar into the air, his voice booming like thunder. Phone booping that old fool. After Chen Yu's defeat, it is rumored you were frightened out of your wits. Now, do you have the courage to battle me? This statement undoubtedly touched Feng Buping's reverse scale. Somewhere on the edge of Yanyu Valley, light flickered, and the shadow of a spear soared like an enraged dragon. Lu Barbarian, you are too arrogant. D. Two Qi gathering second-level powerhouses instantly engaged in a frenzied battle. The surrounding ancient trees were swept away by the aftermath of their clash, and the entire Yanyu Valley was thrown into chaos. Taking advantage of the disorder, the black-robed man concealed his breath, leaping several times to disappear from everyone's sight. As for the previous two bone refinement experts, they were now trembling in fear. If their supreme really killed all the geniuses in Yanyu Valley, then the Yuan sect would surely have a vendetta against the Burning Heaven sect. By then, they would likely be implicated. What exactly was hidden in the Yanyu Valley ruins to make the two major sects go so crazy? The two looked at the direction of Yanyu Valley in confusion. Dozens of miles away, in a dense forest, a figure dressed in blue, resembling a phoenix gliding through the woods, suddenly stopped, looking towards the direction where Feng Buping and Lu Xiongfei were fighting. What profound spear intent, a violent battle intent. Is it Feng the Lame and Lu the Barbarian? Why are these two guys fighting to the death? Just as the blue-clad woman was pondering, a reprimanding voice sounded in her ear. Bai Feng, remember your purpose and don't meddle. This woman was none other than Lan Baifeng, the pride of Phoenix Mountain. Hearing the voice, Lan Baifeng's brows furrowed. Are you teaching me how to do things? There was no response from the forest, clearly not wanting to anger her. If it weren't for you meddling and scaring away my little fish, I wouldn't be single to this day. If you dare to interfere again, believe it or not, I'll drug you, knock you out, and throw you into a brothel to entertain clients. Lan Baifeng gritted her teeth, harboring considerable resentment. In the forest, there was still no echo. This time, hearing that his son-in-law had entered the Yuan Gate, I planned to take him as my little concubine and would not allow anyone to stop me. Lan Baifeng left a sentence behind, and her figure transformed into a blue phoenix, disappearing into the ancient forest. Inside Yanyu Valley, a figure in dark clothes moved nimbly like a monkey, weaving between the ancient trees. This side, the nostrils flared slightly, as if it had caught a scent. A cold smile appeared on the face of the figure in dark clothes. Jiu Jianxian, if you have not gathered your energy, today you will surely die under my Panlong spear. The figure leaped several times and moved eastward. In a flash of golden light, there stood a peak gold bone level warrior, with 206 bones shining brightly. The Blood Lotus Swordsman has appeared. Beside an ancient tree, a cold-faced young man touched the carvings on the ancient tree, his expression slightly changing. An old man in black beside the young man said, "Young master, the Blood Lotus Swordsman is a genius of the earth level. Now, after 3 years, he has likely reached the peak of the gold bone level. It will be better not to provoke this person." The cold-faced young man, however, replied indifferently, "Elder Wu, you are overthinking it. If that Blood Lotus Swordsman were really at the peak of the gold bone level, how would Zhang Zuan and those waste dare to hunt him down?" The old man was taken aback and fell silent. The young man twirled a flying knife in his hand and said lightly, "This is an opportunity. If I can kill the Blood Lotus Swordsman with my flying knife technique, then Xiao Xian's current status will be mine." The old man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but upon thinking of the enviable cultivation resources obtained by the earth-level genius Xiao Xian, he ultimately chose to remain silent. "Let's go." The cold-faced young man's figure flickered and vanished. The black-clad old man followed closely behind. In Yanyu Valley, the winds and clouds changed, due to Han Yang's deliberate provocation. All the talents of the Burning Heaven Gate in the valley gathered towards him. No one knew that they had already fallen into a tightening net. Chapter 76. The killing begins. Han Yang was still fleeing. Behind him, a team of more than 10 people was in pursuit, the weakest among them being at the 8th level of bone forging or the 7th level of J-bone. I had never heard that the Blood Lotus Swordsman's lightness skill was so formidable. He truly kept it hidden. No matter what, this child must die today. Among the pursuers, each person exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Earlier, 3 or 4 people had forced their way close and engaged with the Blood Lotus Swordsman. only to nearly die under the blood lotus. Therefore, at this moment, they wished they could tear him apart alive. As Han Yang was rushing forward, his ears suddenly twitched. It was time. Move? Han Yang and Zhou Jianxian, Li Xuanyu's voices almost echoed at the same time. After a moment of silence, they both exclaimed, "They are mine. Don't you dare snatch them from me." Han Yang was speechless. How could a gathering energy expert like you dare to take action against these small fry in the bone-forging realm? Humph. Suddenly, Li Xuanyu's coquettish snort rang in his ears, causing Han Yang to stumble and nearly get pierced by a spear shot from behind. This woman truly has a child's temperament. From afar, she looks like an immortal, but up close it's hard to describe. Listen to me, I have a unique skill called White Tiger Kill. The more people I kill, the more my combat power accumulates. If I can catch Lan Baifeng, it can be used to save my life. To deal with such a playful and innocent Zhou Jianxian, Han Yang could only tell the truth. At this moment, there was no more sound in his ears. It seemed she had tacitly accepted Han Yang's decision. The next moment, Han Yang stopped in his tracks. Kill! Zhang Ziyuan, who was chasing fiercely, did not suspect anything and slashed down with a knife. At the same time, knives, spears, swords, halberds, and all kinds of weapons surrounded all of Han Yang's escape routes. Among them, 3 strong warriors at the 9th level of bone forging violently shook the air and bombarded Han Yang with their energy from afar. At this point, Han Yang was too lazy to act. He looked at these people with a faint smile. A few felt a rise of alertness, but it was too late. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing echoed. 13 water swords, transformed from wine, shimmered with enchanting light, shooting towards everyone who charged at him. Zhou Jianxian, gathering energy expert. In an instant, everyone present felt a bone-chilling coldness. No one expected that Zhou Jianxian Li Xuanyu was actually hiding behind the Blood Lotus swordsman. What was even more terrifying was that the rumored Zhou Jianxian, who had been stuck at the peak of the bone-forging realm for a whole year, had actually broken into the gathering energy realm. A trap. This was a complete trap. At this moment, a sense of despair rose in everyone's heart. Faced with the gathering energy expert Zhou Jianxian, they had no power to fight back. Bang, 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 bang. One water sword after another crashed into the bodies of the pursuing martial artists in an instant. Their bones shattered like paper, unable to withstand a single blow, all crushed by the water swords. Zhang Ziyuan and others screamed in anguish, only to realize that they had not all died. How could a gathering energy expert as powerful as Zhou Jianxian not kill them? Just as this thought emerged, a piercing blade light flashed before everyone. Puff, 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 puff. The blade light leaped like an electric arc among the dozen or so burning Heaven Gate experts. At other times, any one of them might have been able to put up a fight. But now, with crushed bones and serious injuries, they had no power to resist, and their necks were exposed for slaughter. Heads flew, and blood flowed like a waterfall. A total of 13 strong warriors died inexplicably at Han Yang's hands. Han Yang held a sword in his left hand and a knife in his right. The blade of the Qishua knife displayed an increasingly clear white tiger pattern. After continuously killing so many bone forging experts, the energy accumulated from the White Tiger kill reached a terrifying level. Crack! The sound of a branch breaking echoed. Han Yang suddenly looked towards the direction of the sound. Young master, run. The person who appeared was none other than the cold-faced young man and Elder Wu from before. The two arrived a step too late and happened to witness Han Yang killing 13 strong warriors with a single knife, which made their hearts tremble. Peak Gold Bone. Only a peak Gold Bone level warrior could possess such combat power. The two almost fled without hesitation. They had initially thought they could take the opportunity to ambush the Blood Lotus swordsman, but now they were terrified by the Blood Lotus swordsman's slaughter. Swish, swish. 2 more water swords shot out from the void, directly pinning the 2 men to the ancient tree. Gathering energy expert, if before they were only shocked, now they were truly terrified. Mistakenly believing that the Blood Lotus swordsman had advanced to gathering energy, they lost the will to resist. Han Yang naturally would not be polite, stepping forward with a knife to slay the two. The blood-colored marks on the White Tiger kill spell seal of the 4 symbols curse seal knife increased by 2. Will you come, or shall I? Just as Han Yang sheathed his knife, he heard Zhou Jianxian's teasing voice. Han Yang was both amused and exasperated. He sheathed his knife and retreated, leaping several times to stand hundreds of feet away. Just as he steadied himself, in the next moment, a beam of blade light came from the sky, directly striking the place where Jiu Jianxian was hiding. The surrounding space was shattered by this strike. The ancient tree where Li Xuanyu was concealed instantly collapsed, exploding into countless fragments. Gathering Energy Expert. Only a Gathering Energy Expert's blade aura could be so terrifying. Qi Yin Daofeng returned. I remember you. Li Xuanyu's cold voice carried a hint of hatred. You chased me for 3 days and nights, causing me not to bathe for 3 days. I will not spare you. Before the words fell, Li Xuanyu flicked his finger, and a drop of wine transformed into a water sword, shooting into the void. Li Xuanyu, even if you step into Gathering Energy today, I will surely kill you. The person approaching was the black-robed elder from the Burning Heaven Gate. When Li Xuanyu severely injured Zhang Ziyuan and others, his sword intent was deeply concealed. The cold-faced young man and the elder, even when close, could not sense it. But as a Gathering Energy realm expert, even from dozens of miles away, the black-robed elder sensed this subtle sword intent. The sword intent of the Gathering Energy realm was entirely different from that of the Bone Forging realm. After Li Xuanyu revealed his Qi gathering cultivation, he completely let go of himself, showing no intention of hiding. It would be a ghost if he wasn't discovered. In a verbal sparring, the sword energy and water sword had already intertwined. The scorching sword energy caused the water sword to rise in mist. In the forest, the aroma of wine grew increasingly rich. Even Han Yang, hundreds of feet away, could smell the intoxicating fragrance of the wine. Is this the ice drunk? Han Yang's heart stirred as he caught the scent of the wine. At this moment, the sword energy and water sword had already determined a victor. An endless cold light suddenly surged from the water sword. The area within several dozen feet was shrouded in mist. The sword energy at the forefront was actually frozen by the cold. You're not just a novice in Qi gathering. The black-robed elder could only let out a cry of surprise before his arm was pierced by the water sword. With a crack, half of his body was frozen. The black-robed elder of the Qi gathering realm couldn't maintain his form and fell directly from midair. Han Yang's thoughts moved, and he suddenly stepped on the ground, shooting towards the opponent. He was ready to seize a big opportunity. If he could seal the murderous aura of a Qi gathering expert, the Four Symbols Imprint Blade would unleash a terrifying power that would shock everyone. Puff! Just as Han Yang leaped, a jade-like hand shattered the ancient tree beneath him. She actually ran away. A special fragrance wafted to Han Yang's side along with the voice. Phoenix Mountain's Earth-level genius, Lan Baifeng, had appeared. Chapter 77. Ice and Fire Duel in the Air. Han Yang turned like a spirit bird and landed on an ancient tree, looking coldly at Lan Baifeng. Dangerous. This woman gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The previous black-robed elder, several miles away, had been sensed by Han Yang. But this woman had already approached him without him noticing. It should be known that although Han Yang was only at the 5th level of bone refinement, he had the experience of 9 lifetimes and an especially powerful soul. It was nearly impossible to evade his perception. Yet Lan Baifeng managed to do so. No wonder little fish found a son-in-law for himself. She has some skill. Dressed in a blue robe, Lan Baifeng stood on the treetop, swaying in the wind, her bright red tongue sweeping aggressively across her lips. Lan Baifeng, you're seeking death. After defeating the Qi gathering expert, the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, with one move, upon Lan Baifeng's appearance, seemed to be stimulated, and he waved his hand to shoot out several water swords. The howling water swords tore through the air, as if the space itself began to tremble. Lan Baifeng's body swayed, resembling a phantom flickering out of sight. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient tree where she had been moments before was instantly torn into countless fragments by the water swords. The two exchanged attacks and evasions at an incredible speed, making it difficult to determine a winner for a time. What's going on? This cheap mother-in-law seems to be a bit strange. A peak bone refinement expert could actually withstand several moves under the hands of the wine sword immortal without dying. That was clearly abnormal. although Lan Baifeng dodged quite clumsily. Facing numerous dangers, she still hadn't been hit by a single sword. Li Xuanyu was clearly getting fired up. Sharp sword energy destroyed the ancient trees within dozens of feet around them. The air was filled with the sound of swords slicing through the atmosphere. Qian 3, Kuan 5. Seeing that the wine sword immortal couldn't gain the upper hand, Han Yang couldn't help but speak up. Li Xuanyu seemed to have not heard, continuing his bombardment. Instead, Lan Baifeng's foot paused, nearly getting pierced by an ice sword. Han Yang, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, spoke again. Zhun 8, Sun 9. But Li Xuanyu still acted as if he was blind to it. Sizzle. The next moment, with a moment of hesitation, Lan Baifeng had her arms slashed open by a water sword, the terrifying cold energy almost freezing her arm. Damn, you two are playing with me, right? Lan Baifeng's alluring brows shot up, filled with anger. Clearly, that silly boy pointed out your attack direction. You didn't T-act, deliberately trying to set me up, right? She was about to explode with rage. She didn't know how Han Yang managed to discover the weakness in her movement technique. If the Wine Sword Immortal had attacked according to Han Yang's guidance, he could have severely injured her in just a few moves. So Lan Baifeng had to change her tactics midway. As a result, what made her spit blood was that the Wine Sword Immortal completely ignored Han Yang and did not follow his instructions. This made her change of tactics a blunder, leading to consecutive injuries. The Wine Sword Immortal, with his clothes billowing, floated in the air like an immortal, speaking in a tone that seemed transcendent. I, Li Xuanyu, do not need others to point fingers when fighting. Sister, you're not being transcendent. You're just being proud. Han Yang couldn't help but complain in his heart. Lan Baifeng, with her enchanting eyes, looked at Han Yang. And you, kid, why aren't you down? Han Yang chuckled and said, Are you talking about the 3 kinds of mixed poison you left on me when you first appeared? I have to say, that's really domineering. It's worth as much as a millennium's spiritual medicine. If you have more, use it all on me. The more, the better. This woman, Lan Baifeng, was truly not ordinary in her malice. Upon her appearance, she had directly used underhanded tactics against him, a 5th-level bone refinement junior, poisoning him. Unfortunately, the 9 revolution star technique devours all, and the 3 kinds of mixed poison capable of overturning qi gathering experts became nourishment for the star power. Little monster. Lan Baifeng looked at Han Yang with a gaze that was somewhat sickly hot. She originally thought of capturing him, Little Fish's son-in-law, to play with as a little concubine. But now, he was qualified to be my main wife. Before her words fell, her figure suddenly lunged at Han Yang, moving as fast as a startled swan. Without saying a word, the Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu shot several water swords toward her, blocking her path. Han Yang glanced at Li Xuanyu, helplessly asking, sisterly, Are you okay? If not, I can do it. Li Xuanyu spread her jade-like hand, and more than a dozen water swords unleashed a sweeping force, even wrapping Han Yang within. Han Yang had no choice but to leap and dodge. Lan Baifeng Sautet, Li Xuanyi. Have you forgotten that I fatally beat you back in the day? Are you seeking death? This statement seemed to greatly stimulate the usually calm Li Xuanyu. For the first time, her right hand gripped the hilt of her sword at her waist. The next moment, Lan Baifeng let out a piercing scream, her aura suddenly changing. Her originally blue, heavily made-up brows turned snow white at that moment. Not only that, but even her clothes eerily changed from blue to white. It was as if a blue lotus flower had instantly transformed into a pure white lotus in the muddy world. Her aura surged instantaneously, leaping from the bone refinement realm directly to the qi gathering realm. And she continued to climb. Initial stage of qi gathering. Mid-stage of qi gathering. It was T until she reached the 6th level of qi gathering that she finally stopped. The Wine Sword Immortal, it's been a long time. The Lan Baifeng, who had transformed from blue to white, was like a different person. Her previous sickness and madness disappeared, becoming as peaceful as a fairy. She stood alongside the Wine Sword Immortal Li Xuanyu, resembling 2 celestial maidens competing for beauty. Li Xuanyu seemed to have anticipated Lan Baifeng's transformation, merely saying calmly, Only you are qualified to receive one of my swords. Han Yang's expression on the side was quite spectacular. Lan Baifeng, blue phoenix, white phoenix. One peak of bone refinement, one peak of chi gathering at the 6th level, a dual soul in one body. Could it really be played this way? No wonder his cheap father-in-law almost got captured to become a bandit lord's husband due to a moment of carelessness. You think I'm bone refinement, but actually I'm chi gathering. Who can withstand this? Han Yang's heart skipped a beat. After a year without seeing her, I hope you won't be like before, fleeing in defeat. The character of the white-clothed blue and white phoenix is clearly very aloof, not taking the wine-sword immortal seriously at all. Hee hee. The wine-sword immortal chuckled lightly and drew his sword. Clang! The sound of dragon roaring echoed as the sword was unsheathed. A sword chi ice dragon roared out from the sword of the wine-sword immortal, Li Xuanyu. Everywhere the sword chi ice dragon passed, everything within a radius of hundreds of feet was frozen. It was as if an ice world had descended between heaven and earth. Shut up. What is the big deal about mere bone tempering? The white-clothed blue and white phoenix first scolded to herself, then suddenly made her move. Dressed in white, she wielded an extremely domineering spear. With her delicate jade hand, she thrust out a spear, the sound of the phoenix's cry reverberating through the clouds. The white flame energy transformed into an enraged flaming phoenix, roaring as it charged toward the ice dragon. This side of the world seemed to transform into a dual realm of fire and ice. At this moment, Han Yang also jumped down from the treetops without hesitation. The half-frozen, gathering energy expert from the Burning Heaven sect had just struggled to rise from the ground, but before he could react, a blade light quietly flashed beside him. His head flew into the air, bright red blood splattering in the world of ice and fire. Chapter 78. A single strike to sever gathering energy on the Chishua blade. The 4 symbols curse seal pattern of the white tiger kill became increasingly clear. The originally blood-red color transformed into silver, and the entire white tiger on the blade seemed to come alive, exuding a fierce might. Within the blade's edge, wisps of blade chi lingered endlessly. Having devoured the vitality of a gathering energy expert, the white tiger kill finally revealed a sinister aspect. Boom! Almost at the moment Han Yang killed the gathering energy expert of the Burning Heaven sect, the ice and fire, dragon and phoenix in the void collided violently. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The ancient trees within a 1,000-foot radius suffered the dual devastation of ice and fire, turning to powder. Even the mountains and stones could not withstand the icy and fiery energy, exploding with loud bangs. Han Yang's robe was also rustling in the fierce winds. Outside the Flame Moon Valley, Lu Xiongfei and Feng Buping exchanged a move, retreating several dozen feet while simultaneously withdrawing. The fiery phoenix energy. Is the phoenix from Phoenix Mountain here? Who is that fighting her? You Yuan Min actually have an ice system expert? Lu Xiongfei looked at Feng Buping in confusion. Feng Buping's expression changed, but he did not answer Lu Xiongfei's question. Lu Xiongfei coldly laughed, saying, "Is there someone you want to kill in the Flame Moon Valley?" Without waiting for Feng Buping to reply, he continued to sneer, "For a bit of personal enmity, you deliberately held back in battle, allowing my Burning Heaven sect's gathering energy expert to enter the Flame Moon Valley to slaughter your Yuan Min geniuses. Feng Buping, you are indeed as shameless as ever." Feng Buping coldly laughed. "Lu Barbarian, is there any point in a war of words? Ha ha ha! I hope when your Yuan Min geniuses are slaughtered, you can still laugh." Lu Xiongfei laughed triumphantly and charged forward with his blade. The silent Feng Buping also raised his spear to counterattack. 100 miles away from the Flame Moon Valley, one of the Golden Three, Li Yuanyi, was covered in blood, his chest heaving violently, yet his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Opposite him, 3 gathering energy experts from the Burning Heaven sect attacked fiercely, feeling the true essence of ice and fire in the Flame Moon Valley. 1 gathering energy expert from the Burning Heaven sect laughed maniacally. "Li Yuanyi, greed knows no bounds. Do you really think your Yuan Min can hold on to the ruins? If you don't step aside, your Yuan Min geniuses are about to die." Li Yuanyi remained silent, his sword chi crisscrossing hundreds of feet, leaving deep sword marks on the body of the maniacal laugher, silencing his laughter. "Li Yuanyi, now that Phoenix Mountain is involved, if your Yuan Min remains obstinate, destruction is not far away." The gathering energy expert roared angrily. In response, Li Yuan's sword chi and sword intent grew increasingly violent. Half the sky turned the color of Li Yuan's sword chi. The three gathering energy experts were actually being suppressed and forced to retreat repeatedly by Li Yuan alone. Inside the Flame Moon Valley, Li Xuanyu and the blue and white phoenix's bodies flickered as they disengaged from the battlefield. Li Xuanyu, a year has passed, yet you're still just this much. The white-clothed blue and white phoenix stood atop the treetops, the hem of her clothing frozen by ice. Similarly, the edges of Li Xuanyu's pure white robe also bore slight scorch marks. The two exchanged a strike, and surprisingly, neither gained the upper hand. Hee. Li Xuanyu chuckled lightly, a strange aura beginning to emanate from her body. Beneath her feet, the once frozen treetops showed signs of slowly melting. A faint mist began to rise around Li Xuanyu's body. Fire? For the first time, the white-clothed blue and white phoenix, who had remained expressionless since her appearance, showed a look of surprise. The wine-sword immortal Li Xuanyu was famous for her ice techniques. She had condensed a very special ice bone, even in the bone-tempering realm. But now, a fire-type energy was actually emanating from her body, as if she was breaking a special seal. Woman, just when Li Xuanyu was about to take a desperate gamble, Han Yang's voice rang in their ears. I'll take over. You? The white-clothed blue and white phoenix glanced at Han Yang, as if hearing the biggest joke. A hint of a smile appearing on her cold face. A mere fifth-level bone-tempering junior, who gave you the courage to wield a blade before me. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, the killing intent on the white-clothed blue and white phoenix was boiling. In her blue attire, the blue and white phoenix was willful, and her personality was also mad. Perhaps she would just capture Han Yang and toy with him after. But the white-clothed blue and white phoenix wanted to crush this ant who dared to bare its fangs at her. Li Xuanyu's lips pursed slightly, with a hint of stubbornness and pride. She coldly said, I can do it. Can do what? Han Yang directly cursed, saying impatiently, if you really could, you would have to drink cold ice wine every day to suppress the fire energy within you, drinking to the point of condensing ice bones. You've really opened my eyes. Li Xuanyu's pure, fairy-like face momentarily froze. How do you know? Without answering Li Xuanyu's question, Han Yang continued calmly. You saved me twice. So today I'll return you a blade. In the future, don't always think about breaking seals. There are more hidden truths. But Han Yang did not bring them up. At 16, he tempered his bones. At 19, he reached the 6th level of gathering energy. With such talent, yet hiding in a small Yuan Min, it was impossible that Li Xuanyu had no secrets. However, he couldn't be too concerned. This blade would be a repayment for that day outside Luocheng, when he blocked the beast tide for her. You think you can surpass her? Don't joke around. Li Xuanyu no longer argued, but there was a hint of disdain in her tone. Han Yang chuckled. Today, I'll let you see what a man's blade really is. Unaware of the danger, you fool. Just like Chunyu, you're truly annoying, Dai. The white-clothed blue and white phoenix beside him twisted her face, as if the blue and white phoenix had resurfaced, enraged as she struck, the white flames burning through the 8 directions. Looking at the flames sweeping down, Han Yang shouted, First, block my blade. As his furious voice rang out, a brilliantly bright blade light burst forth in the forest. Roar! The roar of the white tiger echoed, shocking all around. At the same time, Han Yang's body emitted a series of popping explosion sounds. Huin, Yutong, Zhigung Tiantu. The 4 major acupoints exploded directly. The power of the stars rippling from the acupoints gushed out like a geyser, converging into the Qixue blade, then merging with the white tiger kill. Wind from the tiger, clouds from the dragon. Tiger roar creates wind. The 4 symbols curse seal blade, white tiger kill. For the first time revealed its form in the guise of blade chi. The silver white tiger, carrying a surging gale, directly tore apart the yet-to-form white flaming phoenix with a single strike. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the white-clothed blue and white phoenix, the momentum did not diminish as it struck her chest. Her expression instantly twisted. Her eyebrows and clothes alternated between blue and white. Fresh red blood was also splattered from her body. With one strike, the injury gathered energy. The white-clothed blue and white phoenix, who could fight evenly with a wine sword immortal, was actually injured by Han Yang with a single blow. Li Xuanyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched this scene, nearly dropping the wine gourd in her hand. What the hell? Is he really that fierce? Why are you still standing there? Don't you understand the principle of taking advantage of someone's illness to claim their life? Beat her! Han Yang stood with his sword, roaring in anger. Chapter 79. Terrifying Sword, Shocking the Burning Heaven Sect. I will kill you. This lady will kill you. At this moment, the blue and white phoenix was constantly shifting between blue and white, as if she had gone mad. The blue-clothed part wanted to make a move several times, but was forcibly stopped by the white-clothed part. Upon seeing Han Yang standing with his sword, the blue and white phoenix's eyes were filled with horror. If it were just Han Yang, she wouldn't be afraid. Even if heavily injured, she could take him down. But with the addition of the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu, if she continued to provoke them while injured, she would be the one to fall. Han Yang, I remember your name. One day I will kill you. With a flutter of her clothes, after a few flashes, the blue and white phoenix's figure instantly disappeared. Li Xuanyu intended to chase and take down this old rival. However, upon seeing Han Yang standing still, she finally halted her steps. The person had already left. You don't need to hold on anymore. When she returned to Han Yang's side, she discovered that he was still standing with his eyes open, unmoving. Is he in a coma? Realizing that Han Yang was actually in a coma, yet still holding himself up and had frightened away the blue and white phoenix, Li Xuanyu was at a loss for words. If the blue and white phoenix knew the truth, she would probably explode with anger. With a wave of her sleeve, she wrapped the unconscious Han Yang and disappeared from spot. Moments later, two figures suddenly appeared, Lu Xiongfei and Feng Buping. There was actually a third person who heavily injured Chu Renfeng with a single sword strike. Your Yuan sect is truly hiding deep. Lu Xiongfei's expression grew serious, his voice filled with apprehension. A formidable expert from the Yuan sect who could contend with Chu Renfeng of Phoenix Mountain? This was not good news for the Burning Heaven sect. Chu Renfeng, after all, was a 6th-level energy gatherer. Feng Buping frowned slightly, as he sensed a familiar feeling amidst the brutal sword intent at the scene. But he quickly dismissed it. That kid, no matter how talented, couldn't possibly be involved in battles of energy-gathering experts. Are you still going to fight? He stood with his spear, looking indifferently at Lu Xiongfei. Lu Xiongfei sneered. Fight my ass. With your Yuan sect's shocking sword that injured Chu Renfeng, who would dare to act rashly now? What a good calculation, hiding so deep. Feng Buping remained non-committal. He naturally wouldn't reveal his shortcomings, telling Lu Xiongfei that the Yuan sect didn't actually have any hidden swordsmanship experts. The battle was over. But the Yuan sect shouldn't think they could monopolize the ruins. Negotiations should begin. After leaving a sentence, Lu Xiongfei's figure flickered and left the place. A terrifying powerhouse who could heavily injure Chu Renfeng was enough to deter all sects eyeing the ruins. A major battle was impossible until the identity and specific strength of that swordsmanship expert were clarified. Neither Phoenix Mountain nor the Burning Heaven sect would dare to initiate another energy-gathering battle. That White Tiger's roaring sword made all energy-gathering experts around Flame Moon Valley feel apprehensive. If it were them, they might have already been killed by that sword. Chu Renfeng surviving despite her injuries was already quite terrifying. After this battle, the name of the mysterious swordsman from the Yuan sect and Chu Renfeng would surely resound throughout the 8 sects of Southern County. Inside a certain cave, Han Yang, in a coma, vaguely felt a cool liquid being poured into his mouth. He instinctively operated the 9 turns star transformation technique, converting it into stellar power. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes. He found that it was the wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu holding him by the neck with one hand while the other hand was pouring wine from the gourd into his mouth. Seeing him wake up, Li Xuanyu immediately withdrew the gourd. I told you it would work. Ice-cold drunkenness has always had miraculous effects on injuries, Li Xuanyu said with a smug look, smiling brightly. Han Yang suddenly grinned, his lips moving as if he wanted to curse. Ice-cold drunkenness, what a terrifying immortal wine. Let alone Han Yang, who is only at the 5th level of bone refining. Even energy-gathering experts would probably be frozen to death after drinking so much. If he hadn't had the 9-turn star transformation technique for protection, he would have been tortured to death by this ignorant woman by now. However, the effect of this immortal wine was indeed remarkable. Among the 4 acupoints that had previously exploded, the Huyin acupoint had surprisingly recovered more than half. Wine. Han Yang murmured a single word. He had previously exploded 4 acupoints and then heavily injured the blue and white phoenix with a white tiger killing strike at the energy gathering level. He had exhausted his mind and was left in a half-damaged state. Without a dozen or 20,000-year spiritual herbs, recovery was basically impossible. The effect of ice-cold drunkenness was definitely superior to that of 1,000-year spiritual herbs. Li Xuanyu's expression showed some hesitation. She pouted and took a long time to say, "Not much left. I can only give you half a gourd more. Once it's gone, I won't be able to suppress the seal." After saying that, she reluctantly stuffed the gourd back into Han Yang's mouth. "You're not unable to suppress the seal. You're just purely addicted to wine and reluctant to part with good wine." Han Yang thought to himself, gulping down the ice-cold drunkenness. Watching Han Yang continuously swallow, Li Xuanyu instinctively licked her lips, her eyes looking pitiful as if she were a child who had lost her treasure. After a day and a night, Han Yang stopped drinking after finishing half a gourd of ice-cold drunkenness. This ice-cold drunkenness was simply too precious. He didn't want to owe this woman another favor. Even so, his injuries had already healed to a large extent. After resting for another 3 to 5 days, the injuries in his acupoints would basically recover. This was all thanks to the ice-cold drunkenness from the wine sword immortal. Otherwise, relying solely on 1,000-year spiritual herbs would require at least 20 pieces. And they would have to be of very high grade. Had we completed our task? The blue and white phoenix was heavily injured and would likely take 3 to 5 months to recover. Han Yang felt that he and Li Xuanyu had completed their mission. The energy-gathering experts from the Yuan sect were truly a pit. If it weren't for the blue and white phoenix having a dual-soul body, she alone could take down the entire Yuan sect. It's a pity that the experts from the Yuan sect were still thinking of plotting to ambush the blue and white phoenix. Truly, the ignorant fear nothing. Li Xuanyu blinked. Should be completed, right? Seeing her slightly dazed expression, Han Yang knew he was asking a pointless question. This woman lived every day with ice-cold drunkenness that could intoxicate energy-gathering experts. It was a miracle she hadn't turned into a fool. Trying to get clarity on the task from her was wishful thinking. Picking up the blood lotus mask placed aside, Han Yang stood up and said, "Let's go back to the temporary headquarters and take a look." The wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu waved her hand, pouted, and said, "You go back by yourself. I've already drunk so much of your wine that I'm almost out. Forget it. I'll go brew some wine." After saying that, she didn't even bid farewell to Han Yang and directly leaped into the woods. Han Yang wasn't surprised by the woman's muddled behavior and stepped towards the cave's exit. Whoosh! However, the next moment, Li Xuanyu's graceful figure appeared again like a ghost. She stared straight into Han Yang's eyes and, with a hazy drunkenness, asked, "Tell me the truth. Did you risk everything to save me because you like me?" Before Han Yang could answer, she continued to speak to herself, "Just so you know, I will never marry you. And it's even more impossible for me to be your concubine. Get lost." Han Yang finally couldn't hold back, and the image of the wine sword immortal as carefree and unrestrained had completely collapsed in his mind. This was not the wine sword immortal. This was clearly a drunkard. A fool. Ah, beauty is a disaster. Being stunning is not my fault. Heaven's beauty is hard to abandon. A glance back brings forth 100 charms. Li Xuanyu's voice faded as she disappeared outside the cave, leaving Han Yang with twitching lips. I've seen narcissism, but never this level of it. This drunkard really. He stepped out of the cave, and outside, for figures were already waiting. "Greetings, Senior Brother Blood Lotus." The 4 bowed in unison, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Chapter 80. The name of Blood Lotus shakes the Yuanmen. Han Yang looked at the 4 with surprise, realizing that they were all geniuses at the J-Bone realm. However, their attitude towards him was exceedingly respectful. After a moment of thought, he understood that part of the Blood Lotus swordsman's achievements had likely been revealed. "Senior Brother Blood Lotus, the elders have been waiting at the temporary headquarters for some time. Please follow me." One of the J-Bone's 7 disciples respectfully led the way. Han Yang pondered their address of him, Senior Brother Blood Lotus, which indicated that the matter of the last strike, where he slashed the blue-white phoenix, had likely not been exposed yet. Otherwise, they would not be calling him Senior Brother, but at least Uncle Master. However, the Blood Lotus swordsman disguise was essentially ruined. His fame was just too great. If the Blood Lotus swordsman dared to leave the Yin Moon Valley and appeared within the sights of the Burning Heaven Gate or Phoenix Mountain, those two forces would definitely send powerful beings to hunt him down. After this battle, the Blood Lotus swordsman's reputation was even higher than that of the Wine Sword Immortal. Senior Brother Blood Lotus, can you tell us about the final battle? A peak female disciple at the 6th layer of bone forging asked cautiously, a mix of anxiety and admiration in her voice. Although the Blood Lotus swordsman was merely at the bone forging realm, his fame had made these geniuses look up to him. What could Han Yang say? He merely replied casually, "It was just swinging a sword. It was just swinging a sword." Upon hearing this, the 4 Jade Bone geniuses admired him even more. Truly, he was the fearless swordsman who had slain Duan Changsheng and annihilated over a dozen geniuses and protectors of the Burning Heaven Gate. Just this one sentence carried an unparalleled aura of bloodshed. If Han Yang knew what these junior brothers and sisters were imagining, he would probably laugh heartily. Greetings, Senior Brother Blood Lotus. Senior Brother Blood Lotus. Everywhere Han Yang went, all the Yuan men disciples stopped to bow. Even some elders at the 8th and 9th layers of bone forging nodded in respect, their attitude reverent. Since the ruins of Yin Moon Valley appeared, the Yuan men had suffered many deaths in their encounters with the Burning Heaven Gate. More than 10 Jade Bone geniuses had fallen to the hunt of the Burning Heaven Gate, and nearly 20 protectors had been killed. Every Yuan men elder and disciple harbored a burning anger in their hearts, but lacking the skills to compete. They could only watch helplessly as the geniuses of the Burning Heaven Gate hunted recklessly in Yin Moon Valley, until the Blood Lotus swordsman emerged, almost single-handedly annihilating all the people from the Burning Heaven Gate in Yin Moon Valley, avenging all the fallen and injured of the Yuan men. Such glorious achievements instilled awe in everyone, especially those whose relatives or disciples had fallen in Yin Moon Valley. They viewed the Blood Lotus swordsman as a benefactor, showering him with gratitude. Fortunately, the Blood Lotus mask concealed his expression. Otherwise, Han Yang's facial muscles would likely stiffen from smiling too much. Greetings, Senior Brother Blood Lotus. Before the Yuan men headquarters in Yin Moon Valley, dozens of Yuan men elders and disciples all bowed. Regardless of their cultivation levels, they all respectfully addressed Han Yang as Senior Brother. Han Yang maintained the aloof persona of the Blood Lotus swordsman, merely nodding silently. The 4 talented disciples who had been ordered to assist Han Yang felt a sense of pride, their chests puffing up noticeably. Inside the wooden house, Tianji foam booping. The 2 vice sect masters, along with Li Yuani, Du Han, and other powerful beings, were all present. Hearing the cheers from outside, Tianji and the others wore smiles. Tianji nodded, saying, "This honor belongs to Blood Lotus. Without him, our younger geniuses in the Yuan men would have suffered tremendous losses this time." Although all of this was part of a plan discussed by Tianji and the others to have the Wine Sword Immortal and the Blood Lotus swordsman team up to ambush the geniuses of the Burning Heaven Gate. Hanyang unub deadly excedet expectations. Not only did he eliminate all the geniuses in Yin Moon Valley, but even Duan Changsheng, Zhang Zuan, and other top geniuses of the Burning Heaven Gate felt him. This merit could not be erased by anyone. Beside them, Su Xiren, whose face was slightly pale, sincerely sighed, "I long to be there, wishing I could fight alongside Blood Lotus." Jiang Yunjian, one of the few disciples who knew the truth, tightly gripped his sword, his fingers cracking as he struggled to contain his emotions. Others only knew that the Blood Lotus swordsman and the Wine Sword Immortal had teamed up to ambush the Burning Heaven Gates, Duan Changxing, and others. But he vaguely guessed that the Blood Lotus swordsman might actually be Han Yang. One disappeared, and another appeared. It was simply too coincidental. If this were true, then Han Yang, as a newly initiated disciple, would be too extraordinary. First, he had slain the Earth-level genius Xiao Xian at Xiao Bi Li's hands, then transformed into the Blood Lotus swordsman and accomplished such great feats. He was indeed a model for our generation. He wholeheartedly agreed with Su Xiren's words. wishing he could have been there to fight alongside Blood Lotus. No, alongside Han Yang. That was what a true man should do. Blood Lotus, well done. Just as the five stepped onto the wooden steps leading to the headquarters, a middle-aged man in elder's clothing approached. Han Yang, as per usual, silently nodded. Unexpectedly, the elder grabbed Han Yang's arm and raised it, shouting, "Blood Lotus, victory forever." The elders and disciples below, as if invigorated, echoed, "Blood Lotus, victory forever." The shout of "Blood Lotus, victory forever," echoed throughout Yin Moon Valley, shaking the ancient trees. Han Yang initially thought the elder was just overly excited and wanted to rally the spirits, but to his surprise, the elder continued, "Everyone, Blood Lotus has achieved remarkable feats and deserves great honor. Do you all want to see his true face?" Upon hearing this, the dozens of people below became even more excited. Since the Blood Lotus swordsman first emerged 5 years ago, he had always worn the Blood Lotus mask, shrouded in mystery. No one didn't want to know who he truly was. Now, stirred by this elder, many young disciples started shouting excitedly, "Reveal the mask! Reveal the mask!" The crowd surged with enthusiasm, igniting everyone's emotions. But Han Yang's gaze turned much colder as he turned to stare at the elder, still holding his arm. The elder smiled and said, "Blood Lotus, do you see? This is the unanimous voice of the Yuanmen disciples. At this critical moment, revealing your true face will greatly encourage everyone. Don't you think so?" The latter part of the sentence was directed at the surrounding disciples. Elder Fong was not wrong. "Senior brother Blood Lotus, you are a hero of our Yuanmen. Let us see your style." Some uninformed disciples continued to cheer. "Absurd. This Elder Fong. How dare he be so reckless?" Tianji, Li Yuanyi, and others all changed color, and Su Xiren suddenly stood up, ready to stop Elder Fong. The Blood Lotus swordsman had already killed so many geniuses and elders of the Burning Heaven Gate. Once he revealed his true face, he would surely become the target of everyone. Elder Fong was simply being foolish. Fong Buping, however, chuckled and stopped Su Xiren, saying, "You heard it too, Xiren. This is the unanimous voice of the sect disciples. Why must you act as a petty person and ruin everyone's excitement?" Chapter 81. Han Yang's domineering nature. Fong Buping. Are you still not giving up? How could you scheme against a junior? Tianji, knowing that the Blood Lotus swordsman was Han Yang, turned pale upon hearing this. Fong Buping still wore a cold smile, but did not continue to obstruct them, because delaying just a little bit of time was already enough. That junior Han Yang had been forced down from the stage by Elder Fong, and at this point, it was impossible not to reveal his mask. It was ridiculous for the vice sect master, a powerful being, to be so petty. Su Xiren inwardly cursed. Just as he was about to intervene, an unexpected change occurred. In front of the wooden house, Fong Tangjin was looking at Han Yang with a beaming smile. That gaze, that expression, was almost identical to Fong Buping's. Han Yang also curled the corner of his mouth into a smile and said, "Are you sure you want me to take off my mask?" The young disciples below, filled with passion, might not understand the dangers of revealing one's true identity, but Han Yang did not believe that an elder would be unaware. Fong Tangjin was doing this on purpose, setting a trap for himself. Fong Tangjin feigned surprise, saying, "You're mistaken. It's not me who wants you to take off your mask, but everyone wants you to do it. Everyone, isn't that right?" Under Fong Tangjin's provocation, the young disciples were exhilarated and shouted in unison, waiting to witness the birth of a hero. They were completely unaware that taking off the mask meant Han Yang would be marked for death. From then on, the Burning Heaven sect and Phoenix Mountain would do everything in their power to hunt Han Yang down, even to the point of not resting until one of them was dead. Unless Han Yang stayed hidden in the Yuan sect, he would surely die under the siege of powerful enemies. Fong Tangjin's smile grew even more pronounced, almost euphoric. Killing the Earth-level genius Xiao Xian, hunting down more than 10 geniuses from the Burning Heaven sect, and protecting the path. What did it matter if he suspected a heaven-level genius? With just a small trick of his, he could crush this unrisen genius in the cradle. Indeed, Fong Tangjin knew Han Yang's true identity. His current actions were also done at someone's behest, intentionally. Even if he faced punishment from Tianji and others afterward, it would only amount to a few years of reflection at the cliff of reflection. The promised rewards from the person behind him were enough for him to continue cultivating at the cliff of reflection without any loss. Amidst the excited cheers of everyone, under Fong Tongjin's triumphant gaze, Han Yang smiled and asked, "Do you know how Yunantian died?" Yunantian? The disciples and elders in front of the wooden house were relatively unfamiliar with this name and did not understand why Han Yang mentioned him at this moment. However, Fong Tangjin suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, a bad premonition. Han Yang sighed. Some people always think their lives are more precious than others. And when they scheme against others, they believe others can only stand by passively, but they do not realize. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of sword light appeared. A fountain of blood sprayed out. Fong Tangjin's head flew high into the air, until the moment of his death. Fong Tangjin never expected Han Yang would dare to so recklessly behead him, an elder, in front of a crowd. The cheers around them came to an abrupt halt. All the Yuan sect disciples stared in shock at the scene before them. Just a moment ago, they were cheering for the hero of the Yuan sect. But now, the hero of the Yuan sect had actually killed an elder of the Yuan sect who was at the 7th level of body refinement. This left everyone momentarily dazed. It was only at this time that Han Yang's latter words slowly echoed, "But you didn't know I can counterattack." One after another, they were all so foolish. Did they really think Han Yang would be afraid of the Yuan sect's rules and spare those who wanted to scheme against his life? It was simply laughable. Those who dared to play tricks with Han Yang had only one outcome: death. Inside the wooden house, there was silence, including phone booping. Everyone was taken aback by Han Yang's fierce character and such a violent counterattack. Just because of Fong Tongjin's single remark, he was directly killed. Compared to the slaughter of a Yuan sect elder, Han Yang's display of killing at the 7th level of body refinement was even less significant. No wonder he could kill Xiao Xian. Jiang Yunjian felt emotional, increasingly understanding the dominance within Han Yang's blade intent. Those who block the way die. Those who scheme. Even if it means burning everything down, he would not hesitate. This was Han Yang's own path. This kid has acted impulsively. Tianji felt quite helpless, thinking about how to navigate this for Han Yang. Given Han Yang's merits this time, he certainly did not deserve death, but confinement at the cliff of reflection seemed inevitable. This kid was just too young and impetuous. With Han Yang's identity, he could be punished for the downfall of Yi Nantian, and now, as the Blood Lotus swordsman, he was also going to be punished for confinement. It was simply worrisome. Among all those present, only Feng Booping had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Han Yang, you really don't know how to live. Blood Lotus senior brother, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. The 4 admirers of the Blood Lotus swordsman pounded their chests in despair, completely unsure how to handle the situation. Among the elders in front of the wooden house, there was an elder from the law enforcement hall who had to brace himself and approach Han Yang. Killing a sect elder in public was undoubtedly a heinous violation of sect rules. No matter how high the merits of the Blood Lotus swordsman, it wouldn't matter. Han Yang shook off the blood from the Blood Lotus spirit sword and said lightly, "Big trouble? What big trouble did I cause?" That innocent expression left the 4 admirers speechless. Blood Lotus senior brother, you killed an elder. One of the female disciples reminded him somewhat foolishly. Han Yang smiled gently. These Yuan sect kids were quite adorable. Little junior sister, what's your name? Upon hearing Blood Lotus senior brother ask for her name, the female disciple's face instantly flushed red, forgetting all about the matter of the elder being killed, and shyly said, "I am called Mu Shuer. You can call me Shuer." Shuer junior sister, Han Yang readily accepted, making Mu Shuer's cheeks even hotter. You made a mistake. I didn't kill a Yuan sect elder. However, Han Yang's next words left her confused, and she could only blink her big eyes in puzzlement at Blood Lotus senior brother. Not a Yuan sect elder? Then what could he be? Not only Mu Shuer, but also the other Yuan sect disciples, including the several elders from the law enforcement hall, looked at Han Yang with expressions of shock. Could he really turn back the fact that he publicly executed Yuan sect elder Fong Tangjin? Han Yang calmly said, "This person was a spy planted by the Burning Heaven sect within our Yuan sect. I discovered him and killed him. A great merit. How can you say it's a big trouble?" Mu Shuer, with her mouth agape, took a long time to recover. Fong Tangjin was a spy planted by the Burning Heaven sect? If she remembered correctly, Fong Tangjin's father was also a Yuan sect elder. and his grandfather and great-grandfather had all been part of the Yuan sect. How could such a person be a spy planted by the Burning Heaven sect? The several elders from a law enforcement hall exchanged glances. To say Fong Tangjin was a bought traitor of the Burning Heaven sect might have a sliver of possibility, but it would require investigation to confirm. Just casually saying that someone who had served the Yuan sect for over 300 years was a spy of the Burning Heaven sect seemed far too far-fetched. Chapter 82. The genius battle at the ruins. Han Yang did not care about the skepticism on the faces of these people and continued. I killed the first-level genius of the Burning Heaven sect, Duan Changsheng, and Zhang Zuan lured and killed several Jade-Bone geniuses from the Burning Heaven sect, as well as body refinement late-stage and even peak protectors. Not to be modest, this can be considered a minor achievement, right? The elders from the law enforcement hall stopped in their tracks. With the merits of the Blood Lotus swordsman, he absolutely had the qualifications to make such statements. Achievements forged from iron and blood could not be tarnished. Han Yang pointed at Fong Tangjin's headless corpse and continued. But this person incited and urged me to take off my mask, making me a target for the Burning Heaven sect's extermination. Such deliberate framing of a promising sect merit. Is it wrong to call him a spy? One sentence rang like thunder in everyone's ears. Even those young disciples, who had been giddy from victory, suddenly woke up. My hero is their enemy. The Blood Lotus swordsman had killed so many powerful figures from the Burning Heaven sect, and once his true identity was revealed, the inevitable consequence would be endless pursuit. Unless the Blood Lotus swordsman never left the Yuan sect, he would undoubtedly die. After realizing this, the young disciples looked at Fong Tangjin with disdain. Unit Kshuer Af and Spot in anger. If Fong Tangjin succeeded, senior brother Xuelian would truly be in grave danger. What a villain. The elders of the law enforcement hall exchanged glances, unsure of how to handle the situation. Although Han Yang's words had many flaws, Fong Tangjin's actions were clearly inappropriate, as he had a clear ulterior motive. Just as everyone was hesitating, the door of the wooden house opened, and Su Ziren walked out. This matter is already known to several elders, and they will handle it. You all may leave. Seeing Su Ziren take charge, everyone bowed and slowly dispersed. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Mu Shuer made an encouraging gesture to Han Yang before leaving, saying sweetly, Senior brother Xuelian, I support you. Su Ziren shot her a fierce glare, and only then did she stick out her tongue and scamper away. Come in. Su Ziren said little else, just patting Han Yang on the shoulder. A genius is indeed a genius, but his temper is truly explosive. In less than 10 days since entering the Yuan men, he had incapacitated 7 disciples and killed 2 elders. This ability to cause trouble was undoubtedly the first in 1,000 years for Yuan men. You have a lot of guts. As soon as he stepped into the wooden house, Feng Buping's violent aura pressed down on him. Han Yang's 5 major acupoints shimmered with light, his golden bones dazzling. Firmly resisting the pressure from the gathering energy master, not taking a single step back. Clang! The Blood Lotus Spirit's sword was unsheathed, pointing directly at Feng Buping's face. Feng Buping showed a look of shock. He had only intended to pressure Han Yang to embarrass him. He never expected this kid not only withstood his pressure, but even dared to draw his sword at him. That kind of courage was simply outrageous. Just as Feng Buping was about to make a move, Tianji waved his sleeve, dispersing the auras of both. Feng Buping, as the deputy sect leader, can't you have some dignity? Tianji wondered why Feng Buping, who had been defeated by Chunyu a few times, held such a grudge, even against the junior. He himself had been defeated by Chunyu with one move, yet he was not as petty as Feng Buping. Feng Buping sneered, this brat is spreading rumors, claiming that Fong Tangjin, who has served our Yuan men for generations, is a spy for the Burning Heaven sect. You all wouldn't believe his nonsense, would you? Han Yang's words might scare the young disciples, but they could not fool these old foxes. Just as Tianji was about to speak to mediate, Han Yang calmly said, no matter what his identity is, if he wants to kill me, he is my enemy. Even if he is the deputy sect leader, I will still kill him. This statement left everyone present, including the gathering energy masters, momentarily speechless. This kid has such a fierce temper. Kill you? Fong Tangjin is just. Feng Buping tried to smear Han Yang's reputation, but was interrupted. Deputy sect leader Feng, Are you planning to argue about right and wrong with me? Han Yang looked at Feng Buping with mockery in his eyes. The dignified deputy sect leader, a gathering energy master, personally came down to argue with him, which was truly embarrassing. Feng Buping was just a clown who couldn't hold a candle to anyone. That such a person could successfully gather energy was a sign that heaven was blind. You! Feng Buping's face turned red. As a gathering energy master, being suppressed by a junior in the bone forging stage, the frustration in his heart was palpable. But he could only utter a single word before Han Yang continued. Since Deputy Sect Leader Feng wants to discuss right and wrong, then I must ask you. You are responsible for guarding the Flame Moon Valley, yet you allowed the Burning Heaven Sect's gathering energy masters to secretly invade, colluding with the Phoenix Mountains masters and nearly killing the Wine Sword Immortal. How should this crime be dealt with? This was Han Yang deliberately framing Feng Buping. The so-called gathering energy master from the Burning Heaven Valley had been frozen by Li Xuanyu with one glance, and then killed by Han Yang, making barely a ripple. However, Feng Buping's negligence in guarding allowed the Burning Heaven Sect's gathering energy master to enter the valley, which was an unassailable crime. Feng Buping felt a deep resentment. That waste from the Burning Heaven Sect entered the Flame Moon Valley and couldn't even kill the little beast Han Yang. It wasted his excuse for letting the enemy in. Tianji couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his old rival being slapped in the face. This kid Han Yang was not only extraordinarily talented and powerful, but also had a sharp tongue. The dignified deputy sect leader was actually being put on the spot. All right, let's get back to the main issue. Everyone calm down, Tianji perfunctorily soothed before smiling at Han Yang, saying, "The reason I called you here is that there is a major event I want you to participate in." It turned out that after Han Yang had self-destructed 4 major acupoints and struck out a stunning blow, the Burning Heavens sect became cautious and dared not continue the gathering energy war. Even Phoenix Mountain, due to the heavy injuries of Chu Rin Feng and Lan Bai Feng, ceased its involvement in the subsequent killings. The contest for the relics had been unexpectedly ended by Han Yang's strike. However, neither the Burning Heaven sect nor Phoenix Mountain would easily give up on the resources within the relics. After several rounds of negotiations, both sides agreed on a genius battle. This Flame Moon Valley relic had a special environment and only allowed warriors below the mid-stage of bone forging, specifically those at the peak of the 6th level of bone forging, to enter. Moreover, the number of participants could not exceed 10. Prior to this, Yuan men had only arranged for 4 people to enter the relics. The remaining 6 spots became the rewards for this genius battle. The 3 major sects were competing for 6 spots to enter the relics. Regarding his previous strike that ended the gathering energy war, Han Yang did not care much, but was curious to ask, who were the 4 who entered the relics earlier? Tianji paused at this question. He knew his actions were somewhat underhanded, because with Han Yang's achievements, he should have automatically received a spot in the relics. Now, asking him to participate in the genius battle to compete for one was somewhat unreasonable. Chu Yiming, Ma Xingkong, Li Ying, and Jing Tianxing were all golden bone geniuses. Hearing Tianji mention these 4 names, Han Yang immediately smiled. Even Li Ying could directly enter the relics, yet he had to participate in this ridiculous genius battle. Since Yuan Min was targeting him at every turn, Han Yang naturally would not be too polite and directly made a lion's demand. If you want me to join the genius battle, fine, but I sustained some injuries in the previous battle. So, let's start with 10 pieces of 1,000-year spirit herbs to help me recover. Chapter 83, Secrets of the Relics. Wishful thinking. Deputy Sect Leader Feng Buping immediately refused without a second thought. The other gathering energy masters also had somewhat unpleasant expressions. The preciousness of 1,000-year spirit herbs is unimaginable to ordinary people. Even though Han Yang took away so many 1,000-year spirit herbs at the Earth Element Jade by last time, those were accumulated over many years on the Earth Element Jade by. Each one could take the Yuan sect's 18 branches years, or even decades to obtain. And the difficulty was extremely high. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to obtain 1,000-year spirit herbs through the Jade Bai's inquiries. The gathering energy masters of Yuan Min only had a quota of 1,000-year spirit herb per year. Even first-class geniuses like Chu Lan and Su Xiren could only obtain one when they were breaking through to gathering energy. Ordinary bone-forging cultivators might never see a 1,000-year spirit herb in their entire lives. This kid actually opened his mouth for 10,000-year spirit herbs. That was not just a lion's demand, but insatiable greed. Even Tianji, who was inclined to support Han Yang, couldn't help but twitch his face and said helplessly. In the sect, Han Yang directly interrupted Tianji, saying, if there are no 1,000-year spirit herbs, then according to the agreement, arrange for me to enter the relics in advance. The wooden house fell silent. Arrange for Han Yang to enter the relics in advance according to the agreement? How could that be possible? The three major sects nearly clashed again over those 6 spots to enter the relics. There were even gathering energy masters who had fought during the negotiations. If Yuanmin dares to open its mouth and force Han Yang to demand a quota, then Fengwang Mountain and Finchaman will probably turn against him directly. A few powerful Qi gathering experts wanted to persuade him, but when they thought of Han Yang's merits this time, and how he didn't even give face to the deputy sect master, they could only swallow their words. Although there was help from the Wine Sword Immortal, Han Yang almost single-handedly exterminated all the geniuses sent by Finchaman to infiltrate Yanhua Valley. If merits are not rewarded, who will serve this sect in the future? We cannot make a decision on this matter. It would be better to ask the sect master. Tianji said, looking somewhat helpless. Han Yang nodded and said, of course. However, upon hearing Han Yang's however, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Facing the knife-like gazes of the crowd, Han Yang continued to speak to himself. If we need to consult the sect master, then please also mention that the Blood Lotus Mask and Blood Lotus Spirit Sword belong to me. No way. Feng Buping suddenly stood up, shouting angrily. Don't think that just because you've made a little merit, you can threaten the sect. Everyone present, whether it's the elders or the supreme elders, who hasn't fought bloodily for the sect, shed blood and sweat. Kid, I see you are truly greedy. Feng Buping's words were highly provocative, and a few neutral Qi gathering experts immediately turned cold, their gazes towards Han Yang becoming 3 parts indifferent. They felt Han Yang was becoming too arrogant and presumptuous. Jiang Yunjian kept signaling Han Yang with his eyes, urging him not to go too far. However, Han Yang ignored it and merely looked at the furious Feng Buping and smiled. Oh, Deputy Sect Master Feng, are you planning to give the Blood Lotus Mask and Blood Lotus Spirit Sword to someone else? I personally don't mind. Whoever is willing to take them can come directly to me, and I will hand them over personally. After saying this, Han Yang cast an indifferent glance at the 7 or 8 bone-forging geniuses led by Su Ziren. These individuals were all of the Golden Bone level, the most talented batch in Yuanmen. However, at this moment, none of them dared to step forward to accept these 2 spiritual artifacts. Su Ziren and Jiang Yunjian had enough strength to take them, but they clearly did not want to go against Han Yang, as these were items that Han Yang had his eye on. How could they snatch something he cherished? As for the others, they simply did not dare. The Qi gathering experts also realized a problem upon hearing Han Yang's words. Right now, the identity of the Blood Lotus Swordsman had become a hot potato. Whoever dared to accept it would become a target for assassination from both Fengwang Mountain and Finchaman, which was no different from courting death. Seeing that everyone fell silent again, Han Yang looked at Feng Buping with a smile that was not quite a smile and asked, or would Deputy Sect Master Feng like to take over personally? Feng Buping's expression was somewhat unsightly. The logic was the same. If he took on the identity of the Blood Lotus Swordsman, he too would attract the joint attacks of Qi gathering experts from both Fengwang Mountain and Finchaman. Even someone like him could not guarantee he would survive such an encirclement. Han Yang spread his hands and said, look, now these 2 items have become unwanted waste. I'm just making use of waste. Is that too much? What piece of unwanted waste? These are 2 inferior spiritual artifacts. Everyone thought to themselves. But no one brought up the matter of the 2 Blood Lotus spiritual artifacts again. If Han Yang were to let them go, no one would dare to take them, unless Yuanmen were to put them on a high shelf and no longer allow the identity of the Blood Lotus Swordsman to appear. But wouldn't that be an even greater waste? This kid has some guts. After understanding the significance of the Blood Lotus spiritual artifacts, a few Qi gathering experts looked at Han Yang with changed expressions. At this moment, he still dared to carry the target to fight for his own interests. And they also felt some admiration for Han Yang's courage. Jiang Yunjian even gave Han Yang a thumbs up. After a brief silence, Deputy Sect Master Tianji rode the monster beast Kanjing and quickly left. Junior brother Han, let us go chat over there. Su Ziren took Han Yang to another room nearby. He personally brewed a cup of tea for Han Yang and looked at him with some emotion. This junior brother had only entered the sect for a few days and had already become a stirring figure in the three sects. His demeanor not inferior to that of the wine-sword immortal Li Xuanyu in his day. If you have any questions about the ruins and the martial arts meeting of the three sects, I can answer them for you. Su Ziren said with a smile as he sat down in front of Han Yang. At this moment, his attitude towards Han Yang had changed from that of an elder to a peer-to-peer relationship, like an older brother to a younger brother. This was the change in status brought about by strength. In Su Ziren's view, as long as Han Yang did not die young, he would surely become a qi gathering expert. Why 10 people? Han Yang took a sip of tea and casually asked. Su Ziren looked at Han Yang with admiration, thinking, what a clever guy, directly getting to the point. I suppose junior brother Han encountered those wandering corpses when you enter the valley, right? Those are the lowest level of wandering corpses, referred to by the sect as copper corpses. Their strength is comparable to that of the 6th level of bone forging. And even 4 or 5 people in the ordinary J-bone realm may not be able to match a copper corpse of the same level. Suzidan etlai, maudeva. In the ruins, there are higher-level silver corpses and gold corpses. Silver corpses are comparable to the peak of golden bones, while gold corpses are comparable to qi gathering experts. Han Yang did not interrupt, but listened carefully to Su Ziren's explanation. It turned out that these wandering corpses were all sleeping within the ruins and would only awaken when stimulated. The first time Yuan men entered the ruins, they were completely unprepared, led by a qi gathering expert into the depths. As a result, they directly awakened a large number of silver and gold corpses in the ruins. If it weren't for the timely retreat of the qi gathering expert leading the team, the entire group might have faced annihilation. Even so, Yuan men had suffered heavy losses, with 2 qi gathering experts severely injured and over 10 peak bone forging experts falling, barely managing to retreat. This also led to Yuan men being suppressed by Finchamen in the subsequent defense battle of Yinhua Valley. They had already sustained heavy losses since exploring the ruins. After several tests, we found that only 10 peak bone forging experts below the 6th level can enter the ruins without awakening the silver and gold corpses. This is the method to obtain the maximum benefit at the minimum cost. At the end, Su Ziren couldn't help but let out a sigh. This ruin was a heavy burden for Yuan men. It was naturally impossible to leave it unexplored, but for the sake of the ruins, Yuan men had sacrificed 1 qi gathering expert, severely injured 2 others, and lost dozens of elders and geniuses in total. It was an absolutely devastating loss. Han Yang curiously asked, so what treasures are in the ruins that are worth the sect paying such a price? Su Ziren hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not hide it from Han Yang. In his view, with Han Yang's strength, he would definitely be able to obtain a quota, so it didn't matter whether it was confidential. In the first exploration, despite the heavy losses, we obtained 3 inferior spiritual artifacts from the depths of the ruins. Otherwise, do you think Yuan men could withstand the invasion of Finchamen after losing 3 qi gathering experts? This answer left Han Yang speechless for a long time. 3 inferior spiritual artifacts, trading the life of 1 qi gathering expert and severely injuring 2 others for 3 spiritual artifacts. Was it worth it? Perhaps, in the eyes of everyone in Yuan men, it was still worth it. After all, Yuan men had accumulated for 1,000 years, and all their spiritual artifacts combined amounted to just over 10 pieces. And they couldn't even provide 1 for each qi gathering expert. Now Han Yang somewhat understood why those qi gathering elders wore inferior spiritual artifacts at their waists during the meeting. The wine sword immortal Li Xuanyu brought back 2 inferior spiritual artifacts, plus the 3 obtained from the ruins, and with 3 fewer qi gathering experts. Yuanmen's qi gathering warriors might now be able to achieve 1 spiritual artifact per person. But in Han Yang's view, trading lives for spiritual artifacts was not a deal worth making at all. Su Ziren shot Han Yang a glare. What kind of look was that? He should take a look at his own status. How could he disdain the sect? With the blood lotus mask, blood lotus spirit sword, and the blood lotus mask in hand, he was practically more affluent than the sect master, naturally looking down on those artifacts in the ruins. Han Yang smiled without saying a word, savoring the tea carefully. 1 hour later, Deputy Master Tianji returned with 10 pieces of Millennium spiritual herbs. After the old man's persuasion, the master agreed that the spiritual herbs and the blood lotus spiritual weapon could be given to you, but you must guarantee to secure a spot. Tianji, with a dark face, looked quite displeased. Han Yang chuckled, his eyes brightening as he snatched the jade box from Deputy Master Tian's hands and opened it with a clap, inspecting all the herbs. Tianji's face twitched in anger, wishing he could slap this kid. Could the rewards given by the sect be fake? Remembering the elder's comments about Han Yang before the Earth origin jade buy, he couldn't help but sigh. This kid is good at everything, but why is he so greedy for money? Nearly 20 pieces of Millennium spiritual herbs in total, let alone reaching the peak of bone refinement. Even reaching the first level of Qi gathering should be enough. He really couldn't figure out what this kid needed so many Millennium spiritual herbs for. Rest assured, Deputy Master, I will definitely secure a spot for the sect. And those who dare to compete with me for it will pay a painful price. With the benefits in hand, Han Yang became very agreeable. His injuries from self-exploding the acupoints hadn't fully healed yet, and these 10 pieces of Millennium spiritual herbs were like a lifeline. No money? Then let's talk conditions. If there's money, show loyalty. You kid. Tianji glared at him helplessly. With 10 pieces of Millennium spiritual herbs in hand, Han Yang pretended he didn't hear Tianji's sarcasm and asked, when does the 3 sects martial meeting begin? In 3 days. Okay, I'm going into seclusion to cultivate. I'll definitely show up in 3 days. Before Tianji could finish his sentence, Han Yang had already disappeared with the jade box. This brat is simply a miser. Tianji was so angry he jumped up and down. Han Yang naturally wouldn't stay in the wooden house for cultivation. There were too many people and too many eyes here, completely unsuitable for using the 9-turn star transformation technique. After walking several dozen miles, he found a hidden cave in Yinyu Valley to serve as his place of seclusion. It was a limestone cave, several hundred feet long, looking very steep and beautiful. A nice natural landscape. However, Han Yang had no time to admire it. He sat cross-legged and immediately began to cultivate using the Millennium spiritual herbs. With only 3 days, time waits for no one. Those Qi gathering experts could only be allocated 1 piece of Millennium spiritual herb a year, yet Han Yang swallowed them without hesitation. Under the operation of a 9-turn star transformation technique, the medicinal power quickly transformed into star power. Han Yang mobilized the star power to begin healing the injuries to his 4 acupoints. After half a stick of incense, he slowly opened his eyes, his face somewhat stiff. It seems that in the future, he cannot recklessly self-explode his acupoints. The price of recovering from acupoint injuries is just too great. Previously, drinking the ice drunkenness from the wine sword, Immortal Li Xuanyu had restored about 80 to 90 of the injuries to his 4 acupoints. Han Yang initially thought that the remaining bit of injury would be very easy to recover with the aid of spiritual herbs. Unexpectedly, the star power derived from 1 piece of Millennium spiritual herb only fully restored 1 acupoints condition, while feeling pain over the spiritual herbs. He also admired the ice drunkenness from the wine sword Immortal's gourd even more. Half a gourd of ice drunkenness restored 90 of the injuries to 4 acupoints, while 1 piece of Millennium spiritual herb only restored 10 of 1 acupoint's injury. The efficacy of that ice drunkenness could rival that of 10,000 years spiritual herbs. No wonder Li Xuanyu cherished it so much. Not thinking too much, Han Yang continued to swallow the Millennium spiritual herbs, and his injuries began to heal. Over the course of an hour, he devoured 5 pieces of Millennium spiritual herbs, and all his internal and external injuries were completely healed. Thinking of the tremendous price of his shocking strike, Han Yang's heart twitched. Blue and White Phoenix, next time we meet, if you don't compensate me with a piece of 10,000 years spiritual herb, no matter who you are, I will definitely make you pay. Closing his eyes, Han Yang began to consume the other spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, The remaining 5 pieces of Millennium spiritual herbs were not enough for him to break through to the 6th acupoint. They only made the star power within him a bit more abundant. Based on the current situation, to use the star power to break through to the 6th acupoint, he would need at least 10 pieces of Millennium spiritual herbs. Han Yang discovered that the 9-turn star transformation technique was like a gold-devouring beast. It seemed he had to think of other ways to earn some money. In his 9 lifetimes of rebirth, Han Yang was discovering for the first time how impulsive he was about money and spiritual herbs. After devouring all 10 spiritual herbs, he did not leave immediately, but stayed in the cave to continue refining his realm. In less than a month, he broke through from the body refinement realm to the 5th level of bone refinement, and even with Han Yang's foundation, he felt somewhat unstable. He had 3 days left, just enough to consolidate his foundation. 3 days passed in a flash. When Han Yang tidied up and left the cave, he found that Mu Shuer had appeared at some point, guarding the cave entrance with those 3 jade bone geniuses, as if protecting the cave. Blood Lotus Senior Brother. Seeing Han Yang coming out of seclusion, Mu Shuer rushed overexcitedly. Since learning about Han Yang's achievements, Mu Shuer had become a little fan of the Blood Lotus Master. The 3 sects martial meeting is about to begin? Han Yang asked. The geniuses from the other sects have arrived. Blood Lotus Senior Brother. You must defeat them and bring glory to the Yuan sect. Mu Shuer waved her small white fists. Chapter 85. Scared out his wits by Han Yang, only 3 days had passed. But when Han Yang reappeared at the temporary headquarters of Yanyu Valley, it felt like a different world. The area that previously contained only a few wooden houses had actually constructed a massive arena. No, it was more accurate to say that the arena was built using a giant boulder on a hillside in Yanyu Valley. The enormous arena, nearly 100 feet in circumference, even had intricately carved stone platforms on both sides for spectators to rest and watch. It was evident that this magnificent scene could only have been created through the combined efforts of the 3 sects, with the bone refinement realm and even Qi gathering experts working together in just 3 days. The forces of the Burning Sky Gate in black, Phoenix Mountain in red, and Yuan sect in blue were clearly defined. The moment Han Yang appeared near the arena, countless eyes were all on him. Blood Lotus Master. Bone refinement 5th level? Didn't he kill several bone refinement 9th level guardians? How could he only be at bone refinement 5th level, even if he had all gold bones? This cultivation level is not impressive. Many were intimidated by the name of the Blood Lotus Master, but even more were puzzled by Han Yang's strength. I bet those fallen guardians mostly died at the hands of the Wine Sword Immortal. Indeed, if the Blood Lotus Sword Master still had his previous Earth-level talent, he would have been nameless for 3 years. This actually benefited the Yuan sect, with the strength of the Blood Lotus Sword Master. No one below the 7th level of bone refinement would be his opponent. Some mocked, some laughed, but none of this affected Han Yang. He strolled leisurely to the Yuan sect side. Just then, Han Yang noticed a chill rising behind him. Turning his head, he saw a slender woman from the Burning Sky Gate glaring at him with an expression full of resentment, as if Han Yang were her father's killer. Mu Shuer noticed Han Yang's confusion and quickly explained in a low voice. That woman is called Mao Jingwei. It said she's a pursuer of Duan Changsheng. Senior brother, you killed Duan Changsheng, and she holds a grudge, shouting these days that she wants to kill you. Han Yang's expression immediately turned strange. A pursuer of Duan Changsheng? If you remember correctly, this woman had followed that Zhang senior brother back then. TSK. That Zhang senior brother must be dying with regret, falling at his hands, yet leaving no trace in this woman's heart. Instead, she wants to avenge Duan Changsheng for this kind of woman who could only kill with her eyes. Han Yang didn't care and found a place to sit down, casually asking, what are the rules for the 3 sects martial meeting? Is it a free-for-all or a tournament? As soon as the words left his mouth, not only Mu Shuer, but even several elders at the peak of the bone forging stage around them looked at Han Yang with strange expressions. Did this guy not take the time to understand the rules of the competition? Mu Shuer quickly blushed and said, it's my fault. I forgot to tell my senior brother. She couldn't just say that she had been too busy admiring the unparalleled grace of Blood Lotus Senior Brother on the way and forgot to mention the competition rules. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a free-for-all, where participants can challenge anyone from the other two sects at will. As long as they defeat one person from each of the other two sects, they can qualify for the second round. The second round is a contest for tokens. 6 tokens will be placed in the center of the arena, and whoever can seize a token within the time of an incense stick will gain the final spot. As soon as Mu Schweder finished explaining, she noticed Han Yang staring straight at her. She hurriedly touched her face, thinking she must have gotten some dust on it. Huh? Han Yang scoffed. Is the person responsible for negotiations in the sect an idiot? He actually agreed to such obviously biased rules against the Yuan sect. The first round of free-for-all is still somewhat fair, but in the second round, the scramble for tokens is simply giving the other two sects a chance to team up and expel the Yuan sect. Han Yang didn't believe that the powerful figures of the Yuan sect couldn't see this. Agreeing to such unfair competition rules meant they were either incompetent or had ulterior motives. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Schwerer coughed violently, not daring to speak any longer. Beside her, Jiang Yunjian whispered during the negotiations. The energy-gathering expert from Phoenix Mountain used force to intimidate, severely injuring our deputy sect Master Yen. So you understand. When one is outmatched, it's hard to stand tall during negotiations. Han Yang smiled but said nothing. The small Yuan sect still lacked a bit of backbone. If it were him, what kind of negotiation? He would directly open the ruins and let all sect warriors enter. Then he would directly provoke the golden corpses within the ruins and see which side suffers more casualties. That guy is the Blood Lotus swordsman you mentioned? An old man with white hair from the Burning Heaven sect stared intensely at Han Yang. Yes. Beside him, a young man at the peak of the bone forging stage hung his head, looking dispirited. The old man said unhappily, "Idiot! What a ridiculous lie. That kid is only at the 5th level of Golden Bone, and you dare say he unleashed that earth-shattering strike?" The young man at the peak of bone forging was the one who, on that day, wielded the Dragon Phoenix spear with great ambition, wanting to eliminate the Wine Sword Immortal. However, by the time he arrived, all the other members of the Burning Heaven sect had already been killed, and the Wine Sword Immortal was already engaged in a fierce battle with that monster, Lon Bifong, from Phoenix Mountain. At that time, both the Wine Sword Immortal and Lon Bifong exhibited strength far beyond the 2nd level of energy gathering. Their terrifying Ice Dragon and Fire Phoenix made him shiver in fear from a distance. His name was Xuan Ming, a first-rate genius of the Burning Heaven sect, at the peak of Golden Bone, with a status in the Burning Heaven sect comparable to Su Xiren, both just one step away from energy gathering. On ordinary days, he prided himself on being able to compete with the Wine Sword Immortal, always ready to encircle and kill Li Xuanyu. But the battle between the Wine Sword Immortal and Lon Bifong had nearly driven him to despair. His opponent had reached a level that was unreachable for him. Just when he was about to leave this sorrowful place and retreat to the Burning Heaven sect to cultivate in seclusion until he reached energy gathering, the Blood Lotus swordsman made his